Various signs indicate that the existence of the moon is not merely coincidental. Firstly, during solar and lunar eclipses, the distances between the Earth, Moon, and Sun align in such a remarkable way that the Moon perfectly obscures the Sun, while the Earth conveniently conceals the Sun, resulting in the breathtaking phenomena of total solar and lunar eclipses. This has led humanity to mistakenly believe that the Sun and Moon are of equal size, thus delaying the realization of the Moon's true proximity to the Earth. Secondly, the cyclical nature of human female spans 27 days, a duration that corresponds precisely with both the Moon's rotation and revolution. Intriguingly, only human females experience monthly menstruation. Even our closest relatives, the chimpanzees, do not share this trait, raising questions about a mysterious connection between humanity and the Moon. Thirdly, the far side of the Moon perpetually faces away from the Earth, rendering humanity oblivious to its features. Fourthly, while earthquakes on Earth are caused by tectonic movements, the Moon, devoid of a molten core, also experiences moonquakes, suggesting that there may be enigmatic phenomena occurring within its interior. At this moment, they have finally commenced their exploration of the Moon, embarking on a journey to unravel its mysteries, reaching outward to delve into the profound depths beyond. Chapter 1. The Rocket Launch. There is nothing on the far side of the Moon. On September 20th, 2030, in the presence of numerous journalists, Han Su, returning from the far side of the Moon, uttered these words in accordance with directives from his superiors. On September 11th, 2030, the lunar rocket Change 11, carrying the Yuhang 2 spacecraft, was poised for launch from the launch pad 45C at the Space Center. Prior to this moment, the 3 astronauts aboard the Lunar 11 rocket had ventured into space thrice. However, this time their mission transcended mere exploration. They were destined to land on the Moon, specifically its far side. Following the resounding success of the lunar landing program, the crewed lunar mission was promptly initiated. One of the astronauts, Han Su, was informed that the endeavor must proceed expeditiously, despite the substantial risks inherent in conducting a manned lunar landing with the current technological capabilities. Nevertheless, they were compelled to embark on this journey that in the early stages of the mission, progress was fraught with challenges as they encountered a formidable obstacle, compounded by the injury of a key astronaut during rigorous training. Upon learning of their intent to traverse the lunar surface, Country M sprang into action, fervently preparing for their own expedition to the Moon's far side. Should Country M succeed in landing there first, it would be too late for any countermeasures. With time of the essence and no opportunity to select new astronauts, Han Su, as a substitute astronaut, was hastily appointed to the mission. Due to his youth and status as a backup, he was not privy to extensive details. He and his 2 companions ascended into the Yuhui 2 spacecraft, which rested atop the Lunar 11 rocket. Upon entering the Yuhui 2, Han Su was met with an acrid scent reminiscent of burnt milk, prompting a frown. That he was acutely aware that such a smell should not permeate while donned in a spacesuit. It was merely a figment of his imagination. Simultaneously, his teammate, Nan Gongyu, wrinkled her brow, remarking, "There's a putrid odor." Nan Gongyu serves as the leader of this lunar expedition at the age of 35, a prime period for human physical capability. Despite his name bearing a feminine touch, he is indeed male, possessing extensive experience in space travel, though this marks his inaugural venture to the Moon. The Lunar Module 11 stands ready as the control tower initiates the countdown. For this lunar mission, the team has conducted numerous manned lunar landing simulations successfully, traversing the atmosphere on 3 occasions. Unfortunately, the primary astronaut sustained an injury during the 3rd training session, leaving Han Su to step into the role the dual challenge of making his first lunar landing and venturing into space for the first time. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. A thunderous roar erupted as the Lunar Module 11 rocket jolted into motion, and mere seconds later, Han Su experienced an overwhelming sensation of thrust pushing against him. As the flight progressed, Han Su gazed through the circular window. Witnessing the Earth recede further into the distance, he could distinctly feel gravity's relentless pull. Yet the propulsion seemed to prevail, compelling him to brace against this formidable force, gritting his teeth in determination. The Lunar Module 11 ascended steadily, and upon reaching the stratosphere, the first stage booster detached, allowing the second stage booster to unleash its full thrust. Instantaneously, Lunar Module 11 surged upward with renewed vigor. The three lunar team members exerted every effort to withstand the mounting pressure until the rocket finally ched the atmosphere. At that moment, the sensation of excess weight began to dissipate, and the trio even experienced a fleeting feeling of weightlessness. Having embarked on their journey to space for the fourth time, the trio felt no astonishment or surprise at the ascent. Through the window, Han-Su beheld their crystalline, spherical home, adorned with intertwining white and blue patterns, enveloped in a delicate veil of azure mist. The vivid red land, the deep blue oceans, and the pristine white mountains were all rendered in striking clarity. As the flight progressed, Han-Su observed the diminishing size of the blue sphere, witnessing the curvature of the horizon and even glimpsing planets shrouded in endless darkness. Despite the presence of his two companions, a sense of solitude washed over Han-Xu that moment. His teammate, Chu Fei, spoke up. In this boundless abyss of darkness, Earth appears so small and isolated. How might travelers from other civilizations perceive our planet from this vantage point? Chu Fei was a pivotal figure in the manned lunar mission, unlike Han, Su, and Nan Gongyu, who hail from a piloting background. She was a biologist. Why was a biologist included in the manned lunar program? Why bring a biologist to the far side of the moon? These questions eluded Han-Su that he inquired. What emotions surged through humanity upon first witnessing this blue planet suspended in the infinite dark cosmos? Nan Gongyu turned her gaze to the opposite side, where an ancient, frigid, and lifeless planet lay, its surface marred with age, concealing secrets yet to be unveiled. Han-Su gazed intently at the satellite that holds a pivotal position in mythology, his expression one of solemnity. Following the successful launch of Lunar Module 11, the Lunar Module 12 rocket was subsequently launched, carrying a lunar lander named Moon Rabbit 7 into the cosmos. At this moment, the Howie-2 space capsule had completely detached from the rocket, destined only to reach the moon and orbit it, while the true descent to the far side of the moon will be undertaken by the newly dispatched Moon Rabbit 7 lander. 30 minutes later, upon the successful docking of the Howie-2 space capsule with the Moon Rabbit 7 lander, they commenced their journey towards the moon. Through the portholes, the three could behold the glistening Moon Rabbit 7 lander, which had been dispatched into space, positioned beneath the Howie-2 capsule. Subsequently, under the guidance of an intelligent computer system, the Moon Rabbit 7 began to decelerate and ascend, eventually reaching the altitude of the Howie-2 capsule's orbit. To initiate the docking procedure, the docking process proceeded seamlessly. Han-Su merely sensed a gentle jolt before the two vessels successfully connected. Afterward, Nan Gongyu pressed a button, igniting the thrusters of the now-docked Howie-2, which then propelled itself and the newly arrived Moon Rabbit 7 into Earth's orbit. As the three exhaled in relief over the successful docking, an alarming message suddenly echoed from the Earth Command Center. The manned lunar landing program of Country M has been expedited. Chapter 2. Journey to the Moon in 5 days. Country M will officially commence its lunar expedition, dispatching 10 astronauts to the moon in a single mission. This revelation left Han-Su and his companions momentarily speechless. Nan Gongyu quickly regained his composure, stating, "This means we have only 5 days left. We must accelerate our preparations for the lunar landing." Han-Su and Chu Fei nodded silently, yet at that moment, there was little they could do but wait for the spacecraft to complete its Earth orbit and gain speed. The orbital phase did not last long, as they merely needed to harness Earth's gravity to propel themselves. Throughout this process, Nan Gongyu meticulously checked various instruments, acutely aware that this marked humanity's second lunar landing. Even the slightest oversight could result in catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, Chu Fei diligently reviewed her task list, assigned a crucial role in this lunar mission. Han-Su, feeling somewhat idle, inquired, "Why is Country M so hastily advancing its lunar program upon witnessing our own efforts? What lies on the far side of the moon?" Both individuals paused momentarily at Han-Su's question. The team leader, Nan Gongyu, replied, "I do not know either. Which is precisely why we must venture to the moon's far side." Chu Fei added, "What awaits us there will reveal itself once we arrive." Subsequently, they resumed their respective duties. Hansu couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps his status as a late addition to the team, or the possibility that the others were privy to some confidential information, was the reason for their limited engagement with him. A few minutes later, Nangongyu was the first to shatter the silence. He remarked, "Indeed, there is something on the far side of the moon. During the last lunar expedition, they captured astonishing photographs, yet due to their obscured clarity, it necessitates a personal visit for verification." Hansu nodded in agreement. "In fact, I have also unearthed certain secrets. It is said that upon reaching a specific region on the moon's far side, one loses all communication with Earth. The command center will remain oblivious to what lies there and what transpires. Hence, a personal expedition is imperative." Chu Fei's countenance grew grave. "They must have discovered something significant. Otherwise, I would not have been summoned to accompany you." Perhaps. She dared not voice her suspicions. Instead, she continued to sift through her notebook, which was filled with extensive biological knowledge. For this journey, she had also brought along numerous instruments for extracting biological tissue. "Perhaps we should also enlist a linguist," Chu Fei said with a wry smile. The conversation halted there, and the atmosphere grew tense once more, as their camaraderie was still in its infancy. Nangongyu had embarked on numerous space missions, while Hansu and Chu Fei were participating in a manned spaceflight for the first time. Although Hansu was a backup astronaut, his qualifications did not warrant inclusion in such a crucial mission. He was significantly junior to Nangongyu, with several backup astronauts between them. As for Chu Fei, she was not formally trained in this field. She was merely a biologist. Albeit the youngest academician of biology in the nation today, yet her selection for this lunar crew seemed highly improbable. Such events transpired, leaving the three individuals enveloped in profound curiosity. What mysteries lie on the far side of the moon? Hansu and his companions awaited with bated breath. And after the spacecraft completed 1.5 orbits around the Earth, the third-stage rocket ignited unexpectedly, utilizing Earth's gravitational slingshot to propel the spacecraft towards the moon. At that moment, the trio finally glimpsed the gray orb through the circular window, the very destination of their endeavor, a satellite that has orbited Earth for 4.6 billion years. While the M country took 5 days to traverse the distance from Earth to the moon, they would accomplish it in merely 5 hours. The team leader, Nangongyu, expressed his sentiments, gazing at the distant gray sphere, filled with pride for his nation's strength. Chu Fei, however, voiced her concerns, pondering how long it would take the M country to catch up with them. In 5 days, they would initiate their lunar landing program, trailing by only 5 days. Hansu looked towards his home, witnessing the beautiful blue planet gradually shrinking in size. Chu Fei produced her camera, capturing photographs of Earth and the moon every hour. In the images, Earth diminished while the moon loomed larger. Hansu remained oblivious to the brand or type of the camera. He quietly retrieved a hexagonal amulet crafted from pure silver, a cherished heirloom passed down through generations. The amulet bore intricate, inscrutable patterns, its surface darkened by the passage of time. Just as copper develops a verdigris patina and iron succumbs to rust, silver, when exposed to air over an extended period, reacts with oxygen and hydrogen sulfide, resulting in the formation of black substances such as silver sulfide and silver oxide. Hansu caressed the pure silver amulet adorned with dark spots, feeling the weight of time upon it. Additionally, he noticed something peculiar. The amulet appeared to gleam even brighter than it did on Earth, though Hansu dismissed this as a mere figment of his imagination. Amidst their curious thoughts and concerns, 5 hours swiftly passed. The trio had not enjoyed adequate rest, and now it was the early hours of September 12th. A full 10 hours since the rocket had launched. Nangongyu remained tense, and the moment the spacecraft entered lunar orbit, he pressed the deceleration button. Under the guidance of the intelligent computer, the spacecraft gradually slowed down, ultimately succumbing to the moon's gravitational pull. The three waited patiently as the spacecraft continued its descent, beginning to orbit around the moon, and soon they beheld its far side. On the far side of the moon lay a vast, shadowy impact crater of immense depth, nestled within a larger crater measuring 32 kilometers in diameter. Clearly, these were two colossal impact craters, one overlapping the other, forming what resembled a circular ring. Nangongyu's expression grew grave. Our destination is right here. Due to the towering heights of the mountain ranges, the interior of the impact crater lies shrouded in shadows from every vantage point, rendering it impossible for the three individuals to discern anything concealed within. Only by venturing into the depths of this circular mountain could they hope to uncover its secrets. Moments later, the spacecraft finally achieved a complete orbit around the moon. It was at this juncture that the Earth Command Center relayed alarming news. The manned lunar mission of Nation M had been expedited, with the launch of their carrier rocket set to occur in just 3 days. This revelation left Han Su and Chu Fei in disbelief. The pace of Nation M was far swifter than they had anticipated. Negong calmly stated, "It is time to land on the moon." Chapter 3, Lunar landing on the morning of September 12, 2030, following a brief respite of several hours. The trio commenced the third phase of their lunar mission, landing on the moon. They ascended into the lunar module, which subsequently detached from the spacecraft. After separation, the spacecraft would remain in lunar orbit, patiently awaiting the return of the lunar module. Given that the moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth's, the launch of the lunar module required only modest thrust. Thus, there was no need for extensive rocket apparatus on the moon's surface. Moreover, with the rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, manual piloting was rendered unnecessary, as the autopilot would oversee all operations. A crisp sound echoed within the lunar module as it completely separated from the spacecraft, and under the guidance of the autopilot. The module commenced its gentle descent toward the moon. As they approached the moon, Han Su and his companions beheld numerous colossal craters, reminiscent of the Grand Colosseum of ancient Rome. Within these craters lay boulders the size of automobiles, clearly unsuitable as landing sites. Han Su remained apprehensive about the impending arrival of the astronauts from Country M, inquiring, "Why has their manned lunar landing been advanced by 48 hours? What is the urgency?" Nangong Yu replied, "Both our nation and Country M have confirmed that the far side of the moon conceals astonishing secrets, which is why they are in haste. And we are even more so." Chu Fei furrowed her brow, her fingers instinctively clenching. "They must be well prepared, and with 10 of them, it will be challenging for us to contend with them." Nangong Yu's expression grew grave. On the far side of the moon, anything could occur. If we encounter them, a conflict could easily erupt. Thus, we must hasten our efforts to uncover the secrets of the moon's far side before they do. Nangong Yu swiftly maneuvered the lunar module for descent. Under his skilled control, the landing proceeded without error. However, the moment they touched down, they lost communication with Earth. This sudden disconnection left them momentarily stunned, akin to a newborn severed from its umbilical cord, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of solitude. Han Su caught a whiff of an aroma reminiscent of roasted milk, prompting a simultaneous frown from Nangong Yu and Chu Fei. A putrid scent lingered, an odor of death. Both harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Yet, Han Su felt a peculiar warmth in his chest, as if the protective talisman he bore was heating up. Yet clad in his spacesuit, he was unable to ascertain the cause. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, he pondered. The far side of the moon harbored an enigmatic magnetic field, rendering communication with Earth impossible, even through the space capsule as an intermediary. Chu Fei had already begun to gather her belongings. Regardless of the unfolding events, the mission must persist. Han Su made several attempts to establish contact with the Earth Command Center, but to no avail. Henceforth, we shall lose our connection with the Ground Command Center. So even if individuals from Country M land on the far side of the moon, we shall remain oblivious. Han Su's words weighed heavily on the hearts of the other two. They understood all too well that the moment Country M's personnel set foot on the lunar surface, they could be ambushed at any moment. Therefore, we must act swiftly, declared Nangong. The lunar module descended gently onto the moon's surface. Due to the lunar gravity being just 1/6 that of Earth's, its landing stirred only a modest cloud of dust. Inside the module, Han Su felt a sudden jolt, while the various instruments merely quivered slightly. Finally, the tension that had gripped Nangong heart began to ease, although he had merely selected the landing site. With the landing itself executed by artificial intelligence, it still left him in a state of anxious anticipation. Ultimately, it became evident that the design of the lunar module was sufficiently robust, alleviating any concerns they might have harbored. Time was of the essence. The moment they made contact with the lunar surface, preparations for their extravehicular activities commenced. The trio conducted a final inspection of the various apparatus within the lunar module, their base of operations, and a forward outpost for investigating the far side of the moon. The supplies within were sufficient to sustain them for a month. Yet they only intended to remain for 10 days. Once landed, they immediately engaged in their urgent tasks. Nangong Yu began collecting soil samples and installing communication equipment, not for contacting Earth, but for linking with the spacecraft above. Chu Fei had already transported various instruments from the storage to the lunar surface. With the gravity being merely 1/7 that of Earth, she exhibited remarkable strength, effortlessly lifting even the heaviest equipment with one hand. Meanwhile, Han Su was tasked with assembling the lunar rover, essential for transporting additional equipment and instruments. To accommodate a larger lunar vehicle, the command center had decided to bring parts for assembly on the moon's far side. Although maneuvering in a spacesuit was somewhat cumbersome, the reduced gravity allowed Han Su to work with relative ease. In no time, he successfully assembled the lunar rover, its sleek black solar panels unfurling to either side. This vehicle was electric, not fueled, as fuel was far too precious. As they began their slow journey toward the imposing crater, the path was flanked by massive lunar boulders, the terrain undulating yet manageable. Han Su remarked, "With the current battery life of the lunar rover, we can only traverse approximately 10 kilometers. And the solar panels require 10 hours to fully recharge the rover's battery." Naturally, the rover was fully charged before being loaded onto the lunar module, but once the battery is depleted, we must rely on the solar panels for recharging, which takes a considerable amount of time, given that we only possess 2 solar panels. This is the extent of our charging efficiency. Nangong Yu gazed upon the immense crater, their intended destination, and stated, "That is sufficient. The lunar module is merely 7 kilometers from our goal." Han Su glanced at the time display on his wrist and continued, "If the lunar landing plan of Country M has not been expedited, then in 48 hours, they will launch their carrier rocket, and in 52 hours, they will enter lunar orbit, ultimately discovering our lunar module. The module is their sole means of departing from the moon. If it is compromised, they will be stranded indefinitely." Chapter 4. The crater range time waits for no one. The technological prowess of Country M surpasses theirs. Should they reach the far side of the moon, they might soon catch up. In that scenario, 3 individuals against 10 would leave them with little hope of victory, not to mention the absence of weaponry suited for space. The lunar rover advanced steadily, bringing them ever closer to the crater range. Once Nangong Yu became accustomed to operating the rover, he began to accelerate. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of the crater. The journey of 7 kilometers took over an hour, and the speed of the lunar rover was not particularly swift, yet it was still a tad faster than walking. Nangong Yu promptly commenced the setup of the communicator, stating, "In 2 hours, the space capsule will pass directly overhead once more." Han Su understood that Nangong Yu was utilizing the communicator to provide precise coordinates for the space capsule, thereby ensuring a smooth airdrop of the supply module. The supply module resembled a lunar landing craft, allowing Han Su and his companions to enter, remove their spacesuits, and partake in meals, hydration, rest, and personal necessities. However, unlike the lunar module, the supply module lacked propulsion and did not possess additional space for fuel storage, which meant that upon their departure in the lunar module, the supply module would inevitably be left behind. Once the communicator was fully established, 2 miniature solar panels unfurled, set to continuously supply power to the device. Han Su recalled the contents of the operational manual. It was now time for the 3 of them to ascend the mountain. This dual-ring mountain range was divided into an inner and outer ring, with the outer ring's height ranging from 3,000 to 3,500 meters, indicating that they needed to climb at least 3,000 meters to reach the summit. Such an elevation posed no challenge for professional climbers on Earth. But this was the moon. Here, they were encumbered by cumbersome spacesuits, rendering it impossible to simply remove them in the vacuum to eat or drink. Nor could they casually erect a tent for rest at any arbitrary location. The sole advantage of the moon lies in its gravity, which is merely 1/7 that of Earth, rendering their ascent considerably less strenuous. However, a formidable challenge looms before them: the scarcity of oxygen. Han Su glanced at the oxygen level in his spacesuit and noted it had plummeted to a mere 65. He promptly inquired, "Should we remain here and await the spacecraft's passage overhead, or shall we commence our ascent?" Han Su understood all too well that within the vacuum of space, the oxygen supply within the suit is paramount. It is prudent to minimize exertion, as physical activity will only hasten the depletion of oxygen. Should they choose to ascend prematurely, they risk succumbing to asphyxiation in this desolate expanse. Nangong Yu, fully cognizant of this reality, furrowed his brow and declared, "We must ascend without delay. Time is of the essence, and we must capitalize on these precious 48 hours of our lead. The individuals from Country M may already be en route. We cannot afford to squander a moment." Chu Fei remarked, at this juncture, The spacecraft should have circled to the lunar far side. We will only be able to establish contact once it reaches that position. Han Su felt a surge of confusion. What mysteries lay on the far side of the moon that rendered communication with the front side impossible? Concurrently, he sensed a burning heat in his chest. He distinctly felt that his talisman was radiating warmth. At this moment, he also began to perceive that something was amiss with his talisman. However, Han Su was unable to inspect it in such an environment. Removing his spacesuit was simply not an option. Han Su embarked on the ascent of the Ring Mountain alongside Nan Gongyu. The process proved to be even more effortless than Han Su had anticipated. They moved with remarkable agility, effortlessly leaping 1 or 2 meters high. It appeared that Nan Gongyu's decision was indeed astute. Han Su mused internally. They reached the summit of the outer Ring Mountain in merely an hour, a feat far quicker than that of professional climbers. The disparity in gravitational influence played a significant role, compounded by the fact that all three had undergone extensive physical training. Thus, once Han Su and his companions acclimated to the moon's low-gravity environment, scaling the outer Ring Mountain became a trivial challenge. Standing atop the peak, the trio gazed down upon the vast lunar landscape, where numerous ring mountains unfolded before their eyes, and massive moonstones loomed like giants upon the surface. It was an awe-inspiring tableau that left them momentarily spellbound, causing them to forget their pressing mission. It was only then that they realized this was not the time for leisurely appreciation of the scenery. With the naked eye, Han Su could discern nothing within the inner Ring Mountain. It was entirely shrouded in darkness. And prolonged contemplation of that obscurity instilled a profound sense of dread within one's heart, an ancient foreboding. Nan Gongyu twitched her nose, as if detecting something. Yet, they stood on the lunar surface, in a vacuum devoid of air, rendering the transmission of scent impossible. Chu Fei fixated on the darkness within the inner Ring Mountain, feeling a sense of heaviness in her chest, as though a suffocating malaise pervaded her spirit. Han Su, however, did not share this sentiment. He merely sensed that the protective talisman was exceedingly warm. Rest was essential. Regardless of the urgency of time, ample sleep must be ensured. As the three individuals descended from the mountain and reached its base, a space capsule materialized above them. Subsequently, a supply pod was airdropped from the capsule. Equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence system available, the capsule's AI pinpointed the location signal emitted by their communicator, accurately delivering the supply pod with a mere 44 meters deviation from the coordinates provided. The trio promptly approached the moderately sized supply pod and entered the airlock in succession. After a brief inflation process, they were finally enveloped in air, which brought them immense relief. Upon entering the supply pod, Nan Gongyu was the first to remove her helmet. Taking a deep breath, Han Su followed suit, discarding his helmet and spacesuit, yet he refrained from immediately inspecting the amulet on his chest. Instead, he, along with Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei, prioritized nourishment, hydration, and taking turns to use the restroom. Chapter 5. Exiting the capsule and ascending the mountain, Han Su was taken aback to find that the pure silver amulet, which had long been tarnished and sullied due to its age, now gleamed as if it had been polished with silver cleaner. He instinctively pulled open his collar, only to discover a black circular mark imprinted on his chest, sending him into a state of alarm. Could this ominous black substance be something hazardous? In a panic, Han Su attempted to scrape it off, but found it impossible, as if the dark mark had been indelibly etched into his skin like a tattoo. This astonishing transformation left him utterly bewildered. Thus far, Han Su had not discerned any anomalies in his body. With the disappearance of the black substance on the surface of the talisman, he was finally able to discern the intricate carvings upon it. The talisman bore a circular emblem, within which was an enigmatic polygonal relief. Han Su found himself unable to comprehend the significance of this relief. Yet he was certain that the talisman was extraordinary and undoubtedly related to the far side of the moon. Although uncertain, he refrained from removing the talisman, instead tucking it into his collar before succumbing to slumber, for on the morrow, they would set forth towards the inner ring. The following day, as Han Su and his companions awakened, Nan Gongyu let out a resounding sneeze that astonished them all. Chu Fei gazed at Nan Gongyu with a look of intrigue, suggesting, "You should check your temperature to see how you are faring." At that moment, the three of them were the only inhabitants on the moon's far side, each of them a vital player in their lunar exploration, indispensable to the mission. However, Nan Gongyu waved her hand dismissively, stating, "It is impossible for any virus or bacteria to survive here. Should there be any, I would consider falling ill a fortunate occurrence." Han Su nodded in agreement. In the vacuum of space, virtually no life could endure, let alone viruses or bacteria. Thus, it was improbable for Nangongyu to catch a cold, perhaps only due to dust. Yet, even that seemed almost impossible, for the supply capsule was a completely sterile and dust-free environment, devoid of any contaminants unless they were brought in from the lunar surface. Should it be discovered that bacteria or viruses existed on the moon's surface, it would represent a groundbreaking revelation in the field of biology. Even such a discovery would render their journey worthwhile. This was merely a minor episode. Although the trio experienced a momentary tension, it was inconceivable that their work would cease due to a single sneeze. Nangongyu briefly noted a few remarks in the mission log, while Hansu and his companions donned their spacesuits. With a nod from Nangongyu, they promptly departed from the supply module. They equipped themselves with materials and tools for constructing a rudimentary cableway before setting off. As they exited the supply module, Hansu glanced at the sky. The visor of his helmet was tinted dark, effectively shielding his eyes from the sun's harmful rays. The previous day, upon entering the supply module, the sun had been high in the sky, and it remained so now, with the same expected for the next 10 days. The lunar day-night cycle spans 27 days, with each day or night lasting 14 days. After leaving the supply module, the trio commenced their ascent, their prior climbing experience rendering this endeavor particularly effortless. Upon reaching the summit of the outer ring mountain, they immediately began erecting the cableway station, a task made simple by the fact that all necessary materials were collapsible. They merely needed to insert the base into the ground, whereupon 4 blades would spring forth from the foundation, securing it firmly in place. Next, they unfurled the solar panels, taking advantage of the 14 days of daylight. After all, solar energy was too valuable to waste. Once the cableway station was completed, the 3 began hauling the steel cable toward the inner ring mountain. The height of the inner ring mountain was roughly half that of the outer ring, and they reached its summit in just an hour. However, the inner ring mountain was entirely shrouded in the shadow of the outer ring, necessitating the activation of the miniature flashlight located on their helmets. Under the illumination of the flashlight, they commenced the construction of the cableway station. Hansu took a moment to glance into the depths of the inner ring mountain, which lay shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. The entire inner mountain range was not extensive, resembling a volcanic crater. Its interior enveloped in pitch-black obscurity, and prolonged observation induced a sense of unease. Once the trio had successfully erected the cableway station, installing the winch and steel cables, they subsequently attached the pulley. Thus, a rudimentary cableway, suitable for operation on the lunar surface and possessing a modest load capacity, was established. Nangongyu was the first to utilize it. He retrieved the towing rope and secured himself to the pulley. As the machinery whirred to life, the pulley began to glide slowly towards the outer ring mountain. Within mere seconds, Nangongyu found himself suspended in midair, while Hansu and Chu Fei observed intently. The entire process unfolded without incident, and Nangongyu successfully reached the summit of the outer ring mountain. For safety precautions, the cableway was designed to accommodate only 1 person at a time. In emergencies, it could support 3. But such usage was contingent upon the lunar environment due to its lower gravity. After Chu Fei glided across, it was Hansu's turn. He followed suit, attaching the towing rope to the pulley before ascending onto the cableway, drifting towards the outer ring mountain. Once his feet left the ground, Hansu felt the lunar gravity, which was remarkably light, imparting a sensation akin to floating. As he traversed 2 craters, he gazed down into the abyss of darkness, a peculiar feeling washing over him. Hansu nodded. Indeed, he had experienced a fleeting sensation of soaring through the air. However, while listening to Nangongyu speak, he discerned a slight hoarseness in his voice, leaving him curious about the cause. Chu Fei glanced at the time displayed on the monitor and remarked, "In just 24 hours, the spacecraft from Country M will launch. We have only a day left. After all, I am considerably younger than they are." Hansu immediately inquired, "Captain, what's wrong?" Chapter 6. Emptiness. The sudden illness of Nangongyu and Chu Fei left Hansu feeling somewhat at a loss, as this situation was unforeseen in their plans. No one could have anticipated that 2 lunar expedition members would fall on the moon. What virus could possibly survive in such a vacuum? They had only brought standard medications, lacking any specific antidotes. Who could have imagined that bacteria and viruses existed on the moon? As Nangongyu and Chu Fei collapsed unexpectedly, Hansu administered some common medications and fresh water to them, only to soon feel a tickle in his throat himself. Could it be a virus? A sense of dread washed over him. A virus capable of surviving on the moon would be terrifying indeed. At that moment, Han-Su found himself unable to communicate with the command center on Earth, and without any specialized medicine at hand. He could only watch helplessly as Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei succumbed to their ailments and drifted into unconsciousness. Before long, he too began to feel discomfort in his throat. This transformation was the most despairing. Han-Su even sensed that their lunar mission might ultimately fail, that they could perish here. This was not mere pessimism, but a grim forecast of reality. They had lost any chance of a second attempt, as the people from Country M would seize their work. Even utilizing the cableway they had constructed. Han-Su, press on. Continue the mission. Seemingly attuned to Han-Su's thoughts, Nan Gongyu abruptly grasped Han-Su's arm and, with great difficulty, uttered, I entrust you with the captain's authority. You must carry out the mission on our behalf. The lunar landing initiative is of paramount importance. Given that 2 out of the 3 have fallen ill, it is imperative that the sole healthy individual perseveres with the task. Chu Fei interjected, although we are unwell, we are still capable of remote communication. We shall guide you from the supply capsule. Han-Su remained silent for a moment before responding. If we prolong this situation, you are likely to perish. Continuing the mission would mean that the two would remain here without any medical attention, exacerbating their conditions, potentially to an uncontrollable extent. Moreover, a more dire threat loomed. Personnel from M country may have already arrived. Nan Gongyu's resolve was unwavering. He had issued a new directive, relinquishing his captaincy to Han-Su. With no choice but to accept this burden, Han-Su steeled himself to proceed with the mission. After a night of restless slumber, Han-Su awoke alone and assessed the conditions of Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei, only to discover that both were utterly incapable of undertaking the impending responsibilities. Chu Fei had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Nan Gongyu, though still conscious, struggled to articulate words. The agony etched upon his face suggested that slipping into complete oblivion might be a merciful relief. Nevertheless, Nan Gongyu clung to his formidable willpower, laboriously raising 2 fingers to communicate with Han-Su through text. Han-Su, complete the mission. Han-Su nodded in acknowledgement, then donned the helmet of his spacesuit and departed from the supply capsule. Today is September 14th, 2030, marking the 4th day of the lunar mission and the 3rd day since landing on the moon. Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei have succumbed to an unknown virus, and I, Han-Su, have assumed the role of captain. I have departed from the supply module, and my next objective is to journey to the center of the inner ring mountain to ascertain what lies within its depths. Han-Su placed a hand upon his chest. Through the confines of his spacesuit, he could feel nothing tangible, yet he was acutely aware that the talisman he carried had afforded him some measure of protection, preventing him from falling ill as severely as Nan Gongyu and the others. He commenced his ascent, feeling a slight ache in his lungs and throughout his muscles. This sensation was subtle, yet mirrored the symptoms experienced by Nan Gongyu, albeit with far greater intensity on her part. Strangely, Han-Su felt invigorated today. His movements were agile, and climbing seemed remarkably effortless. He found that he could leap astonishingly high, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, and his stamina appeared to have significantly improved. This peculiar transformation left him somewhat bewildered. However, it was undoubtedly advantageous for the tasks that lay ahead. He soon reached the summit of the outer ring mountain, then traversed via cable car to the inner ring mountain. At that moment, a message appeared on his helmet. Exercise utmost caution. There are unknown entities present here. This was a communication from Nan Gongyu, who, despite her own debilitating pain, persevered through the discomfort that threatened to overwhelm her. Han-Su's symptoms were indeed mild, and he sensed that rather than succumbing to the infection, he had somehow been enhanced. His physical capabilities elevated to a remarkable degree. Yet, Han-Su did not exhibit arrogance, nor did he dare to act recklessly. He cautiously activated the flashlight on his helmet, and under its beam, he began to advance slowly towards the heart of the inner ring mountain. Descending at a measured pace, each step brought him closer to the center, surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness and an oppressive silence that made his heart race. Fortunately, the connection with the supply capsule remained intact, and Nan Gongyu messaged again, continue onward. Do not worry. Through the camera of his spacesuit helmet, Nan Gongyu could observe the same sights as Han-Su, yet the images captured offered no substantial guidance, for they discovered nothing of significance in this desolate expanse. The descent did not take long, and soon Han-Su reached the core of the double-ringed mountains. Referencing the positioning system, Nan Gongyu inquired via text, you have arrived at the center of the crater. Have you found anything? Han Su surveyed his surroundings, but all he could see was the unremarkable lunar surface, yielding no discoveries. No, there is nothing. He shook his head. Here, he found no signs, no revelations. All rumors, all speculations, all legends halted at this point. The far side of the moon revealed nothing. The very center of the double-ringed mountains remained shrouded in shadow, impervious to the probing of the lunar exploration spacecraft, which had circled the moon countless times. While other areas had been thoroughly mapped, this place remained an abyss of darkness. Thus, the lunar spacecraft deployed the lunar rover, intending to utilize it to investigate the circumstances here. However, an eerie occurrence transpired the moment the rover arrived. It severed communication with the command center on Earth, leaving those on Earth devoid of any substantial information. In pursuit of clarity, the manned lunar landing program was expedited. At this juncture, Han Su personally ventured to this desolate realm, a living soul with his feet firmly planted on the lunar surface, his eyes witnessing the desolation. Yet, he discovered nothing, absolutely nothing. Chapter 7. Unearthing secrets. There were no alien bases as rumored online, nor were there any ancient relics. Only the solid ground and some lunar rocks remained. Nevertheless, Han Su adamantly refused to accept such a conclusion. The disruption of signals, the scalding of the protective talisman, the illness afflicting his team, all heralded that this place was extraordinary. Yet, at present, it was undeniably barren, making it difficult to believe that nearly 7 years of preparation culminated in such a disheartening outcome. This left both Han Su and Ne Gongyu, who was suffering in the supply capsule, enveloped in silence. Unable to establish communication with the Earth Command Center, they found themselves at a loss regarding their next course of action. Abruptly, Han Su was struck by a vision, a grayish-white satellite orbiting a cerulean planet, when suddenly, a colossal meteorite hurtled toward it, crashing violently upon the satellite. A terrifying impact stirred a cloud of dust, forming a crater. As time passed, the meteorite became enshrouded in dust, giving rise to a large pit. Countless years later, another meteor fell from the heavens, striking precisely within this crater, subsequently creating a second, slightly smaller ring. Over the years, this smaller meteorite too became cloaked in dust. In that instant, Han Su grasped the situation. He promptly opened his portable toolbox and retrieved a shovel and a folding iron tube. After a simple assembly and connection, a small shovel materialized in his hands. He then commenced his excavation of the lunar surface. The lunar soil consisted of fine particles, perhaps due to the absence of moisture. The dust had not coalesced into dense earth. Each scoop felt akin to shoveling sand, rendering the task effortless for him. Whether it was the diminished gravity or an enhancement of his physical capabilities, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. In contrast to the frail Nangong Yu and Chu Fei, this transformation was indeed intriguing. Observing Han Su's excavation, Nangong Yu refrained from further commentary. Lacking first-hand experience, he found it difficult to draw additional conclusions. During this time, he had succumbed to intense pain and fainted multiple times, each time reviving through sheer willpower. It was not until several hours later that he was roused by a sharp, resonant sound. It is possible that the sound emanated when Han Su's shovel made contact with a hard object, traveling along the iron pipe and through the air within his spacesuit, ultimately reaching the communicator, which relayed the signal to the supply module and translated it into sound for Nangong Yu to hear. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot propagate. However, if objects remain in contact, sound can traverse through them. Yet, in reality, Han Su, present at the scene, heard nothing. He merely felt a jolt in his hand, as if he had unearthed something solid. What Nangong Yu perceived was likely a figment of his imagination, but regardless, both individuals displayed expressions of surprise. They had unearthed something. Han Su nodded, aware that the oxygen levels in his spacesuit were dwindling. Today had already pushed his limits, and ordinarily, they would have reached a critical low by this time. He provided them with fresh water and sustenance before commencing his own meal and hydration. Today marked a significant breakthrough. He believed he had excavated a hard object, uncertain whether it was a meteorite or something else entirely. Han Su felt relatively well, having consumed a considerable amount of food and possessing a hearty appetite. Nangong Yu could still only communicate through typing, stating, "I heard a sound. It must be some form of metal. Perhaps it is a creation of an extraterrestrial civilization. If so, the significance of this lunar expedition would be extraordinary." "You heard a sound?" Han Su questioned, perplexed, for he had heard nothing. Nangong Yu laboriously nodded. Han Su, in confusion, remarked, "Sound cannot travel in a vacuum. It is bone conduction. My hearing has suddenly become remarkably acute. Nagongyu struggles to type, while I can now perceive the rhythmic beating of your heart. This revelation leaves Hansu in disbelief, as several individuals who have arrived here seem to assume that some mysterious alteration has taken place. Hansu gathers his belongings, preparing to depart immediately, when suddenly, Chu Fei awakens. Upon regaining consciousness, she opens her mouth to express something, yet her throat, akin to being sliced, prevents her from doing so. Hansu promptly hands her a pen and paper, and Chu Fei laboriously scribbles 10 shaky characters, extract cells for observation using a microscope. She coughs painfully, her body desperately craving hydration, yet her foremost thought is to extract her own cells for examination. At this moment, she harbors grave suspicions that the bodies of the three have been invaded by an unknown entity. Hansu experiences a moment of clarity. He realizes the situation and, fortunate enough to possess some foundational knowledge of chemical experiments, swiftly opens Chu Fei's toolbox. He locates cotton swabs and test tubes, using the cotton swabs to extract oral mucosa from Nagongyu, Chu Fei, and himself. He then places each sample on a slide and submits them to an electron microscope for analysis. The formidable magnifying power of the electron microscope allows Hansu to observe the nuclei and mitochondria of the mucosal cells, and upon closer inspection, he discovers minute black dots within these cells. These black dots are distributed within the cells, particularly surrounding the mitochondria. To Hansu's astonishment, these dots exhibit orderly movement, seemingly facilitating the absorption of nutrients and the release of energy by the cells. Initially, Hansu believed these to be some form of virus. However, these dots do not invade the cell nucleus nor do they damage the cell. They merely infiltrate the mitochondria and reproduce autonomously. It is challenging for Hansu to comprehend the phenomenon occurring within his cells at a microscopic level. Yet, for him, this transformation appears to yield only benefits without any drawbacks. Furthermore, after comparing the mucosal cell conditions of himself, Nagongyu, and Chu Fei, Hansu discerned the distinctions among them. Chapter 8. The Creation of the Dome. What exactly are these small black dots? Hansu has adjusted the magnification of the electron microscope to its maximum, allowing him to observe only the small dots, yet he cannot ascertain their true form. Hansu conveyed the situation to Nagongyu and Chu Fei, stating, "Our bodies have been invaded by an unknown entity, yet it is neither a virus nor bacteria. This enigmatic presence does not attack the nuclei of our cells, but rather infiltrates the mitochondria, enabling our cells to release greater amounts of energy." Chufi opened her mouth as if to speak, but the pain in her throat was too severe. Hansu continued, "Indeed, the reason for your widespread discomfort lies in your immune system's rejection of these dark spots. Your cells are, in fact, intact. However, your immune system appears to disagree. The reason your bodily functions remain unaffected is that these tiny dark spots are currently repairing the cells attacked by your immune system. In conclusion, you are in immense pain but are not in any mortal danger." Both Nagongyu and Chufi were taken aback by Hansu's conclusion. Realizing that their immune system had hindered them, Hansu added, "For reasons unknown, my immune system seems to accept these dark spots, which is why I do not exhibit any unusual symptoms and my physical condition has improved significantly." The notion of these dark spots plunged the group into deep contemplation. Amid their afflictions, Nagongyu and Chufi fell into a profound slumber, while Hansu began donning his spacesuit. Exiting the supply capsule, he equipped himself with a compact excavation device from the storage room and set his course for the center of the inner ring mountain. In recent days, the far side of the moon had been under continuous daylight, allowing Hansu to persist with his mission as long as he did not feel fatigued. Despite carrying an excavation device, he felt remarkably unburdened as he navigated his way to the center of the inner ring mountain, where he commenced the installation of the equipment. This excavation device was not significantly more advanced than a simple shovel. Its sole advantage lay in its ability to convert manual labor into electrical power, thereby greatly enhancing excavation efficiency. Hansu first unfolded the solar panels, utilizing them to charge the backup batteries of the electric excavating equipment. Meanwhile, he grasped the excavator and commenced his digging endeavors. The electrically powered excavating apparatus was remarkably efficient, and before long, Hansu unearthed an object radiating a metallic sheen. He promptly halted the excavator and gently brushed away the dust from the metallic artifact, revealing a smooth surface beneath. A new discovery. Both Hansu and his companions, Nagongyu and Chu Fei, situated in the supply capsule, were filled with exhilaration as they watched Han Su meticulously clear the dust from this extraordinary metallic object, unveiling its remarkable smoothness. Such an object could not have formed naturally in the wild, suggesting it was likely a relic of an extraterrestrial civilization, making the acquisition of this artifact profoundly significant for them. Han Su resumed his excavation, aware that pausing was not an option. The electric excavator continued its toil, and after an hour of relentless work, the power was depleted. Without hesitation, Han Su replaced the battery and persevered. Yet again, after another hour, the battery was exhausted, forcing him to halt. At this juncture, most of the ground had been excavated, revealing a colossal domed metallic structure beneath Han Su's feet. Although much of this structure remained concealed, the exposed section alone indicated its immense scale. He meticulously brushed away the dust from the object, and through the sensation of his fingers, he discerned its remarkable smoothness. However, during the process of his examination, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a recess. It was an unexpected discovery for Han Su. As his fingers suddenly sank into the surface, he realized he had uncovered a dust-laden indentation. He promptly cleared the dust away, revealing a hexagonal groove. The instant he beheld this recess, a memory of his talisman surged to the forefront of his mind. Indeed, his talisman was hexagonal, and its dimensions appeared to correspond with those of the groove. Yet, clad in his spacesuit, it was impossible for him to remove it and make a comparison. As the leader of the Lunar expedition team, Nangongyu was certainly aware of Han Su's talisman. Thus, upon witnessing the recess, he immediately associated it with Han Su's protective charm. Han Su gasped in surprise. "Captain, you can speak?" Nangongyu, weakly seated on the bed, beckoned to Han Su. Although only slightly older than Han Su, his tone in that moment resonated with the gravitas of a grandfather. Over a century ago, a scholar from Johannesburg University proposed an intriguing concept known as the theory of the web of all things, suggesting that everything in existence is interconnected, with an attraction binding people to one another and objects to objects, making encounters and collisions an inevitability. Nangongyu struggled to articulate his thoughts, yet he appeared markedly improved compared to before. Han Su nodded. "It resembles a theory of fate." Nangongyu weakly extended a finger, directing it towards the location of the protective talisman on Han Su's chest. "Why, as a substitute, are you here? Why do you wear that talisman? Why has your body not exhibited any signs of affliction?" "It is all due to that gravity." A scholar posited that this gravity exists in five-dimensional space, sufficient to elucidate the essence and operational laws of all things in the universe. Han Su nodded in agreement, remarking, "It bears a striking resemblance to the Tao proposed by Laozi." He found himself perplexed by Nangongyu's sudden, cryptic musings, perhaps a result of the elevated fever muddling her thoughts. At that moment, Chu Fei, who had been lying on the bed, interjected with a raspy voice. "Over 70 years ago, a naval officer from the United States tossed an empty Coke bottle into the sea while passing by Guinea. Subsequently, this bottle drifted with the waves to the shores of the African continent." Chapter 9. Entering the spaceship with her condition improving. Chu Fei narrated a tale to Han Su. It was about an empty glass Coke bottle, carelessly discarded by a naval soldier into the ocean, which eventually washed ashore on the beaches of Africa, where it was discovered by a local tribesman. Gradually, the members of the tribe came to regard this Coke bottle as a divine gift, adorning it with totems and offering their reverence through rituals. The tale of Chu Fei is succinct yet imparts a profound lesson to Han Su. He retrieved the talisman and examined it meticulously, stating, "A piece of refuse cast aside by a superior civilization may transform into a sacred artifact for an inferior one. Perhaps what we seek to uncover is merely a discarded soda bottle from a higher civilization, and this talisman may just be a bottle cap." The conditions of Nangongyu and Chu Fei have significantly improved. They are now capable of hydrating and nourishing themselves. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the resurgence of their immune systems or a reconciliation with the black spots. In any case, their situation is steadily ameliorating. The trio continues to rest, while the sky outside the supply pod remains illuminated. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Han Su donned his spacesuit once more and set forth. On September 15, 2030, the fourth day post-moon landing, Nangongyu and Chu Fei showed signs of recovery, yet were still unable to undertake missions. Time pressed heavily upon him, and he could no longer afford to wait for their full restoration. Thus, he resolved to proceed alone towards the inner ring mountains. Han Su extracted the talisman and positioned it within the corresponding recess. The hexagonal talisman fit perfectly, and in that instant of placement, A series of blue lines emerged upon the metallic construct beneath his feet, as if a switch had been flipped, completing an electrical circuit. Once the talisman nestled into the recess, the entire metallic entity appeared to come to life. Immediately, the entire metallic structure began to tremble, causing Han Su to lose his balance and fall to the ground. He felt the metallic entity beneath him rising steadily. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet and leaped towards the edge of the structure. Within mere seconds, it ascended, showering him with a cascade of lunar dust from all around. Before him materialized a rectangular blue portal, pulsating with radiant azure light. A beam emanated from the portal, scanning Han Su, rendering him momentarily motionless. Once the scanning was completed, the blue gateway swung open abruptly, unleashing a torrent of tumultuous air that nearly toppled Han Su. However, after a few moments, the gusts ceased abruptly. It was then that Han Su discerned the interior configuration. The blue portal revealed a rectangular chamber, akin in size to an elevator, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. He even speculated that it might indeed be an elevator, facilitating passage into the depths of the metallic structure. Perhaps this creation was a spacecraft, after all. At that moment, Nangong Yu's hoarse voice resonated. The closer the levels of civilization, the easier it is to comprehend one another. Primitive people would not recognize a soda bottle, yet those from the medieval era could perceive it as a container. Han Su grasped Nangong Yu's implication. Had primitive individuals stumbled upon this site, they would never conceive of it as an elevator-like contraption. However, now that humanity had the capability to carry out manned lunar missions, the existence of an elevator was within their comprehension. This indicated that the technological gap between them was not insurmountably vast. As Han Su finished speaking, he stepped inside, entering a rectangular space. The moment he crossed the threshold, the door to the space abruptly sealed shut, severing his connection to the outside world. Suddenly, Han Su perceived a fleeting blur before his eyes, as if countless tiny black dots danced before him, only to be replaced by clarity moments later, accompanied by the sound of machinery whirring to life. It turned out that when the door closed, the space became filled with gas, and the abrupt change in pressure had induced a brief illusion. But was it truly an illusion? As Han Su pondered this, the rectangular space he occupied began to plummet, its descent so swift that it caught him off guard. Fortunately, his physical prowess had significantly improved, allowing him to quickly regain his balance. With a crisp sound, he sensed the space come to a halt, and having anticipated this, he remained calm. Soon after, the door of the rectangular space swung open, revealing a slender tunnel before him. At that moment, Han Su was convinced that the apparatus he had just traversed was indeed an elevator, albeit a rather vigorous one, more suited for transporting goods than passengers. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the elongated tunnel, and the instant his foot touched the ground, the floor beneath him began to move forward, confirming his suspicions. This elevator was intended for cargo, and the pathway he stood upon was likely a conveyor belt. The moment he stepped on, it recognized the presence of a load and activated automatically. This inevitably prompted Han Su to ponder a series of conjectures. What exactly is this place, and what purpose does it serve? As Han Su contemplated these questions, 2 mechanical arms suddenly emerged ahead, their ends equipped with a peculiar device radiating a brilliant blue light. A beam of light coursed through the apparatus, growing increasingly luminous. Startled, Han Su immediately entertained a possibility. Could this be a mineral processing station? No sooner had he conceived this thought than the glowing blue device abruptly aimed itself at him, and a searing sensation permeated the air. Alarmed, Han Su swiftly evaded to the side, just as the machine unleashed a white laser that grazed his spacesuit by mere millimeters. Before he could exhale in relief, a formidable shredder materialized before him, obstructing the tunnel and leaving him no avenue for escape. He had no choice but to somersault out of the tunnel, plunging into the profound darkness below. Chapter 10. Inside the spaceship, Han Su had been out of contact with the supply pod for over an hour. Nangong Yu and Chu Fei, anxiously confined within the supply pod, felt utterly helpless. They could not reach Han Su, and given their current physical conditions, venturing into the inner mountain to rescue him was impossible. Moreover, individuals from Country M had undoubtedly landed on the moon. Time was pressing, affording them little opportunity for reflection. In this moment, they could only silently pray for Han Su's safety. Meanwhile, Han Su gradually regained consciousness from his stupor. The instant he awakened, he promptly checked for any damage to the helmet he was wearing. He had just leaped down from a mineral processing tunnel, plummeting several meters. Had this been on Earth? he would likely have faced severe injury or even death. However, this was the moon, where gravity was merely 1/7 that of Earth's, and thus, Hansu emerged relatively unscathed. Nonetheless, upon crashing onto the floor, he faintly perceived the sound of shattering glass, which piqued his concern. Indeed, upon illuminating the darkness with his flashlight, he discovered a crack on the glass visor of his helmet, causing his heart to race momentarily. Fortunately, he did not feel any suffocation. In fact, he felt remarkably alert, and the oxygen levels within his spacesuit showed no signs of decline. This could only indicate the presence of air outside the suit, enriched with oxygen. Deciding to remove his helmet, he took a deep breath of the surrounding air, experiencing no discomfort. It appeared unnecessary for Hansu to squander the oxygen within his suit. Utilizing the beam of his flashlight, he began to survey his surroundings. Before him lay a labyrinth of intricate tunnels, each emanating a faint glow. Overall, there were 3 distinct hues of light: blue, red, and green. While Hansu was observing, he suddenly noticed that the elevator which had brought him here opened once more. Subsequently, a lunar rock, approximately the size of a soccer ball, was delivered into the chamber, moving along a conveyor belt until, moments later, it was positioned beneath the laser emitter that had targeted him. In the next moment, the laser emitter unleashed a searing beam that swiftly sliced the rock into several small cubes, which were subsequently fed into a crushing machine. Hansu could distinctly hear the unsettling sound of the rock being pulverized, sending a chill down his spine. Had he not reacted promptly, he would have met the same fate as that rock. He continued to observe, and soon noticed that the elevator was incessantly transporting lunar rocks of various sizes, all of which were subjected to the merciless cutting of the laser and the crushing machine. Moments later, all the tunnels emitting a blue glow sprang to life, busily transporting lunar rocks to a decomposition station where they underwent the processes of laser cutting and pulverization. Over a minute later, the tunnels glowing red also began to operate. Albeit with a difference, they carried the pulverized dust to a peculiar machine, from which emanated a chilling sound. A few minutes later, the tunnel's radiating green light became operational as well, transporting crystalline blocks from the strange machine. It dawned on Hansu that these tunnels and instruments were part of an automated system designed to decompose and compress lunar rocks into these crystalline blocks. What could this possibly be? Hansu's gaze instinctively followed the crystalline cubes as they were transported to another room, and driven by curiosity, he ventured inside. Half a minute later, he found himself in an entirely new chamber, where he beheld a colossal cylindrical structure radiating a faint blue luminescence, accompanied by vibrations and a pulse-quickening sound. The cylindrical structure featured a square aperture, into which cubic crystals were being individually fed, and shortly thereafter, a sound indicative of energy transmission resonated throughout the room. Through exploration and analysis, Hansu gradually discerned the essence of his surroundings. It was evident that the previous chamber functioned as a mineral processing center, capable of refining minerals and compressing them into energy crystals, while this chamber served as an energy generation hub, facilitating the release of energy from the crystals to supply other centers. Indeed, as Hansu contemplated this, the pathway ahead began to illuminate gradually, seemingly due to the energy supply that had transformed this previously obscure location into a place of light. Hansu advanced step by step, and before long, he encountered another room, one that was significantly brighter than the previous 2. The walls of this chamber were adorned with light fixtures that emitted a soft glow, inducing a sense of drowsiness within him. Within this room stood 8 cubic devices, each equipped with a structure reminiscent of an aquarium, filled with clear water, yet devoid of fish. Instead, they contained only clusters of green, plush spheres. These verdant, plush orbs, scarcely larger than a fingernail, began to undulate animatedly as the lights illuminated the space. Simultaneously, the aquarium's base gradually expelled a peculiar crimson liquid. Within mere seconds, these fuzzy green spheres expanded to the size of ping-pong balls. Subsequently, 8 mechanical arms extended from the ceiling of the room, each terminating in a device reminiscent of an excavator's bucket. This apparatus descended into the aquarium, seizing the enlarged green orbs and transporting them to an adjacent chamber above. Driven by an insatiable curiosity to unveil the mysteries of this extraordinary creation, Hansu leapt forward and grasped one of the mechanical arms, which effortlessly hoisted him to a new chamber above. This vast room was filled with an array of colossal machinery, all springing to life upon the restoration of energy supply. Simultaneously, Hansu noticed peculiar devices affixed to the walls, radiating a warm, red glow. As he approached one of these glowing contraptions, he was enveloped by a comforting warmth, evidently a heating apparatus, he surmised. Before him lay an abundance of equipment whose names and functions eluded him, all whirring into action. While he could not fully comprehend the intricacies of it all, he was resolute in his determination to continue exploring this enigmatic environment. Upon entering the vast chamber, Hansu discovered that there were passageways on all sides, front, back, left, and right. Driven by curiosity, he ventured into one of the passages ahead. Chapter 11. Communication disrupted on the third day following their illness. Nangongyu and Chu Fei had finally regained their basic health. However, their concerns for the missing Hansu persisted. Nangongyu remarked, "We have largely recovered our health. It is time to proceed to the inner ring mountains." Chu Fei nodded in agreement and retrieved the medical kit from the storage area. At that moment, a terrifying message suddenly arrived. "We have lost contact with the lunar module." Nangongyu intended to check on the lunar module's operational status, but his communicator abruptly lost the signal from the module. Chu Fei's eyes widened in alarm as she quickly took out her own communicator, only to discover that it too had lost the signal from the lunar module. It must be the people from Country M. Nangongyu furrowed his brow, calculating the timing. Indeed, they should have arrived on the moon by now. Remaining composed, he stated, "Seizing our lunar module and cutting off our escape route is a far more effective strategy than a direct assault." Chu Fei anxiously inquired, "What shall we do now?" Nangongyu immediately began to gather supplies, declaring, "We have but one option left. We must promptly take all the supplies we can carry and seek out Hansu." Both Nangongyu and Chu Fei speculated that the individuals from Country M had discovered and taken control of their lunar module, effectively cornering them. Their only remaining choice was to venture into the alien artifact that Hansu had activated. There lies their only path to survival. On September 16, 2030, the fifth day following their lunar landing, Hansu had been missing for 17 hours and 26 minutes, and we were unable to establish contact with our lunar module. We suspected that individuals from Nation M had seized control of our vessel. However, both Chu Fei and I were in relatively good health. At this moment, we resolved to proceed towards the Inner Ring Mountains to initiate a search and rescue operation. Should any misfortune befall Hansu, Chu Fei and I would persist with our mission. This was indeed our sole option. Donned in their spacesuits, they departed from the supply module and made their way towards the Inner Ring Mountains. They carried a substantial amount of survival provisions and hemostatic supplies, even bringing an extra spacesuit. Chu Fei inquired, "Is it truly necessary to bring an additional spacesuit? If Hansu's suit is damaged, he would undoubtedly be unable to endure in such an environment." Nangongyu turned, casting a glance towards the direction of the lunar module, and replied, "Better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. Moreover, it is not only Hansu who may require it. We might find ourselves in need as well." He was acutely aware that the individuals from Nation M were likely advancing towards them at full speed, for amidst a grave affliction, they had evidently closed the gap. Following a brief exchange, the two began their ascent of the Outer Ring Mountains. During their climb, they discovered a remarkable enhancement in their physical capabilities. Not only did they feel no fatigue throughout the ascent, but their speed had also increased threefold compared to before. This transformation took them by surprise. After clenching his fist, Nangongyu remarked, "Indeed, the far side of the moon conceals some profound secrets." Chu Fei twitched her nose and remarked, "The ominous premonition lingers. It seems that some peril is lurking nearby." The two ascended to the summit of the Inner Ring Mountain via the cableway, subsequently activating the flashlights and cameras affixed to their helmets. With the dim light of the flashlights, they finally glimpsed a corner of the colossal object resting within the Inner Ring Mountain, a pristine, smooth, disc-shaped structure. Beneath the disc, 8 elevator doors emanating a blue glow awaited. Nangongyu immediately furrowed his brow, stating, "Hansu must have lost contact with us after entering these peculiar doors." At that moment, Chu Fei's astonishment was palpable. She incredulously exclaimed, "Extraterrestrial creations truly exist. This must be some apparatus left by an alien civilization. How unbelievable." Nangongyu scrutinized the blue elevator doors, asserting, "Hansu must have entered this device. Although we have lost communication with him, it does not necessarily imply that he is in mortal danger." Unable to contain her excitement, Chu Fei urged, "We should enter this device at once. It may harbor technologies beyond our imagination or even intelligent life forms." In stark contrast to Chu Fei's exhilaration, Nangongyu's face was marked by concern as he vigilantly scanned their surroundings, oblivious to the fact that Chu Fei had already begun to advance toward the extraterrestrial artifact. Nangang Yu remained exceedingly cautious, aware that contact with otherworldly entities necessitated utmost care, for a single misstep could precipitate dire consequences. Nangang Yu meticulously observed the extraterrestrial construct. Before he could ascertain its harmlessness, a shadow darted into view from behind a blue elevator door, startling him profoundly and prompting an immediate warning to Chu Fei. Chu Fei, take cover. However, upon uttering the warning, he realized that Chu Fei had already descended the inner mountain, inexorably approaching the silvery alien entity. At that juncture, it was too late for her to heed his call, for the figure emerging from the blue elevator was barreling towards her. Chu Fei undoubtedly heard Nangang Yu's caution, yet her reflexes were insufficient. She could only watch as the colossal figure lunged in her direction, panic causing her to collapse onto the ground. This fall, however, fortuitously spared her from a direct encounter with the looming figure, which passed her by as she sat on the ground. It was then that Chu Fei discerned the true nature of the silhouette, a towering robot, at least 2 meters tall, with robust mechanical arms and tracks reminiscent of a tank equipped with articulated limbs. Behind the robot was a compartment akin to the bed of a pickup truck. As the robot brushed past Chu Fei, it proceeded to a massive boulder, deftly lifting it with its sturdy mechanical arms and placing it into the rear compartment. At that moment, both individuals comprehended that the robot harbored no malevolence towards them. Nangang Yu swiftly deactivated the cableway and set it to password mode, thereby preventing any pursuit by the M Nation. Subsequently, Nangang Yu descended from the summit of the inner ring mountain and assisted Chu Fei to her feet. Do not be anxious. This is likely a mining robot, and we can conveniently follow it into the facility. Their connection with the supply capsule had been severed. Chapter 12. Verification System. Nangang Yu spoke with a bitter tone. Our communication with the supply capsule has been disrupted, and you should be well aware of what that signifies. Chu Fei felt a surge of anger coupled with a sense of helplessness. She had not anticipated the speed of the M country's operatives, who showed no mercy. In unison, they turned their gazes towards the elevator door emanating a blue glow, fully understanding that at this moment, they had but one path to pursue. Supporting one another, Nangang Yu and Chu Fei approached the luminous elevator door, which, upon detecting their presence, emitted a beam of blue light and commenced scanning their bodies, inducing an involuntary tension in both. However, in the next instant, the scanning concluded, and the elevator door slid open with a swift motion. Observing this scene and recalling the robotic entity, Chu Fei could not help but inquire, if this passage leads to a mineral processing center, then does that mean Hansu? She hesitated to continue, but Nangang Yu discerned her unspoken fears. Regardless, Nangang Yu declared, we must press onward. Now that we are aware this leads to a mineral processing center, we must exercise caution. Aware that time is of the essence, the two individuals swiftly entered the elevator. The moment the doors closed with remarkable speed, the elevator began its rapid descent. Caught off guard by the sudden drop, they were momentarily startled. But once the elevator reached the bottom, the doors opened to reveal a moving conveyor belt before them. Slowly, they rose from the floor and peered outside the elevator, where a bright mineral processing center greeted their eyes. It was then that they detected Hansu's signal on their communicator. Is Hansu all right? Chu Fei exclaimed in surprise, promptly activating the communicator to call him. However, her attempts were met with silence, the signal seemingly lost in the abyss. A look of concern crossed Nangang Yu's face as he remarked, although we have a signal from Hansu, it does not necessarily mean he is unharmed. We must find him quickly. Chu Fei nodded in agreement, and the two of them stepped out of the elevator. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment in the command center of the spaceship, a discarded spacesuit emitted Chu Fei's voice, yet its occupant remained oblivious. Hansu sat in an enormous chair, his head encased in a helmet twice the size of his own, connected by numerous thick data cables. With his eyes shut tight and a grim expression, he suddenly opened them wide and sighed, another failure. Hansu was endeavoring to navigate the spacecraft, yet the command system bore no resemblance to his preconceived notions. There were neither joysticks nor buttons. Instead, only this telepathic helmet remained. It was evident that the vessel was operated through the consciousness of sentient beings, and this helmet served as the conduit for connecting to that awareness. Hansu surmised this and attempted to don the helmet. Yet he could scarcely anticipate that utilizing it necessitated navigating a rudimentary verification system. Much like logging into certain websites on Earth requires inputting a verification code. Controlling the spacecraft through this helmet also demanded passing through a verification protocol, which was decidedly more intricate than a mere code. Standard account verifications typically involve entering a series of digits displayed in an image, while the verification system aboard this spacecraft presented an exceedingly challenging game that tested memory, reflexes, and judgment. Upon donning the helmet, Hansu prepared to tackle this verification system. As he concentrated, his consciousness plunged into a virtual realm, revealing a vast 3D landscape. This immense space comprised 3 tiers and housed 8 rooms, interconnected by a labyrinth of corridors and staircases, inducing a sense of vertigo with but a single glance. Within this expansive area, there existed only one entrance and one exit, and each of the 8 rooms contained a distinct component. By assembling these parts, one could create a single passenger aircraft. Hansu's task was to enter this space through the entrance, gather all the components, assemble them into a single-person aircraft, and then pilot the aircraft out through the exit. The minigame was not particularly challenging. Yet the time constraint of 30 seconds posed a significant test to Hansu's memory and judgment. He first had to memorize the layout of the 8 rooms within 5 seconds, then devise the optimal route for collecting the parts in his mind, and finally, pilot the single-person aircraft to exit the space, which demanded exceptional reflexes. Moreover, the layout of the 8 rooms varied with each verification, and both the entrance and exit locations were entirely different. This served as a verification code for operating the spacecraft, akin to the verification code used to prevent children from mistakenly logging into a computer account. Similarly, the spacecraft's verification system was designed to prevent inadvertent touches by children. Hansu let out a wry smile. For aliens with brains twice the size of his, such a game was merely a verification system, yet for us Earthlings, it was exceedingly arduous. Does this mean that, in terms of intelligence, we are merely children in comparison to the extraterrestrials? As the game commenced, Hansu quickly memorized the layout of the 8 rooms. With the 5 seconds elapsed, the 3D scenery before him vanished instantaneously, replaced by an entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged into the 3-dimensional space, promptly acquiring the first component, which was a jet propulsion device. Without a moment's thought, Hansu hastily rushed towards the next chamber. He vividly recalled the layout of the first 5 rooms, yet upon ascending the staircase to enter the 4th chamber, he realized he had already been there. His memory had faltered. As the 30 seconds elapsed, Hansu failed to complete the verification system and was ejected, the spacecraft's operating system deeming it a mere misclick. He opened his eyes and sighed. I was too hasty, lacking absolute rationality. With my intellect, it is impossible to master such a game. Memorizing the arrangements of 8 chambers within 5 seconds, devising the optimal route, and then traversing all 8 distinct rooms to assemble the spacecraft and navigate towards the exit within 30 seconds is a formidable task for any Earthling, unless one possesses the extraordinary memory of a genius. Regrettably, Hansu was not that genius. He continued to attempt the challenge. Yet his best result was merely assembling the spacecraft just as the 30 seconds expired, leaving him no time to escape the virtual 3D realm. After numerous attempts, Hansu sighed once more as he exited the virtual space, but at that moment, the communicator left abandoned in his spacesuit suddenly chimed. Chapter 13, The Dedicated One. The sudden ringing of the communicator startled Hansu, but he quickly regained his composure. It was Nangongyu and Chu Fei. They had come to find him. Hansu promptly leaped from the control chair, grasped the communicator within the spacesuit, and declared, Received, received, this is Hansu. Suddenly, there was a 2-second pause in the communicator, followed by Chu Fei's voice filled with surprise. Hansu, are you all right? Where are you? Hansu, equally astonished, replied. I am in the command center, attempting to unlock the control system of this spacecraft. My spacesuit is damaged, preventing me from leaving this place. Where are you? I can come to get you. I am quite familiar with this area now. Upon hearing Hansu's attempt to unlock the spacecraft's control system, both Nangongyu and Chu Fei were momentarily taken aback, their instinctive reaction to such news being disbelief. However, they ultimately chose to trust Hansu. Hansu, the forces from Country M have already seized our lunar module and supply pod. At this very moment, they may have tracked us down to this location. So we cannot afford to waste any more time. Since you are working on unlocking the control system, we will do our utmost to buy you time. We will hold off the forces from Country M for as long as we can, so you must unlock the control system as quickly as possible. Nangongyu's voice remained remarkably composed. After a brief silence, Hansu responded, but there are only 2 of you. while Country M has 10. Nangongyu replied through the communicator, "It does not matter. As long as we can accomplish the mission, every sacrifice will be worthwhile." Hansu recalled the information he had once read about Nangongyu. 10 years his senior, Nangongyu was a key member of the astronaut team. The records depicted him as possessing a strong will and indomitable spirit, characterized by humility, diligence, and a willingness to strive and sacrifice. This assessment was highly regarded. But Hansu had previously dismissed it as merely theoretical, lacking substantial credibility. Now, however, Hansu believes the written evaluation was accurate, perhaps even understated. Confronted with Nangongyu's unwavering resolve, Hansu felt no need for further discussion. Given the presence of the Americans, there was indeed only one course of action left. Nangongyu remained composed and unconditionally trusted Hansu, despite harboring private doubts about how Hansu, with no apparent computer expertise, could decipher the alien spacecraft. Nevertheless, she chose to believe in her comrade at this critical juncture. However, this interaction with Nangongyu and Chu Fei had evidently unsettled Hansu's state of mind. Upon learning that the Americans might have already arrived, Hansu appeared somewhat perturbed, resulting in a decline in his performance. The verification system was an intricate mini-game that severely tested memory, focus, and reflexes. Preoccupation with extraneous matters made it exceedingly difficult to perform optimally. Hansu's current anxiety about the Americans' arrival hindered his ability to exert his full potential, and even at full capacity, completing the mini-game was far from assured. For the alien intellect, completing this game might require only a few seconds, owing to their superior cerebral development and accelerated thought processes. Yet, for the human brain, finishing the mini-game within 30 seconds was exceedingly challenging. At that moment, Hansu perceived not only a technological disparity, but also an intellectual one. Such a spacecraft, equipped solely with a misfire system devoid of any password protection, might be regarded by extraterrestrials as nothing more than a disposable object, akin to a mere beer bottle. Discarded at will, Hansu couldn't help but smile bitterly. After his moment of resignation, he resumed his attempts to navigate the validation system, yet success eluded him persistently. His mounting anxiety only compounded his failures, leading to an increasing number of errors with each endeavor. This was not a challenge that could be conquered merely through diligence or relentless effort. Hansu had to acknowledge that only a genius among humanity could master this validation puzzle. Perhaps the resolute Nangongyu could succeed, or the astute Chu Fei. But he, merely a fortunate mortal, doubted his own capabilities. This self-doubt only exacerbated the mistakes he made during validation, driving him further from success. On 2 occasions, he had opportunities. The first attempt culminated in failure, but after adjusting his mindset and donning a protective talisman, he triumphed on the second try. To focus with unwavering intent is to remain unperturbed by the thunderous roars of the world. Perhaps there are no true geniuses in this realm. Or perhaps everyone possesses a spark of genius. The distinction lies solely in the degree of effort one invests in a pursuit. Gradually, Hansu began to grasp this profound truth. He cleared his mind and channeled all his attention towards the task of navigating the validation system. In that fleeting moment, he felt himself entering a unique state of being, becoming attuned to the faintest of sounds, the gentle hum of the air purifier, the rhythmic operation of the spacecraft's machinery, and the steady cadence of his own heartbeat and flowing blood. Hansu recalled Nangongyu from not long ago. It seemed that she too had once entered a similar state, allowing her to perceive Hansu's voice through bone conduction via the communication device. In truth, since arriving on the far side of the moon, they had not only severed contact with Earth, but had also undergone peculiar physical transformations, gradually affecting their minds as well. As Hansu sensed this transformation, he donned the telepathic helmet and re-entered the validation system. This time, he cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on the task of navigating through the validation system. In that instant, it felt as though a switch to paradise had been flipped within his mind. And as the 3D virtual imagery materialized, the layout and positioning of the 8 rooms were indelibly etched into his memory, with an impeccable optimal route emerging in his mind. Without hesitation, Hansu sprang into action. The sudden surge of cerebral potential propelled his consciousness transmission speed to new heights, akin to the takeoff of an aircraft. Within moments, he traversed the 8 rooms along the optimal route, the entire endeavor consuming merely 10 seconds. This indicated that even if Hansu had erred in his path, he could still complete the validation system. The sensation of mental enlightenment captivated him, and he spent an additional 5 seconds piloting the virtual craft to depart from this realm. Validation system. Successful. Chapter 14. Oxygen concentration. Before Nangong Yu stood a burly man with a beard, his fair skin contrasting with the white astronaut suit he wore. He, along with several other astronauts, encircled Nangong Yu, their suits proudly adorned with the flag of country M on their chests. Several astronauts from M Nation subdued Chufei, brandishing a sharp cone that was pressed against the oxygen apparatus of Chufei's spacesuit. The oxygen concentration within this apparatus was a mere 3. Should I pierce your spacesuit, you would succumb to death within a minute, one of the M Nation astronauts stated coldly in impeccable M-style English. Nangong Yu furrowed her brow. Perceiving her expression, the burly pale-skinned man mistakenly believed his threats had taken effect, oblivious to the fact that Nangong Yu was contemplating the words previously uttered by Han Su. Han Su had mentioned that his space suit had malfunctioned, prompting her to wonder how he managed to survive in an environment with only 3 oxygen concentration. Was it due to the higher oxygen levels at the command center? Or was there another explanation? As she pondered, the burly man with the scruffy beard approached Nangong Yu once more, producing the cone and pressing it against her chest. The end of the cone was fitted with an oval ring, designed for astronauts to grasp while donning their suits, allowing for greater force when thrusting the cone. After all, wielding firearms and aiming while clad in a space suit proved quite challenging. Upon seeing the cone, Nangong Yu realized that M Nation had come prepared. Humanity's weaponry has always been employed against itself, and the sight of this cone left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Before the arrival of the astronaut from the M Nation, he still harbored a flicker of hope, wishing that the astronaut would be a reasonable individual, and that upon discovering the extraterrestrial creation, the astronaut would abandon racial prejudices and choose unity. However, he was mistaken. The astronaut from the M Nation only desired to seize the alien spacecraft. Nangong Yu ceased his futile thoughts, his gaze turning resolute as he articulated in impeccable Chinese. What we fear is not sacrifice, but meaningless sacrifice. What we desire is not dominance, but the unity of all humanity. To the astronaut from the M Nation, if possible, I sincerely hope our 2 nations can collaborate to investigate the technology of this spacecraft, rather than engage in a life-and-death struggle at this moment. The simultaneous translator partially conveyed Nangong Yu's original words, yet upon comprehension, the other party retorted menacingly, "You are stalling for time. Do not think I lack the courage to take action." At that moment, an astronaut from the M Nation thrust a sharp object forcefully into Chufei's spacesuit and yanked it back violently. In the next instant, a substantial tear appeared in her suit, and the oxygen within rushed out into the void. Within seconds, Chufei's face turned ashen, her eyes glazed over in confusion. Nangong Yu furrowed his brow but remained silent. If I am not mistaken, the astronaut from the M Nation callously discarded Chufei onto the floor, watching her succumb slowly to asphyxiation. Yet, had they witnessed the effects of oxygen deprivation before, they would recognize that her demeanor was far from that of a person suffering from such a fate. Those deprived of oxygen, much like those drowning, instinctively gasp for air when their brains are critically starved of oxygen, yet, such an action merely accelerates their demise. However, Chufei displayed no such response. The astronauts from Country M placed immense trust in their oxygen concentration detection instruments. Upon witnessing Chufei completely close her eyes, they all turned their attention to Nangong Yu, leaving Chufei behind. 80 years have passed, and you still resort to sacrificing lives for victory, but I assure you, this tactic is futile. The fair-skinned, muscular man raised his spear, poised to strike, declaring it to be your final opportunity. Speak, and you may yet survive. Nangong Yu chuckled coldly, remarking, "It seems that the battle of 80 years ago has become a nightmare etched into your very bones. You fear us, for history has shown that despite your considerable advantages, you have never triumphed over us." Damn it! The fair-skinned giant's eyes widened, for her words struck at his fragile heart. My grandfather perished in that very battle. With that, the giant forcefully thrust the spear downward, aiming not only to pierce Nangong Yu's spacesuit, but to penetrate his heart. In that moment, Nangong Yu's face bore no trace of terror. He merely cast a sidelong glance behind the astronauts from Country M, where a figure had silently risen. "May you become the first human to be buried on the moon." The fair-skinned giant raised his spear high, ready to deliver a vicious strike. Yet, at that instant, a voice emerged from behind him. "I fear that individual may very well be you." Having spoken, Chufei, who had already removed her spacesuit, suddenly thrust the spike in her hand. The spike pierced the spacesuit of a burly man with fair skin, causing it to leak air uncontrollably in the next moment. Due to the obstructive nature of their spacesuits, which hindered their sight, hearing, and touch, they failed to notice Chu Fei's subtle maneuver. Initially startled by the rupture of her own suit, Chu Fei soon realized that she did not feel any signs of suffocation. Seizing the opportunity, she feigned death and, when the attention of others was diverted, she discreetly removed her cumbersome suit and stealthily acquired the spike from the waist of an astronaut from M country. Clearly, in their haste, the astronauts from M country had not equipped themselves with weapons suitable for combat in the challenging environment of space. Nevertheless, their numbers were 10, and their suits were more advanced. At the moment the burly man's suit was punctured, he felt a constricting sensation, as if someone were throttling his throat. Yet, in the next instant, the emergency sealing mechanism of his suit activated, promptly sealing the breach created by the spike. Despite this, Chu Fei's actions incited considerable panic among the group. How could she remain unscathed in an atmosphere with only 3 oxygen? Nan Gongyue confirmed his suspicions, amidst the widespread alarm. He removed his helmet, a scene that left the astronauts from M country utterly horrified. Their understanding dictated that humans could not survive in air with such a low oxygen concentration, yet both Nan Gongwei and Chu Fei defied their preconceived notions. The astronauts from M country found themselves momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. However, Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei were quick to seize the opportunity, swiftly escaping the encirclement and preparing to flee. They needed to buy more time. Yet, the astronauts from M country were not inclined to grant them such a respite. The robust, fair-skinned man bellowed, "Capture them." Immediately, a throng surged forward, but at that moment, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the spacecraft. Chapter 15. Reclaiming everything. The piercing alarm reverberated through the entire vessel, causing panic to ensue. Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei sought to exploit the chaos to escape. Yet they found themselves firmly surrounded by the numerous astronauts from M country. "Eliminate them," commanded the fair-skinned man, issuing a new directive. A swarm of M country astronauts advanced menacingly towards Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei. Just then, the sound of synchronized mechanical footsteps echoed around them. The crowd turned in alarm towards the source of the sound, the beams from their helmets' flashlights illuminating the surroundings. To their astonishment, they beheld countless towering humanoid robots encircling them. These automatons stood at least 3 meters tall, devoid of weapons, yet their thick, powerful mechanical arms were strikingly prominent. Notably, these robots were equipped with cargo-holding apparatuses on their backs, and their lower halves featured mechanical legs designed for traversing complex terrains rather than treads. This gave them the appearance of labor robots intended for transporting goods. Nevertheless, even unarmed labor robots posed a formidable threat to the astronauts from M country. The towering labor robots advanced relentlessly, and then, without warning, they struck. A group of astronauts from the M nation found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. They dared not fight back, for even the slightest commotion could result in their spacesuits being torn apart, leaving them with no escape from certain doom. Notably, Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei were entirely spared from the assault of the labor robots. This revelation caused the pale-skinned brute to widen his eyes in disbelief. This is impossible. Could it be? Without granting the astronauts from the M nation any further opportunity to react, several labor robots swiftly bound them, as if they were mere cargo. They secured the astronauts to their backs and transported them away from the scene. Subsequently, a passage within the spacecraft illuminated. And Nan Gongyu and Chu Fei immediately discerned that all of this was orchestrated by Han Su. They hastened down the glowing corridor, navigating through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a vast chamber. Inside this room, there were 16 enormous seats, each adorned with a helmet twice the size of a human head. At the center, Han Su lay reclined, donning a colossal helmet. Due to the sheer size of the seats and helmets, Han Su appeared akin to a child playing with oversized tools meant for adults. As he spoke, Han Su removed the helmet from his head and wearily descended from the seat. Chu Fei promptly inquired, "Have you secured those 6 astronauts from the M nation?" Han Su nodded in affirmation. "They have been confined in the storage room. Otherwise, I would not have dared to cease my control over this spacecraft." Han Su remarked, "Certainly. But relying solely on my capabilities, I can only operate 16 robots. Do you see those 16 seats? Each one requires a different individual to utilize them. Only then can we fully harness the efficiency of this mining spacecraft." Nan Gongyu nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Have you obtained ownership of this spacecraft now? If others were to arrive here, could they also operate it?" Han Su's expression grew serious as he replied, "Yes, This is an unprotected ship. It merely has a verification system in place. As long as one can pass the verification, anyone can pilot this spacecraft. Chu Fei immediately nodded in agreement. And she and Nangong Yu swiftly ascended to the pilot's seats, donning their control helmets. During this process, Chu Fei keenly noticed a prominent symbol in the palm of Han Su's left hand, though its meaning eluded her. Once both donned their helmets, they were promptly confronted by the verification system. Han Su cautioned, "You must pass this verification system to operate the spacecraft." Nangong Yu and Chu Fei entered the verification system. But after a minute, they exited with expressions of disbelief. Han Su inquired, "Isn't your spacesuit damaged?" Nangong Yu touched her own suit and replied, "Mine is intact. And we also brought a new spacesuit with us this time. It is more than sufficient." Han Su opened his mouth as if to speak, but remained silent, recalling the 6 American astronauts they had recently apprehended. These astronauts were also clad in spacesuits, yet inexplicably, only Han Su and his 2 companions could endure the 3-oxygen environment, while the Americans could not. Thus, stripping them of their suits would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. Ultimately, Nangong Yu decided against taking the 6 spacesuits, stating, "Let them live. They can serve as bait to lure out the others." With time of the essence, they immediately commenced their operation. Han Su donned the control helmet and directed the mineral transport vehicle away from the spacecraft. The vehicle carried 16 robots, as well as Nangong Yu and Chu Fei, both equipped with spacesuits. The mineral transport vehicle was meticulously designed to navigate a variety of complex terrains. Its treads were exceptionally flexible, allowing it to traverse any landscape. Consequently, the vehicle made swift and steady progress toward the supply module. Chapter 16. A battle of wits. The 16 robots exerted a formidable deterrent effect. The 2 American astronauts inside the lunar module were unable to withstand the pressure. Although they did not comprehend the situation, they were acutely aware of their defeat, having been preempted by their adversaries. After seizing the lunar module, Nangong Yu promptly led his team inside and inspected the propulsion system. He breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that it was undamaged. Chu Fei exhaled in relief. "Fortunately, the thrusters are intact. Otherwise, we would be stranded on the moon." Not long ago, Nangong Yu initially intended to seize the supply capsule. However, Chu Fei quickly realized the implications and advised, "They remain unaware that we have gained control of the spacecraft. Should we capture the supply capsule first, the adversary may resort to desperate measures, potentially sabotaging our lunar module, leaving us in a dire predicament." Upon entering the lunar module, Nangong Yu was confronted with a disheveled warehouse, the supplies within utterly ravaged, provoking a frown from him. While Chu Fei erupted in furious expletives, Chu Fei nodded in agreement. Yet at that moment, a captured astronaut from Country M suddenly sneered, "Though you promptly destroyed our communicator, my comrades are not so foolish as to remain oblivious to our captivity. Thus, your mission shall yield nothing." In response, Nangong Yu produced a seal, effectively silencing both individuals, and promptly donned his spacesuit, accompanied by a robot, as they hastened toward the supply capsule. Meanwhile, Han Su was remotely directing the robot from the command center of the mining ship, coordinating their actions with Nangong Yu, with the mineral transport vehicle racing forward. Nangong Yu and the robot swiftly arrived at the supply capsule, only to find it completely devastated, with the astronauts from Country M nowhere in sight. Indeed, they had resorted to desperate measures. Furrowing his brow, Nangong Yu immediately contacted Han Su. "Han Su, is there any indication of an enemy incursion within the mining ship?" Utilizing the communicator attached to the robot, they maintained seamless communication, whether on the far side of the moon or within the confines of the mining ship. Han Su immediately examined the internal surveillance of the spacecraft, finding no signs of intruders. After Nangong Yu's departure, he had sealed the mining vessel's hatch, leaving only the passage for transporting minerals, which was also under surveillance. The captain of the M Nation astronaut scoffed, "You shall pay a price for your mercy." Nangong Yu and her companions paid him no heed as they departed. Shortly thereafter, the lunar module ignited and ascended from the moon's surface. Minutes later, 2 astronauts from M Nation stealthily approached the survival pod, subsequently breaching its door and opening the airlock. Upon seeing the M Nation astronauts, those inside the pod rejoiced, exclaiming, "I knew you 2 hadn't left." The captain of the M Nation astronauts immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Respect your opponent. We have dealt with all their resources," leaving them no choice but to vacate the moon. This is not due to their folly, but because they are devoid of options. Moreover, they chose not to eliminate us. One astronaut dismissively remarked, "Such mercy is the epitome of foolishness." The 10 of them made their way to the alien spacecraft with familiarity, and within minutes, they arrived at the control room. Gazing at the 16 control seats within, they displayed expressions of astonishment. Without delay, they climbed into the control seats, marveling at the apparatus before them, and donned control helmets that were disproportionately large for their heads, entering the virtual system. However, without exception, their control helmets prompted them to undergo a verification process. The captain of the astronauts from Country M initially perceived the verification system as a trivial challenge. However, upon entering the system, he soon realized it was an insurmountable task for humankind. Oh, what a shock! The captain exited the verification system, utterly incredulous. This was no feat achievable by the human mind. Yet, in that very moment of his departure, he discovered his hands and feet were tightly bound. Subsequently, a pair of hands removed his helmet, revealing that all 9 of his crew members were similarly restrained, while Han Su and his 2 companions stood ominously around him. It was then that he grasped the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, you never left this place. You deceived us." Chapter 17. Return to Earth, you cunning scoundrels. You actually tricked us. The captain felt an intense sense of indignation, yet his limited vocabulary rendered him incapable of articulating a fitting retort. Those sly individuals from Country Z. After 80 years, you have not changed one bit. You even managed to launch your lunar module automatically. Your ruthlessness is astounding. Enough of this nonsense. Han Su yanked the captain from the control seat and reclined in his place, donning the helmet. Mere moments later, control of the spacecraft fell into Han Su's hands. The captain was in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could you unlock the verification system so swiftly?" He was momentarily rendered speechless, as it dawned on him that they had been ensnared by these 3 individuals. It turned out that Nangong Yu had meticulously orchestrated the entire scheme, sparing the 6 astronauts from Country M initially, solely to ensnare the remaining 4. Now, all the astronauts from M Nation have been apprehended, and they have lost all their trump cards. After imprisoning the astronauts, Nangong Yu declared, "Let us disguise this as an accident and eliminate them all." Although the discerning may perceive our actions, without evidence, they are powerless against us. The 10 individuals were confined within a mineral transport vehicle, and subsequently, Han Su commanded the vehicle to advance into the distance until it ran out of energy. Han Su remarked, "I have deactivated the spaceship's signal jamming system, yet we are still unable to establish communication with Earth. This indicates that we have not yet uncovered the reason behind the communication blackout on the far side of the moon." Nangong Yu replied, "As long as we obtain the technology of this spacecraft, we will eventually ascertain the cause and even venture deeper into the cosmos." Chu Fei, do you recall the appearance of the symbol on my palm? Han Su opened his left hand, directing it towards Chu Fei's gaze. Chu Fei was taken aback. "The symbol has changed. It is no longer the same." The docking proceeded seamlessly, and upon successful connection, the 3 of them promptly relocated to the space capsule. Subsequently, Nangong Yu severed the signal transmission between the space capsule and Earth to prevent M Nation from exerting remote control. Under Nangong Yu's guidance, the space capsule departed from the moon's orbit and began its swift journey toward Earth. Han Su gazed at the symbol on his left palm, feeling a sense of unease. Why had the symbol altered? What did its transformation signify? Thank the heavens. We have triumphed. The moon is ours. They, those sacrificed, are all heroes, alas. In this fierce contest, we have been defeated. I cannot fathom what those 3 encountered on the utterly isolated far side of the moon. An elderly researcher lifted his weathered face, gazing into the profound expanse of the starry sky. Dejected, one by one, they departed the command center. Meanwhile, within the command center of Country M, countless individuals erupted in jubilation. They strolled away in camaraderie, merrily heading to the bar to indulge in libations. It was not only them. Even the high-ranking officials of Country M reveled in a symphony of laughter and cheer. They remained oblivious to the fact that their spacecraft was descending towards the territory of Country Z. At this moment, aboard the spacecraft, Han Su and his companions were in the process of descending towards Earth. Han Su raised his left hand to glance at his palm, only to discover that the symbol had inexplicably altered beneath his eyelids, causing him to be utterly astonished. It has changed again. The symbol transformed for the 2nd time. What could this signify? Chu Fei inquired. This symbol, I suspect, represents a number. Han Su, somewhat taken aback, asked, "What number? Is it the distance to the alien spacecraft?" After considering this, he added, It cannot be the distance. It changed once when you departed the lunar surface, and at that time, we were still quite close to the spacecraft. Now, we have already reached Earth when the change occurred, Chu Fei remarked. The intervals between the symbol's two transformations seem to be approximately 4 hours. It appears to resemble a countdown. A countdown. Han Su was struck with profound astonishment. What was this countdown? What did it signify? And what would transpire once it concluded? A wave of concern washed over him. In an instant, the high-ranking officials on both sides were thrown into disarray. The next moment, numerous armed soldiers swiftly surrounded them. Chapter 18. Press conference cease at once. The general commanded the soldiers encircling Han Su to halt. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly rush forward and subdue the three of them. Recognizing Han Su and his companions, the general quickly intervened, prompting the soldiers to lower their weapons. The general approached promptly, expressing his astonishment. I never anticipated that you had seized the spacecraft from Country M. We believed you had perished. They had surmised such a situation, given that they had disabled the spacecraft's communication device to prevent remote control by Country M, thereby severing contact with their homeland. Nangong, you stepped forward, stating, time is of the essence. We have no time for lengthy discussions. We must swiftly devise a second manned lunar landing plan. We must return to the moon in the near term. The general inquired. What exactly lies on the far side of the moon? Nangong, you paused, surveying the multitude present. Ultimately, he refrained from disclosing the circumstances regarding the moon's hidden side. He replied, let us convene a meeting. We shall compile a report on all that we encountered on the moon's far side. After the report, we will likely need to immediately commence our research for the second lunar landing plan. The general nodded and promptly instructed his subordinate, bring over the armored vehicle number 1. Upon returning to the base, the military doctor and nurses conducted a thorough examination of the three individuals. Once the health assessments were completed, they hastened to attend a meeting. Nangong promptly delivered a meticulously prepared report detailing the recent lunar expedition. After the attending leadership had grasped the situation, they swiftly enacted a new plan of action, instructing the immediate initiation of the second manned lunar landing mission. As the meeting concluded, a general approached Han Su and the others, stating, I require you to attend a press conference and inform the media that we discovered nothing on the far side of the moon in order to mislead foreign nations. Nangong nodded and turned to Han Su, saying, Han Su, the press conference is entrusted to you. Han Su raised his left hand to observe the symbol upon it, which had undergone 4 transformations within the past 16 hours. Based on precise calculations, this symbol changes every 4 hours and 3 minutes. Each transformation struck Han Su's heart like a hammer, leaving him breathless. From my analysis, this countdown must be 8, or a multiple thereof, Chu Fei interjected. Han Su accepted the speaking materials handed to him by Nangong, intended for the press conference, to confound foreign nations. The sequence of questions and the content of the statements had been meticulously crafted. After glancing at the materials, he turned to Chu Fei and inquired, why 8? The symbol has already pulsed 4 times. If the countdown is 8, then after 4 more pulses, the countdown will conclude. What will occur when the countdown ends remains a mystery to us all. The press conference remained a necessity. It was improbable that Han Su would succumb to a perpetual daze due to the countdown. He merely hoped for a propitious outcome upon its conclusion. Several staff members regarded them with palpable admiration. Nangong remarked to Han Su, following the press conference, we shall journey to the capital to receive commendations. Despite lacking comprehension of the symbol's evolving mathematical significance, the countdown invariably instilled unease in Han Su, his apprehension intensifying with each diminishing digit. The subsequent day, Han Su arrived at the press conference venue. At that moment, the symbol on his left palm had undergone 7 transformations. By calculation, the 8th transformation, potentially the final one, was imminent in 2 hours. Despite this, Han Su maintained composure and proceeded to the press conference. To Han Su's surprise, Chu Fei was also present. She conveyed, our medical examination results are in, and I bring auspicious news. The minuscule black specks that invaded our bodies are not malevolent entities, but rather highly advanced nanobots. These nanobots have, to a certain extent, modified our physiology, augmenting our physical capabilities to over 3 times that of an average individual. A realization dawned upon Han Su. No wonder. The augmentation of their physical prowess, their ability to endure environments with a mere 3 oxygen concentration, was attributable to the nanobots within their systems. But when had these nanobots infiltrated their bodies? Could they have also infiltrated the bodies of the U.S. astronauts? However, moments later, Hansu recalled the black substance that had originally existed on the amulet but had since vanished. Could it be that the black material on the amulet was, in fact, nanobots? After all, the amulet was intended as a launcher. How could it possibly rust? The nanobots had been dormant, only awakening upon nearing the spacecraft. The press conference commenced, urging relevant personnel to enter swiftly. Just as Hansu was about to pose another question, the staff interrupted him, compelling him to join the assembly. Upon entering, Hansu glanced at the time. It was now 10 a.m. on September 20th, 2030, precisely 10 days since he boarded the crewed lunar spacecraft. The far side of the moon revealed nothing. A second journalist rose, inquiring, "Has the M Nation also launched a crewed lunar rocket? Did you not encounter them?" This question immediately stirred unrest among the attendees, with those at the podium exchanging bewildered glances. Clearly, this inquiry was not anticipated. Behind the scenes, the general's expression darkened ominously as he remarked, "It appears we must conduct an internal restructuring." Hansu adeptly diffused the crisis, and from that point forth, no further unplanned questions arose. The journalist who deviated from the script had been discreetly escorted away. The entire press conference lasted 2 hours and proceeded relatively smoothly. Just as the conference was nearing its conclusion, Hansu suddenly noticed a change in the symbol on his left palm, which then vanished in an instant. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. The countdown had ended. At the culmination of the countdown, as described in Chapter 19, a colossal ebony spacecraft materialized in the Earth's vicinity. The sheer magnitude of its mass exerted a gravitational pull that elevated the global sea level by 3 meters, submerging countless isles and encroaching upon island nations, diminishing their landmass by a third. The advent of the somber behemoth was immediately registered by global satellite surveillance, betraying no intention of concealment. Panic seized the echelons of power worldwide, yet to no avail. In the ensuing moment, a myriad of alabaster beams emanated from the vessel, each a meter in diameter, targeting the human populace. Upon contact, the beams rendered every individual immobile. Within moments, the entirety of Earth's inhabitants were ensnared. Irrespective of age or circumstance, a runner was suspended mid-stride. A fugitive from a feral canine was arrested in the throes of pursuit, the hound colliding with the beam to its detriment. A swimmer was similarly immobilized, sustained in the aquatic environment without peril. One by one, humanity was captured, their autonomy forfeited. However, immediate mortality was averted, with some even finding reprieve from impending doom. Countless individuals were rendered paralyzed by the sudden beam of light, their minds engulfed in panic. Yet they found themselves incapable of movement. Moments later, a voice resonated within their consciousness. Unnamed Civilization 1012. You have been apprehended for violating Article 1839 of the Galactic Theft Law. 1/3 of your population shall be taken away and subjected to trial aboard the judgment vessel. The global populace was bewildered, utterly at a loss regarding the unfolding events. Only Hansu comprehended the significance of the countdown. So, the conclusion of the countdown is indeed apprehension? A high-ranking official inquired, "What punishment shall we face?" Hansu mused to himself. It must be due to the spacecraft on the far side of the moon. Could it be that my acquisition of control over that vessel is the cause? At long last, Hansu grasped why the spacecraft had not been secured. It was because the galactic laws were in effect. Meanwhile, the world remained in confusion. A spacecraft was stolen? When did we pilfer another's vessel? Which 1/3 of us is to be chosen? Will the leaders decide? Am I at risk of being selected? Yet, this could also present a splendid opportunity for contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, one they would not wish to squander, as it would allow them to dispatch personnel to seize advanced technologies. Even if they failed to acquire anything, it would still be a chance to broaden their horizons. However, Hansu did not share this perspective. This cannot continue. It is absolutely untenable. Country M will undoubtedly shift all blame onto me, and perhaps even onto my nation. Hansu could foresee that once the 7-day mining punishment concluded, Country M would unveil everything to the world. He and his homeland would become targets of universal scorn. In that moment, he would no longer be regarded as a hero. Instead, his nation would become a focal point of hostility. Having pilfered an alien spacecraft and reaped its benefits, while other nations would certainly not tolerate such an affront. At that juncture, the extraterrestrial adjudicator's voice resonated in the minds of all present, the supreme commanders of 223 nations. Please select 1/3 of your compatriots who are to serve their sentences within 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the system will commence a random selection. The commanders of the 223 nations were struck with alarm. 30 seconds? What sort of jest was this? Han Su, too, was in a state of panic. His expression broadcasted across every television tuned to that channel. However, after a few moments, an idea struck Han Su. Regardless of its likelihood of success, he resolved to act immediately. He inquired, "May I ask, does the galactic theft law pertain to a singular civilization?" Without hesitation, Han Su proclaimed, "Then I hereby declare the establishment of a new civilization, one of which I shall be the sole individual." His declaration echoed in the minds of every person globally, leaving them bewildered. They could not fathom the meaning behind his words, and some even deemed him insane. Han Su swiftly continued, "I declare my withdrawal from Civilization 1012 and the formation of the new civilization of solitary wanderers. So, it was you who pilfered the extraterrestrial civilization spacecraft. The U.S. echelons are on the verge of hysteria, having grasped the full implications, the mysteries harbored on the lunar far side, and the grand scheme of Han Su. He must be stopped. He intends to bear the blame alone. Yet, the global populace dissents. Splendid. Thus, we are spared from the drudgery of mining. Who is this individual? Irrespective of his identity, so long as he liberates me from the mines, he is my benefactor." At this juncture, the extraterrestrial arbiter proclaims, "To secede from your current civilization necessitates the consent of the supreme commanders of 223 nations within your civilization, or, failing that, the assent of over half of the entire civilization's population." The paramount leader of the U.S. is seized by desperation, exclaiming forthwith, "I object. I deny this individual's secession from our civilization." Alas, to no avail. A veritable ocean of popular voices drowns out his dissent. "I concur. I too concur. I consent to him bearing the burden alone." The extraterrestrial arbiter declares, "Civilization 1012 has registered a 99 consensus for your secession. You have successfully withdrawn from Civilization 1012 and inaugurated the solitary wanderer civilization." Instantly, the 8.6 billion beams of light enveloping humanity dissipate, save for the beam encircling Han Su. At this moment, all luminescence converges upon Han Su. In accordance with Article 1, 839 of the Galactic Theft Act, as your civilization is detected to comprise a solitary individual, you shall be penalized with 20 billion days of mining on a penal colony as recompense for the purloined spacecraft. Chapter 20. Mining vessel. It was only later that Han Su ascertained that the establishment of a civilization by a solitary individual was permissible due to the existence of formidable entities in the cosmos, such as alien beasts and colossal creatures, capable of rivaling an entire civilization. However, at this juncture, Han Su could only resign himself to fate. Han Su made the ultimate sacrifice, securing 7 days of freedom for nearly 2.9 billion people. Under the resentful gaze of the Supreme Commander of the United States, Han Su was instantly whisked away by a beam of white light. "Nangong," you lamented, "such a thing could happen, where the sacrifice of one person buys 7 days of freedom for 2.9 billion people." Nangong Yu was deeply moved, for he had witnessed humanity and understood that Han Su's actions were also for his own sake. Otherwise, should the United States disclose the events on the far side of the moon, he would become an enemy of mankind, hunted to his demise, and reviled for eternity. At the same time, he became acutely aware of their insignificance in the vast galaxy, not only in terms of scientific prowess, but also in terms of ideological awareness. However, others believed they had struck a bargain, sacrificing Han Su, whose lifespan was less than a century, in exchange for 7 days of freedom for 2.9 billion people. Those aliens are such fools. To steal a spaceship with the sacrifice of one person, their legal loopholes are too vast. While the Earthlings reveled in their perceived triumph, Han Su, as a member of the solitary traveler civilization, was teleported to an alien spaceship and heard the first words, because the defendant's lifespan is only 86 years, making it impossible to carry out the sentence of 20.067 billion days. The Eternal Life Program is initiated, granting the defendant immortality. Han Su was astonished. Such a stroke of good fortune exists? Immediately following, the adjudicator pronounced, the cost for executing the Eternal Life Program amounts to 1,500 contribution points. Since the defendant possesses none, the duration of the sentence is extended to an astonishing 22 billion days. Han Su thought to himself, indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Now, death eludes me. Instead, I must toil in the mines for 22 billion days. Perhaps death would be a form of liberation. Upon boarding the vessel, Hansu anticipated a modest confinement in a small, dimly lit cell, where he would remain until transported to the penal facility. However, the reality was far from his expectations. The cell in which he was held was a spacious room exceeding 100 square meters, featuring a bedroom, a living area, and a bathroom. Each section was generously proportioned, equipped with a television, a sofa, a refrigerator, and a computer among various furnishings and appliances. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Hansu utilized the remote control to power on the television, only to discover a plethora of films and television shows from Earth. Yet, he was unable to access live broadcasts or news. This revelation astonished him. He had not anticipated such lavish accommodations prepared by the adjudicator. Was it merely a matter of a flick of the finger for the adjudicator to arrange such opulence? Nevertheless, Hansu soon comprehended the significance of the contrast. Ancient prisons were merely straw huts, where having food was a luxury. Modern facilities, on the other hand, boasted simple furnishings, a mix of sustenance, and entertainment to stave off the elements. The level of civilization was manifested in every aspect. To the adjudicator, Earth's civilization likely appeared as primitive as that of the earliest humans. Hansu gained a profound understanding of the technology aboard the adjudicator spacecraft, even speculating that it possessed the power to instantaneously create the room and all its contents. While Hansu was deeply engrossed in contemplation, a beam of white light suddenly descended upon him, and in the next moment, he felt as though the shackles binding him had been released. In disbelief, Hansu pondered, could it be that I have attained immortality? His astonishment regarding the technology of the adjudicator only deepened. Anxiously, Hansu awaited within the confines of the room, and before long, he began to examine the furniture surrounding him. He opened a grand double-door refrigerator, only to discover it brimming with an array of beverages, cakes, pastries, and fruits. Sampling a few of the desserts, he found them to be exquisitely delicious. Among the beverages, he recognized one particularly expensive drink, priced at around 700 yuan, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. After savoring the delicacies, when Hansu opened the refrigerator once more, he was astonished to find it once again filled to capacity. He was certain that no living being had accessed the refrigerator during that time, let alone replenished it in his presence. This phenomenon could only indicate that the food was conjured from thin air. Without hesitation, Hansu removed all the items from the refrigerator and cast them onto the floor before closing the door. A few seconds later, he reopened the refrigerator to find it once again overflowing with provisions. It became abundantly clear to Hansu that the adjudicator had indeed mastered the technology of material recreation. Overwhelmed, Hansu discarded the provisions he had retrieved from the refrigerator into the waste receptacle, only to witness their instantaneous disappearance, a repetition of the bewildering phenomenon. Startled, he recoiled from the container. Subsequently, Hansu persisted in his exploration of the chamber, discovering that the water dispenser possessed an inexhaustible supply and that the laptop and cellular device provided to him were perpetually charged. Regardless of the disarray he introduced into the room, it was invariably restored to pristine condition every 4 hours. The sole deficiency was the absence of an internet connection. Hansu found the amenity of this confinement cell unbelievable and could only await his fate while indulging in its comforts. Following an interminable wait of 32 hours, the chamber's portal abruptly swung open. Immediately, a gentle force propelled Hansu from the room, eliciting a startle. Had he arrived at the mining planet? Guided by the tender impetus, Hansu found himself in a vast hangar containing a spacecraft of considerable magnitude, comparable to a football field. The subtle force continued to direct Hansu into the vessel, whereupon he was astonished to observe that the ship's interior was replete with Mandarin characters and thoughtfully adorned with route maps. Upon closer inspection, Hansu discerned that the maps designated various zones, including the command center, relaxation lounge, entertainment suite, and storage facilities. However, once he had crossed the ship's threshold, the portal sealed shut, precluding any possibility of egress. With a sigh, Hansu recognized that he had arrived at his designated confinement, where he was to spend the next 20 billion and 200 million days. Following the schematic, Hansu arrived at the command center, finding only an operational chair, a control helmet, and a massive display screen. Evidently, this vessel employed the same operating system as the mining ship he had previously piloted on the far side of the moon. Hansu noticed a string of scarlet Arabic numerals on the display: 202, 000, 000, 000, 000, 00, Chapter 21. the Zero-Realm civilization, regarding this. Hansu entertained two hypotheses. Firstly, that the Arbiter was among the most formidable managerial civilizations in the galaxy, maintaining fairness and justice as a deity might. Its power was so immense that it possessed the technology of material recreation, yet it refrained from dominating or assimilating weaker civilizations, opting instead to establish order within the galaxy. Observing that the countdown of 20 billion and 200 million days remained unchanged, Hansu understood that his sentence would not diminish unless he commenced mining operations. Hansu promptly reclined in the control seat and donned the MineLink helmet. Within moments, the entirety of the ship's status was transmitted to Hansu's mind. Of particular note was the presence of an artificial intelligence system capable of assisting Hansu in managing the vessel, even to the extent of autonomously executing mining operations. Hansu remarked involuntarily, "The Arbiter is truly considerate, recognizing that I alone would be incapable of effectively managing this vessel." At that moment, the hangar doors of the Judicator spacecraft swung open abruptly, and the mining vessel piloted by Hansu promptly soared out of the hangar. The instant it departed, the mining ship was ensnared by an overwhelming gravitational force, plummeting inexorably towards a colossal planet. As it descended, Hansu observed countless densely clustered black dots on the surface of the immense planet. Had he been afflicted with a fear of clusters, he would have been utterly distressed. As the mining vessel continued its descent, he soon realized that these dots were, in fact, individual mining shafts. The ship plummeted directly into one of these shafts, which appeared as a mere speck from a distance, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be nearly the size of a county. The vessel entered and adhered to the inner wall of the shaft, at which point a massive laser generator extended from the ship's interior, emitting a searing beam that instantly obliterated the wall, creating a substantial opening. Subsequently, numerous mining robots surged forth from the vessel to commence their work, while Hansu's ship remained stationed within the newly formed aperture. It seemed that his involvement was at an end. He noticed the countdown to 22 billion days had commenced. It appeared that my life as a prisoner has officially begun. Hansu chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, removed his control helmet, vacated the pilot's seat, and followed the map to the entertainment center. Upon arriving at the entertainment hub, Hansu beheld a chamber encompassing the expanse of 2 basketball courts, partitioned into 3 distinct zones: a gaming parlor, an exercise suite, and a scholarly sanctum. Upon opening the portal to the gaming parlor, Hansu was met with a plethora of gaming apparatus, encompassing computers, consoles, virtual reality contraptions, and the like. The exercise suite revealed an array of fitness implements, including dumbbells, barbells, and treadmills, among others. The scholarly sanctum presented a study adorned with a warm ambience, alongside a colossal display screen. The screen showcased 3 modules: Cosmic Compendium, Proprietary Intellect, and Sapient Elucidation. Hansu was taken aback. No longer a callow youth, he found himself more intrigued by the scholarly sanctum than the preceding gaming parlor and exercise suite. He promptly approached the screen and engaged the Cosmic Compendium module, which subsequently unveiled a cascade of submodules, such as civilizational lore, aerospace acumen, and galactic grimoire, etc. After an extensive perusal, Hansu ultimately located the object of his search, the Galactic Codex, Jurisprudence of the Milky Way. Hansu promptly accessed this module and was presented with an exposition in Mandarin, elucidating. The Galactic Codex is a compendium of equitable and just laws, promulgated by the most puissant civilization in the Milky Way to uphold order within the galaxy. The advent of this legal framework heralded the transition of the Milky Way from an archaic epoch of pandemonium to an era of order, thereby furnishing our galactic dominion with a formidable safeguard in its intergalactic conquests. Upon selecting the keyword Other Galaxies, Hansu was met with a new interface. Other galaxies refer to those beyond the Milky Way. Throughout the Milky Way's history, there have been 3 recorded instances of civilizations from other galaxies visiting, indicating the existence of advanced civilizations capable of intergalactic travel. This feat remains unmatched by any civilization within the Milky Way. Consequently, the Zero-Realm civilization believes that all civilizations within the Milky Way must unite and grow together to withstand potential invasions from extragalactic civilizations. Hansu was astounded to learn of even more powerful civilizations beyond the galaxy, to prepare for the possibility of extragalactic incursions. This Zero-Realm civilization had unified the Milky Way through its formidable strength. Continuing, Hansu clicked on Zero-Realm civilization, which led to another interface, The Zero Realm civilization is the most powerful civilization in the Milky Way. Billions of years ago, it unified the galaxy, eliminating all opposing civilizations and establishing the formidable organizations of the arbitrators, guardians, and enforcers to maintain peace, stability, fairness, and justice throughout the Milky Way. Hansu immediately clicked on arbitrators and discovered the following explanation. The arbitrators are a powerful organization established by the Zero Realm civilization to maintain order in the Milky Way. Composed exclusively of individuals from the Zero Realm civilization, they do not permit members from other civilizations to join. They possess the authority to amend and enforce the galactic laws and possess the most technologically advanced arbitrator spacecraft in the entire galaxy. Arbitrator spacecraft below level 3 are typically operated by artificial intelligence. Su resumed his search for the enforcers, a formidable organization dedicated to maintaining peace and stability within the galaxy. Composed of powerful fleets from various civilizations, they are tasked with suppressing recalcitrant civilizations that defy the governance of the zero-boundary civilization, as well as confronting relic monsters. Formidable entities, extra-dimensional artifacts, civilizations from other galaxies, destroyers of civilizations, and cosmic storms. Typically, the zero-boundary civilization issues bounties, and civilizations that complete these tasks are rewarded with contribution points. Contribution points? This term immediately captured Hansu's attention. It was during his ageless transformation that he first encountered the term contribution points. He distinctly recalled that a single ageless transformation required an expenditure of 500 contribution points. It seemed that this was because the zero-boundary civilization had already mastered the technology to enable biological immortality. At the time, Hansu didn't consider 500 points to be exorbitant, but upon accessing the paid knowledge modules, he realized his error. The galactic code, complete text, 3 contribution points, controlled nuclear fusion, detailed explanation. 1 contribution points, warp drive technology, detailed explanation. 2 9 contribution points. Upon seeing these prices, Hansu was incredulous. Scientific technologies that Earthlings struggled to conquer were being sold so cheaply here, akin to a pirated book on a street stall. Hansu clicked his tongue in amazement. He now had a strong desire to purchase the galactic code, complete text, to peruse, but he possessed not a single contribution point. Subsequently, Hansu arrived at the recreation center, which contained numerous amenities, including housing, hot springs, saunas, massage parlors, and a cafeteria. Hansu entered the cafeteria and discovered a plethora of options for breakfast, lunch, dinner, barbecues, and tea beverages. It was evident that a material reconstruction machine had been established here, a concept Hansu was already familiar with, and thus he paid it little mind, instead making his way to the storage center. Upon arriving at the storage center, he gazed through a transparent glass partition and observed robots diligently transporting various ores. The types of ores varied significantly. Some were recognizable to Hansu, while others were entirely foreign to him, being minerals that did not exist on Earth. As these minerals accumulated, Hansu noticed the emergence of 2 modules in the storage center, exchange and sell. However, these options were currently unavailable. Should Hansu attempt to engage with them, the system would promptly inform him. Except for rare minerals, other ores must reach a quantity of 10,000 units to be exchanged or sold. With no alternative, Hansu had no choice but to depart from the storage center, awaiting the mining robots to collect sufficient resources. Next, Hansu activated the Intelligent Inquiry module. What is my current identity? He pondered, feeling a sense of confusion. He urgently sought clarification, but this spaceship can mine automatically. It does not require my intervention. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his role was not to mine, but to oversee the artificial intelligence in its mining endeavors. He sighed, reflecting, even in the confines of a highly advanced civilization, this existence feels remarkably comfortable. I cannot fathom how delightful life would be outside of confinement. Hansu then inquired, what do exchange and sell signify within the storage center? He paused, surprised by the implication. In other words, can I still shop online? Hansu found himself somewhat perplexed. Was he laboring in this penal facility to mine, or was he on a leisurely holiday? He inquired further. If the minerals I extract are merely ordinary, how many contribution points could a warehouse brimming with such minerals yield? He pressed on, given the current mining rate. How long would it take to fill the warehouse? The artificial intelligence responded without hesitation. It would require 100 days. A look of distress washed over Hansu's face as he exclaimed, in other words, I must toil for 10,000 days to earn a single contribution point, equating to 27 years. He recalled the time when he underwent the process of eternal life enhancement, which cost him 500 contribution points. Thus, to secure a chance for that transformation, he would need to mine for 15 million days, approximately 40,000 years. Hansu then asked, "Are there any risks associated with mining deeper? Should there be no peril, he was inclined to venture into the depths since the minerals obtainable here bore little value." Instantly, he became vigilant, retrieving his talisman, cradling it as a pirate would a compass, and began to rotate his body. He soon noticed that the talisman radiated its brightest light when oriented towards a specific angle below the horizontal plane. This revelation left Hansu momentarily stunned. Could it be that the talisman possessed some guiding capability? Without delay, Hansu made his way to the command center, reclined in the operational chair, donned the control helmet, and maneuvered the spacecraft deeper into the vast mine. A few minutes later, Hansu noticed that the brilliance of the amulet aligned perfectly with the horizon. He swiftly located the brightest corresponding position of the amulet, and then he commanded the massive mining laser aboard his spacecraft to unleash a beam. With a resounding boom, a vast new mine was created. However, it was evident that the depth of this mine was insufficient. Hansu continued to manipulate the mining laser to excavate further, while the remaining energy of the laser was displayed in the upper left corner. This energy needed to be replenished through the extraction of minerals. So once the energy of the mining laser was depleted, he would have to pause to collect the minerals. The mining laser relentlessly struck the mine, and the spacecraft piloted by Hansu advanced steadily, while the light emitted by the amulet in his hand grew increasingly radiant. After progressing several kilometers, an alarm suddenly echoed through the mining vessel. Chapter 23, The Inheritance Relationship. Alarm. Alarm. Rare mineral detected. Upon hearing the alarm, Hansu immediately halted the laser emitter and beheld a small silver-white mineral embedded in the soil ahead, approximately the size of a volleyball. Rare mineral discovered. Wina, 95. Hansu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the direction indicated by the amulet would lead to a rare mineral. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this Wina, 95 mineral was predominantly silver-white, nearly identical in hue to the amulet. Looking at the amulet in his hand, Hansu pondered, could it be that this talisman possesses a mineral detection function? After observing the designation of this silver-white mineral, Hansu temporarily named it silver sodium or number 95. Following the placement of argentite, 95 in the storage hub, both the exchange and sale options within the facility illuminated. Hansu discerned that selling the volleyball-sized argentite, 95 would yield 3 contribution points, whereas exchanging it would reduce his sentence by 30,000 days, nearly 90 years. Although Hansu yearned to shorten his imprisonment and regain his freedom sooner, he opted to sell the mineral, as he was in dire need of legal knowledge. Hansu initiated the sale, and within moments, a somber, unmanned aerial vehicle descended from the sky, unerringly locating Hansu's mining vessel. Subsequently, it retrieved argentite, 95. This drone, approximately the size of a table seating 12, possessed a flattened form and was equipped with a weapons system. Its propulsion mechanism remained enigmatic, though it was certainly not kinetic. Presumably, no one would dare to plunder this drone, Hansu mused, scratching his head. However, upon uttering these words, a chilling realization dawned on Hansu. The drone's precise acquisition of his location implied that his coordinates and every action were under surveillance. Once argentite, 95 had been taken away, Hansu observed the addition of 3 contribution points to his account. Furthermore, the amulet in his possession emitted a faint glow, indicating the discovery of another mineral, albeit at a greater distance. Nevertheless, Hansu refrained from immediately pursuing the find, as such haste would arouse suspicion. The accidental discovery of a rare mineral could be attributed to chance, but the repeated discovery of rare minerals, particularly of the same type, could only suggest foul play. Hansu comprehended the principle that possessing a treasure invites misfortune, even if one is innocent. Therefore, he refrained from immediately excavating the subsequent argento-juricite deposit, designated number 95. Instead, he instructed the robots to persist in harvesting the surrounding minerals, while he himself proceeded to the learning chamber. Without hesitation, Hansu expended his contribution points to acquire Galactic Law. Instantly, Galactic Law was downloaded, its size exceeding 200 gigabytes. Hansu inwardly marveled, contemplating that he could not possibly master such a vast compendium of laws, even over centuries. Fortunately, The legal text incorporated an integral search mechanism. Hansu promptly employed this system to extract galactic theft law from within galactic law and dedicated himself to its meticulous study. Given the gravity of the matter and its direct bearing on his personal interests, Hansu approached his studies with utmost diligence. He devoted every waking hour, save for meals and sleep, to intellectual pursuit. Amidst this rigorous academic endeavor, time elapsed swiftly. Before long, the ship's system broadcasted a notification that the storage center had reached its capacity. It was at this juncture that Hansu realized that more than 130 days had passed since his arrival on this planet. Expeditiously, Hansu made his way to the storage center. Surveying the fully laden facility, he elected to exchange the contents for a reduction in his sentence. Shortly thereafter, a colossal transport vessel descended from the sky, subsequently absconding with all the minerals contained within the storage center. Hansu also observed that his term of penal servitude had been commuted by 101 days. Gazing at the departing transport ship, Hansu sighed, lamenting, "It seems I am destined to remain on this planet until the conclusion of my sentence." Recalling the previous incident where the mining spacecraft was ensnared by a colossal gravitational force, Hansu speculated that although his mining vessel could navigate freely on this mineral-rich planet, it was utterly impossible for it to depart from this celestial body. With a sigh, Hansu resumed his mining endeavors and continued his studies of the Galactic Theft Code. After more than 50 days, he suddenly stumbled upon a knowledge point that piqued his interest. Article 1356 of the Galactic Theft Code stated that in the event of a conflict with the Galactic Inheritance Law, the latter would take precedence. Puzzled, Hansu promptly searched for the Galactic Inheritance Law to gain insight into this legal framework. A few minutes later, he acquired a preliminary understanding of the Galactic Inheritance Law. It revealed that, on the cosmic timescale, the birth and demise of civilizations are as commonplace as human life and death. Hence, the necessity for an inheritance law pertaining to civilizations arose. The Galactic Inheritance Law stipulates that if two civilizations share an inheritance relationship, they are eligible for succession, allowing one civilization to inherit the technology, species, planets, and creations of another. This inheritance could manifest through various means, such as gifting, legacy, or bloodline succession. This reflection prompted Hansu to recall the time he commandeered that mining spacecraft on the far side of the moon, during which he underwent bodily modifications by nanobots. Curiously, the nanobots had only altered Hansu, Nangongyu, and Chu Fei, while the 10 astronauts from M Nation remained untouched. Hansu began to ponder this peculiar circumstance, analyzing the causal relationships at play. Firstly, what led the spacecraft to land on the far side of the moon? Secondly, what prompted the transformation of the 3 individuals by nanobots? Is there, perchance, a connection between us, the people of Z Nation, and the owners of that mining vessel? Hansu promptly activated the intelligent answering system within the study room and inquired, under what circumstances could I ascertain a bloodline connection with a particular civilization? He swiftly produced a protective talisman and meticulously replicated the unique symbols inscribed upon it. Subsequently, he declared, I wish to search the entirety of the galaxy for civilizations bearing this symbol. Hansu immediately proceeded with the transaction, which cost him a mere 0.3 contribution points. In the next moment, he received a comprehensive roster of registered civilizations within the galaxy. Upon further investigation, Hansu successfully identified the civilization associated with the symbol. Chapter 24. The Introduction to Psychic Energy. A piece of good news emerged. Hansu discovered this civilization, which seemingly had already perished. However, the unfortunate revelation was that the characteristics of this civilization, its race, planet, culture, and technology, had all been inherited. Notably, the warships of this civilization had not been passed down. Hansu then exchanged an additional 0.1 contribution points to acquire the historical account of this civilization, subsequently uncovering the underlying reasons. The collective civilization, a society with a history spanning 12 billion years, once thrived across 3 star systems, only to be annihilated during an interstellar war. The civilization responsible for the destruction of the collective civilization was a certain pirate civilization, which is currently being pursued by the enforcers of the Zero Mirror civilization. Before its destruction, the collective civilization designated an heir, which was the Rongha civilization. The condition for this inheritance was the annihilation of the pirate civilization within 1,000,000 years. However, the fleet of the collective civilization was not passed down. Instead, fueled by a desire for vengeance, it transformed into a rogue fleet, relentlessly pursuing the pirate civilization. This circumstance, however, afforded Hansu an opportunity to exonerate himself by proving his claim to the inheritance. If he could establish his rightful claim, he could overturn the penalties imposed by the galactic theft law and even secure compensation for any wrongful judgments. Hansu promptly inquired of the artificial intelligence, "How can I ascertain my blood relation to the individuals of the collective civilization?" He immediately searched for available equipment for redemption and discovered a genetic testing instrument requiring merely 0.1 contribution points. However, he currently lacked access to the genetic material of individuals from the collective civilization, unless such individuals existed on this mining planet. This prospect seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as he had been here for over 170 days without encountering any other mining vessels. With a sigh, Hansu resigned himself to continue mining and acquiring knowledge. He diligently studied the galactic law, a task that might require him a century to complete. However, knowing he was destined to toil in this mine for several million years, he found himself indifferent to the time it would take. However, during his studies, Hansu gradually uncovered various laws pertaining to powerful individual civilizations. He even stumbled upon a tome titled Galactic Individual Civilization Law, which piqued his interest, as he too could now be considered an individual civilization. Eagerly, Hansu inquired of the artificial intelligence, "How many types of individual civilizations exist in the galaxy?" He was impatient to delve into the details of these civilizations. Monster civilization, a formidable individual that undergoes constant mutation and growth, requiring a massive physique to accommodate immense energy. Mechanical civilization, a civilization that continuously produces basic units based on an intelligent core. Although numerous in quantity, they remain fundamentally individual entities. Insectoid civilization, a vast biological community centered around a queen. Despite the sheer number of organisms, their centralized power structure means that, upon the queen's demise, the remaining insectoids lose their intellect, thus being classified as an individual civilization. Cultivator civilization, a fleeting civilization that once thrived in the annals of galactic history, focusing on the enhancement of physical and spiritual prowess through rigorous training. However, it ultimately succumbed to extinction due to the prolonged time required for advancement and the inability to transcend physical limitations. As Hansu perused the descriptions of these diverse individual civilizations, he felt a profound astonishment, particularly regarding the psychic civilization and cultivator civilization. These two civilizations bordered on the fantastical. Hansu exchanged for a genetic testing device and subsequently resumed his mining activities while continuing his studies on the galactic law. At present, he believed that focusing on these distant matters was premature. His immediate priority was to identify the individual entities of the community civilization and ascertain his claim to inheritance. Failing this, he would be condemned to mine for over 50 million years. After Hansu expended 0.1 contribution points, a drone delivered the genetic testing device to him. This apparatus resembled a thermos. With just a drop of his blood, it could analyze his entire genetic makeup. Naturally, Hansu could also opt to examine the DNA of any living organism he encountered. Throughout his studies in recent days, Hansu learned of the existence of gene modification techniques within the galaxy. However, these methods were rather crude and often left detectable traces, making it impossible to secure inheritance rights through postnatal alterations. Thus, only through prenatal genetic testing could one obtain such rights. Within the galaxy, those who modified their genes to enhance their survival capabilities were referred to as the mutants. The formidable monster civilizations predominantly belonged to this category. Additionally, there existed the psychic race, endowed with extraordinary powers yet equally committed to technological advancement. In contrast, the civilizations that solely focused on technological development were known as the technological race. These could be regarded as the three primary developmental systems within the galaxy. Notably, Hansu realized that despite being imprisoned here for mining, he still had the opportunity to advance his own technology, alter his genetic structure, or acquire psychic abilities. Realizing his capacity to procure additional robotic manufacturing instruments with his contribution points, Hansu contemplated augmenting his mining efficiency through the construction of more diminutive automatons, concurrently establishing a base on the asteroid. His confinement to the spacecraft presented the sole impediment, yet it did not deter his exploratory spirit. A month later, guided by his amulet, Hansu unearthed a sizable argento-jarosite specimen, comparable in dimension to a soda can, and subsequently bartered it for a modest 2 contribution points. Amassing these with his prior savings, he allocated a total of 3 contribution points to acquire the tome Introduction to Psionics. Within the vast expanse of the galaxy, psionic aptitude is stratified into 6 distinct tiers. Introduction to Psionics would merely elevate Han Su to the inaugural level. Attaining the second tier necessitated the acquisition of elementary psionics for 30 contribution points, followed by intermediate psionics for 300, advanced psionics for 3,000, and ultimate psionics for 30,000. The sixth tier, however, remained shrouded in secrecy, rumored to be an esoteric art passed down through select lineages. Furthermore, the mere acquisition of knowledge did not guarantee advancement. Comprehension and inherent psionic talent were equally crucial. Undeterred, Han Su procured the more economical Introduction to Psionics, intending to cultivate some degree of psionic ability as a safeguard. Presently, the learning chamber housed an abundance of information pertaining to Introduction to Psionics. Upon perusal, Han Su discerned an uncanny familiarity within its contents. Having meticulously studied Introduction to Psionics, Han Su was struck by the realization that its methodology bore a remarkable resemblance to the meditative practices found in various Earth religions. In essence, psionics is the cultivation of one's mental fortitude through meditation, ultimately leading to communion with the cosmos and the manifestation of extraordinary abilities. Similar to how the Zero-Realm civilization united its entire race into a formidable and cohesive mental entity, thereby gaining the capacity to manipulate diverse energies at will. Psionics is simply a means of harnessing mental prowess to govern energy. Han Su promptly commenced his studies, demonstrating rapid progress. He swiftly entered a meditative state, a feat that, according to the learning facility, typically takes intelligent beings in the Milky Way over 100 days to achieve. It appears that the more developed the brain, the slower the entry into meditation, owing to the rapidity of thought processes, which makes it challenging to quiet the mind. However, this presented no obstacle for Han Su, who had already mastered the ability to enter a meditative state during his ordeal on the far side of the moon, where he overcame a verification system of extreme difficulty for humans. Once in a meditative state, following the instructions in Introduction to Psionics, Han Su began to construct his mental totem, a crucial foundation for psionic practitioners. Mindful of its importance, he refrained from rushing the process. After careful deliberation, he resolved to construct the quintessential totem, the Taijutsu, 2 yin-yang fish, 1 black and 1 white, intertwining to form a circle, perpetually rotating in harmonious equilibrium. The construction of the Taiji diagram totem was exceedingly time-consuming. Concurrently, Han Su expended a considerable number of contribution points to procure spirit pills, a medicinal substance capable of purifying the mind, augmenting mental fortitude, and stimulating cerebral cells. Sapient species cultivating psionic energy invariably require this substance, albeit in varying quantities contingent upon the species. The financial burden of these pharmaceuticals, coupled with the temporal investment, deters certain civilizations ill-suited to psionic aptitude from pursuing this path. However, for Han Su, this avenue is exceptionally propitious. Han Su devoted himself assiduously to the cultivation of psionic energy, relegating all other matters to oblivion, save for the periodic exchange of accumulated minerals from the storage center. The duration of sentence reduction afforded by these minerals was of scant consequence to him, as a few hundred days were negligible in comparison to his sentence of over 50 million years. As he had once been engrossed in the study of galactic law, Han Su was now similarly immersed in the practice of psionic energy, until one day, Han Su discerned a subtle murmur in his ear. Though indistinct, he perceived the persistent presence of vocalization. Han Su dismissed it, for his will was unwavering, his composure and fortitude indomitable, once engaged in the practice of psionic energy. He was impervious to external distractions. However, as Han Su's devotion to psionic energy deepened, the murmur in his ear intensified until, one day, he distinctly perceived a voice uttering, "For millennia, you are the first psionists to set foot on this planet." Though Han Su had perceived the auditory stimulus, he immediately dispelled any extraneous thoughts, for in his meditative state, he would brook no interruption from trivial disturbances. Yet that voice continued, saying, "Come to me, for my time is limited, and I urgently need to pass on my legacy. You are the only being on this planet worthy of receiving my inheritance." Han Su's heart wavered slightly, but he quickly steadied his mind, dismissing the voice as mere hallucination. The reasoning was straightforward. In the realm of advanced civilizations within the galaxy, immortality is not a formidable challenge. Thus, anyone claiming to be nearing the end of their days must surely be lying. However, the next moment, As if piercing through Han Su's thoughts, the voice declared, "My spirit has suffered a grievous blow and is beyond recovery. Therefore, I shall bequeath my legacy to you, passing on my remaining spiritual strength, with the hope that you will continue my path." At this juncture, Han Su finally emerged from his meditation and inquired, "Who are you?" Han Su was taken aback. Could it be that the legendary cultivator civilization had manifested on this mining planet? The voice continued, seemingly unperturbed, "We do not, like the spiritual entities, forge powerful consciousness by merging all minds, nor do we, like the monstrous civilizations, endlessly expand our physical forms. We are a civilization of practitioners who simultaneously refine both spirit and body, striving throughout our lives to transcend the cosmos through our own strength." Han Su felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, as the voice seemed to resonate directly within his mind, indicating that this individual's mental prowess was unprecedentedly potent. Moreover, as outlined in Introduction to Psionics, if this person's mental energy could invade his brain, it meant that they possessed the capability to utterly annihilate his own spirit in an instant. In other words, the opponent's strength is sufficiently formidable, rendering any deceit unnecessary. Han Su inquired, "May I ask, what level has your mental power attained?" Han Su was immediately taken aback and promptly questioned the artificial intelligence. Is it possible for an ordinary individual to reach level 7 in mental power? He was astounded. Even the most powerful zero-realm civilization possessed only an 8-level mental entity. To his surprise, the voice continued within Han Su's mind, "Do not be perplexed. Throughout prolonged cultivation, our cultivation civilization has discovered that as we repeatedly confront life and death, our mental power can expand and transcend. Thus, after enduring countless trials of life and death, I successfully elevated my mental power to level 7 and my physical form to level 5. Regrettably, while seeking to transcend to level 8 mental power, I sustained an irreparable mental injury, signifying that my path of cultivation has reached its conclusion." Han Su was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that the civilization of cultivators augmented their mental power and transcended the limits of sentient beings through the trials of life and death. Having achieved immortality, why then endure such tribulations? As if sensing Han Su's thoughts, the voice expressed with deep emotion, "We cultivators do not pursue immortality. Rather, we seek the end of the path. We yearn to discover what lies at the end of the path. What is the truth of the universe?" In that instant, Han Su felt the grandeur and passion of the cultivation civilization. The voice spoke once more, "Come to me, for you are the sole being on this planet worthy of inheriting my legacy. As long as you continue to tread our path, we shall not be alone." This so-called legacy held immense allure for Han Su, who hesitated yet felt compelled to investigate. However, he was acutely aware of the necessity to remain vigilant in the face of the unknown and to approach others' words with skepticism. It was a gamble he was willing to take. Chapter 26. A new plan. After making his decision, Han Su directed his spacecraft towards the source of the voice. This voice did not travel through vibrations. Rather, it was a voice of the mind, penetrating directly into Han Su's consciousness. This enigmatic voice continually informed him of his location. After several days of flight, Han Su finally reached his destination. Upon arrival, he beheld a vast, bottomless mine. Faced with this sight, uncertainty crept in. Yet the voice persisted, "Hurry, my time is fleeting. Just as my predecessors imparted their wisdom to me, I must pass on my path to you." With a firm resolve, Han Su piloted his spacecraft downward. After a brief descent of several minutes, he arrived at the mine's depths, where he encountered a colossal white beast lying at the bottom. This creature exhibited a humanoid form, covered in a thick layer of fur, possessing limbs, a torso, a head, eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its length was approximately 200 meters, resembling a gigantic white gorilla. Han Su refrained from hastily descending the mining vessel. Upon witnessing the enormous creature's size, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence in the mining ship, as the beast's dimensions were still smaller than that of the vessel. He inquired, "Esteemed elder, I have arrived. What are your instructions?" Just as Han Su began to speak, the colossal creature was unexpectedly lifted by a mysterious force. Subsequently, a humanoid being, approximately 70 centimeters tall, emerged from beneath the beast. Its skin was a vibrant green, adorned with pointed ears, and its face was lined with deep wrinkles. The entity floated gracefully into the air, approaching the ship, while the giant creature crashed heavily to the cavern floor. This was a level 3 mutated Goliath. Though deceased, its flesh remained intact, rendering it an excellent vessel. I have already modified its interior, When needed, I can manipulate this Goliath's corpse to combat enemies or utilize it as a refuge. Listening to the words of this cultivator, Han Su was utterly astonished. It turned out that the gorilla was not the elder who had summoned him. Rather, it was this 70-centimeter-tall humanoid. Even more incredulous was the fact that this practitioner had transformed such a massive beast into a combat tool in a dwelling. In that moment, Han Su felt as though his imagination fell short, unable to swiftly adapt to the environment of the galaxy, akin to a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Han Su remarked, "Esteemed senior, I had not anticipated the profound extent of your capabilities. I had presumed that this beast," the cultivator stated. "We practitioners must never relinquish our corporeal form and primeval genetic makeup. Should we forsake these, our mental acuity shall be forever capped at the fifth stratum." With that, the cultivator raised a hand and, with a mere flick, the hitherto impenetrable vessel door was forcibly breached. Subsequently, the cultivator soared into the mining vessel occupied by Han Su. Presently, the cultivator stood before Han Su, his diminutive stature belying the immense pressure he exuded. He scrutinized Han Su, then nodded in approval. "Commendable," he said. "You are newly embarked from your primordial world. Your lineage is unadulterated, your spirit serene. You are deemed worthy to inherit my mental prowess." Han Su inquired, "Venerable senior, what affliction has befallen you, that you are compelled to seek a successor?" The cultivator sighed, then elucidated, "For an age, I reigned supreme in the Milky Way. Save for a handful of eighth-tier civilizations, I was virtually unopposed. In pursuit of transcending my mental faculties, I ventured into a black hole, only to suffer grievous harm to my consciousness before even entering. These abysses are far more formidable than surmised. They not only devour light, but also souls and sentience. Even eighth-tier civilizations dare not trifle with them. I barely escaped with a tenth of my soul intact, but I am now unable to stabilize my spirit. Within a century, my essence shall dissipate entirely. Alas," the cultivator lamented, "we of the path cannot advance without confronting mortality." Han Su remained silent, pondering if this was a case of tempting fate. Having achieved immortality and near invincibility, why seek out peril? The cultivator, seemingly perceptive of Han Su's thoughts, remarked, "You cannot fathom it now, but in time, understanding will dawn." Though presently uncomprehending, Han Su was not deterred from acquiring his inheritance. His immediate concern remained escaping the prison and proving his innocence. Once exonerated, the adjudicators would be compelled to recompense him for their misjudgment. Han Su had ascertained that the compensation for wrongful conviction amounted to thrice the value of the purloined goods. Consequently, he would not only evade further incarceration but also receive reparations equivalent to at least 3 starships. Bear this in mind, the cultivator urged, seemingly disinclined to dawdle. "The psychic energies I bestow upon you will instantaneously elevate you to a level 6 per. However, this force diminishes with each utilization and can only be sustained within you for a century. You must expedite your departure from this place and locate the planet I have concealed within the void. That planet harbors the resources I have amassed over millennia. You must harness these resources to cultivate assiduously, thereby attaining my current eminence within a brief span." As he spoke, the cultivator transmitted coordinates into Han Su's mind, revealing a planet akin in size to Lunar, yet concealed within the void, existing outside any stellar system, perpetually shrouded in darkness, thus evading detection. As Han Su was about to express his gratitude, the cultivator's body began to emanate countless golden motes. These luminous particles ceaselessly flowed from the cultivator, subsequently merging into Han Su's being. Bear in mind, the cultivator urged, refrain from employing the spiritual energy cultivation methods of the zero-realm civilization, and resist altering your primeval genetic structure. You must forge your own path, lest you remain confined by existing limitations. In the midst of his pronouncement, the cultivator's form gradually faded, until it vanished altogether, while an immense psychic force surged into Han Su's very core. In that instant, Han Su felt his consciousness transform from a mere droplet of water into an expansive, boundless ocean. A third of the planet's conditions imprinted themselves upon his mind, revealing the locations of minerals and the whereabouts of incarcerated convicts. Even more remarkably, he successfully established a connection with the Vajra beast corpse lying at the bottom of the mine, gaining the capacity to manipulate it with his thoughts. That was a grade 3 mutated beast, a creature of immense power. Having acquired such a substantial gain, Han Su knew that his sojourn on this mining planet would not be protracted. He conceived a new strategy. Chapter 27. End of sentence. From the perspective of the entire civilization, Han Su did not believe he had committed a grave offense. After all, this was a penalty levied against the entire civilization, which, for them, amounted to a mere 7 days of mining. It was only because he had single-handedly shouldered the collective guilt of the civilization that he was sentenced to over 50 million years on the mining planet. However, the circumstances have now shifted. Having acquired a nearly 6th-level psychic ability, it is no longer an insurmountable task for Han Su to unearth an ample quantity of rare minerals within a matter of days. Furthermore, he has come into possession of a Grade 3 mutated Vajra beast cadaver. From his studies, Han Su discerned that civilizations in the Milky Way are classified on a scale of 1 to 8. A Grade 1 civilization denotes indigenous cultures devoid of fundamental cosmic knowledge. A Grade 2 civilization signifies societies developing within a planetary sphere. A Grade 3 civilization indicates cultures capable of interstellar exploration within a stellar system. A Grade 4 civilization represents societies possessing the capacity to traverse beyond their native stellar system and explore others. Thus, Earth civilization is merely at the nascent stage of Grade 3, barely capable of man-lunar exploration. In contrast, the Vajra beast cadaver represents an intermediate stage of Grade 3 civilization, possessing the inherent ability to navigate interstellar space within a stellar system. This renders the Vajra beast cadaver virtually equivalent to a spacecraft capable of interstellar transit, now equipped with the equivalent of 2 spacecraft and a 6th-level psychic ability. Han Su harbors no further apprehension regarding his mining efficiency. He promptly employed his psychic prowess to scan the vicinity for rare minerals and subsequently dispatched the mining vessel and the Vajra beast cadaver to commence extraction. Under Han Su's command, the Vajra beast abruptly awakened and leaped to its feet. Its colossal form effortlessly bounded out of the mine shaft and swiftly accelerated toward the location of the rare minerals. The gargantuan King Kong beast thundered across the terrain, its immense mass causing seismic tremors that alerted the numerous imprisoned miners to its presence. Meanwhile, Han Su piloted the mining vessel toward another deposit of rare minerals, intent on extraction. After 15 hours, the King Kong beast returned, bearing several hundred tons of precious ore in its possession. Han Su promptly exchanged the minerals for credit, significantly reducing his sentence by 10 million years. In essence, leveraging his near-level 6 mental acuity and the beast's mining capabilities, he could potentially secure his release within a mere 5 days. Given the King Kong beast's prowess, comparable to a mid-tier level 3 civilization asset, Han Su was far from surprised by its performance. Having ascertained the beast's formidable mining capabilities, Han Su felt no immediate compulsion to depart. Instead, he resolved to amass a greater quantity of rare minerals, intending to acquire valuable knowledge and resources. Foremost on his list was a comprehensive rare mineral compendium, detailing the properties and applications of various rare minerals. For instance, silver sodium 95 was particularly well suited for the fabrication of nanobots, owing to its exceptional malleability, conductivity, and biocompatibility. Within the human body, such nanobots could harness minute bioelectrical currents for self-sustenance, thereby conferring substantial benefits to the host. This prompted Han Su to reflect upon the enigmatic black substance that had adorned his amulet. Upon proximity to the vessel, the substance had dissipated, integrating into Han Su's physiology, ultimately undergoing enhancement by nanobots. Could it be that the dark substance is merely dormant nanobots, activated only upon nearing the spacecraft? Regardless of the underlying reason, Han Su was determined not to squander this splendid opportunity. He promptly instructed the Titan beast to excavate a plethora of rare minerals, exchanging them for sentence reductions while continually selling the ores to accrue contribution points. Upon amassing these points, Han Su focused on procuring high-tech blueprints. Regrettably, due to his status, he was limited to purchasing blueprints of level 3 civilization. Through the learning chamber, Han Su discovered that within the Galactic Alliance, there exists a stringent hierarchy. For a newly joined civilization like his, it occupied the lowest tier. Thus, even with contribution points, he could only exchange for technologies below level 3, acquire creations beneath level 5, and rent artifacts of level 7 or lower. This protocol is designed to prevent newly inducted civilizations from leveraging contribution points for a monumental leap in technology, which could inflict catastrophic damage on the ecological balance of the Galactic Alliance. Han Su had little to say about this. He merely continued to acquire level 3 technological blueprints and subsequently invested heavily in a spatial teleportation device. With this device, he could summon the Titan beast to his side at any moment enabling him to pilot it into battle against adversaries. The formidable creatures of mid-level 3 would effortlessly annihilate any civilization below level 3, easily overpowering Earth's civilization as well. However, the presence of the Judicators in the galaxy meant that Han Su could not recklessly obliterate any civilization, lest he transgress the law. Han Su must acquire this spatial teleportation device, for the colossal size of the diamond beast makes it impractical to keep it constantly at hand. As for other items, he will refrain from purchasing them, knowing that with contribution points, he can procure anything from any corner of the galaxy. After utilizing his contribution points, the teleportation device was delivered by a drone in less than 30 minutes. This device is roughly the size of a pen. By removing a pin-like component from it and affixing it to the item intended for teleportation, one can summon the desired object when needed. This pin-like apparatus is known as a coordinate recorder, of which there are 3. Teleportation can only occur at locations where a coordinate recorder is present. Thus, Han Su must carry at least one with him or place one at the desired destination, although this method is fraught with peril. Furthermore, the teleportation range is limited to 1 light year, with a maximum of 10 uses. Once exhausted, he must purchase it anew. While there are other valuable items available, Han Su does not intend to make further purchases at this time, preferring instead to conserve his contribution points for future needs. Consequently, as his sentence was reduced to a mere 100 years, Han Su embarked on an ardent quest for mining to amass contribution points. It was only when his points reached 100,000 that he reluctantly exchanged his final cargo or for a reduction in his sentence. Su discontinued his mining endeavors, as even rudimentary bounty missions yielded hundreds of thousands of contribution points, obviating the need for such arduous labor. Within the Milky Way galaxy, mining represented the nadir of efficiency in amassing contribution points. The instant his sentence concluded, Han Su beheld a resplendent beam of light descending, enveloping both him and the Vajra beast. In a trice, they dematerialized. Chapter 28. Interstellar transit. Though deceased, the gargantuan beast's core continued to sustain controlled nuclear fusion, rendering its energy reserves virtually inexhaustible. At present, he found himself within an immense chamber, capacious enough to accommodate Han Su, his Vajra beast, and an assortment of essential provisions. However, just as Han Su luxuriated on the sofa, poised to indulge in a film, the Arbiter inexplicably teleported him once more, eliciting a startle. Am I already on Earth? So expeditious? As the luminescence dissipated, Han Su discerned his surroundings, discovering himself situated upon a vast plaza teeming with entities of diverse civilizations and races, some diminutive as rodents, others colossal as mountains. Han Su promptly ensconced himself within the Vajra beast, manipulating it to survey the vicinity. Ere long, he espied a monumental virtual screen emblazoned with the inscription, Interstellar Transit Hub. Han Su steered the Vajra beast forward, each step measured, amidst other behemoths also in motion. Yet the flooring remained preternaturally still, devoid of any tremor. Han Su observed a colossal creature with 4 legs trampling upon a humanoid figure towering over 2 meters. Remarkably, the figure emerged unscathed. Approaching the immense virtual screen, Han Su was greeted by a myriad of interstellar routes, intricately woven throughout the galaxy, suggesting that with a mere expenditure of contribution points, one could traverse to any corner of the galaxy via public transport. Upon meticulous searching, Han Su noted the absence of the solar system, indicating that the interstellar transit routes had yet to extend to that domain. His diligent exploration led him to discover that the nearest star along these routes was the Gliese star system, positioned a daunting 31 light-years away. For someone like Han Su, devoid of interstellar travel capabilities, journeying there would be tantamount to courting disaster. Nevertheless, he surmised that any region traversed by these routes must harbor intelligent civilizations, implying that the Gliese system likely housed a civilization far surpassing that of Earth, perhaps possessing spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. After contemplation, Han Su resolved to allocate 200 contribution points for public transport to the Gliese star system. With a total of 145,000 contribution points at his disposal, this expenditure was manageable. The rationale behind such a significant cost stemmed from both distance and size. If traveling alone, his cost would have been approximately 50 points, but with the inclusion of the formidable creature, the fare escalated to 200 contribution points. Han Su examined the situation and realized that traversing the entire galaxy would require over 30,000 contribution points, and that was merely for public transportation. Should he opt for the direct shuttle service, the cost would increase tenfold. Upon noticing the shuttle service, Hansu discovered that upon reaching the Gliese star system, he could take a taxi to the solar system, albeit at a considerably higher price. Another option would be to purchase a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. Hansu could acquire the most affordable mini-spaceship, akin to a compact model of the Wuling Hongwang on Earth, for merely 30,000 contribution points. However, this would preclude him from transporting the Diamond Beast. To bring the Diamond Beast along, he would need to buy a cargo ship. Yet the cheapest cargo vessels started at 700,000 contribution points, a sum far beyond his means. Thus, Hansu had no choice but to utilize public transportation, making his way first to the Gliese star system, the nearest to the solar system. No, to refer to him as a child of the mountains would be an overstatement. He was more like an ant deep within the mountains, yet to evolve the ability to fly beyond them. After purchasing his travel service, a massive vessel resembling a cargo ship descended onto the platform, and Hansu quickly guided the Diamond Beast aboard. Once inside the cargo ship, Hansu observed it take off and join a fleet of numerous spacecraft, ranging from large cargo ships to smaller vessels, and even larger ships carrying small ones. Within the cargo ship, there also existed a supply system offering food, supplies, energy, and more. "Hello, giant. I'm right here." Upon lowering his gaze, Hansu beheld a diminutive creature, approximately 1.5 meters in height, resembling a humanoid pangolin, its body covered in scales. This humanoid pangolin possessed a nose, eyes, ears, and a mouth, its mental acuity evidently lacking, indicating it was not a formidable beast. In stark contrast, the Diamond Beast was devoid of such features. It had adapted to the vacuum of space, relying instead on the myriad hairs covering its surface for sensory perception and communication. These hairs could produce sound through vibrations, detect atmospheric tremors, and even change color to absorb sunlight. In the vacuum of space, the Diamond Beast could emit radio waves to communicate with other civilizations. Hansu, controlling the Diamond Beast, crouched down and inquired of the small humanoid pangolin, "What brings you to me?" The creature replied, "Given your imposing stature, I assume your intellect may not be particularly sharp. However, this is inconsequential. If we join forces as bounty hunters, your strength combined with my cunning could yield substantial rewards." At this, Hansu could not suppress a chuckle. A level 3 mutated beast with a brain nearly the size of a basketball could hardly be deemed dull-witted. The intellect of a level 3 beast was not only remarkably astute, but also capable of emitting radio waves, perceiving ultrasonic frequencies, and generating psychic shock waves that could influence the minds of weaker creatures, showcasing a plethora of astonishing abilities. Having just arrived, Hansu intended to glean some information from this anthropomorphic pangolin. What exactly is a bounty hunter? It's evident that you've only recently departed from your home planet and possess a dearth of common knowledge regarding the lucrative nature of bounty hunting within this galaxy. Hansu inquired, "Why is that?" By this time, the spacecraft had already initiated faster-than-light travel, propelled by an enigmatic force. Whether it was spatial folding or warp drive technology remained unclear to Hansu. All he knew was that he was one step closer to home. The anthropomorphic pangolin produced a nameplate crafted from an unidentified metal, adorned with peculiar symbols that automatically translated within Hansu's mind as Level 12 Intern Hunter. "This is the certification I obtained through examination, attesting to my competence as a hunter. Prior to this, I provided information to the arbitrators on 3 separate occasions, earning a reward of 100,000 contribution points each time." Hansu was astounded, never imagining that bounty hunters could receive such substantial compensation merely for providing leads. He asked, "What about capturing criminals?" The anthropomorphic pangolin's expression turned grave. "If you manage to capture a criminal alive, the reward ranges from 1 to 5 million. For elite criminals, the bounty can even exceed 10 million. And if the criminals have offended powerful figures, the reward can be even higher." Startled, Hansu realized that a mere 100,000 contribution points sufficed to procure a warp-capable vessel, while 1 million could secure a developed asteroid. After a brief exchange, their spacecraft abruptly disengaged from warp speed. The anthropomorphic pangolin glanced out the window and lamented, "This route may be expeditious, but the mandatory 30-minute stops at each star system are such a lamentable waste of time." Hansu responded, "While the allure of bounty hunting is undeniable, my destination lies in the Gliese stellar system. Perhaps our paths will converge again in the future." The pangolin, in a tone of urgency, countered, "Pray, do not dismiss the notion so readily. With my intellect coupled with your prowess, we could effortlessly apprehend criminals and equitably divide the spoils, enabling us to acquire a commodious warp-capable spacecraft. Does the prospect of commanding your very own warp-capable vessel hold no appeal? Hansu, possessing a perspicacious understanding of his capabilities, harbored reservations about his aptitude for apprehending criminals at this juncture. His control over the Vajra beast, despite its formidable near sixth-level mental fortitude, was not inexhaustible. Through the acquisition of rudimentary knowledge regarding the current state of the galaxy, Hansu discerned that the majority of the galactic expanse existed in a state of commendable orderliness, obviating the necessity for perpetual vigilance and apprehension. The anthropomorphic pangolin, fraught with anxiety, ultimately arrived at a decision that even he found astounding. I shall accompany you to the Gliese system. It is indeed plausible that certain malefactors might be concealed within those galaxies at the periphery of the Milky Way. However, abruptly, the pangolin activated a virtual floating screen and meticulously scrutinized it before declaring, according to my intelligence, the traces of a heinous criminal exist within a remote star system known as the Solar System. We could investigate there, as it is merely 5 light-years distant from the Gliese system. Should we furnish pertinent information, a reward of at least 500,000 contribution points awaits us. Hansu was taken aback. 500,000 contribution points. Does that not imply that this miscreant is extraordinarily formidable? The pangolin, with arms crossed and an unusually grave expression, affirmed, indeed. This is a depraved malefactor who has annihilated 3 planets, possessing unprecedented power and wielding extraordinary technological prowess. Ordinarily, I would eschew such an assignment. However, Hansu grew apprehensive about Earth's civilization. He proposed, then let us proceed there and investigate. The pangolin remarked, the solar system harbors an exceedingly feeble Tier 3 civilization that recently acceded to the Galactic Alliance. We could engage in commerce with this civilization, potentially yielding a modest profit. Upon hearing the humanoid pangolin's words, Hansu immediately recalled the knowledge he had acquired in the study room. Within the vast expanse of the Milky Way, aside from bounty hunters, there existed space merchants who traversed various realms of the galaxy to engage in trade, profiting from the price differentials. Some astute space merchants even commanded their own fleets and possessed their own planets. It was precisely due to the orderly state of the galaxy that such a profession could emerge, a vocation that further accelerated the advancement of civilizations within the Milky Way. Hansu inquired, do you also work as a space merchant on the side? The humanoid pangolin replied, indeed, out of necessity, I must dabble in various endeavors. Hansu was perplexed. At that moment, he found himself in the cockpit of the Iron Beast, which had been modified. Its interior comprised rooms crafted from unique alloys, suitable for rest and sleep. Although he could remain concealed within the carcass of the Iron Beast for years without detection, Hansu continued to manipulate the vessel. Posing another question, what about your civilization? Upon receiving the inquiry through the Iron Beast's voice, the humanoid pangolin's automatic translation device sprang into action. After a brief pause, the pangolin sighed, my civilization has perished. My kin are scattered throughout this universe. We are bereft of a home, forced to fight our own battles. Hansu understood that such phenomena were alarmingly common within the galaxy. Civilizations might crumble, yet individuals persisted, condemned to wander endlessly through the cosmos. As they conversed, the spacecraft resumed its journey, akin to a subway, heading toward the next destination. Hansu continued to extract information, realizing that the humanoid pangolin possessed a remarkably formidable intelligence network. The anthropomorphic pangolin proclaimed, our scaly kindred are scattered throughout the galaxy, maintaining constant contact. This allows us to acquire intelligence promptly. Therefore, through collaboration, we shall undoubtedly distinguish ourselves and amass considerable wealth within this galaxy. Hansu observed the gleam in the anthropomorphic pangolin's eyes and inquired, why are you so intent on accumulating contribution points? I have no home. Chapter 30. Spatial compression. During their discourse, Hansu learned that the anthropomorphic pangolin's name was Jia Liang, approximately 50 years of age, which is considered young among the scaly kindred. They journeyed to the Gliese star system, situated on the periphery of the galaxy, with the solar system, their ultimate destination, lying 5 light-years away. However, prior to venturing to the solar system, they intended to visit Gliese. The interstellar transfer station was erected on the edge of the Gliese star system. Upon departing the transfer station, Jia Liang retrieved a diminutive spacecraft from his spatial equipment, capable of accommodating only himself. Han Su remained within the Vajra beast. Under his control, 2 exhaust ports materialized on the Vajra beast's back, from which emanated 2 streams of azure flames. This potent thrust propelled the Vajra beast through the cosmos. However, even the edge of this star system was billions of kilometers from Gliese, rendering the thruster's propulsion insufficient. Consequently, the Vajra beast's cerebrum emitted a wave that induced a localized compression of space, instantaneously accelerating their velocity to an astounding 0.8 times the speed of light. The small spacecraft piloted by Jiaoyang exhibited commendable speed, boasting a velocity approaching that of light itself, which facilitated their rapid journey to the planet Gliese. Within mere hours, they arrived at this highly advanced celestial body. From a considerable distance, Han Su discerned a multitude of vessels densely populating the planet, all queued to descend through several orbital entrances. Most striking was the vast crystalline shield enveloping the planet's surface, leaving only 100 or so channels for spacecraft to access. Han Su marveled internally at the formidable civilization of Gliese, which had reached such heights as to encapsulate the entire planet within a protective barrier, a sight both awe-inspiring and humbling. As Han Su and Jiaoyang joined the line at the entrance of the shield, they encountered a massive gateway, ample enough for even the formidable size of the Iron Beast to pass through effortlessly. However, upon their arrival at the entrance, they were halted by an inspector who, after consulting the system records, found no mention of the Iron Beast. Please cooperate with the investigation. The galactic system lacks any relevant information regarding you, the inspector stated. A frown creased Han Su's brow, as he had not anticipated such complications in entering a planet. In that moment, Jiaoyang produced his bounty hunter credentials, causing the inspector's demeanor to shift dramatically upon viewing the document. Jiaoyang then asserted, "This is my assistant, who has concealed his identity for work-related reasons. You may verify my information." The inspector promptly produced a device and scanned Jiaoyang's bounty hunter credentials, which immediately revealed all of Jiaoyang's information, including the details of his assistant, King Kong Beast. The inspector immediately maneuvered the spacecraft to clear the path, stating, "It turns out you are Hunter brothers. Please come in. Please come in." Han Su was taken aback, inquiring, "I didn't expect this identity to be so efficacious." Jiaoyang offered a wry smile, then responded, "To obtain this bounty hunter certification initially required 5 years of my time. Although possessing this status has some advantages, it is still not as advantageous as the Guardian's identity." Han Su nodded in agreement. He had learned that within the galaxy, there were 3 powerful factions: the Guardians, the Arbitrators, and the Enforcers. The Arbitrators, in particular, did not permit the inclusion of other civilizations, as they were an organization dedicated to ensuring the absolute fairness of galactic order. The Enforcers were composed of the most formidable fleets from various civilizations, with the fleet of the Zero Realm civilization, the galaxy's ruler, being the most powerful. Only the Guardians could be joined by any individual from any civilization, provided they were exceptionally qualified, capable of passing rigorous evaluations and med-age restrictions. Furthermore, the Guardian's assessment was entirely impartial, representing the best avenue for individuals of various civilizations and races to alter their destinies. Aside from the Guardians, becoming a bounty hunter was also a viable path. Han Su stroked his chin, musing, "So, the Guardians are akin to a golden goose, while bounty hunters are more like a silver one." Jiaoyang chuckled ruefully. "Guardians are the elite of the elite, the golden diadem, whereas bounty hunters are merely laborers for the Arbitrators." Han Su pondered for a moment, considering that being a laborer wasn't such a bad option. At least this identity afforded him certain conveniences. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to pursue a bounty hunter's license. As the conversation unfolded, Han Su and Jiaoyang arrived at the surface of the Gliese planet, where Han Su beheld a city replete with advanced technological aesthetics. At the heart of the city stood a towering edifice, its apex crowned with an enormous energy sphere, incessantly radiating energy in all directions. It was evident that the Gliese civilization had long since abandoned electrical power in favor of a form of energy that Han Su found utterly incomprehensible. The level of prosperity within the Gliese civilization surpassed Han Su's wildest imaginings. It was difficult to believe that such a thriving civilization existed a mere 8.5 light years from the solar system, while the people of Earth remained utterly oblivious. Together, Han Su and Jiaoyang ventured into the city, but to Han Su's astonishment, he noticed that the body of the Iron Beast was shrinking. Simultaneously, his own form within the Iron Beast was also diminishing, and soon, the creature's stature was reduced to a mere 2 meters. Jiaoyang remarked, This is a spatial folding technology that can only be mastered by a pinnacle level 4 civilization. It is precisely this capability that enables level 4 civilizations to traverse stellar systems by shortening distances. Han Su marveled at the concept of spatial folding. How terrifyingly advanced such technology seemed. Although the Iron Beast was classified as a mid-level 3 beast, it paled in comparison to the capabilities afforded by this spatial folding technology. The once imposing giant could be effortlessly reduced to the size of an average human in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the zero-boundary civilization had established order. Otherwise, weaker civilizations would have no choice but to hide in fear before such formidable powers. Zhao Yang cautioned, "They have merely compressed the space around you, but your strength remains at the level of a Tier 3 alien beast. Exercise caution to avoid inadvertently harming others." Han Su nodded, mindful of the potential consequences of accidentally injuring someone, which would lead to imprisonment. He mused that maintaining order within the galaxy was indeed a boon for less advanced civilizations. Observing his surroundings, Han Su noted the diverse array of individuals from various civilizations, all confined to a height of under 2 meters. It appeared that the space-folding technology restricted the size of beings exceeding this height, thereby mitigating congestion. Han Su marveled at the sheer audacity of this measure, deeming it remarkably straightforward. Zhao Yang remarked, "The more advanced a civilization, the more direct and universally applicable its methods become. After all, the essence of technology lies in its ability to simplify life for humanity." With that, Zhao Yang led Han Su toward a seemingly empty glass enclosure. Chapter 31. Complementary energy. Han Su remained perplexed, observing numerous similar glass rooms lining the streets. These structures, constructed entirely of transparent glass, appeared to serve no discernible purpose. Following Zhao Yang into the enclosure, Han Su overheard him softly utter, "To the Interstellar Grand Hotel." In an instant, the glass room levitated, devoid of any visible propulsion mechanism. Silently ascending, it carried Han Su and Zhao Yang skyward, granting them a panoramic view of the city. Was profoundly astonished. Despite this being merely a Tier 4 civilization, it repeatedly evoked within him a sense of incredulity and awe. It could only be posited that the technological prowess of the Gliese civilization far surpassed that of Earth. Much like ants gazing up at humanity, even as Han Su overlooked the city, a feeling of reverence for a more advanced civilization arose within him. Zhao Yang, however, seemed accustomed to it all, perhaps due to the confidence instilled by his identity as a bounty hunter, or perhaps he had simply witnessed too many civilizations of this caliber. The glass chamber conveyed Han Su and Zhao Yang to an edifice exuding futuristic technological aesthetics. The structure was immensely tall, shaped overall like a concave form, resembling 2 colossal horns. This was the intergalactic Grand Hotel Zhao Yang had mentioned. Han Su and Zhao Yang exited the glass chamber, which then autonomously flew to the roadside and alighted. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Yang incurred no expenses. "What?" Zhao Yang responded, taken aback by the question. Subsequently, he recalled that Han Su had only recently emerged from a Tier 3 civilization and elucidated, "This is a shared sightseeing vehicle. It requires no contribution points. Regardless of the distance traveled, it is complementary. This modicum of energy is merely the tip of a hair to Gliese." Han Su was once again taken aback. "Free?" Zhao Yang elucidated, "The Gliese civilization has mastered the technology of extracting energy from antimatter. They possess a virtually inexhaustible supply of energy, and they simply do not concern themselves with such negligible losses." Zhao Yang's elucidation immediately evoked in Han Su memories of roadside restrooms and wash basins on Earth. Once upon a time, public conveniences were subject to a fee, but with the advancement of technology and the flourishing of the economy, they became free of charge. And the water from wash basins was also provided gratis to passersby. In the Gliese civilization, energy, remarkably, was also free. Han Su and Zhao Yang together entered the so-called International Grand Hotel, and Han Su was astonished to discover that the ground floor of this hotel had no doors or windows, no elevators, and no reception desk, nothing at all. However, as they continued to advance, the surrounding space began to transform, and soon they each entered enormous chambers. Zhao Yang remarked, "Rest up for the next few days. I've already taken care of the accommodation expenses. I'll gather some intelligence first, and then we'll proceed to the solar system." Han Su nodded. The solar system was his intended destination, and upon hearing that there might be planet-destroying criminals lurking there, he became even more restless. However, for the moment, he could only wait. Criminals capable of annihilating planets were beyond their capacity to apprehend on their own. The optimal course of action was to uncover clues and then alert the arbitrators to apprehend them. Han Su entered the room and found it transformed into a beach, complete with a lounge chair and a parasol, which astonished him. Had Glees transported an entire ocean into this room? Han Su approached the sea, but soon collided with a wall. The next moment, the ocean vanished, and everything around him disappeared. Han Su then realized he was in a small room of less than 10 square meters. Indeed, Han Su sighed, reflecting that the more prosperous the city, the more precious every inch of land becomes. He reclined in his chair, and the surroundings shifted once more, transforming into a tranquil valley that enveloped Han Su in a profound sense of peace. Within the body of the diamond beast, Han Su began to rest. This space had been meticulously modified by the predecessors of practitioners, resembling the interior of a warship, allowing Han Su to thrive here for years without concern. The room was equipped with a delivery system, where Han Su expended a mere fraction of his contribution points to have over 100 billion tons of fusion fuel compressed and delivered to him. He promptly instructed the diamond beast to consume it, thus replenishing nearly a century's worth of energy. After replenishing the diamond beast's energy, Han Su delved into the study of spiritual energy cultivation, presented with two distinct paths. The first method involved the enhancement techniques of the zero-realm civilization, utilizing pharmaceuticals, technology, and aggressive measures to forcibly elevate spiritual energy. With sufficient contribution points, one could indeed achieve this, albeit only up to level 5, akin to hastening growth unnaturally. The second method, however, adhered to the ways of the predecessors, allowing for cultivation up to level 7, albeit with greater peril. The authentic cultivation techniques were concealed upon a hidden star, necessitating travel to that celestial body for true advancement. Without his own spacecraft, reaching that distant planet posed significant challenges, as it resided outside any stellar system. After much contemplation, Han Su ultimately resolved to pursue the second path, recognizing its potential for greater distance and higher limits. Regarding the initial path, Han Su contemplated its potential for adaptation, particularly the incorporation of spirit energy apparatuses crafted by the zero-boundary civilization, such as spirit energy pulse rifles, which could bypass defenses to assail an adversary's soul directly, inducing incapacitation or neural ablation, akin to a cybernetic intrusion, albeit contingent upon possessing a minimum of level 1 spirit energy. Spirit energy blades, polearms, and bludgeons could also serve as close-quarters armaments capable of disregarding physical barriers and directly targeting the soul, accessible to spirit energy wielders of level 1 and above. Furthermore, spirit energy shield belts could generate bulwarks against both physical and spirit energy assaults, necessitating a minimum of level 2 spirit energy for operation. Spirit energy helmets could provide protection against spirit energy attacks and were accessible to all. Spirit energy spacecraft, capable of phase-shifting and traversing matter, demanded a pilot with at least level 4 spirit energy. Beyond spirit energy apparatuses, there existed spirit energy proficiencies, such as spirit energy warp, which could manipulate spatial dimensions to achieve instantaneous translocation, albeit requiring a minimum of level 4 spirit energy. Spirit energy pulse mirrored the effects of spirit energy pulse rifles, accessible to those with at least level 2 spirit energy. Spirit energy shield replicated the functionality of spirit energy shield belts, necessitating a minimum of level 3 spirit energy for deployment. Spirit energy simulacrum could conjure a doppelganger, requiring level 3 spirit energy. Spirit energy manipulation could enable telekinetic control over proximate objects, demanding level 4 spirit energy. Spirit energy detonation, capable of eradicating the souls of all sentient beings within a citywide radius, represented a level 5 spirit energy feat. Han Su discerned that leveraging spirit energy apparatuses could mitigate the prerequisites for manifesting comparable spirit energy effects, whereas direct application of spirit energy proficiencies, while mirroring apparatus functionality, necessitated elevated spirit energy tiers. However, certain psionic abilities appear to be excessively potent, rendering them unrealizable even with equipment. Just as Han Su was engrossed in his study of psionics, Zhao Liang abruptly contacted him. "Come quickly. A crime has transpired within the hotel, presenting us with an opportunity to earn contribution points." Chapter 32. Gene Thief. Han Su was astounded. What sort of crime could possibly occur in such a highly advanced civilization, within such a technologically sophisticated hotel? From within the room, a towering, hirsute being emerged, proclaiming, "I am the victim. While I was resting, I discovered that a single strand of my fur was missing. I immediately inquired with the hotel, but a comprehensive scan of the premises failed to locate it. Consequently, I reported the incident to the authorities. Hansu was perplexed. A single strand of fur warrants an alarm? He began to surmise that the creature's fur must be exceedingly valuable. A sudden realization struck him. Gene theft? Residing within the body of the Vidra beast. He promptly retrieved a device resembling a smartphone and consulted the Galactic Legal Compendium, which he had previously purchased. Upon locating the gene theft statute, he comprehended that, within the galaxy, genes constituted personal property. The theft of one's genes was a legitimate cause for legal action. Given the advanced state of civilization in the galaxy, cloning any organism from its genetic sequence was a trivial matter. Furthermore, the combination of genes could yield the creation of formidable beings. Therefore, genes were a vital resource, safeguarded by law. The furry victim implored, "I beseech you to apprehend the culprit, employing any means necessary." In a hushed tone, Zhao Liang confided in Hansu, explaining that should the adjudicator apprehend the perpetrator, the guilty party would be obligated to provide substantial restitution to the victim. Failure to furnish such compensation would result in the perpetrator's consignment to the mining colonies, where the extracted minerals would serve as recompense for the aggrieved party. Hansu nodded, his comprehension of this tenet profound. "How do you intend to investigate?" Hansu inquired. "The victim merely misplaced a single strand of hair. How can we possibly unearth any leads?" The images procured from the fourth dimension manifested in the third dimension, each frame progressing independently, rendering the extraction of clues a formidable task. Yet, Zhao Liang persevered. In the ensuing moment, Hansu witnessed a sudden convergence of all the images into a singular frame. Within this tableau, an autonomous dust-collecting vehicle was depicted, diligently sanitizing the victim's abode, inadvertently suctioning the errant golden hair. A collective sigh of relief swept through the observers, attributing the disappearance to the innocuous appliance. However, Zhao Liang's countenance betrayed a starkly different sentiment. "It appears to be none other than Wang Jinxiu, the notorious genetic marauder." He exclaimed, "I never anticipated his presence here." As time reversed its course, the golden strand oscillated upon the victim's person until, at a critical juncture, the visual narrative froze. A solitary droplet of pellucid liquid descended with uncanny precision, alighting upon the golden filament. An undercurrent of unease permeated the atmosphere. Under the deft manipulation of Zhao Liang, the four-dimensional display unexpectedly transformed into two distinct images. One screen tracked the origin of a droplet, while the other monitored the vacuum cleaner. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as onlookers realized the formidable capabilities of the four-dimensional surveillance system. Nothing occurring within this space could elude its watchful gaze. Zhao Liang remarked, "Jinxiu excels in this method of operation, for the execution system of the judges is powered by artificial intelligence." As he spoke, the two images on the four-dimensional monitor abruptly shifted. The spectators beheld the revelation that the droplet was, in fact, a minuscule insect, no larger than a fingernail, that had left its mark on the ceiling. At a specific moment, this droplet fell, landing precisely on the golden-haired individual. Meanwhile, the other image revealed a tiny crawling creature that had infiltrated the vacuum cleaner, altering its electronic components. The crowd's focus sharpened as they witnessed a humanoid entity appearing in the footage, which subsequently picked up a glass jar. The victim gasped upon recognition. Could it be a greaser alien? The notorious Gene Thief King is indeed a member of this civilization. Zhao Liang shook his head, countering, "No. If his true appearance were so easily discernible, he would not bear the title of Gene Thief King." Gene Thief King? Hansu expressed his surprise, initially believing that the infamous Gene Thief King Jinxiu was simply known as Wang Jinxiu. Indeed, Zhao Liang elucidated, the realm of thieves is dominated by 4 supreme thieves and 13 thief kings. These 17 individuals are renowned on the wanted list, and thus far, only 2 of the thief kings have been apprehended. Hansu stroked his chin, astonished to discover that such audacious thieves could exist within this orderly galaxy. At that moment, the onlookers beheld the Glesian retreating with a glass jar. The victim anxiously inquired, "Does that mean we cannot capture him?" Zhao Liang let out a cold chuckle. Had this been earlier, indeed it would have been challenging to locate his true form, but now I possess a 4-dimensional monitor. As he spoke, everyone witnessed the clone stepping backward into a beverage shop. Zhao Liang's eyes lit up instantly. "Let us go." Without hesitation, Zhao Liang and Hansu departed the hotel and entered a free-flying glass chamber, which promptly ascended, whisking them toward their destination. Chapter 33. The Sword of the Mind. During their voyage, Jia Liang retrieved a device to document the previously acquired clues through a verbal recording, subsequently uploading it to the Arbiter. He remarked, "By uploading the clues, we shall receive a reward. Even if we ultimately fail to apprehend Jin Xiu, or if the lead is severed, we shall still earn a modest fee for our efforts." Han Su nodded in agreement, expressing his approval. "This is quite commendable. It will significantly enhance the motivation of bounty hunters. And the collaboration between the artificial intelligence arbiter and the bounty hunters is indeed promising." Jia Liang observed another figure appearing on the four-dimensional monitor, engaging in dialogue with the clone within the beverage shop and handing over a glass jar containing flying insects and reptiles to the clone. Jia Liang, filled with excitement, felt his hands tremble slightly as he spoke. "I believe we are nearing the truth. Jin Xiu would never expect that someone would dare to utilize a four-dimensional surveillance device for an investigation, especially considering that every second of its operation costs 0.1 contribution points." Han Su gasped in astonishment. "It's that expensive? Then how much value does the clue you just provided hold in contribution points?" His expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Only 5 points? You have already used the four-dimensional device for at least 5 minutes, which consumes 30 contribution points." Zhao Yang replied, "One must be willing to risk in order to gain. If we can capture Jin Xiu, it will all be worth it. Previously, I lacked assistance, relying solely on my own strength. Even if I uncovered the crime, I would be unable to enact an arrest. But now, things are different." The implication in Zhao Yang's words was clear. Only with Han Su as an ally would he consider employing the four-dimensional surveillance device. Han Su, perceptive to the underlying message, immediately responded, "As long as we can confirm that the person is indeed Jin Xiu, I am confident in my ability to apprehend him." Han Su had unwavering faith in his capabilities. Despite the formidable physique of a level 3 beast, his true advantage lay in his nearly level 5 formidable mental prowess. After repeatedly utilizing the four-dimensional surveillance device, Zhao Yang discovered that since the rendezvous began, the individual had not left the private room. He then turned off the device and declared, "Even if this person is not Jin Xiu, capturing him could yield crucial leads. I have already received authorization from the adjudicator. You may proceed." "Excellent." Entering the Emporium of Exotic Potables, a peculiar establishment purveying concoctions akin to terrestrial spirits, yet distinct in their addictive allure, Han Su promptly crossed its threshold. With his mental acuity unfurled, he swiftly pinpointed the suspect ensconced within a private chamber. With resolute strides, Han Su advanced towards the designated room. Its portals, fortified by advanced intelligence, were theoretically impervious to unauthorized intrusion, with forcible breaching carrying legal ramifications. However, subsequent to his ingress, the Arbiter had bestowed upon Han Su a mandate: full indemnification for any collateral damage incurred during the successful apprehension of the miscreant. Emboldened by this dispensation, Han Su approached the portal with newfound audacity, delivering a cataclysmic kick. Notwithstanding its diminutive stature, the potent musculature of the Vajra beast remained undiminished, resulting in the portal being violently dislodged from its moorings. Pandemonium ensued within the confines of the chamber, as artificial intelligence issued repeated advisories, cautioning occupants to evacuate the hazardous milieu. Yet, egress proved unattainable, for Han Su had already strategically blockaded their escape route. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" bellowed an occupant of the chamber. Han Su, poised for imminent action, retorted, "Jin Xiu, surrender yourself forthwith." Jin Xiu, initially taken aback, erupted in derisive laughter, exclaiming, "So, the Arbiter's hound has managed to sniff me out. I am impressed." Han Su's brow furrowed as he detected an aura of frigid malevolence. Having intercepted Jin Xiu's mental emanations, Han Su preemptively launched an offensive maneuver. With explosive velocity, Han Su surged forward, his formidable talons poised to rend asunder. Jin Xiu could not simply resign to his fate. Suddenly, his back arched high, turning a vivid crimson, and the temperature around him began to rise. The bulging mass on his back aimed directly at Han Su, and then, like a volcano erupting, it unleashed a torrent of fiery red magma towards him. However, as the magma approached Han Su, it diminished into insignificance, and by the time it landed on the body of the diamond beast, it had merely transformed into a small red. Aside from singeing a few hairs on the diamond beast, it inflicted no real harm upon its form. In a state of shock, Jin Xiu realized, "Spatial equipment? No, that's incorrect. You are a colossal beast." In that instant, he recalled the spatial devices from the planet Grelise, which could compress gigantic creatures to the size of ordinary beings. Han Su had already closed the distance and brought down his hand with tremendous force. Jin Xiu, terrified to the core, feared that a single swipe from such a behemoth would reduce him to a mere pulp. Before the diamond beast's claw could descend, Jin Xiu instantly split his body into 4 smaller entities, scattering in different directions. Only then did the claw crash down, smashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The entire beverage shop trembled violently, producing a cacophony of sound. Patrons were sent flying, landing in a disoriented heap. The 4 peculiar creatures narrowly escaped the catastrophe and immediately attempted to flee. Han Su, however, could not allow them to succeed. If he failed to apprehend the suspects, the ensuing damages would be his burden to bear. With a furious shout, he declared, "Where do you think you're going?" The mental energy suddenly transformed into 4 sharp swords, piercing through the air and striking the 4 peculiar creatures, which let out a cry of anguish. The strange beings immediately collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Han Su nodded. Although it had drained his mental energy, it was well worth the effort. Moments later, Zhao Liang rushed in and, upon seeing the 4 creatures, sighed, "Alas. Despite the heavy cost, we still failed to capture Jin Xiu." However, Han Su replied, "Just now, when these 4 little beings split apart, I sensed a consciousness retreating from this location. I have pinpointed its final position, and I believe that is none other than Jin Xiu himself." Zhao Liang's eyes instantly gleamed with realization. Indeed, since it is a consciousness, it must be him. His will controlled this genetic creation. Han Su asserted, "We have already paid a tremendous price. If we fail to apprehend Jin Xiu, it would be an enormous loss. Thus, we must seize him," Zhao Liang declared. "Let us go. We cannot allow this notorious thief, who has roamed the galaxy for millennia, to escape." Without hesitation, Han Su and Zhao Liang set off. Upon entering the glass chamber, it immediately took flight. Chapter 34. Within light years, Han Su and Zhao Liang promptly entered the glass chamber, heading towards their destination. While the glass chamber served merely as public transport of the Glee civilization, its efficiency was remarkable. Within a few minutes, they arrived at their destination, a plaza featuring a vast aerial garden that oscillated gracefully in the sky, with a fountain beneath, perpetually gushing forth its crystalline waters. The square was teeming with people from various races, coming and going. Zhao Liang remarked, "This is the most bustling city on Grellize, a destination frequented by travelers from diverse civilizations. Thus, locating a target here is no easy feat, no worries. I have already pinpointed the target," Han Su responded. As the glass chamber descended, Han Su made a beeline for his objective. Zhao Liang followed closely behind, cautioning, "There are too many people here. We must refrain from taking action, lest we inadvertently harm bystanders, which would spell disaster for us." Han Su was well versed in the Galactic Code and understood that any unintentional harm to civilians would violate the most stringent laws encapsulated within the Human Rights Act. The Human Rights Act is a legal framework designed to safeguard the rights of all civilizations that are part of the Galactic Alliance, protecting the life security, genetic privacy, and labor rights of its inhabitants, with rigorous enforcement. Consider this. Even the rights of artificial intelligences rated at level 3 or above are afforded such stringent protection, let alone other intelligent species. Familiar with the Galactic Code, Han Su was certainly not one to commit such a fundamental error. Although he had identified his target, he refrained from acting impulsively and opted to follow discreetly. Despite his continuous pursuit, Han Su did not mask his presence. His gaze remained fixed on the target. After trailing the individual for several minutes, the target finally sensed Han Su and began to move towards a more secluded area. This was precisely what Han Su had anticipated. For the more formidable the criminal, the better their understanding of the law. Given that the target was employing clones and genetic creations to perpetrate crimes, it was evident that their original self would refrain from engaging in any illegal activities. Han Su closely followed his adversary until they arrived at a desolate passageway. Upon reaching this secluded area, Han Su suddenly struck, leaving no opportunity for escape. To his surprise, the target did not flee. Instead, they turned and charged directly at Han Su. Zhao Liang rejoiced, believing the individual had underestimated Han Su's formidable nature as a behemoth, thus choosing a path of self-destruction. As Han Su observed the opponent, clad in powered armor, adorned with a mask and cloak that obscured their true appearance and gender, he noted their slender physique, indicating they were not a being of brute strength. However, as Han Su approached, he felt his own body diminishing in size, his towering 2-meter stature shrinking to a mere 1.8 meters. This transformation signified a singular truth. His opponent was also a behemoth, one even more colossal than himself, and clad in powered armor to boot. Startled, Hansu's fist collided with that of his opponent, resulting in a thunderous roar and a terrifying shockwave that rippled outward. Zhao Liang utilized stabilizers to prevent himself from being swept away by the ensuing gale. In the next moment, Hansu was forcefully pushed back several meters. Astonished to discover that his opponent possessed greater strength, Zhao Liang was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the target was indeed a behemoth. Hansu furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have indeed been negligent. I should have foreseen this. As a genetic thief, how could one not enhance themselves through genetic augmentation?" Once more, Hansu surged forward, while Zhao Liang shouted, "Do not engage in a direct confrontation. We merely need to endure until the arbiter arrives." Jin Xiu once again advanced, wielding a dagger that seemed to shimmer with menace. Hansu was taken aback. Without the compression of space, the size of that dagger would be unimaginable. No longer daring to underestimate the situation, Hansu unleashed the mental energy gifted to him by a venerable practitioner, releasing it without a hint of hesitation. In the instant Jin Xiu struck with the dagger, Hansu's mental sword had already pierced through the air, swiftly finding its way into the adversary's brain. In the realm of the mind, speed reigns supreme. The mental blade penetrated Jin Xiu's cranial defenses, instantly severing the connection between his brain and body. A thunderous crash echoed. Jin Xiu collapsed to the ground, causing tremors that shook the very earth beneath him, while the dagger fell, embedding itself into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Without delay, Hansu retrieved the dagger, only to discover it had expanded in size. In the grip of the diamond beast, it resembled a short sword, yet it was remarkably heavy. Its material was a mystery to him. However, Hansu understood that once the spatial compression was lifted, this short sword would transform into an enormous weapon, rivaling that of a ship-slicing blade. Well-versed in the theft law and galactic law, Hansu discerned a loophole. He could upload a photograph and details of the short sword to the lost and found platform, along with his contact information. Thus, even though he had found the short sword, he could continue to wield it until its rightful owner sought him out. Minutes later, Jin Xiu slowly regained consciousness, a peculiar symbol now etched upon his back. Hansu recognized this symbol all too well. It signified the countdown for the arrival of the Judicator. Aware of his predicament, Jin Xiu realized he had been marked by the Judicator and thus chose not to resist. It then dawned upon Zhao Liang that, in addition to his formidable physical prowess, Hansu also possessed an exceptionally potent mental fortitude. Recollecting his previous disparaging remarks about Hansu's intellect, he was immediately overcome with shame and lowered his head in contrition. 2 hours later, the arbiter finally arrived at Greece, and Kim Su was teleported away in a beam of white light. Instantly, nearly 700,000 contribution points were credited to the accounts of Hansu and Zhao Liang. Receiving such a substantial sum of money so unexpectedly, Zhao Liang was so elated that he nearly leaped for joy. Chapter 35. Return to Earth the following day. Hansu promptly spent 700,000 contribution points on a colossal freighter equipped with warp drive. In this well-ordered galaxy, acquiring warships was simply unnecessary. Upon beholding the brand-new, immense freighter, Zhao Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. "You've spent all 700,000 contribution points without even giving them a chance to accumulate any interest?" Hansu, however, remained unconcerned. He retorted, "Whether we buy it sooner or later, we'll still have to buy it eventually. We might as well buy it early and revel in it." Zhao Liang glanced at the contribution points remaining in his account and offered a wry smile. He could not afford to be as extravagant as Hansu, as he needed to accumulate contribution points to purchase a planet for the armored clan. Bounty hunting was indeed lucrative, but becoming a bounty hunter was no easy feat. As one of the few bounty hunters among the armored clan, Zhao Liang had to shoulder the responsibility. Zhao Liang immediately spent 100,000 contribution points on a large quantity of goods and said to Hansu, "Now that we've bought the ship, let's not waste it. I'll split the contribution points from selling the goods with you." Hansu replied, "It's fine. If you have the chance, please recommend me for the bounty hunter exam." Hansu had never ceased his pursuit of knowledge. Ever since he became aware of the existence of bounty hunters, he diligently sought information regarding them. Realizing that in order to become a bounty hunter, one must possess a recommendation from an established bounty hunter, Zhao Liang confidently patted his chest, assuring him, "No problem. With your skills, qualifying as a bounty hunter will be a breeze." Hansu nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, let us set forth to Earth." Without delay, Han Su and Zhao Liang boarded the cargo ship, a vessel astonishingly large, comparable in size to 3 football fields, fully capable of accommodating the colossal metal beast. The ship's warp drive engine was exceptionally powerful. As the cargo ship ascended, it charted a course toward the orbit of the Gliese planet. With each passing moment, as the ship distanced itself from Gliese, the form of the metal beast gradually enlarged until it returned to its original state. The short sword that Han Su had acquired also grew to an immense size, measuring at least 70 to 80 meters, until Jin Xiu completed his sentence. This formidable blade would remain under Han Su's exclusive use. Zhao Liang accessed the ship's internal system to observe the entirety of the vessel. Its overall design was sleek and flat, equipped with 4 thrusters at the rear, which emitted a soft blue glow, propelling the ship into the boundless depths of space. Han Su adjusted the navigation, aligning the ship toward the solar system, and subsequently activated the jump engine. "What name have you given this ship?" Zhao Liang inquired. "A name?" Han Su pondered, struggling to find an appropriate one. "Let me suggest one." Zhao Liang contemplated for a moment before proclaiming, "Let us call it the Friendship." "A testament to our camaraderie." Han Su hesitated initially, feeling that the name was rather commonplace, yet suddenly, an inexplicable sense washed over him, as if the vessel were destined to bear that very name. However, he overheard Zhao Liang asserting, "Our momentum is formidable. During this expedition to the solar system, it would be advantageous to unearth the perpetrator responsible for planetary annihilation." Han Su silently acquiesced, as this was precisely his present contemplation. A malefactor who had obliterated 3 planets was concealed within the solar system, a matter of considerable gravity. Should this miscreant abruptly obliterate Earth, the consequences would be dire. Han Su inquired, "Given your awareness of this heinous criminal's presence within the solar system, why have the arbitrators not yet scoured the region to apprehend the culprit?" Zhao Liang sighed, "It is not so facile. The malefactor's traces are not confined to the solar system. They extend across 4 or 5 stellar systems. The arbitrators cannot possibly pervade every corner of the galaxy, particularly remote systems such as the solar system." Han Su nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Friendship freighter had initiated warp speed, and in approximately 30 days, they would arrive at the solar system, navigating through uncharted regions of space. This velocity was considered quite rapid. Established routes are analogous to highways, while uncharted routes resemble rugged village paths, reflecting upon the double-ringed mountain range. Han Su couldn't help but suspect that something else was concealed beneath that mining vessel, possibly the aforementioned heinous criminal. Han Su refrained from divulging his conjecture. Instead, he continued to peruse galactic law and relevant materials pertaining to the bounty hunter examination. To aspire to become a bounty hunter, both prowess and sagacity are indispensable. It is not a matter that can be resolved merely by completing an examination paper. Han Su surmised that Zhao Liang's success in passing the examination must also be attributed to some potent technological artifact he possessed. Otherwise, he would not have been able to surmount the combat prowess trial, even if he had cleared the intelligence hurdle. Of course, this did not imply an abandonment of examinations. A thorough understanding of the galactic law was a prerequisite for aspiring bounty hunters. Therefore, Han Su resumed his study of the galactic law, not wishing to squander this rare opportunity while he possessed formidable mental fortitude. Aided by his powerful mental faculties, his pace in studying and comprehending the galactic law was remarkably swift. Within a mere 30 days, he had perused 2/3 of the compendium. At this juncture, they reached the periphery of the solar system. Subsequently, they continued their course toward Earth, with Han Su eagerly anticipating the transformation the planet had undergone. In Han Su's conjecture, the various nations of Earth should have coalesced, given their rudimentary understanding of the overall situation in the galaxy. Indeed, Han Su speculated that other civilizations might have already arrived to engage in commerce with the Earthlings. However, Han Su was disillusioned. He observed no extraterrestrial vessels arriving. The solar system remained as tranquil as ever. Zhao Liang remarked, "The solar system is too remote. The civilization here is called Earth, is it not? Fortunately, there are 9 planets, which allows for some development. Other civilizations simply will not come here. It is too distant, too isolated. It is not worth the energy to come here." Han Su inquired, "Will they not come to trade?" "Earth civilization is still quite ignorant. There should be ample opportunity for profit, should there not?" Zhao Liang chuckled, remarking that the disparity between Earth's civilization and the average civilization level of the current galactic alliance was so vast, akin to the difference between a unicellular organism and the Stone Age, that no civilization would consider engaging in trade. Han Su inwardly grimaced upon hearing this. Zhao Liang continued, stating that were it not for the galactic law, even they would possess a godlike dominion over Earth civilization, capable of seizing control of the entire planet in an instant. Han Su readily acknowledged this. Soon, the friendship cargo ship approached Earth. Zhao Liang, maintaining a courteous demeanor towards Earth civilization, initiated an interstellar broadcast, announcing their presence as space merchants seeking trade and requesting the opening of their spaceport if they were amenable. Zhao Liang then chuckled to himself, knowing that Earth lacked a spaceport. However, it was a matter of etiquette. In the orderly galactic system, everyone observed proper manners, much like knocking before entering someone's home. Chapter 36. Mutual evasion. Han Su sighed, lamenting the sluggish pace. Zhao Liang responded that such situations were commonplace, advising patience and emphasizing that their primary objective was to gain access to the planet to investigate the case, with trade being secondary. Han Su stroked his chin thoughtfully, adding that it also served as a disguise, as they could not be certain if the culprit was hiding on Earth. Precisely, Zhao Liang affirmed with a decisive nod, reasoning that anyone capable of interstellar travel would likely prefer to reside in a major city. Where could the accommodations in a small mountain village possibly be adequate? Yet, the Earth civilization evidently hadn't contemplated this, or rather, they had, but due to the incessant bickering among the 223 nations, they acquiesced. At this juncture, Han Su could no longer restrain himself. He immediately unleashed his mental energy to eavesdrop on the collective conference of the Earth civilization's 223 national leaders. At that moment, he detected an exceedingly tumultuous clamor of contention. You cannot so rashly permit their entry. What if the opposition is merely employing the guise of space merchants as a deceptive facade to mislead us? Upon hearing this, Han Su surmised that at the very least, some individuals possessed a modicum of intellect. However, someone promptly retorted, the current Earth civilization is entirely undefended. We lack even what they term a starport. In other words, we don't even possess a front gate. For a residence devoid of a gate, the opposition is entirely free to enter and exit at will, yet they remain so courteous. This demonstrates that they do not harbor malicious intentions. Precisely, someone seconded. If they were to arrive with malevolence, they would not engage in such protracted discourse with us. For the disparity between us is simply too immense. Han Su nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this analysis was not devoid of merit. A high-ranking official from the United States proclaimed, we ought to permit them to land, and furthermore, to land within our nation. For only we possess the resources to accommodate them. Delusions. For nations immediately voiced their opposition. Do not presume to gain an unfair advantage. The opportunity to be the first to engage with an alien civilization ought to be shared amongst all major powers. Han Su sighed, lamenting that the circumstances remained unchanged, and the Earth civilization had yet to achieve unification. At that juncture, Zhao Liang interjected, articulating, a bustling metropolis would be untenable. Your cities, devoid of spatial compression technology, are incapable of accommodating our contingent. Kindly designate a more expansive locale. This pronouncement resonated as a seismic revelation within the assembly of Earth civilization, igniting a renewed chorus of contentions. Spatial compression? What echelon of technology does that represent? Incapable of accommodation? What is the rationale? Are their crew numbers substantial? Following approximately 15 minutes of deliberation, the assembly reached a verdict. Esteemed space merchants, we implore you to disembark at these coordinates. The designated area should provide ample space. A set of coordinates was transmitted, and upon scrutiny by Han Su, it was revealed to be a colossal, uninhabited island situated in international waters. The Amity freighter promptly initiated its descent. The immense hull's landing engendered prodigious waves. Naval vessels from myriad nations converged, their commanders brandishing binoculars, only to witness a gargantuan biped, towering nearly 200 meters in height, emerge from the freighter, eliciting astonishment. Accompanying the simian colossus was Zhao Liang, levitating in the air, who addressed the terrestrial inhabitants. My apologies, but in the absence of spatial compression, your cities would likely be unable to withstand the trampling of my compatriot. Han Su surveyed the surroundings, deeming them satisfactory. Being in proximity to the ocean would permit unfettered movement. Regarding the diplomatic wrangling among the 223 nations of Earth civilization, he could only emit a sigh of resignation. Han Su cannot directly assist Earth civilization in achieving unity, for he has already become part of another individual civilization. Should he attempt to do so, he would contravene the galactic law. Therefore, the internal issues of Earth civilization must be resolved independently. However, Hansu has the option to transfer all acquired technologies from the third-level civilizations to a single nation. Aircraft carriers, space elevators, controllable nuclear fusion, planetary engines, an abundance of third-level technological advancements could at least elevate Earth civilization's scientific capabilities to the mid-tier of the third level. At this juncture, a nation within Earth civilization discreetly reached out to Jiao Yang. Esteemed space merchant, our nation wishes to engage in a transaction with you alone. Chapter 37, Civilization Unification. To be honest, Hansu could easily deduce which nation had initiated contact. Upon connecting the communication device, the leader of M Nation spoke after a few seconds. Esteemed space merchant, we are M Nation, the most powerful nation within Earth civilization, and we wish to conduct a private transaction with you. Zhao Yang replied, you all belong to Earth civilization. There is no need for a separate transaction. With the strength of a single nation, any transaction will require a greater cost, whereas negotiating as a civilization would lessen the burden on your nation. However, the leader of M Nation responded obsequiously, that is of no concern. We are the mightiest nation of Earth civilization and can bear additional costs. Hansu furrowed his brow and inquired, what is it that you wish to acquire? The leader of Nation M spoke with great urgency, expressing, we are eager to acquire the technology for constructing a space elevator, and for this, we are willing to pay any price, even that of our own populace. Hansu and Zhao Liang exchanged incredulous glances. In this civilization, could the trade of human lives be permissible? Zhao Liang found it utterly astonishing. Hansu remarked, it must pertain only to this nation. The galactic law is aimed at civilizations. Thus, if a civilization begins to engage in internal strife, trading in human lives, and embarking on mutual destruction, the galactic law remains indifferent. This implies that Hansu is presently unable to intervene in the internal affairs of Earth's civilization. It is a matter they must resolve independently. Zhao Liang emphasized, within the galaxy, human rights law supersedes all. The trade of human lives is inconceivable, however. Leasing is a possibility. Upon hearing the former part of the statement, the leader of Nation M began to contemplate alternative resources, but upon hearing the latter part, his eyes suddenly gleamed with hope. I can lease our populace to you at an exceedingly low cost for labor. Zhao Liang, feeling exasperated, responded, according to the galactic law, laborers who are leased are entitled to basic protections. We cannot privately negotiate and lease your populace at such a minimal price. Hansu sighed, astonished that Nation M would consider sacrificing its own people merely to acquire technology. The leader of Nation M stood in stunned silence for a while before stating, our minerals and resources are also available for trade. Zhao Yang demurred, suggesting that with their nation's current resources, acquiring such technology would likely prove unattainable. He inquired as to why the entire civilization wouldn't unite its strength for a mutually beneficial exchange. Hansu posited that their nation's preeminence was on the verge of being eclipsed by others, hence their eagerness to leverage external assistance to perpetuate their lead. Zhao Liang found it perplexing, questioning the fixation on dominance within a unified civilization, likening it to sibling rivalry within a family. He advocated for solidarity in the face of the vast cosmos, reflecting on Earth civilization from a cosmic vantage point. Hansu mused that a civilization's progress necessitates advancements in both scientific technology and ideological principles. Zhao Liang asserted that unilateral support for a single nation would expedite the unification of Earth civilization, which he deemed too immature and unprepared for cosmic endeavors. Hansu volunteered, offering to provide technological blueprints from a level 3 civilization. In Zhao Yang's presence, he selected the nation with the red flag. Zhao Liang cautioned against overt favoritism, advising the clandestine transfer of technology to a chosen individual in incremental doses. Perplexed, Hansu inquired whether the Galactic Codex prescribed the provision of technology to other civilizations. Zhao Yang remarked, that is not the case. Rather, the method of directly imparting technology is rather akin to pulling seedlings to help them grow, which is not beneficial for this civilization. It is preferable that they build a solid foundation gradually. Given the current expansive environment of the galaxy, it is wise to aim for greater distances. Hansu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Zhao Yang's assertion. Indeed, while directly providing technology could assist Earth's civilization, it could also create a discontinuity in their technological development, resulting in an unstable foundation. Once they have assimilated all the bestowed knowledge, they would find themselves unable to pursue higher levels of technological advancement. However, Jiaoyang continued, considering the present circumstances of Earth's civilization, bestowing some technology is not entirely detrimental. At the very least, it would allow them to escape their current predicament of mutual hindrance, enabling one nation to grow strong. In due time, the entire civilization would unify, paving the way for future development. Otherwise, as it stands, they might exhaust Earth's resources without ever achieving departure. Hansu nodded once more and began to seek suitable candidates. Ultimately, he identified several leading scientists from Country Z and implanted knowledge of aerospace carriers, space elevators, and nuclear fusion engines into their minds. However, this knowledge did not manifest immediately. Rather, it resided within the depths of their subconscious. Once the technology was embedded in the subconscious of these three eminent scientists from Country Z, it would not be long before they would independently comprehend and realize this technology, thereby naturally enhancing their nation's technological prowess. Consequently, Hansu's objective was achieved. Subsequently, a more pressing matter demanded his attention, locating the felon, who was likely concealed within the solar system. This was a formidable criminal capable of annihilating a planet, a fact that compelled him to treat the situation with utmost gravity. After all, in Hansu's estimation, Earth's civilization was akin to a sibling civilization. His sojourn away from the solar system for approximately a year had profoundly altered his ideological framework. He now regarded Earth's civilization as a unified entity, rather than a collection of 233 nations. Nevertheless, he was quite perplexed by the incessant infighting among certain nations for meager resources and slight advantages. Why engage in such cutthroat competition over trivial matters? Some nations, lacking even the capacity for space travel, were constantly undermining others, thereby impeding the overall progress of the civilization. Just as Hansu was feeling rather nonplussed, Jiaoyang had commenced trading with various nations of Earth's civilization. He was utterly astounded by the diverse array of alcoholic beverages and commodities offered by these nations. Inconceivable, he exclaimed. The individuals of your Earth civilization actually consume fuel as a beverage. At that moment, Jiaoyang was akin to a modern-day Earthling witnessing primitive humans using petroleum as a flavoring agent on roasted meat. Setting aside the question of whether petroleum was edible, the taste alone would be unpalatable. As a lower-level civilization, to refine vast quantities of fuel for the purpose of creating beverages was an egregious waste. Jiaoyang wore an expression of helplessness, and he said, moreover, these are beverages that diminish work efficiency, which is all the more perplexing. Allow Earth's civilization to sample authentic beverages, he proposed. Hansu retrieved some exquisite beverages procured from Grizzle, intending to offer a modest sampling to the terrestrial civilization. At that juncture, Nangongyu unexpectedly contacted them. Chapter 38. Lunar Reconnaissance. Nangongyu's communication startled Hansu, who momentarily feared exposure. However, Nangongyu merely inquired about the spacecraft situated on the moon, which immediately piqued Jiaoyang's interest. By this time, Hansu had concluded the transaction with the terrestrial civilization, exchanging advanced beverages from Grizzle for a substantial quantity of nuclear fusion fuel, at a price highly favorable to Earth. Upon receiving the superior beverages, various nations promptly conducted sampling and analysis. After confirming their safety for human consumption, the dignitaries of each country indulged in a tasting. In an instant, they closed their eyes, exhibiting an expression of rapture, as if savoring a celestial nectar. More astonishingly, the beverage alleviated their bodily fatigue, heightened their mental acuity, and continuously nourished and safeguarded their brains and hearts. Jiaoyang remarked, this is a frequent occurrence. Since the establishment of galactic law, certain civilizations have installed automatic alarm systems on their spacecraft. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to enter so easily without any defenses. Triggering these automatic alarms would constitute a violation of the law. Nangongyu inquired, is it possible for us to acquire the technology from this spacecraft without contravening the law? Nangongyu sighed, suddenly perceiving Hansu's sacrifice as futile, as they would be unable to obtain the spacecraft even if Hansu were incarcerated. After a brief pause, Nangongyu inquired further, there's also the matter of our inability to establish contact with the far side of the moon, despite deactivating the signal jammer on that spacecraft. What could be the cause? Jiaoyang hesitated, a possibility dawning on him. He promptly addressed Hansu, stating, there's certainly something amiss within this solar system. The presence of signal jamming suggests the activity of sentient beings. Hansu concurred, recalling their earlier conjecture on the moon that the double-ringed mountain concealed more than just a mining vessel. Perhaps the mining vessel served as a mere facade, akin to concealing oneself with corpses on a battlefield to evade enemy fire, to prevent inciting panic among Earth's civilization. They refrained from disclosing the presence of a fugitive within the solar system. Having addressed some of Earth's civilization's inquiries, Zhao Liang informed Hansu, this perpetrator is unaffiliated with any civilization, a wanderer known as the Star Destroyer. He has already annihilated 3 planets and remains uncaught, his bounty having escalated to 10 million contribution points. Upon hearing Zhao Liang's account, Hansu's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 million contribution points was no trifling sum. A typical habitable planet fetched a mere 3 to 4 million contribution points, and a remote one even less, around 1 to 2 million. Hansu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He had come to understand that acquiring a habitable planet in the Milky Way was as simple as purchasing a house on Earth. These habitable planets were not naturally formed, but rather terraformed by advanced civilizations, making it exceedingly easy for them to accrue contribution points. While the solar system is currently attributed to Earth's civilization, only Earth is habitable. They could opt to divest themselves of the other planets to accrue contribution points, though the returns would be modest due to their uninhabitable nature. As for the extraterrestrial spacecraft on the moon, it is a relic of an alien civilization and not the property of Earth's civilization. Should it be discovered, it is to be returned unless the original owners explicitly relinquish their claim. However, should Earth civilization successfully colonize the moon, the situation would be transformed. Once a starport is established, other civilizations would no longer be at liberty to land on the moon at will. The moon is currently akin to an unclaimed territory, accessible to all. However, colonization would be akin to constructing dwellings on this land, and a starport would serve as a grand gate, barring trespassers. Hansu posited, perhaps we could enlist the assistance of a terrestrial individual. Their familiarity with Earth's circumstances would be invaluable. Zhao Liang concurred emphatically, stating, indeed, we could employ a native Earthling to aid us, compensating them with goods. Upon boarding the freighter, Zhao Liang eagerly inquired of Nangongyu, what locations are currently known to you that possess the capability to shield signals? Nangongyu's mission encompassed fostering amicable relations with alien civilizations and, crucially, acquiring knowledge of the galaxy. However, before she could assess the freighter's conditions, Zhao Liang pressed her on the matter of signal shielding locations. Namongyu enumerated, besides the far side of the moon, there are also places such as Bermuda, Lunar, and Death Island that isolate signals and are prone to accidents year-round, having become restricted areas. Zhao Liang was astonished. He had not imagined that there would exist so many unfathomable places on this planet, which is rarely seen in other civilizations. Usually, such peculiar locations are either man-made or contain ancient ruins. Namongyu paused, intending to inquire about what ancient ruins were, but before she could, the freighter took off. Although it was a freighter, it was an incomprehensible super warship to Earth's civilization as they watched it ascend, effortlessly piercing through the atmosphere. Hansu remarked, it seems we must explore these places. Let's head to the moon first. Zhao Liang nodded. Once we arrive at the moon, I will use my 4-dimensional monitor to see what exactly happened there. The freighter immediately reversed its direction, speeding towards the moon. Hansu was filled with emotion, not expecting that after more than a dozen months, he would once again embark on the path to the moon. Chapter 39. Beneath the spaceship en route to the moon, Hansu asked Zhao Liang, what is the motive of this planet destroyer? Why did they destroy 3 planets in a row? Zhao Liang retrieved the information on the Star Destroyer and then stated, this individual originally came from a feeble civilization. After arriving in the galaxy, he sought employment everywhere, but encountered setbacks at every turn. Although laws exist within this galaxy, it does not guarantee a better existence for the vulnerable. Observe, this is the initial criminal record of this Star Destroyer. Hansu leaned in, and Nangongyu also strained her eyes. They beheld a massive, hovering panel that read, Star Destroyer Wangya, originally a sanitation worker in the 3rd star system circle, harbored resentment due to being consistently assigned to the most arduous star regions for waste disposal by the administrators. Ultimately, he produced an ancient relic and obliterated the asteroid where the administrators were located, resulting in the demise of millions and the destruction of countless facilities. Nangongyu inquired, esteemed space merchant, may I peruse this type of intelligence alongside you? Nangongyu remained uncertain, unsure if she was entitled to know such things. She was acutely aware that the more one knew, the greater the peril. Jiao Liang responded, "It's of no consequence. This intelligence was obtained through contribution points. I am at liberty to share it with whomever I wish." Han Su remarked with a sigh. In the galaxy, information also comes at a cost. Evidently, the data Jiao Liang possessed was provided by other bounty hunters. They furnish intelligence to the adjudicators in exchange for contribution points. And other bounty hunters must expend contribution points to acquire intelligence. Regardless of the calculations, the adjudicators invariably profit. Han Su questioned, "How did Wang Ye evade capture by the adjudicators?" Jiao Liang remarked, "It is that ancient relic. Utilizing that ancient artifact, he escaped and, years later, committed a second offense. This time, he targeted a mining star and exterminated billions of criminals engaged in mining operations." Han Su felt a tightening sensation in his chest. While Nangang Yu interjected, "So, this Star Destroyer is not a mindless killer of innocents." This thought alleviated his concerns. A principled Star Destroyer would have no reason to act against Earth. Jiao Liang furrowed his brow and, with a grave expression, stated, however, "He lacks the authority to punish these criminals. Most of the offenders on that mining star did not warrant the death penalty. Furthermore, during his third act of destruction, he annihilated hundreds of billions of innocent lives." Both Han Su and Nangang Yu were taken aback. In their research, they had discovered that the Star Destroyer Wang Ye had obliterated a thriving planet with unknown ancient relics, where hundreds of billions of people were living joyfully. Without any prior warning, Wang Ye had suddenly appeared and reduced the planet to ruin, then vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Han Su and Nangang Yu furrowed their brows. Their greatest concern was that the Star Destroyer could be an individual devoid of moral boundaries, which implied that Earth was in peril. Nangang Yu meticulously analyzed the situation before finally asking, "What exactly is this ancient relic? Does this weapon require the annihilation of planets for activation? Is that why Wang Ye resorted to planetary destruction while on the run?" Jiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Your perspective is remarkably innovative and holds substantial reference value. This ancient relic in the hands of the Starbreaker may not be sustainably operable, which could explain the continuous destruction of planets for energy." Han Su pondered. "If the formidable power of this Starbreaker originates from his weapon, perhaps we could capture him before he deploys it." Jiao Yang recalled Han Su's mental prowess and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this presents a rare opportunity. We must devise a strategy to bring this Starbreaker to justice." As they spoke, the Friendship spacecraft had already reached the far side of the moon, moving at a speed far superior to that of the previous space capsule. Upon arrival, under the command of Nangang Yu, they descended toward the Twin Ring Mountains. Before they even landed, they spotted a silvery mining ship, motionless in its position. Jiao Yang turned to Han Su and said, "I need you to move this ship. I suspect there is more than meets the eye beneath it." "No problem," Han Su replied. He attempted to send a message using the Friendship spacecraft, but his efforts were thwarted, as they had evidently entered a signal jamming zone. However, Han Su's mental capabilities remained unaffected. For the sake of safety, he first used his mental strength to probe the situation beneath the ship. Yet, as his mental energy made contact with the underside of the vessel, it felt as though it had encountered an extraordinarily hard substance, unable to penetrate further. This revelation startled Han Su, for within this galaxy, materials capable of isolating psychic energy indeed exist. The psionic helmet is crafted from such substances. It was unexpected to find such an item here as well. Han Su maneuvered the diamond beast to leap off the Friendship, approaching the mining vessel. He promptly reported the presence of this mining ship to the Lost and Found system. Once he confirmed the successful report, he extended his large, furry hands, firmly grasping the edge of the mining vessel. With a sudden exertion of strength, he lifted the mining ship effortlessly. The Friendship flew closer, and Han Su deftly stowed the mining vessel within the expansive cargo hold of the Friendship. In doing so, he seized the opportunity to acquire the genetic material from the vessel and conduct genetic analysis to ascertain any potential connections with the collective civilization. However, upon securing the mining ship in the Friendship's hold, all present were met with an astonishing sight. Beneath the mining vessel lay a vast, inky abyss, concealed only by the vessel itself. Han Su, equally astonished, projected his psychic energy, yet found it unable to penetrate the depths of the cavern, as if the void was composed of a unique material. Meanwhile, Jiao Liang piloted a small craft, escorting Nangang Yu away from the Friendship. As his craft hovered beside the diamond beast, he exclaimed with palpable excitement, "It seems we have uncovered the tale that the Starbreaker King Ye has hidden away." Nangongyu was utterly astonished. The mere existence of mining spacecraft on the far side of the moon was already enough to take him by surprise. However, what he discovered next was even more shocking. Beneath the mining vessel lay a vast cavern. Hansu addressed Zhao Liang, stating, "Your four-dimensional monitor can be of great assistance." Zhao Liang nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. Let us venture inside first. Once we locate a reference point, we shall employ the four-dimensional monitor. This time, we must uncover the Star Destroyer." Without hesitation, Hansu leaped into the dark abyss, followed closely by Zhao Liang piloting the spacecraft. Moments later, they found themselves enveloped in complete darkness. Zhao Liang skillfully maneuvered the small vessel to launch a spherical object, which, in the blink of an eye, erupted into a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the pitch-black surroundings. Chapter 40. A trap. This was an artificial miniature sun, designed to last approximately 5 hours, providing ample time for their exploration. As Zhao Liang activated the artificial sun, the powerful and searing light flooded the area, revealing a realm filled with mechanical and technological marvels. The space was vast, comparable to that of a small town. They hovered beneath the immense chasm, with countless towering mechanical edifices rising beneath them. These structures were not particularly tall, the highest reaching no more than 5 stories, and they were arranged in 4 concentric circles, with the tallest building situated at the very center. Having arrived at this location, Hansu was at liberty to unleash his mental prowess without restraint. Under the scrutiny of his mental scan, he discerned that the diminutive township-sized base was replete with a myriad of intelligent automatons. These tireless robots were diligently engaged in the extraction of minerals from the rock faces, conveying their bounty to processing plants where building materials were fabricated. These materials were then employed in the construction of the township. However, within this bustling enclave, there was a conspicuous absence of any sentient beings. Despite several sweeps with his mental faculties, Hansu remained unable to detect any such presence. Zhao Liang promptly produced a 4-dimensional monitoring device, stating, "The task now falls to me. Once we locate a trace of this Star Destroyer, my 4-dimensional monitor will prove invaluable." Hansu cautioned, "This Star Destroyer is far more circumspect than I initially surmised. In addition to employing mining vessels to obscure the cavern's mouth, he has also coated the entrance with a substance capable of impeding mental energies. It is evident that he encountered individuals with psychic abilities during his previous life as a fugitive." Hansu perceived this Star Destroyer to be a formidable adversary, a seasoned criminal. His hands stained with blood, and with a bounty of 10 million contribution points on his head. The fact that such a malefactor had evaded capture to this point served as a testament to his prowess. However, Zhao Liang did not dwell on such matters. The 4-dimensional monitor instilled in him immense confidence. Within the Milky Way, the highest grade of purchasable scientific artifacts is a level 5 civilization creation, while the most advanced that can be rented is merely a level 7. I believe the Star Crusher can possess no more than a level 5 civilization artifact. Thus I doubt it can defend against my 4-dimensional monitor. It was rare for Nangongyu, who had remained silent, to inquire, "Can a criminal still use contribution points?" Certainly not. The accounts of fugitives are under complete surveillance. Should they attempt to use contribution points, they would be instantly detected unless they were apprehended and brought to justice. Zhao Liang had activated the 4-dimensional monitor, preparing to uncover all that had transpired here. However, at the very moment he turned on the device, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared atop the highest building in the base. Hansu was the first to notice this light and immediately shouted to Zhao Liang, "Stop!" But it was too late. The instant Zhao Liang activated the 4-dimensional monitor, a trap that had long been set within the base was triggered. As the monitor came to life, before he could even take a glance, a beam of golden light struck him with such swiftness that none could evade it. In the next moment, Zhao Liang's previously smooth scales became exceedingly coarse, now covered in dust and scratches, with many scales even shedding from his body. In Hansu's gaze, he discerned the emergence of furrows upon Cap Liang's countenance, an intricate network of wrinkles etched by time. His eyes, once obsidian, now possessed an alabaster pallor, while his once profuse hair began to recede, becoming sparse. Cap Liang parted his lips, intending to utter words, but in the ensuing instant, his teeth dislodged, one by one. Startling Nangongyu, who stood nearby, Cap Liang raised his hands, discovering that the skin of his palms had lost its smoothness, now replete with creases, the epidermal layer fissured, and the nails transformed into an ebon hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Cap Liang articulated with considerable difficulty, "This is temporal power. mastered only by sixth-level civilizations. The hallmark of a third-level civilization is the mastery of nuclear energy. For fourth-level civilizations, it is warp speed. For fifth-level civilizations, it is the fourth dimension, and for sixth-level civilizations, it is time itself. Cap Leon could scarcely conceive that within this modest base, a sixth-level snare had been set, triggered precisely at the moment the fourth-dimensional monitor was activated, indicating that this star destroyer had previously eluded fourth-dimensional surveillance. Hasten, escape. Cap Leon managed to utter this exhortation before the golden radiance reappeared, this time enveloping all three of them. Hansu was aghast, unwilling to succumb to senescence within this golden luminescence. However, the velocity of the golden light was that of light itself, precluding any possibility of evasion. The instant he was enveloped, Hansu sensed the precipitous depletion of energy within his body, an experience that evoked memories of knowledge acquired within the study chamber. The vaunted concept of immortality hinges upon the bedrock of ample energy reserves. The senescence of humankind is attributable to the finite replicative capacity of cells. Ergo, perpetual life could be attained by enabling cells to proliferate ad infinitum without succumbing to malignant transformation. This feat is within the grasp of a majority of civilizations within the Milky Way. However, in the absence of energy acquisition, immortality remains an unattainable chimera, as energy cannot be conjured ex nihilo. Moreover, with the inexorable passage of time and the continuous exertion of biological processes, energy is invariably depleted. Thus, the perpetuation of one's immortality necessitates the unremitting procurement of energy. Enshrouded by the auric radiance, Hansu perceived an acceleration of temporal flux, resulting in a frenetic dissipation of his energy reserves, approximating a rate of 30 years per second. This attrition, while tolerable for Hansu owing to his entombment within the adamantine behemoth, which possessed a surfeit of nuclear fuel sufficient for millennia of operation, posed an existential threat to Jia Liang and Nangongyu. In a fleeting instant, Nangongyu was rendered decrepit, her once vibrant hair and eyebrows transmuted to a pallid white, her eyes devoid of their former luster, her skin parched and withered, and her nails detached from their beds. With alacrity, Hansu extended his clawed appendage, seizing the diminutive spacecraft piloted by Jia Liang. Simultaneously, the adamantine behemoth's aft thrusters emitted a strident roar, ejecting gouts of flame and propelling them with prodigious force towards the egress of the ebony abyss. This stellar annihilator was beyond their capacity to confront, its temporal snare alone threatening to consign them to oblivion. However, Hansu's decision to have the Titan beast utilize its thrusters to escape has exacerbated the consumption of the creature's energy. Enveloped in a golden light, their temporal flow now stands at 1.9460800000, where each second equates to 30 years. With the passage of 3 seconds, Nangongyu is left with but a single breath. Having already succumbed to unconsciousness, in another second, he would face certain death. Jia Liang can still endure, urging hastily, "Hurry, go." The Titan beast's energy expenditure is immense, yet it remains a mid-level third-tier creature, with the thrusters at full capacity. 3 seconds are sufficient for the Titan beast to burst forth from the black void, albeit at the cost of 80% of its energy, equivalent to the full utilization of its thrusters for 90 years. Yet, emerging from the black void does not guarantee their salvation, for in the next instant, another beam of golden light is unleashed from the base. Chapter 41, The Armored Clan. The golden light strikes again, and Hansu and his companions find themselves incapable of evasion, its velocity rivaling that of light itself. Hansu grits his teeth, uncertain of what to do. Once the energy within the Titan beast is depleted, he too would become a mere lamb for slaughter. Just as Hansu resigned himself to his impending doom, the golden light unexpectedly halted before them, nearly causing his heart to cease in shock. Before advanced civilizations, they truly are defenseless. Although the golden light has paused, Hansu dares not move, for the light has not dissipated. He is acutely aware that they cannot endure even a single second under this golden light. Thus he remains utterly still. Moments later, the diminutive spacecraft appeared before Hansu and his companions. Hansu observed that the vessel was merely the size of a fingernail, which implied that its occupant was even smaller in stature. Exercising caution, Hansu refrained from making any hasty movements and patiently awaited developments. After the tiny silver ship circled them a few times, he spoke up, saying, "We mean no offense. Might we be allowed to leave this place?" A sudden shock coursed through Hansu, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment, as he inquired, given that you have discerned our identity. Why do you choose to show us mercy? The reasons for such mercy were manifold. Firstly, I have been isolated from the Galactic Alliance for far too long, engulfed in a shroud of information deprivation, and I require intelligence. Secondly, I am unable to procure the items I need with contribution points, and the assistance of you bounty hunters would facilitate my acquisitions. Thirdly, your weakness poses no threat to me. Hansu did not feel a sense of defeat, for he was in the presence of the notorious Star Crusher. It was prudent to exhibit a semblance of vulnerability at this juncture. As he still held a trump card, his mental prowess, he asked, "Do you wish for us to expend contribution points to assist you in acquiring items?" At last, Hansu comprehended the method by which the formidable Star Crusher, Wang Ye, augmented his power. He could capture feeble bounty hunters and coerce them into aiding his procurement of desired goods. Presently, Hansu refrained from emanating his mental energy, intent on avoiding any alarms. He suspected that this tiny craft was constructed from materials capable of obstructing mental force. Thus, he must not unwittingly reveal his secret weapon. Wang Ye articulated, "Indeed, if you aspire to survive, procure the items on the list I provide, utilizing your contribution points. Otherwise, I shall exhibit no leniency. The lives I have extinguished are numerous, and I would not hesitate to add to their count." "We have already discerned your presence," Hansu retorted. "Do you genuinely believe you would permit our departure?" I find Wang Ye's assertions dubious. Given his manifestation before us, it is evident that he intends to eliminate us to safeguard his secrets. Hansu continued, "Since death appears inevitable, why should I squander contribution points to procure items for your benefit?" A palpable pause resonated within the spacecraft, succeeded by Wang Ye's declaration. "Although my hands are stained with copious amounts of blood, I am nonetheless a man of my word. Should you acquire the items I deem satisfactory, I would not be averse to allowing your departure, as you pose no genuine threat to me." Hansu remained uncertain about the veracity of Wang Ye's claims, but for the moment, he had no recourse but to stall for time. "Prior to assisting you in procuring these items, I would request the opportunity to safeguard my companions within life support systems, should you grant your consent." Nan Gongwei was barely clinging to life, and Jia Liang's vitality was also rapidly diminishing. However, by placing them within life support pods, their lives could be preserved, allowing for the subsequent acquisition of devices to restore their health, utilizing contribution points. However, Wang Ye responded with a derisive chuckle. "I possess devices capable of detecting the identities of bounty hunters. I am aware that you are merely an assistant to that bounty hunter, lacking the requisite authority. That is why I have engaged in discourse with you. As for the bounty hunter, do you truly believe I would afford him the opportunity to transmit information to the arbitrators? Had it not been for the desire to contribute, I would have executed him immediately." Jiao Liang lay feebly within the cockpit, his eyes roving as he attempted to utter something. Yet the frailty of his aged body rendered him voiceless. He lacked the strength to report the unfolding events to the judicator. As Wang Ye had stated, although he could technically relay the situation, his weakened state precluded any such action unless his body was restored. However, he was acutely aware that Wang Ye would not grant him that opportunity, and thus he resolved to make a daring decision: transfer my bounty hunter privileges to Hansu. I shall relinquish my identity as a bounty hunter, allowing Hansu to inherit my title. In the next moment, Hansu's mind echoed with the proclamation: "Jiao Liang has bequeathed the identity of bounty hunter to you, granting you all the privileges of a level 13 apprentice bounty hunter." Hansu was taken aback, astonished by Jiao Liang's selfless sacrifice in passing on the hard-earned title to him. In the galaxy, everything could be inherited, including the status of a bounty hunter. Yet, despite acquiring this new identity, Hansu remained paralyzed with fear, for reporting the situation to the judicator required time. Should Wang Ye discover his intentions, he would be killed in an instant, and clearly, a mere second was insufficient for such a report. Jiao Liang understood this predicament all too well, and with every ounce of his strength, he struggled to speak. Next. Silence. Wang Ye was ever vigilant, monitoring Jiao Liang's actions. The moment Jiao Liang attempted to speak, he struck with a blinding flash of gold, shattering Jiao Liang's vocal cords, rendering him utterly incapable of sound. However, Hansu had already discerned everything from Jiao Liang's gaze. He knew Jiao Liang intended to buy him time, though he was uncertain of Jiao Liang's method. We, the overlapping armor clan, all possess a trump card, reserved for the final moments of life. Jiao Liang had steeled himself. Subsequently, under his mental command, the small spacecraft he piloted abruptly hurtled toward the silver-white vessel. Wang Ye was aghast, exclaiming in fury, "What do you intend to do?" A golden radiance suddenly emanated from the silver-white ship, enveloping Jia Liang. Disregarding his rapidly deteriorating condition, Jia Liang merely curled into a fetal position before unleashing a formidable surge of power. None are privy to this ultimate technique of our overlapping armor clan. For those who have witnessed it have perished by its hand. Chapter 42. Fair winds and following seas. Jia Liang, expending every ounce of his strength, steered his ship toward the fan-shaped silver spacecraft. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi sneered, "Humph, courting death." The fan-shaped ship neither evaded nor retreated, colliding head-on with Jia Liang's vessel, instantly shattering it into fragments. Yet, in the instant of the ship's destruction, Jia Liang, curled into a sphere, burst forth, completely engulfing the silver-white spacecraft. In Han Su's eyes, it resembled the game Fall Guys, with Jia Liang swallowing the silver-white ship whole, then contracting into a sphere, relentlessly shrinking. Seizing the opportune moment, Han Su promptly apprised the Inquisitors of the situation, relaying, "We have located the destroyer, Wang Yi, and are endeavoring to detain him. We implore you to dispatch reinforcements with utmost haste." Upon the report's transmission, Wang Yi grew agitated, retorting via comms, "You believe you can confine me so easily? How naive." With that, Wang Yi piloted his silvery white, fan-shaped spacecraft erratically within Jia Liang's body, attempting to breach his abdomen. Yet, Jia Liang merely offered a faint smile, declaring, "Our armored shell clan emerged triumphant during the early stages of the great species evolution, not through might, but through an unwavering resolve and a willingness to embrace mutual destruction." Subsequently, Han Su observed the space surrounding Jia Liang begin to collapse, his physical form shrinking rapidly. An aura of dread emanated from him, prompting Wang Yu to bellow, "A gravity bomb? You concealed a gravity bomb within your body." In the ensuing instant, the gravity bomb detonated completely, compressing the surrounding space into a minuscule black dot before erupting violently. The resultant spatial distortions sent tremors through Han Su, his mental fortitude verging on a breakthrough. In that near-death experience, Han Su sensed his consciousness briefly connecting with another dimension, drawing immense psychic power from it. However, the sensation was fleeting. As Wang Yi's voice echoed once more, "I did not anticipate the bounty hunter to self-detonate. I must remain vigilant against such tactics in the future." Having uttered those words, Wang Yi emerged unscathed from the explosion. He fixed his gaze upon Han Su, declaring that since his whereabouts had been reported to the arbitrators, he could not be allowed to live. Thereupon, Han Su observed a minuscule creature, no larger than a sesame seed, producing an even tinier jade vial. The vial was aimed at Han Su, and in the subsequent instant, a beam of golden light shot forth from its aperture, hurtling directly toward the Vajra beast. However, just as the golden radiance was about to envelop the beast, Han Su had already extricated himself and materialized outside its form. Wang Yi, witnessing this, was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are not a behemoth?" He immediately activated the jade vial, preparing to strike at Han Su. Yet, Han Su preempted his attack. Within a light-year's span, the mind reigned supreme in speed. Han Su unleashed the entirety of his mental prowess, the spiritual energy bestowed upon him by the venerable cultivator, transforming it into a colossal sword. This blade radiated with a spectrum of iridescent hues, verging on physical manifestation. Wang Yi, beholding the materialized psychic blade, was filled with dread, questioning if Han Su, too, possessed an ancient relic. The mental greatsword descended in an instant, outpacing Wang Yi's reaction, even as he manipulated his own ancient artifact to retaliate. The psychic blade had already pierced him. The colossal sword, akin to a massive portal, dwarfed Wang Yi, reducing him to the size of a mere sesame seed. The sword strike against Wang Yi was akin to deploying a cannon against a gnat. However, determined to ensure a decisive blow, Han Su mustered every ounce of his power. The mental greatsword, upon its thrust, bifurcated into hundreds of blades to prevent Wang Yi's escape, mercilessly impaling him. In the next moment, Wang Yi, the destroyer of stars, was bereft of all conscious activity, leaving Han Su in a state of incredulity. Was such a formidable destroyer truly vanquished by him? In the wake of this battle, Han Su sensed that his psionic power had reached the cusp of a breakthrough, his very soul elevated, poised to ascend to the second tier of psionic ability. A second-tier psionicist commands respect throughout the galaxy, especially now that Han Su has inherited the mantle of a bounty hunter. Subsequently, Han Su beheld a fleshy orb encased in scaled hide hurtling towards him. Then, a golden specter suddenly ascended, soaring into the uncharted void. Han Su turned his gaze to discern the specter as Jia Liang's shade. not corporeal but ethereal. Hansu realized that Jiao Yang had indeed perished. His soul adrift in the void, the very place from which Hansu had drawn his psychic energies. Jiao Yang caught sight of Hansu and offered a smile. "It is that earthling." The scaled, fleshy orb approached, and Hansu sensed that within lay Nangongyu, her vital signs stable. Hansu cradled the scaled orb in one arm, propelled into a spin through the cosmos, having been dislodged from the moon's gravitational pull by the preceding explosion. His psychic energy coalesced into a shield of protection around him, with the azure earth as his backdrop. "Farewell, Jiao Yang," Hansu uttered, waving with his free hand. The force of the explosion continued to send him spiraling away, his world tilting and turning. "I bequeath my dreams to you," Jiao Yang called out to Hansu, his spectral form fading into the distance, drawn towards a realm of nothingness. Hansu nodded, aware that Jiao Yang's aspiration was to acquire a planet for his civilization, which fueled his relentless pursuit of wealth. "I can no longer continue," he declared. Jiao Yang exhibited no signs of frustration or disappointment. Instead, he gazed at Hansu and continued. "But there is still you, my brother, my partner." Hansu fell into silence for a few moments before inquiring, "A brother from an alien civilization, with no blood relation?" Indeed, Jiao Yang suddenly lifted his gaze toward the void he was destined to traverse, his form gradually transforming into golden mist, slowly being absorbed into the abyss. Hansu strained to discern the golden haze. "Very well, since you consider him a brother, aiding the armored ones is my undeniable duty. Even if he were not my brother, you would still undertake this, I am aware." As he spoke, Jiao Yang completely dissipated into a stream of golden mist. Hansu could no longer perceive any expression on Jiao Yang's face, nor could he clearly see the golden haze. He merely heard the words, "It appears. This is my final destination." The golden mist ultimately vanished. The cosmos was enveloped in profound silence, which was unsurprising, as the universe existed in a vacuum. Hansu found himself unable to discern whether what he had heard was mere hallucination or a conversation of souls. The Friendship spacecraft gradually approached, its hatch opening to receive Hansu within. Chapter 43. Ancient Relics. Hansu flew through the hatch of the Friendship spacecraft, colliding against the cargo ship's wall. The hatch promptly sealed, oxygen replenished within the cabin, and the pressure gradually restored, allowing Hansu to finally retract his psychic shield. He remained motionless for a few moments, then promptly departed the ship's cabin, proceeded to the life support room, and extracted Nangongyu from the scaled sphere, ultimately placing her in the cryogenic sleep chamber. Without promptly placing Nangongyu in the cryogenic sleep chamber, she would likely perish from accelerated aging. Subsequently, Hansu collected the Vajra beast into the ship's cabin and discovered that its fuel reserves were nearly depleted, necessitating another transaction with Earth's civilization for replenishment. At this juncture, Earth's civilization remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, unaware that they had narrowly averted a cataclysmic disaster. His soul had simply vanished into the void, with uncertainty as to whether it would ever be encountered again, perhaps until Hansu's mental fortitude reached a sufficient level to venture into the ethereal realm. Presently, Hansu composed himself, and after enduring a life-or-death struggle with the Star Destroyer and personally witnessing Jiao Yang's demise, Hansu sensed an augmentation in his mental strength, as though he had extracted a surge of spiritual energy from the void, fortifying his soul. If previously he was akin to a fledgling serpent newly hatched, he was now a mature serpent, possessing the capacity for self-preservation and predation. Hansu defined mental strength, with level 1 representing the incubation phase, merely a nascent stage, exhibiting potential yet lacking combat prowess. Level 2 signified the serpent's maturation, now equipped with fangs and venom, possessing a degree of combat capability. Level 3 denoted the python phase, essentially positioned at the apex of the food chain, wielding formidable lethality and impervious to the majority of carnivorous predators, powerful entities within the galaxy. Level 4 marked the transformation into a dragon, transcending the mundane to become a mythical being, endowed with extraordinary powers, capable of wreaking havoc in the natural world, the galaxy. Level 5 signifies the transformation stage, a metamorphosis from demon to celestial, endowed with supernatural powers. At this stage, one can command the elements within the Milky Way galaxy, manipulating storms and seas, sufficient to dominate a region and reign supreme. Level 6 is the Dragon Lord stage, the epitome of dominance among dragons. They can effortlessly manipulate cosmic forces within the Milky Way, wielding significant influence. Attaining this level is exceedingly rare, with only a handful of level 6 espers existing throughout the galaxy. Level 7 is the primordial dragon stage. At this stage, one is virtually divine within the Milky Way, surpassing the need for concern except for the occasional level 8 civilization. They can traverse the galaxy unhindered. After all, this is an individual equivalent to a level 7 civilization, embodying the cumulative power of such a civilization. Such a formidable being is best left undisturbed by level 7 civilizations and avoided by level 8 civilizations. Hansu now comprehends why cultivators must undergo life and death trials. These experiences facilitate communication with the ethereal realm, allowing them to draw upon vast amounts of mental energy to fortify their souls. Meditation can also establish this connection, but it yields significantly less mental energy. A moment of profound resonance with the universe in the ethereal realm can also grant a substantial influx of mental energy. Having determined his cultivation path, Hansu retrieved the ancient artifact, a bottle-like creation that shrunk to a normal size in his hands, fashioned from an unknown material. It felt warm and jade-like to the touch, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that emitted a faint golden glow. This was the ancient relic capable of manipulating time, its size inexplicably shifting in different hands. Within the confines of the bottle, a radiant nexus of golden energy pulsed with temporal influence, a phenomenon keenly observed by Hansu. However, replenishing this arcane force necessitated the sacrifice of sentient beings, their souls serving as the requisite sustenance. Despite his perplexity regarding the relic's macabre energy requirements, Hansu judiciously sequestered it. Subsequently, he commenced a period of meditative contemplation, culminating in his successful ascension to the second tier of psionic aptitude. Nevertheless, the augmentation in power felt marginal, perhaps due to his prior acclimation to the quintile level of psychic prowess. This realization engendered a sense of trepidation regarding his forthcoming endeavors. After careful deliberation, Hansu resolved to prioritize a sojourn to the Ascendant Star, aiming to elevate his spiritual cultivation before procuring a habitable planet for the Armored Clan. As Hansu patiently bided his time, a series of epiphanies dawned upon 3 earthbound scientists. In rapid succession, they conceived the theoretical frameworks for a space elevator, an aerial warship, and controlled thermonuclear fusion. Promptly documenting their revelatory insights, the trio hastened to their respective laboratories to validate their nascent concepts. Yet, this marked merely the initial stride in a protracted journey, fraught with inevitable setbacks, before the tangible realization of their visionary designs. Theirs was but a fleeting glimpse into the realm of potentiality, gleaned from the depths of subconscious inspiration. Simultaneous to these burgeoning scientific pursuits, the arbitrator materialized, its colossal warship precipitating widespread pandemonium. Initial speculation posited yet another instance of inter-civilizational larceny. However, this trial was solely directed at Hansu. The tribunal's spacecraft arrived near the moon and promptly commenced its proceedings against him, according to Article 3588 of the Galactic Code. Civilizations under attack by other civilizations possess the right to retaliate, and those annihilated by other civilizations are entitled to seek vengeance. Since the Star Destroyers initiated the assault upon you, the retribution of the solitary civilization is deemed justifiable. Hansu exhaled in relief. He had previously harbored concerns that he might infringe upon the Galactic Code by slaying the Star Destroyer King, Wanya. Subsequently, the judge addressed Hansu personally. Due to your act of killing the Star Destroyer King, you shall only receive 80 of the bounty. Hansu felt utterly content. Prior to this, he had speculated that he might only receive 50 of the reward. In the next moment, 8 million contribution points were credited to his account, and Hansu breathed a sigh of relief. With this, he could finally address the lingering issues left by Jiao Yang, as he could procure a high-standard habitable planet for 5 million contribution points, situated within the thriving stellar systems of the galaxy. However, before proceeding to purchase the habitable planet for the armored unit, Hansu intended to make a visit to the cultivator star, for he felt a profound sense of insecurity. This situation resembled a high-speed highway, efficient yet necessitating intersections for convenient access. Consulting the galactic navigation routes, Hansu located the coordinates of the cultivator star, only to discover it was situated perilously close to the edge of the galactic navigation routes, devoid of any stellar systems, and thus lacking an exit. Consequently, he was compelled to head towards the nearest exit before utilizing the warp engine to reach the cultivator star. Hansu could envision ships traversing the galactic routes from the vantage point of the Star of Cultivators, while those vessels remained oblivious to a nearby planet. As he prepared to embark on his journey, he intended to finalize a transaction with Earth civilization to assist them. At that moment, however, a message arrived from the Bounty Hunter Administration and Security Headquarters. Chapter 44. The Civilization of the Great River. Since inheriting the identity of a bounty hunter from Jialiang, Hansu had gained access to his system backend. Today, this backend sent him the first notification since he became a bounty hunter, which read, "Congratulations. You are about to complete your internship as a level 13 bounty hunter. Please report to the Bounty Hunter Administration Headquarters promptly for formalization. Based on your recent performance, you are eligible to be classified as a level 12 bounty hunter. Kindly proceed to the headquarters for your designation and subsequent rewards." Taken aback, Hansu wondered if there were indeed rewards. He quickly sought the location of the Bounty Hunter Administration Headquarters, discovering it resided near the center of the galaxy, staffed by individuals who seemed to be distinguished protectors. After pondering the situation, he resolved to combine this matter with his plan to purchase a habitable planet. As both endeavors required a journey to the galactic center, the goods he intended to trade with Earth's civilization were offered at minimal prices, yielding little profit. Yet they were invaluable for technological research. Returning to the Gliese star system consumed 30 days of Hansu's time. Upon arriving at this star system, Hansu immediately embarked on his journey, utilizing an energy-efficient high-speed route towards the nearest star system to the Cultivator star. The entire journey took an additional 45 days, traversing over 100 star systems, ultimately arriving at the Gioa star system, which is the closest star system with an exit route to the Cultivator's star. The civilization in this system is known as the Gioa civilization, and the inhabited planet is referred to as Gioa star. Upon his arrival, Hansu observed 2 rudimentary starports and a colossal river spanning the entire planet. This planet lacks oceans, possessing only a grand river, which is so vast that it can be clearly seen from space, underscoring its immense width. Hansu carefully examined the surroundings and deduced that the civilization on Gioa star had reached, at best, a mid-level 3 of development. The 2 starports appeared somewhat superfluous, as it would take several hours for a single spacecraft to pass through either port. It seemed that this was a remote star system, fortunate enough to have an exit point established by the galactic route, yet this did not significantly enhance the economic prosperity of its civilization. Entering the planet through the starport, Hansu intended to take a brief respite, awaiting the replenishment of his fuel before proceeding to the Cultivator's star. Upon his initial visit to Gioa star, Hansu noted that its population was even smaller than that of Earth. The planet was divided into 5 nations, which were not united. 2 powerful nations had each constructed a starport, yet they did not share resources or facilities with one another. Hansu observed that the vessels taking off and landing were predominantly from this galaxy, with few ships from other civilizations making their presence known. It was no wonder that this civilization possessed a level of technological advancement surpassing that of Earth, yet its population was not as vast. Hansu realized that if Earth's civilization continued to remain fragmented, with various nations undermining one another as in the case of the Great River civilization, its fate might mirror that of the Great River civilization itself. Once interstellar routes were established and spaceports erected, countless ships from other civilizations would inevitably visit, and it was likely that the youth of Earth's civilization would depart, leaving it to languish in despondency. With a sigh, Hansu acknowledged that he could no longer interfere with the internal affairs of Earth's civilization, thus he could only observe its autonomous evolution. As for the Great River civilization, he found himself equally powerless to effect change. After refueling, he set forth towards the Star of Practitioners. The journey to the Star of Practitioners was not arduous. One merely needed to follow the galactic route. However, due to the absence of an entry or exit point in that region, Hansu was compelled to direct the cargo ship in a straight line. According to calculations, this would require over 100 days of travel for the Friendship cargo ship. Nevertheless, Hansu was unfazed. For 100 days in the vastness of the cosmos was but a fleeting moment. After bidding farewell to the Great River civilization, Hansu made his way to the concealed Star of Practitioners. Just as he departed, the ship of the Arbiter arrived in the Great River galaxy. Unbeknownst to Hansu, events were unfolding in his absence, for he had already embarked on his journey. For over 100 days, Hansu eagerly anticipated his arrival at the Star of Cultivators. For this celestial body not only harbored methods to enhance his spiritual prowess, but also relics left behind by predecessors of the cultivation path. Hansu had to concede that although he had attained immortality, he still intended to embark on the journey of spiritual energy cultivation. Firstly, to become even more formidable. And secondly, to delve into the realms of the void. Gradually, he came to understand why the venerable cultivators, despite their immense strength, continued to explore the void and elevate their spiritual energies. The fleeting passage of over 100 days soon led Han Su to the designated location bestowed by the predecessors, adjacent to the galactic trade route where countless spacecraft traversed at astonishing speeds. They remained oblivious to Han Su's presence, as their velocity was far beyond his perception, leaving him only with fleeting traces. The space surrounding the galactic route was distorted, preventing other vessels from approaching. Those within the route were unable to depart unless they sought self-destruction. Beyond the route, an abyssal darkness enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Han Su's ability to pinpoint the exact location of the Star of Cultivators. He could only deploy countless unmanned ships to scour the vicinity. There were no stars or sources of light in this desolate expanse. To locate the Star of Cultivators, one would either need to unleash an artificial sun or resort to a painstaking search. However, the area near the galactic trade route was exceedingly unstable, likely a consequence of the spatial structures being disrupted during the construction of the route by a civilization of considerable prowess. Han Su piloted the Friendship spacecraft with great difficulty as he sought the Star of Ascendance. Navigating in this vicinity was akin to a sedan traversing a muddy, rugged mountain road. After all, I had purchased a cargo vessel. It should be more resilient than a luxurious passenger spacecraft. Just as Han Su finished his thought, the Friendship suddenly collided with a concealed spatial rift, causing one engine to extinguish instantly. The cargo ship, containing precious propellant, developed a significant breach, and the freshly filled fuel began to deplete rapidly. Chapter 45. The Star of Ascendance. Even Han Su could not have anticipated the presence of so many spatial rifts in this area, nor the unfortunate coincidence of striking one that housed fuel. Had it been a cargo hold filled with merchandise, the situation would have been less dire. However, if the fuel were to completely dissipate, he would find himself stranded in this desolate place. As the precious fuel continued to escape, Han Su could no longer remain passive. He urgently commanded the maintenance robots to attend to the site of the mishap, and he himself entered the cockpit of the Diamond Beast, employing his consciousness to remotely control the Friendship. Yet, in the next moment, a meteor hurtled from the shadows, crashing directly into the energy shield of the Friendship. Fortunately, being merely a meteor, the damage inflicted upon the spacecraft was negligible. However, the breach caused by the spatial rift was perilous. In a moment of desperation, Han Su retrieved an ancient relic bestowed upon him by the Starbreaker, Wangya. This relic, belonging to no one in particular, became the possession of whoever claimed it. At this juncture, Han Su had no choice but to utilize this ancient artifact. He inverted the bottle's opening and directed a beam of golden light towards the damaged section of the cargo ship. At this moment, Han Su was truly astounded by the ancient relic. Indeed, it was a testament to the formidable power of time, a mastery only achievable by a level 6 civilization. The strength of such a civilization was remarkable. One could only imagine the might of level 7 and 8 civilizations. Han Su sighed deeply. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Why, despite their tremendous power, were such civilizations unable to leave the Milky Way? If it were merely a limitation of energy, he certainly would not believe it. There must be another underlying reason. Han Su stowed away the ancient relic and continued to navigate the Friendship cargo ship in search of the Star of Cultivation. Although he had repaired the cabin of the Friendship, thus preventing fuel loss, the surrounding space was riddled with numerous fissures, lurking in the shadows and proving perilous to evade. Boom! Another thunderous noise shattered the silence as one of the crew's rest areas aboard the Friendship was utterly torn to shreds by a spatial fissure. Fortunately, this damage occurred within the ship. These fissures were elusive. They did not strike like meteoroids but appeared suddenly, sometimes from within, other times from the outside, making them nearly impossible to predict. Even energy shields could not provide adequate defense against them, unless one were to install spatial protection, a prohibitively expensive endeavor for a cargo vessel. Han Su could only navigate with utmost caution, striving to avoid any impact to the ship's engine. Should the engine sustain damage, it would spell disaster. He refrained from speaking, fearful of invoking bad luck, and meticulously piloted the Friendship. However, the spatial fissures remained concealed in the surrounding void, and without a device to detect them. Evading their peril proved exceedingly difficult. He now finds himself in a muddy river laden with mines, where he must navigate cautiously. not only feeling his way across the stones but also being wary of the concealed explosives lurking beneath the murky water. The scattered unmanned reconnaissance drones face a similar predicament. A sudden attack from a spatial rift could incapacitate them in an instant. Hansu couldn't help but lament, had I purchased a level 4 civilization warship, the outcome would have been vastly different. Alas, those of ordinary civilizations lack the privilege to acquire warships, relegated instead to purchasing civilian spacecraft. Fortunately, this cargo ship is sufficiently large. Had it been a luxurious private vessel, it would likely have run aground by now. However, such opulent private ships would seldom venture into such treacherous territories, and if they did, they would be equipped with spatial rift detectors and defensive armaments. Yet, who would willingly traverse this desolate expanse? Only Hansu remains. He presses onward, the cargo ship enduring multiple assaults from spatial rifts. Despite the continuous damage inflicted upon the vessel, fortune seems to favor him, as it has yet to sustain any fatal injuries. After several hours, an unmanned drone suddenly reports an anomaly detected at a specific coordinate. Hansu is elated and promptly heads towards the coordinates. However, halfway through his journey, a colossal spatial rift manifests on the port side of the cargo ship, instantly obliterating 1/5 of its structure. The air within the ship begins to escape rapidly, but Hansu can no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. Remaining within the confines of the Diamond Beast, he employs his consciousness to steer the friendship cargo ship onward towards the designated coordinates. He resolves to reach that point, even if it means the complete destruction of the vessel. Yet another spatial fissure is sailed, directly crippling the friendship's engines. Hansu, disinclined to employ ancient relics to mend the freighter, simply allowed the friendship to drift towards its destination, propelled by inertia. Hansu lamented with a wry smile. Without a technological level at the apex of Tier 4, one cannot even venture here for exploration. Civilizations at the pinnacle of Tier 3 possess nascent interstellar navigation capabilities, but only Tier 4 civilizations can fabricate warp drives. At the apex of Tier 4, civilizations begin to harness spatial energies. Yet mastery and dimensional comprehension elude them until Tier 5. Tier 5 civilizations at their zenith grasp the essence of time, but adept control remains the domain of Tier 6 civilizations. The art of material reconstruction is mastered by Tier 7 civilizations. However, the realization of these wondrous technologies hinges on energy sustenance. Manipulating space demands energy, as does the acceleration, deceleration, or even the reversal of time. Material reconstruction, in particular, necessitates copious amounts of energy. Thus, Tier 8 civilizations command the technology to extract energy from the void, akin to the Zero-Realm civilization, which unifies its collective consciousness to draw upon nearly limitless spiritual energy from the ether. Consequently, Tier 8 civilizations, having mastered both material reconstruction and energy extraction from the void, should ostensibly possess the capacity to depart the Milky Way and journey to other galaxies. Material reconstruction obviates concerns about spacecraft maintenance and resource depletion, while energy extraction from the void alleviates energy scarcity. Yet, why do civilizations within the Milky Way remain confined to its boundaries? Hansu remained perplexed by this enigma. The friendship cargo ship ultimately came to a halt, having been torn into 4 fragments by a spatial rift, with Hansu situated in the largest piece. This fragment had lost all semblance of inertia, yet Hansu had yet to locate the concealed planet. If this continued, he would be trapped here once his energy was entirely depleted. Furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, Hansu suddenly sensed a wave of mental energy, and an epiphany struck him. He promptly closed his eyes, channeling his mental force to attune himself to his surroundings. Within his mental realm, ripples began to emerge in the distance. Found it. Hansu opened his eyes wide, unleashing the remainder of his Tier 3 mental energy and forcefully propelling the large fragment toward that direction. As the fragment drew nearer, Hansu finally discerned the myriad of mental energy fluctuations emanating from that location, some even exceeding Tier 5 in strength. It appeared that this was not a lifeless planet. It was teeming with practitioners, truly deserving the title of a practitioner-s world. However, Hansu remained uncertain about what awaited him on this planet. The fragment descended, igniting into a blazing inferno due to atmospheric friction, and ultimately, with a thunderous roar, it landed in a desolate area. Moments later, Hansu emerged from the wreckage of the ship, controlling the Golden Beast, and beheld the galactic route suspended in the night sky, where streaks of light, akin to shooting stars, traversed the path. Hansu knew these were vessels navigating along the route. Yet, could the civilizations on the planet comprehend the significance of that route? After a brief moment, Hansu directed his gaze toward the area of the planet where the mental fluctuations were most intense. To avoid inciting unnecessary chaos, he commanded the diamond beast to excavate a deep pit and buried himself within it. With the teleportation pin, he could summon the diamond beast to his side at any moment, alleviating any concerns about lacking protection in the face of danger. Subsequently, Hansu ventured forth alone toward the epicenter of the mental disturbances. This was a habitable planet shrouded in perpetual darkness, devoid of sunlight, yet possessing an atmosphere that allowed Hansu to breathe, albeit with a notably low oxygen concentration. This suggested a scarcity of vegetation, but it mattered little. Hansu's body had been enhanced by nanobots, enabling him to endure in an environment with merely 3 oxygen. As he pressed onward, he found himself on a planet eternally cloaked in night, where vision was rendered futile. To discern his surroundings, he had to emit his mental energy for exploration. The stronger the mental energy, the broader the range of perception. Having exhausted the mental energy bestowed upon him by a senior practitioner, Hansu could only utilize his second-level mental energy, which allowed him to perceive at least a 30-meter radius, sufficient for his needs. In such an environment, there was an advantage for Hansu. The inhabitants of this planet could not discern his appearance, as they lacked even the organ of sight. Thus, Hansu had no need for disguise. The denizens of this world would remain oblivious to his extraterrestrial nature. Hansu carefully sensed the air around him and discovered that distant psychic fluctuations were emanating from a fierce battle between 2 formidable beings. The ongoing clash of mental energies was generating increasingly intense waves of psychic disturbance. Without these psychic signals, Hansu would have been unable to locate the concealed planet shrouded in darkness. He pondered that had he rushed over immediately after departing from the mining star, he might have effortlessly discovered this celestial body, and with his level 5 psychic power, he could be considered a strong contender on this planet. However, he recognized the futility of speculation. He deeply understood that he must not become entangled in the conflict of such powerful entities, as his own strength could very well render him a casualty of their strife. Just as Hansu resolved to distance himself from the battleground, a sudden wave of residual energy from the confrontation surged toward him. Startled, he thought, "Is it coming for me?" Yet, upon reflection, he surmised that perhaps the 2 titans had sensed the descent of the spacecraft debris and were hastening toward it. He swiftly concealed himself, and indeed, within moments, the 2 mighty figures soared through the air, brushing past him. They continued their psychic duel while advancing toward the site of the fallen fragments. Hansu observed intently, and to his astonishment, he noted the exquisite finesse with which the 2 warriors wielded their psychic powers. It was as if they were maneuvering their own limbs, exhibiting a profound understanding of how to maximize their psychic potential with minimal expenditure. In that moment, Hansu realized he had made the right choice. Here, he would experience immense growth. Subsequently, he utilized his psychic abilities to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 formidable beings. Despite his unfamiliarity with the local language, the essence of their communication resonated with him, and he grasped their intended meaning. One individual articulated, "Venerable White Mist, I am presently contemplating utilizing this extraterrestrial artifact to forge a relic of divine heritage. I implore you to acquiesce to my endeavor." The other, "Venerable White Mist," responded with a derisive snort, "Preposterous. Celestial objects are the spoils of the fortunate. Why should I concede it to you?" Hansu was taken aback. The discourse between these 2 individuals suggested they were figures from antiquity. Could it be that their civilization remained entrenched in feudalism? As Hansu pondered this, the sound of wheels in motion emanated from the vicinity. Startled, Hansu extended his mental perception and discerned a purely electric vehicle advancing in his direction. An electric vehicle? Hansu was astounded. In his perception, it was a rudimentary electric vehicle, equipped with 6 wooden wheels and a wooden chassis. Upon the wooden frame rested a battery, which discharged electricity to power electromagnetic coils, thereby causing the wooden wheels to rotate. Thus, even without the faculty of sight, the driver could navigate the wooden electric vehicle to this location. Hansu observed that the driver was not a psionicist, but merely a common individual, and therefore imperceptible to the presence of 2 level 5 psychic powerhouses ahead. Consequently, Hansu promptly intervened, exclaiming, "Do not advance any further. Powerful adversaries are engaged in combat ahead." The driver was taken aback. and the bizarre creature affixed to the vehicle's front also emitted frantic cries. With a grating sound of wooden wheels braking, the rudimentary electric vehicle halted before Hansu. The occupant promptly stated, "Stand aside. The two venerables will not ascertain victory for quite some time. Now is my chance to reap the rewards." Hansu paused, taken aback by the individual's audacity, and cautioned, "That is the aftershocks of battle could obliterate your very soul. Are you not simply courting death?" The person in the vehicle erupted in laughter, replying, "I am. In fact, a congenital. No matter this power, their mental acuity will not affect me." Hansu was astounded, never having imagined that beings impervious to psychic influence existed in the cosmos. They immediately executed a U-turn, heading directly towards the location of the debris, which greatly surprised Hansu. He had initially surmised that this was a technologically backward, primitive planet, but the reality appeared to be quite different. Hansu did not venture to the crash site to gawk, as he was not should his identity as an extraterrestrial be discovered, his situation would become even more precarious. Hansu promptly departed, and within a quarter of an hour, he sensed the presence of a town ahead. He proceeded towards it. But before even entering the city, he observed two enormous hamster wheels flanking the city gates, reminiscent of those used to house pet hamsters on Earth. However, instead of hamsters, these wheels contained individuals, the indigenous people of this planet, ordinary people devoid of spiritual energy. These individuals were confined within the wheels, while two level 1 psychic ability users stood outside, continuously hypnotizing them to run. As the wheels rotated, they generated electricity, which was then transmitted to a massive electric motor, causing the city gates to open automatically. Hansu was rendered speechless. An electrical age slave society? Unfathomable. On this planet, feudal societies coexist with electric products and slavery, presenting a perplexing civilization. The city gates swung open, driven by machinery, as a magnificent wooden vehicle approached from afar. Evidently, it was yet another electric carriage. However, at the rear of this electric vehicle, four individuals were tirelessly running on wheels, their spirits drained as they labored to generate electricity for the grand carriage. It was clear that the occupants of this opulent wooden vehicle were of considerable wealth and status. As the electric carriage drew near, Hansu stood aside, but suddenly, a loud shout echoed from within the city gates, "Stop, villain, do not flee." In an instant, Hansu witnessed a figure sprinting out, pursued closely by two constables who shouted, "Guards, apprehend him." Just as the rogue seemed poised to escape the city, a voice boomed from the luxurious electric wooden carriage. "Where do you think you're going?" The next moment, an individual emerged from within the vehicle, radiating a formidable psychic energy, at least at level 4. Chapter 47, Justice and Fairness. Upon his arrival, Hansu was taken aback by the intriguing civilization of this planet, which bore an unmistakable cyberpunk essence, a juxtaposition of the archaic and the advanced, where technology and feudalism coexisted, while the consciousness of these individuals remained entrenched in a feudal mindset. The presence of electric vehicles and the utilization of slaves for power generation left Hansu bewildered, unable to discern the nature of this society. As he pondered this anomaly, a figure suddenly emerged from the wooden electric vehicle, exuding an overwhelming psychic force. As the nefarious villain bolted towards the city gates, the puissant figure on the electric vehicle abruptly leaped into action. With a swift, decisive motion, they unleashed a palm strike, channeling formidable psychic energy into a concussive wave that instantly felled the wrongdoer. Two constables promptly surged forward, employing a peculiar device to restrain the villain's head. Hansu observed that upon activation, the device effectively suppressed the emanation of psychic energy, a revelation that stirred a sense of alarm within him. "Our gratitude to you, esteemed Zhang," one of the constables expressed to the rescuer. "Were it not for your intervention, this scoundrel, who has defiled women, would have eluded justice." Upon hearing this, Hansu experienced a profound sense of temporal displacement, as if transported to Earth's feudal era. Zhang, the chivalrous figure, responded with a gentle smile. "Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. In the city of Luoxia, upholding fairness and justice is the very essence of our chivalric duty." With those words, the pair departed, escorting the incapacitated villain. Hansu began to ponder. It appears that this civilization adheres to a system of laws. Hansu followed closely behind, only to be intercepted by two sentinels. Without uttering a word, Hansu emitted a surge of psychic energy, causing the guards to recoil in trepidation, hastily stepping aside. Hansu noticed a considerable number of ordinary individuals, devoid of psionic abilities, both within and outside the city walls. It became apparent that in this civilization, those with spiritual energy held a superior status. Leveraging his status as a level 2 psychic, Hansu confidently strode through the city gates. While ordinary citizens were subjected to interrogation by the guards, Hansu sighed, lamenting, "Indeed, the stratification of society exists regardless of location. Equity and impartiality are merely relative concepts, never attainable in their absolute form. Not even the most formidable arbiters of the galaxy can achieve absolute fairness and justice." Entering the city of Falling, Hansu swiftly discerned the presence of a bustling marketplace, which elicited considerable surprise. The market was predominantly stocked with pharmaceuticals designed to augment mental acuity, alongside a plethora of rudimentary electrical apparatuses, with quotidian commodities taking a secondary role. Mindful of the sagacious admonitions imparted by his predecessors in the cultivation arts, Hansu disregarded the aforementioned mental enhancement drugs. However, the electrical contrivances before him were a revelation, encompassing electric vehicles, powered prosthetic arms, electric excavators, and weightlifting devices. It was evident that this civilization had attained a mature stage in electrical technology, yet regrettably lacked a cohesive technological trajectory. Hansu surmised that their acquisition of electrical technology was attributable to the fortuitous arrival of advanced technological artifacts from beyond their world. Given their proximity to galactic shipping lanes, the occasional crash of spacecraft was not an uncommon occurrence, nor was the jettisoning of refuse from vessels traversing these routes. Consequently, Hansu comprehended the juxtaposition of advanced and primitive elements within this locale. This phenomenon corroborated its assertion that the abrupt acquisition of technology, far surpassing a civilization's current capabilities, invariably precipitates a technological chasm, thereby stifling future technological advancement. Sustained and incremental progress from fundamental principles is indispensable for the continuous and unbroken evolution of technology. Upon reaching the city's nucleus, Hansu espied a tea house and promptly entered, intending to gather intelligence. The relics bequeathed by his forerunners were purportedly concealed within a locale known as Blue Moon Valley. However, as a recent arrival, Hansu was unfamiliar with the region's geography. The so-called tea house is akin to taverns or beverage establishments, serving drinks brewed from some unknown plants. Upon entering, Hansu realized he possessed no currency of this civilization, rendering him unable to spend. Fortunately, after emitting a second-tier mental energy wave, the ordinary shopkeeper promptly approached, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, what a pleasure it is to welcome you to this humble tea house." Hansu replied that he wished to enjoy a cup of tea and take a brief respite. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, immediately prostrated in flattery, declaring, "Your esteemed presence graces our modest establishment. Quickly, bring forth the finest tea." Hansu observed two first-tier energy practitioners within the tea house, who, upon noticing his arrival, departed without settling their bill. In that moment, Hansu comprehended the standing of energy practitioners within this civilization. Thus, he boldly sought out a table, allowing his mental energy to emanate as he began to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. In this civilization, ordinary individuals constituted the majority, despite lacking the organ of sight. They could discern surrounding obstacles through a peculiar creature adept at spatial recognition. Their acute auditory and olfactory senses had fostered such a civilization. As Hansu settled, the attendant hastily bypassed the queue to serve him tea. After a sip, he felt invigorated. Initially, he had assumed that, in the absence of sunlight, no vegetation could thrive on this planet. However, it now appeared otherwise. The star serves as the primary source of energy for a planet, and evidently, this world lacked wind and tidal forces, relying solely on human and geothermal energy. Not long after taking his seat, Hansu overheard some patrons discussing the heroic figure, Zhang, who had just repelled a bandit. One tea drinker remarked, "Have you heard? Just now, the great hero Zhang eliminated a bandit." Another chimed in, "Of course I've heard. That scoundrel had ravaged 10 or 8 virtuous women. He got what was coming to him." Hansu couldn't help but smile wryly. He was astonished by how distorted the rumors had become, with several versions circulating in the blink of an eye. He continued to eavesdrop and overheard someone say, "The great Zhang of Luoxiao City has reached the level of soaring through the skies. Capturing a mere petty thief is undoubtedly trivial for him. However, I hear that the bandit belonged to the Black Swallow gang. Will this not bring him into conflict with the demon sect?" Another added, "I've heard the demon sect plans to head to Blue Moon Valley. the very site where the once invincible recluse achieved enlightenment, a haven for practitioners. The demon sect's intentions there cannot be good. Upon hearing Blue Moon Valley, Han Su's eyes suddenly brightened. He then caught wind of someone saying, "The Great Zhang is currently gathering practitioners to journey to Blue Moon Valley. Whatever the demon sect intends to do, he will surely thwart their plans." Han Su immediately stood up, for he had been at a loss regarding the location of Blue Moon Valley, but it seemed he would now have a guide. Chapter 48. The Path of Science. Without delay, Han Su departed from the tea house. After inquiring about the residence of the Great Zhang, he hurried towards it. Zhang's abode was situated in the heart of Luoxia town, characterized by its magnificent entrance, flanked by 2 level 1 psychics. Numerous practitioners approached, and upon reaching the entrance, they were welcomed inside. "Esteemed guests, please enter. Today, my master extends a grand invitation to all valiant heroes across the realm, uniting our righteous forces to safeguard the Blue Moon Valley, where the venerable Du Guwu Di has ascended, ensuring that the nefarious sect shall not prevail." At the entrance, an esper with a mental prowess of level 2 is beckoning everyone to enter the Zhang residence. Han Su also intends to step inside, but suddenly his gaze is drawn to the street, where a wooden electric vehicle swiftly approaches and passes by the gates of the Zhang estate. Han Su instantly recognizes it as the audacious individual who dared to snatch prey from beneath the jaws of 2 level 5 powerhouses. After a moment's hesitation, Han Su withdraws from the Zhang residence and hastily pursues the electric vehicle. The wooden contraption moves at a leisurely pace on the street, allowing Han Su to easily catch up. Before long, he follows the vehicle into an underground cavern. Initially, the cavern is quite narrow, but after proceeding a few dozen steps, it widens, and astonishingly, strands of light begin to appear ahead. Upon reaching the end of the cavern, Han Su discovers a vast subterranean chamber, dominated by a colossal tree in its center, shaped like an M, with branches cascading down like willow twigs. The glimmers of light are emanating from luminous gemstones embedded in the ceiling of the cavern. Typically, such self-illuminating gems are minerals with excessive radiation. Fortunately, Han Su is no longer daunted by high levels of radiation. The occupant of the wooden electric vehicle dismounts, cradling a massive battery in hand, and inquires of Han Su, "Why do you not attend the residence of Zhang Qihe? It is said he is gathering practitioners from all corners of the world." Han Su remarked that his interest was piqued more by the peculiar contraptions and scientific creations in this place than by the residence of the esteemed Zhang. He observed the odd technological artifacts, experimental platforms, and equipment. To his astonishment, he noticed a turbine generator installed on a stream that ran through the large cavern, harnessing the flow of water to generate electricity. Han Su was amazed to find that, besides cultivators, there were individuals engaged in scientific pursuits on this planet. Upon hearing Han Su's words, the man scoffed, dismissing Zhang as a hypocrite, alleging that his trip to the Blue Moon Valley was a ploy to collaborate with the demonic cult to massacre cultivators and open the secluded and invincible's nirvana ground through sacrifice. Han Su, taken aback, inquired about the evidence for such a claim. The man disdainfully produced a dark device, which, upon pressing a button, emitted Zhang Qihe's voice, reassuring the cult leader of his carefully cultivated reputation over the years and his plan to summon the cultivators of Falling Glow Town to Blue Moon Valley, thereby securing the necessary sacrificial lives. Han Su was astounded, exclaiming about the creation of a recording device. The man paused, then heartily concurred, praising the aptness of the name recorder. Han Su then realized the man possessed a strong scientific mindset. He had seen many technological creations there and expressed relief that he had not gone. Given the revelation of the so-called Great Hero Zhang's role as an accomplice of the demonic cult. After speaking, Han Su observed the individual produce an object reminiscent of a fan. Initially, Han Su presumed it was intended for cooling purposes. However, upon activating the switch, the fan began to whirl with fervor. The individual raised the spinning fan high and then directed it towards the wooden beams hanging above. The fan, astonishingly sharp, swiftly severed the beams with precision. Han Su, taken aback, inquired, "What purpose do you have for cutting these wooden beams?" He further questioned, "Why employ wood instead of iron? Considering that timber is far more scarce than iron?" The individual gasped, "Iron? Do you comprehend the amount of iron required to manufacture a purely iron electric vehicle? What immense power would be necessary to propel such an iron contraption?" Han Su paused, and after a moment, grasped the situation. This civilization possessed the technology to create electric vehicles, yet lacked the corresponding scientific advancements essential for constructing automobiles, thus resorting to wooden electric cars. This exemplified the consequences of a fractured technological progression. It underscored the notion that a civilization must not leapfrog technological stages, for a weak foundation may lead to catastrophic upheaval. As Hansu watched the individual diligently assemble the electric vehicle using wooden components, he noted that upon completion, the vehicle had grown significantly in size. Subsequently, the individual affixed a larger battery to the modified vehicle. "Did you fabricate this battery yourself?" Hansu queried. The individual appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Battery? What a splendid name. Your naming skills are truly remarkable." Hansu then asked, "In this world populated by cultivators, are you the only one contemplating the path of science?" Upon hearing this, the individual was rendered speechless, as if in a trance. After a brief pause, he exclaimed with newfound clarity, "Indeed, the path of science. It is the only true path, the only way to genuinely grasp the truth of this world, to reach its ultimate destination, surpassing any path of cultivation." Hansu remarked, "As one afflicted with spiritual deafness, this is the only path available to you." The man responded with heightened emotion, "No, you misunderstand. We, the spiritually deaf, should be the vanguard of this world. The path of science is the correct one. Those cultivators are mired in stagnation, destined for self-destruction. They subjugate those without cultivation talent, turning them into slaves. Our scientific endeavors, like the electric vehicle, are twisted into tools of oppression. It is all meaningless. They are doomed." Hansu paused, reflecting on the sight of the guards generating power with treadmills and the slaves toiling within them. In this fantastical realm, slavery, electricity, and spiritual energy coexist. "I am heading to Blue Moon Valley," the man declared, assembling the electric vehicle. "I have heard that the hermitage of the peerless lonely awaits, where extraterrestrial artifacts abound. There, I am certain to overcome the current technological impasse." Hansu promptly replied, "Then I shall accompany you. I too must go there." The man cast a sidelong glance at Hansu, retorting, "Impossible. You are a cultivator. Your presence would expose me." Hansu promptly donned a psychic helmet, and in the next instant, the mental waves emanating from him vanished entirely. The onlooker, taken aback, approached with curiosity, inquiring, "What is this contraption?" Upon meticulous inspection, he discerned no batteries or electrical devices. It appeared to be an ordinary helmet. Just as he was grappling with this enigma, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from outside the cave, followed by a chaotic surge of psychic energy. Hansu instantly comprehended that a skirmish among practitioners was underway outside, and in considerable numbers. Chapter 49. Breaking the seal without hesitation, Hansu dashed outside, closely followed by the bewildered individual, who, upon being questioned, replied, "Scientist? What a splendid title. I shall henceforth refer to myself as a scientist." Upon exiting the cave, they were immediately struck by the intense psychic fluctuations emanating from Zhang Qi's residence. "I am Aoki, a scientist on the path of science. While practitioners tread the path of psychic energy, I shall pursue the path of science," Aoki proclaimed with fervor. Hansu could scarcely fathom that he had sparked the nascent scientific curiosity of this civilization. Perhaps, in countless years to come, they might escape their planetary confines through the power of science. As Hansu and Aoki arrived at the entrance of Zhang Qi's estate, they overheard vehement shouts from within. "To bully the few with the many, do you even deserve to be called a respectable sect?" Zhang Qi's voice resounded. "When dealing with the minions of the demonic cult, there is no need for moral high ground." Almost immediately, Hansu witnessed 5 figures burst forth from Zhang Qi's residence, hastily fleeing into the distance. Aki let out a cold laugh, remarking that it was merely a performance for the sacrifices. Hansu sighed, reflecting that any civilization tethered to a planet inevitably depletes its potential through internal strife. Soon, the voice of Zhang Qi echoed through the residence. "The demons of the magic sect harbor unrelenting treachery. Their intrusion signifies their fear of our unity, thus. We must unite even more. Our venture to Blue Moon Valley will surely thwart their nefarious schemes." A wave of cheers erupted within the estate, and the gathered practitioners, summoned by Zhang Qi, departed in grand procession towards Blue Moon Valley. Hansu immediately boarded an electric wooden carriage, accompanied by Aki, as they set forth for their destination. Before them, countless practitioners traversed the rugged terrain, harnessing spiritual energy to hasten their journey. Hansu keenly observed, discovering various techniques for utilizing mental power. They pursued relentlessly, the electric carriage jolting along the uneven path for 3 to 4 hours, until at last they beheld Blue Moon Valley. This valley, bathed in a serene azure hue, took on a crescent shape, invisible to those without sight on this planet, yet Hansu perceived it clearly. The entire valley was sculpted from radiative minerals, and upon entering, all practitioners sensed a suppression of their mental faculties, their powers reduced to a mere second level. We have crossed into the barrier set by the unparalleled Dugawudi. Exercise caution, Zhang Qihe called out loudly, observing the radiation enveloping the entire valley. Hansu surmised that the or emitting such radiation must have been transported there by the reclusive, invincible cultivator of yore. Consequently, Hansu felt compelled to venture into the valley to retrieve the cultivator's relics. Qingmu cautioned, it would be prudent to abstain from entering at this juncture. While their method of breaching the barrier remains uncertain, it is unlikely to be achieved through honorable means. Hansu nodded in agreement. Donning his psionic helmet, he and Qingmu concealed themselves, evading detection by psychic probes. Their lack of visual perception rendered the cultivators oblivious to their presence. As they settled into hiding, a voice from within the barrier echoed, "Where have the adherents of the demonic cult vanished? Where could they be?" In the ensuing moment, an eerie voice reverberated. "We have been lying in wait here for quite some time." Abruptly, over 100 cultivators materialized, encircling them from all directions. The immense radiation within Blue Moon Valley suppressed their psychic abilities to a mere level 2. Incapable of flight or potent psychic feats, numerical superiority became the decisive advantage. She declared, "Fools, today marks your demise." The 70 or 80 individuals convened by Zhang Qihe were caught entirely unawares by the demonic cult's prearranged ambush. A sudden realization dawned upon one of them. "We have a traitor in our midst." Instantly, suspicion filled the air as the group exchanged wary glances, each on guard against the others. His pronouncement shattered any semblance of unity among them, rendering their collective struggle futile. The horde of demonic cultists surged forth, and the group, already rife with suspicion, crumbled into disarray. In mere moments, they were decimated, only then realizing that Zhang Qihe had aligned himself with the demonic faction. "Esteemed Zhang, you." Zhang Qihe swiftly silenced the speaker with a fatal blow. His face contorted, shedding its righteous facade to reveal the visage of a treacherous villain. "You fools were easily deceived," he sneered. "The so-called virtuous sects are nothing but a collection of antiquated simpletons." His words elicited cries of outrage. "Zhang Qihe, you insidious traitor. How could we have placed our trust in you?" one of them exclaimed. Zhang Qihe retorted with a chilling laugh. "Spare me your futile words. Your deaths here shall serve as a sacrifice to unlock the sanctum." At his command, the demonic cultists descended upon the remaining cultivators, slaughtering them without mercy. Qingmu, concealed from view, shuddered at the display of treachery. "Such perfidy," he muttered. "It is fortunate that we anticipated their scheme." With the massacre complete, Zhang Qihe proclaimed, "Quickly, transport these corpses to the sealed location. Once we breach the seal and claim the relics of Du Guudi, the demonic cult will reign supreme." However, his pronouncement was met with inaction. The demonic cultists remained rooted to the spot, prompting a look of astonishment from Zhang Qihe. Until the diminutive woman garbed in black broke the silence. "Bring forth the conveyance." "As you command, Vice Leader." At this decree, an immense wooden vehicle lumbered forward. The contraption was equipped with 8 treadmills, each occupied by 2 righteous individuals whose mental fortitude had reached level 1. They were running with every ounce of their being, their efforts generating the electricity that propelled the colossal wooden conveyance. As the vehicle drew near, a wooden mechanical arm commenced the task of loading corpse after corpse into its cargo hold. Hansu, visibly astonished, remarked, "I hadn't imagined the demonic cult would possess technological devices, let alone ones of such sophistication." Qingmu scoffed, "The demonic cult cares only for results, not the means. Scientists among them are elevated based on their ability to produce practical inventions, unlike the hypocritical orthodox sects, who utilize the creations of scientists while simultaneously denigrating them, even resorting to using common folk as living batteries." Hansu, perplexed, inquired, "With storage batteries being so readily available, why are they not utilized?" "Readily available?" Qingmu retorted, questioning Hansu. "Which is more convenient, storage batteries that require constant recharging, or human-powered generators that need no such thing?" Hansu was rendered speechless. Indeed, in this place, human life was cheaper than machinery. The demonic cult's transport was remarkably efficient, and it swiftly conveyed the corpses to the entrance of the seal. Zhang Qi's countenance was grim as he approached the entrance, his face dark. He then bellowed, with blood as the catalyst, thought as the engine, and corpses as the defilement. Break the sealing array, commence. In the ensuing moment, the space at the entrance to Blue Moon Valley undulated. Chapter 50. A bloody carnage. As the method to break the seal was initiated, the seal trembled momentarily before swiftly regaining its calm. The members of the demon sect exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Hansu could not suppress a chuckle. After all, it was an energy shield. How could it possibly be shattered by mere tainted blood? At this moment, Hansu was 100% certain that this was indeed the hidden sanctuary left by the revered cultivators, and since it was protected by an energy shield, it could not be easily breached by any foul blood. The vice leader of the demon sect, seething with rage, demanded, Zhang Qi, what is the meaning of this? Weren't you adamant that you could break the seal? Observing the vice leader, who was both younger and weaker than himself, Zhang Qi clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a massacre. Once he had regained his composure, he replied, it seems the number of sacrifices is insufficient. Merely 60 or 70 individuals do not meet the requirements to dismantle the formation. The vice leader furrowed her brow, her mental energy scanning the individuals around her, causing a wave of unease to ripple through the ranks of the demon sect. In the distance, Hansu contemplated the situation. This tainted blood was utterly ineffective against the shield. No matter how many lives were taken, it would be in vain. Upon hearing this, Qingmu suddenly realized the scheme. Zhang Qiha intended to play both sides. Indeed, in the next moment, the vice leader commanded her trusted aides, eliminate all those who are merely filling the numbers. Immediately, the dozen or so followers surrounding the vice leader sprang into action, their blades flashing as they began to slaughter the surrounding disciples of the demon sect. At the moment they made their move, the energy shield began to ripple. The only one present with the gift of sight, Hansu, immediately noticed that Zhang Qi, he was holding a black device. As this device approached the energy shield, alterations became apparent. Those without sight could not perceive these changes. They could only sense the fluctuations of the energy shield. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qi, he shouted, indeed, the sacrifice is insufficient. If we kill more, this seal shall be lifted. The deputy leader of the demonic sect also sensed the changes in the energy shield, her skepticism swiftly transforming into belief, and she called out, kill. However, under the overwhelming radiation of Blue Moon Valley, everyone's mental prowess was suppressed to level 2, rendering them all equally weak. Faced with certain death, resistance surged within them. Did they truly think of themselves as lambs to the slaughter? Brothers, we shall fight our way out. Some members of the demonic sect, unwilling to meet their demise, united in their resolve to break free. Yet they were no match for the deputy leader's trusted followers. The deputy leader smirked, though our mental powers are suppressed, our physical strength varies. Do you truly believe that the celestial dragon technique of my sect is non-existent? Upon hearing this, Hansu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This legendary technique, which could enhance one's physical form through mental prowess, was precisely what he lacked. It was a formidable method, one that even the Galactic Alliance did not possess, capable of augmenting the body using spiritual energy without the need to alter one's genes, a powerful alternative to transformation. According to the words of the venerable practitioner, one must never harness the power of mutated genes to enhance oneself, for such actions would alter one's physical form and subsequently affect the shaping of the soul. However, apart from mutated genes, there exists another method to strengthen the body, a method concealed solely within this planet. Hansu has comprehended everything. He is determined to acquire the celestial dragon technique. Beside him, Qingmu scoffed derisively, exclaiming, a bunch of foolish individuals, endlessly toiling without understanding the natural laws, thus falling prey to Zhang Qi's deceit. After observing for a considerable time, Hansu felt he could no longer remain passive. He rose and began to stride towards the battlefield. Qingmu was taken aback and inquired, what are you doing? It is not yet time to engage. We should wait until they have sufficiently weakened one another. Qingmu had never intended to compete for any treasures with the followers of the demon sect. He merely sought to seize opportunities. Yet, Hansu held a different view. If we do not act now, once they enter the realm of meditation, free from the constraints of radiation, I will find it impossible to contend with them. Fearing that Zhang Qiha might surreptitiously infiltrate the realm of meditation, Hansu resolved not to delay further. Qingmu countered, you are equally incapable of confronting them. Their numbers far exceed yours. Hansu chuckled softly. That may not be the case. It is time for them to witness the power of technology. Qingmu paused. Technology? You are not a scientist. From where do you derive this technology? However, Hansu radiated confidence as he replied, once I obtain the relic of my predecessor, I shall show you the true world, the genuine cosmos. Hansu regarded Qingmu as a rare and promising talent. His solitary pursuit of knowledge might indeed benefit from such a character to aid in technological research. To be able to explore various scientific creations on this planet as an ordinary individual speaks volumes of one's intellect and research aptitude. However, at this moment, Hansu chose not to elaborate further. He strode forward with purpose until he reached the battlefield's edge, where he retrieved a transmitter. Gentlemen, there is no need for further contention, for the relics in this realm of meditation do not belong to any of you, Hansu asserted, speaking the truth. Only he had received the acknowledgement and legacy from a senior practitioner. For others to claim the artifacts in this place would be tantamount to theft. Yet, this locale is beyond the law, where the judges would not intervene. However, once they departed, they would fall under the scrutiny of the judges, resulting in the same outcome. I alone am the true heir here. Yet, due to the mental protection helmet he wore, others were unable to perceive the mental fluctuations he emitted, rendering them oblivious to the essence of Hansu's lengthy discourse. What madness is this? Nonsensical ramblings, merely fit for a sacrificial offering. At the deputy leader's command, disciples of the demonic sect advanced to slay Hansu. However, he had already activated the transmitter, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal white beast descended from the heavens. In an instant, the earth quaked, and the ground sank several meters as the creature crashed to the surface, sending shockwaves that knocked the surrounding members of the demonic sect off balance. All present sensed the presence of this behemoth through their mental faculties, rendered speechless, unable to fathom that such a terrifying creature still existed in this world. Hansu had already penetrated the interior of the colossal beast. A level 3 mid-stage aberration possessed the power to obliterate a civilization at the early stage of level 3. Annihilating this civilization on the planet would be a trivial endeavor for Hansu, at most allowing a few powerful practitioners to escape with their lives. Qingmu, through a blue, furry sensing creature, perceived the immense form of the colossal beast, his expression betraying disbelief. Is this the power of technology? Indeed, it is. The fur of the colossal beast emanated a series of sounds, a testament to the technological advancements that birthed such a level 3 mid-stage aberration. The vice leader of the demon cult was utterly shattered. She could scarcely fathom the emergence of such a terrifying entity, one that did not exist on this planet. Zhang Qiha produced a device, intending to stealthily infiltrate the energy shield, but Hansu would not permit him to succeed. Leave it to me. The colossal beast commenced its slaughter. In Chapter 51, within the Blue Moon Valley, this group stood utterly powerless before the behemoth, as if a giant were trampling upon a swarm of ants. Hansu did not need to employ any of the colossal beast's special abilities to effortlessly dispatch these insignificant individuals. He had no intention of holding back. His understated arrival in Luoxia town to gather intelligence was precisely for this moment. When the colossal beast unleashed its might, the destruction rivaled that of a nuclear explosion, and these minuscule practitioners were swiftly annihilated. Subsequently, Hansu turned his gaze to Zhang Qiha and the vice leader of the demon cult, whom he had spared. Tell me everything you know about the Blue Moon Valley. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Qiha promptly retrieved his device, intending to be the first to breach the energy shield. As the diamond beast unleashed its wrath, Zhang Qiha had already approached the energy barrier. It was indeed a rare opportunity. However, he was overly naive. Just as he prepared to flee, the diamond beast pointed a finger downwards, instantly reducing Zhang Qiha to mere pulp. The vice leader of the demon sect, paralyzed with fear, knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. Please spare me. I will divulge everything. I will tell you everything. Beneath the haunting blue glow of Blue Moon Valley, the vice leader's figure was fully revealed. With a mere level 2 in spiritual power, she had risen to the rank of vice leader and commanded such a multitude. The reasons were not lost on Hansu. However, Hansu was not of this planet, and his aesthetic sensibilities diverged entirely from those of its inhabitants. Thus, he harbored no thoughts of pity. He demanded, disclose all information regarding Blue Moon Valley in its entirety. The vice leader, unable to conceal any truths, immediately recounted every detail about Blue Moon Valley. It turned out that long ago, this planet had no practitioners at all, until an otherworldly visitor arrived. Upon witnessing their primitive existence, the visitor compassionately imparted the methods of cultivating spiritual power, thus ushering them into the realm of cultivation civilization. Hansu was momentarily taken aback. This implied that all practitioners on this planet were disciples of that venerable cultivator. With this realization, Hansu relinquished his intent to eradicate them entirely. One must not forget to express gratitude. Perhaps these individuals on this planet were the sole practitioners left. He swiftly made a decision. Upon acquiring the relic of the esteemed practitioner, he would depart from this place, allowing the inhabitants of this planet to continue residing in their idyllic paradise. He had numerous tasks ahead, including procuring habitable planets for the armored clan and seeking formal recognition at the heart of the galaxy, while also taking the opportunity to witness the true core of the Milky Way. The deputy sect leader elaborated, stating that extraterrestrial visitors had left behind many artifacts in Blue Moon Valley, which he had entrusted to his disciples for safeguarding. Among them was the formidable figure known as Solitary Invincible, who ultimately succumbed to enlightenment. This revelation left Hansu profoundly perplexed. In his estimation, Solitary Invincible was at least a level 5 ability user, a tier capable of attaining eternal life. How could such a being possibly face demise? Subsequently, Hansu inquired, how long did Solitary Invincible live? He found it hard to believe. The path to immortality was merely a matter of controllable cellular replication. How could one fail to comprehend this? In an instant, a chilling realization swept over him. This planet was undoubtedly far more complex than he had imagined. It seemed he must hasten his departure. Coming to this conclusion, Hansu resolved not to squander any more time. With a mere finger, he directed the Vajra beast, skillfully modulating its strength, preventing the deputy sect leader from being crushed, but rendering her unconscious instead. Keeping the demonic sect's deputy leader alive served a purpose. He chose not to end her life. Instead, he abandoned the Vajra beast, retrieved the device that he had dropped, and beckoned to Qingmu. Let us proceed to the place of enlightenment. A hint of bitterness crossed Aoki's face as he approached and inquired, you are a visitor from beyond the heavens, are you not? Your prowess must have reached the level capable of tearing through the fabric of space for time travel. Otherwise, you would not have arrived here. It is truly foolish for the denizens of the demon sect to challenge you. Hansu paused momentarily, realizing that Aoki and his kin, devoid of eyes, had never gazed upon the starry sky. Thus, they naively believed that their small domain constituted the entirety of existence, perceiving the celestial visitor as someone hailing from another world. Which was not surprising. Come, Aoki, given your innate talent, remaining here serves no purpose. Allow me to introduce you to the true expanse of the starry sky. Aoki could not fully comprehend the words, yet he sensed an opportunity had arisen. He promptly followed Hansu, the two entering the energy shield together. The apparatus functioned like a key. Once approached, the shield would open, and upon retreat, it would automatically close. After a considerable time, the formidable forces of the demon sect arrived at the vicinity, but upon sensing the colossal presence, none dared to venture closer. Hansu led Aoki into the valley, and as they stepped inside, they were greeted by the soothing sound of flowing water. Soon, Hansu beheld a waterfall radiating an ethereal blue luminescence, cascading from great heights. Reminiscent of the words of the Tang dynasty poet Li Bai, who likened it to the Milky Way descending from the heavens. The surrounding waters shimmered with a bluish glow, and peculiar trees flourished amidst the lush vegetation, painting a picture of an otherworldly paradise. In awe of the scene before him, Hansu remarked, "It is a pity that your kind lacks eyes. You are unable to witness such breathtaking beauty." Aoki paused, then inquired, "What are eyes?" "It is an organ of the human body. Without this organ, one cannot truly experience the sensation of sight." Aoki, upon hearing this, was filled with astonishment. His mind raced as he pondered the implications. He eventually articulated, "To lack this organ means we cannot perceive the genuine world. In other words, the true essence of reality is far from our understanding. What, then, does this authentic world resemble? Are we merely frogs at the bottom of a well?" Hansu guided Aoki into the river, where radiation levels were alarmingly high, yet it seemed to have little effect on the inhabitants of this planet, and for Hansu, the impact was negligible. They pressed onward until they arrived deep within a valley, where Hansu finally beheld a magnificent edifice of futuristic technology. This structure, entirely forged from metal, far surpassed the architectural accomplishments of the planet's civilization spanning thousands of years. As Hansu approached, the metallic building appeared to sense his presence. and an opening materialized, revealing an interior of unparalleled smoothness. Stepping inside, Hansu and Aoki soon encountered a control panel. Upon interacting with it, Hansu discovered 4 distinct areas: a data room, a storage room, a surgical suite, and a landing platform. He marveled, "At last, I have found this place. My journey as a practitioner is officially underway." Before visiting the data and storage rooms, however, Hansu first led Aoki to the surgical suite. Here, Hansu beheld a surgical table capable of autonomously performing physical modifications on living beings. He turned to Aoki and posed the question, "Do you wish to truly behold the cosmos? Do you wish to be the first indigenous being on this planet to possess eyes? Do you yearn to experience the sensation of sight? If so, simply recline upon the table." In that fleeting moment, an amalgamation of unknown dread and an insatiable thirst for knowledge surged within Aoki's heart. Ultimately, he surrendered himself to the surgical table. This world demands warriors who dare to take the first step. Chapter 52. Ancient existence. Every civilization boasts its share of geniuses. Yet it is the brave souls that are in short supply. Aoki lay upon the surgical table and declared, "I am willing to be the first of our kind to possess eyes." Hansu paused for a moment. Initially, his intention was merely to equip Aoki with a pair of eyes and the necessary nerves, enabling him to see, a process that would not consume much time. However, upon further contemplation, Hansu resolved to alter Aoki's very genes, ensuring that his descendants would also inherit the gift of sight. Albeit this would require a considerable investment of time to complete the transformation. Hansu inquired, "No one knows what may transpire. This procedure carries inherent risks. You might face death or undergo mutations. Do you wish to proceed nonetheless?" Aoki nodded resolutely, and Hansu then reconfigured the settings on the computer beside the surgical table. Subsequently, anesthetics coursed through Aoki's body, and the transformation commenced in earnest. As the surgery commenced automatically, Hansu departed from the scene. His first destination was the data room, which, unlike the sutra repository brimming with ancient texts, housed merely a single intelligent computer. Upon entering, Hansu skillfully began his inquiry. "I seek methods to enhance physical strength through mental prowess." In the next moment, a legacy of the practitioners, known as the transformation into dragon technique, materialized before him. The nomenclature, transformation into dragon, was a matter of translation. Its full title should be, "On Achieving Bodily Transformation and Enhancement Without Altering One's Appearance." The content of this technique was not extensive, and Hansu devoted 5 hours to its thorough study. The fundamental principle of this method revolves around harnessing formidable mental power to alter one's genes, thereby attaining immortality, fortifying one's cells, and enabling the fundamental particles that constitute one's body to transcend the feeble forces of interaction that bind them together. In summary, the path of bodily transformation and enhancement primarily follows a scientific trajectory. However, unlike the transformation of colossal beasts, which entails a macro-scale enlargement that allows for the growth of any required organ, even nuclear reactors and propulsion systems, practitioners' enhancement retains their shape and appearance, operating on a micro level. They do not develop superfluous organs, but continually reinforce their cells. According to the description within the transformation into dragon technique, a practitioner could potentially elevate their body to the scale of a universe, with each cell representing a stellar system. Yet, Hansu regarded this notion as mere speculation. Having acquired the method, Hansu continued to peruse the data, subsequently uncovering information regarding the ancestral star of cultivation. It transpired that the majority of the esteemed predecessor's valuable possessions were concealed within the ancestral star. However, regrettably, it had been obliterated. Nevertheless, fragments of it still drifted within the 4th dimension, and locating them could yield a substantial fortune. Subsequently, Hansu encountered information pertaining to this very planet, which divulged a chilling revelation. Upon this world, the most powerful individuals were invariably incapable of cultivating beyond the 6th level of mental power. This limitation arose from the presence of an immensely dreadful and colossal entity residing within the planet's core. This entity incessantly devoured the life force of the planet's inhabitants, and any being with mental power exceeding the 5th level would be consumed by this even more terrifying entity. In that instant, Hansu finally comprehended why the inhabitants of this planet rarely lived beyond 3 millennia. Suddenly, Hansu felt as though the ground beneath his feet had become ethereal, as if he were treading upon the ocean's surface beneath which, in the abyssal depths, lurked an immeasurably vast and horrifying presence. Its gaze was fixed upon every individual on the planet's surface, and should a cultivator with mental power surpassing the 5th level emerge, it would seize and devour them, transforming them into its sustenance. At the time, the venerable cultivator was grievously wounded and had chosen this location to store his relics out of expediency. Consequently, the predecessor had refrained from provoking this entity, as it appeared to be exceptionally formidable, its power defying evaluation by conventional civilization standards. In the records, this creature is referred to as an ancient entity, a terrifying existence endowed with formidable supernatural abilities and a mutated physique, exceedingly difficult to contend with. A shiver ran down Hansu's spine, intensifying his desire to depart from this planet swiftly. After rummaging through the repository for the knowledge he sought, Hansu promptly proceeded to the storage room, where he discovered an array of technological and psychic equipment. The most noteworthy item was a compact spatial storage backpack, small enough to be worn around the waist, yet capable of containing objects the size of an entire basketball court, along with a lightweight combat suit that would allow Hansu to navigate a vacuum environment effortlessly. Moreover, he encountered standard items such as laser guns, lightsabers, shield backpacks, and jump packs. Besides the technological gear, there were numerous psychic devices, the most useful being the psychic impact gun, psychic shield, psychic jumper, and psychic amplifier, among others. After thoroughly scavenging these items, Hansu made his way to the landing pad, where he beheld a modest single-pilot spacecraft. Although seemingly small, this vessel was fully equipped for warp travel. Its cargo space, albeit compact, utilized spatial technology that could only be adeptly wielded by a level 5 civilization, allowing it to accommodate a substantial amount of fuel. This spacecraft was aptly named the Solitary Falcon by a venerable practitioner, its hull adorned with markings in the script of the civilization to which the practitioner belonged. Additionally, the ship was outfitted with defenses against spatial rifts, time traps, and psychic shielding coatings, among other enhancements. This spacecraft is more than capable of confronting the majority of the harsh conditions present within the galaxy, boasting formidable combat capabilities. Its robust exterior alone is sufficient to obliterate early-stage Level 3 beasts, not to mention the weaponry aboard. Hansu boarded the Solitary Falcon and promptly initiated the launch sequence. The Falcon soared into the sky like a released arrow, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Blue Moon Valley. Upon witnessing a gathering of individuals from the demonic sect, Hansu immediately pressed the attack button, and the ship deployed a subsonic bomb, which detonated instantaneously, annihilating the group with absolute precision. Subsequently, Hansu accelerated once more, and the Falcon vanished in an instant, reappearing at the site of the largest debris from the Friendship spacecraft's crash. At this moment, 2 Level 5 practitioners were still engaged in combat, oblivious to the Falcon's approach. Without hesitation, Hansu maneuvered the ship to unleash a tractor beam, extracting all resources from the debris. The 2 Level 5 powerhouses, witnessing this audacity, were incensed. Who dared to seize their spoils? A surge of psychic energy rushed forth. Yet it was largely repelled by the Falcon's psychic energy defense coating. The residual energy that penetrated the hull did not harm Hansu, for he was equipped with a psychic protection helmet. After a brief bout of disorientation, Hansu promptly fled, reaching the crash site of several other debris pieces within mere seconds. While gathering resources, he also discovered an open cryogenic pod. It was Nangongyu. Just then, the entire planet began to tremble violently. Hansu's heart sank. An ancient entity seemed to be awakening. Chapter 53. The Judgment descends. An ancient entity suddenly awakened, and in an instant, a malevolent and formidable consciousness enveloped the entire planet. The inhabitants found themselves ensnared by this awareness, rendered immobile. Those possessing Level 5 psychic abilities donned expressions of incredulity, their hearts gripped by fear at the existence of such a terrifying force. Practitioners with Level 4 psychic capabilities trembled uncontrollably, unable to emanate even a flicker of their psychic energy, having been utterly cowed. Level 3 practitioners collapsed to the ground, their minds inundated with horrific visions, while ominous whispers resonated incessantly in their ears. Level 2 practitioners fell to their knees, fervently proclaiming, "Ancient deity, I am your most devoted follower. I am willing to traverse fire and water for you." Those of Level 1 psychic abilities succumbed to madness, murmuring, "The apocalypse is upon us. The heavens and earth are on the brink of annihilation. We shall not survive. None shall survive." ordinary individuals, devoid of psychic power, had succumbed to illusions, entering a utopia where they remained forever entranced by its beauty. Only the deaf to the soul managed to evade this catastrophe. They were the favored ones of the cosmos, untouched by the chaos that ensued. Even Han Su found himself immobilized within the confines of the Lone Falcon. Despite the protective energy shield that mitigated much of the psychic onslaught, and the psychic defense helmet that rendered him impervious to level 5 energies, he was nonetheless besieged by a barrage of hallucinations and incomprehensible whispers following the awakening of the ancient entity. The very fabric of reality seemed to tilt. A debilitating dizziness far more profound than intoxication assailed him. He felt an invisible hand grasping him, relentlessly drawing him toward the abyss. In a haze, Han Su realized he was piloting a craft toward the ground, even contemplating disembarking, which filled him with dread, causing him to desperately ascend. Yet, in an instant, he found himself directing the ship into a ground impact. Boom! The vessel created a chasm upon collision, its armor proving sufficiently robust. Han Su, sensing the abnormality, understood his inability to distinguish reality from illusion, and that he could trust nothing. Without the protection of the psionic defense coating, he would be doomed the moment he exited the ship. Thus, Han Su acted swiftly, employing a pulse stun gun to render himself unconscious. Despite his unconsciousness, the peril persisted as the planet quaked incessantly, the Earth fissuring, as if a formidable entity was on the verge of cosmic emergence. However, at this crucial juncture, an immense vessel materialized above the planet, its presence obliterating countless spatial rifts. Subsequently, a voice resonated across the planet's surface, fugitive ancient deity, in accordance with Article 2 of the Galactic Codex, sentenced to death for subverting the Galactic Alliance. An adjudicator vessel promptly projected a beam of transport light, attempting to seize the malevolent and formidable ancient entity. Yet, in the ensuing moment, the light was eclipsed by an even more profound darkness, and 8 colossal, unyielding tentacles pierced through the planet's core, constricting the adjudicator vessel with brutal force. However, the arbiter vessel remained steadfast, issuing a caution: "Ancient old god, your epoch has passed. Refrain from futile resistance and surrender." Instantly, everyone on the planet was freed from psychic domination, including Han Su, who promptly regained consciousness. He then beheld the arbiter locked in combat with the ancient old god. The 8 tentacles incessantly tugged at the arbiter's ship, yet it remained unyielding, launching no counteroffensive. It then dawned on Han Su that the arbiter vessel had only just arrived when he departed from the Great River civilization. It appeared that a bounty hunter had arrived ahead of him and contacted the arbiter upon discovering the ancient old god. Han Su immediately scrutinized the bounty on the ancient old god, subsequently discovering a total of 8 bounties for ancient old gods, each rewarding 1 billion contribution points and unconditional acquisition of protector status. Han Su was astonished. 1 billion contribution points and protector status. This reward must be the most illustrious among all bounty missions. The next instant, Han Su heard the arbiter issue a final warning: "Executors are imminent. I urge you not to engage in pointless resistance." Yet the ancient old god persisted in its grip. The arbiter then fell silent, only for spatial undulations to ripple through the air moments later. A planet radiating azure light materialized abruptly. Upon its advent, the surrounding light underwent immediate distortion. From this planet, blue rays were emitted in a continuous, twisted manner, accompanied by intermittent flashes of electricity. Han Su was dumbfounded. The technological prowess required to transform a planet into a warship was truly terrifying. Han Su watched helplessly as the colossal, shadowy tentacles enveloped the entire planet. He felt utterly powerless, hesitant to act rashly, for he was acutely aware that his vessel could not withstand the onslaught of the tentacles. The arbiter immediately comprehended the ancient deity's sinister intent and continued to issue a grave warning: "Ancient old god, I caution you. Using the inhabitants of this planet as hostages to threaten me is utterly futile. We will not err in our choice between your annihilation and the salvation of these people." The planetary warship had begun to gather energy, seemingly poised to obliterate the ancient deity, even at the cost of the entire planet's existence. Han Su was uncertain of the warship's classification, but he was certain it was no ordinary planetary vessel. It might very well be a neutron star battleship. However, this was not the moment for such considerations. Should the ancient deity choose to engage in mutual destruction, he too would meet his demise. After careful contemplation, Han Su reluctantly retrieved the ancient relic, the time jade bottle. This opportunity was singular, and he fervently hoped that the executor would seize it. As the planetary warship prepared to unleash its attack, aiming to annihilate both the ancient deity and the planet, Hansu hurriedly summoned the Time Jade Bottle. He understood precisely how the Star Destroyer utilized this ancient artifact to obliterate planets, by harnessing the power of time to halt the planet's mantle for a mere second. The instant the time freeze was lifted, the entire planet would disintegrate into chaos. Now, Hansu's objective was to replicate this feat, to expend the energy within the Time Jade Bottle to bring the mantle of this planet to a standstill for 1 second. Thus, even if the 8 tentacles of the ancient deity were not severed, they would cease their movement for that brief moment. That solitary second represented the executor's exclusive opportunity, a chance to both rescue the planet's inhabitants and obliterate the ancient, primordial deities. Without hesitation, Hansu activated the Time Jade Bottle, and in the subsequent instant, a boundless golden radiance enveloped the surface of the cultivator's planet. The entire mantle instantaneously came to a standstill. Chapter 54. Gazing at the cosmos, the primary limitation was the insufficient energy within the Time Jade Bottle. Otherwise, Hansu could have brought the entire planet to a halt for a full second. The ramifications of halting a planet's rotation for even a single second are exceedingly dire. Consider Earth, for instance. Based on current data, it takes approximately 23 hours and 56 minutes for Earth to complete one rotation, resulting in a linear velocity of roughly 465 meters per second at the equator. Given this rapid rotational speed, should Earth abruptly cease its rotation, the immense inertia would cause all surface objects, humans, animals, buildings, and anything not firmly anchored to the ground, to be violently propelled into the sky. The closer an object is to the poles, the lower the probability and velocity of its ejection. Conversely, objects near the equator would be launched at supersonic speeds to altitudes of nearly 10,000 meters. Failing to reach escape velocity, these airborne objects would not escape the atmosphere and, due to gravity, would plummet back to the ground with catastrophic force. In such a scenario, only objects near the North and South poles would likely survive, as virtually all other sizable life forms would perish. Due to the abrupt cessation of Earth's rotation, unprecedented cataclysmic hurricanes would ravage the planet's surface. Winds exceeding 460 meters per second would obliterate everything in their path. And the intense heat generated by high-speed friction would ignite all flammable materials, engulfing the Earth's landmasses in an inferno. Under such conditions, scarcely any life forms could endure. Furthermore, propelled by inertia, the equatorial waters would surge eastward at supersonic speeds, forming colossal tsunamis. These monstrous waves would inundate everything in their wake. In addition, the tectonic plates, also affected by inertia, would undergo instantaneous compression, triggering global volcanic eruptions and catastrophic earthquakes. If Earth were to halt its rotation for a mere second before resuming, it would transform into an apocalyptic realm ravaged by tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, and conflagrations. In the aftermath of this fleeting moment, Earth would become a desolate, lifeless planet, with countless species facing extinction. However, it is crucial to remember that Earth not only rotates on its axis but also revolves around the Sun. Should its revolution cease, the gravitational forces of all the planets in the solar system would exert their influence upon Earth. If the revolution were to halt and then resume, the inertia of gravity would cause any object attached to Earth to be flung into space, potentially even tearing apart entire sections of the Earth's crust. This would initiate a chain reaction that could ultimately lead to the planet's complete disintegration. This is the modus operandi of a star destroyer when annihilating a planet, immobilizing the entire celestial body before restoring its motion, resulting in its utter devastation. At this moment, Hansu leveraged the Time Jade Vial to forcibly halt the mantle. However, the energy contained within the vial was insufficient to completely immobilize the entire mantle of the planet. It merely succeeded in freezing 1/3 of it. Yet, even this partial stasis was enough to induce a direct drift of the tectonic plates on the planet. The sudden movement of the continents evidently caught the ancient old god off guard, causing its tendrils to retract in an instant and leaving its defenses vulnerable. The executor, ever vigilant, seized upon this fleeting opportunity. An unknown wave of energy surged forth in the form of a divine blade, piercing through the breach and delving into the planet's interior. Consequently, the 8 tendrils of the ancient old god fell helplessly, crashing to the ground and gouging deep ravines into the earth. Thus, the ancient deity of a bygone era was vanquished. The voice of the Arbiter resonated in Han Su's mind. In recognition of your assistance in slaying the ancient old god, you are awarded 1 million contribution points. The Arbiter will bear the responsibility for any damages incurred to this planet and its civilization during the process. Han Su paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. The abrupt drift of the continent had undoubtedly caused damages worth at least 1 million contribution points. Fortunately, the Arbiter was magnanimous. It was not surprising. Had the Arbiter been less generous and held the accomplice accountable, no civilization within the galaxy would dare to assist the Arbiter. One must admit that the laws of the Galactic Alliance are rather sophisticated. With the previous 8 million points added to his total, Han Su now possessed 9 million contribution points, along with a spacecraft of at least 5th-level civilization standard, and methods to refine his physical prowess through mental energy. This expedition could indeed be deemed a resounding success. Of greater consequence is the amplification of Han Su's mental fortitude, a result of witnessing the clash between the Arbiter and the primeval old gods, coupled with his endurance of the old god's psychic dominion. His mental capacity verged on transcending the 3rd tier. Furthermore, observing the employment of mental faculties by this planet's cultivators has elevated Han Su's comprehension and application of psychic energy substantially. Concurrently, Aoki, having undergone genetic modification, stirred from his slumber. Aoki descended from the surgical platform and gingerly caressed his newly acquired ocular organs. He meticulously explored the unfamiliar appendages with his fingers, initially perplexed by his inability to perceive visual input. It was only through inadvertent ocular activation that he beheld the world for the first time in his existence. Instantly, a resplendent interstellar thoroughfare captivated his gaze, encircled by the boundless expanse of the nocturnal firmament, wherein myriad stars scintillated. The thoroughfare's effulgence cascaded upon the landscape, illuminating vast swathes of mountainous terrain. Gazing upon the infinite mountain ranges, Aoki experienced ineffable awe. Was this the genuine world? The entirety of his sensory experience was profoundly moving and exhilarating. The acquisition of vision, of a novel sensory modality, imbued Aoki's perception of the world with chromatic vibrancy, geometric forms, and an appreciation for the creator's artistry. Upon Han Su's arrival in his spacecraft, Aoki's countenance betrayed utter incredulity. In contrast to inanimate objects, Han Su possessed sentience and vitality, a dynamic entity and a marvel of the cosmos. Upon beholding Han Su, Qingmu experienced an ineffable sensation, as if the luminescence of the cosmos were eclipsed by Han Su's brilliance. Conversely, Han Su perceived in Qingmu the semblance of a chosen one, a scion of destiny. Qingmu, in his estimation, was the predestined champion of his lineage, just as Han Su was the foreordained hope of the terrestrial race. Han Su inquired, "Qingmu, would you deign to accompany me in witnessing the vast expanse of the universe?" Han Su held a profound admiration for Qingmu's capabilities. However, Qingmu demurred. "I am inclined to remain, to perpetuate my genetic legacy, thereby affording my civilization the prospect of gazing upon the stars. For a civilization to traverse the celestial sphere, it must first possess the vision to behold it. For a race to engender successors, it must first possess precursors." Qingmu aspired to be the inaugural stargazer of his civilization, the harbinger of his race, bequeathing to posterity the aspiration of cosmic exploration. Han Su, comprehending his sentiments, ceased his entreaties and prepared to depart. It was at that juncture that the primeval deity's 8 tentacles abruptly severed and drifted into the cosmos. Initially, Han Su surmised that the executor was responsible, but the Arbiter issued a peremptory warning: immediately seal off this region of space to prevent the dissemination of the aberrant factors emanating from the ancient deity. Chapter 55. Aberrant factors. Scarcely had the Arbiter's pronouncement ceased when the executor unleashed potent gravitational waves, effectively sealing off the adjacent expanse of space. Han Su endeavored to pilot his spacecraft to safety, only to discover that the escape velocity had been augmented to infinity. Even with the Falcon's propulsion system operating at maximum capacity, achieving the velocity necessary to escape the confines of the planet proved unattainable. Han Su found it hard to believe the extent of the executor's technology, which was capable of directly obstructing speed. Soon after, he witnessed the 8 tentacles of the ancient old god drifting into the cosmos, ultimately vanishing into the void before the gaze of many. The moment Han Su beheld this sight, he was suddenly overcome with nausea and dizziness, not from any physiological ailment, but rather from a profound mental disturbance. He hastily brought the spacecraft to a halt in the Blue Moon Valley, retrieving all materials capable of isolating spiritual energy and affixing them to himself. However, it proved futile. Hansu felt increasingly disoriented, plagued by hallucinations, even perceiving grotesque green tentacles sprouting from his own body. The enlightened Qing Mu, witnessing this alarming transformation, was taken aback and quickly supported Hansu, inquiring, "What has happened to you? How did you come to this state?" Hansu struggled to articulate. It seems this is what the Judicator referred to as an anomalous cause, a mutation factor. My soul is undergoing a transformation, which is in turn affecting my physical form. Having practiced mental fortitude, Hansu understood well that the body could influence the shaping of the soul, just as the soul could affect the growth of the body. Now, he had been infected by the anomalous cause, resulting in a metamorphosis of his soul that began to impact his corporeal form. Yet, Hansu was fervently resisting. He dared not relax his mental focus, desperately striving to solidify the shape of his soul within his mind. Consequently, terrifying tentacles continued to sprout from his body, only to vanish repeatedly. Qing Mu, witnessing the spectacle, was engulfed by fear. Realizing at last that possessing sight allowed one not only to behold beauty, but also to confront horror. As the conversation unfolded, 3 ethereal tendrils sprouted from Hansu's form, a manifestation of the cost of distraction. In his struggle against the aberration, he was compelled to expend a considerable amount of energy, thus relying on the psychically deaf Aoki to assist in transporting sustenance. Aoki promptly thumped his chest, assuring him, "Leave it to me." Hansu immediately shut his eyes, summoning all his strength to maintain the integrity of his soul. In the next moment, the 3 spectral tendrils vanished from his being. This process proved to be exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, Hansu had undergone meditation training, enabling him to stabilize his energy for an extended period. For ordinary individuals, merely envisioning their complete self within their minds could pose a significant challenge. Yet, despite Hansu's training, it was impossible to sustain such a state indefinitely. For fatigue is an inherent aspect of humanity. Moreover, any lapse in his concentration would allow the aberration to infiltrate his defenses. Hansu persevered, but his mind gradually began to relax, and his thoughts grew heavy. At that critical juncture, beams of white light suddenly descended from the heavens, unerringly targeting the individuals irrevocably altered by the aberration, annihilating them utterly. This unforeseen occurrence jolted Hansu awake. The prospect of being infected by the aberration was not inherently terrifying. What was truly dreadful was the relinquishment of resistance, leading to complete transformation, which would result in his obliteration by the executors. Aoki had also delivered the food, and after consuming it, Hansu resumed his struggle, determined to fortify the shape of his soul. Hansu had no intention of succumbing to death. Hansu witnessed the ruthlessness of the executors, akin to how a surgeon would mercilessly sever the diseased parts of a patient within the operating room. For the judges and executors, if eradicating a few malignant individuals could salvage an entire civilization, they would do so without hesitation. The reasoning is quite simple. On Earth, people perceive individuals as singular entities rather than viewing cells as individual units. Similarly, within the galaxy, judges regard civilizations as cohesive wholes, rather than acknowledging individuals as separate entities. In their eyes, humanity constitutes mere cells of civilization. Thus, they remain indifferent to the internal conflicts of civilizations, unconcerned about eliminating 1 or 2 individuals to save the whole. This revelation imparted an important lesson to Hansu. Should he acquire the credentials to heal civilizations, along with the approval of Earth's civilization, he could eradicate the malignancies plaguing it. Hansu continued to resist, as beams of white light descended upon him. Those who succumbed to the aberrations and transformed into monsters were purified by the radiant light. The advantage of this was that Hansu no longer had to fear attacks from these monstrous beings. His sole focus was to withstand the mutations, with no other worries to trouble him. Fortunately, he was accompanied by a psychic deaf individual, who completely disregarded the assaults of the aberrations and effectively shielded himself from their infection. This individual consistently provided Hansu with water and sustenance, often delivering provisions 10 times a day. Due to the immense energy Hansu expended, were another to find themselves in this predicament, they would undoubtedly be compelled to procure sustenance independently. Consequently, surmounting this onslaught of aberrant phenomena would prove exceedingly arduous, given their proximity to the epicenter of the outbreak, rendering them susceptible to acute contamination. However, Ensconced within the confines of Blue Moon Valley, he was afforded the sanctuary of an energy shield, obviating any apprehension of predation by wild beasts, thus enabling him to devote his undivided attention to resisting the insidious transformation. With unwavering resolve, Han Su tenaciously withstood the encroaching metamorphosis. On the third day, he discerned the subtle aperture of an ethereal rift, from which emanated an inexhaustible torrent of spiritual energy, permeating his very essence and catalyzing an exponential augmentation of his psychic fortitude. Concomitantly, through his assiduous resistance to the aberrant influence, his corporeal resilience underwent a parallel surge in potency, whereas the physical constitution of a terrestrial denizen would scarcely register as a mere zero. One on the scale of colossal entities, his corporeal strength had now ascended to the inaugural tier, a tenfold amplification relative to that of an average individual. Of even greater import was the exponential growth of his mental acuity, forged in the crucible of life or death struggle. He had now successfully traversed the threshold into the third stratum of psychic capability. At the nascent level, psychic energy is limited to inducing transient disorientation or enervation in adversaries, or perhaps invigorating allies. The second tier empowers one to inflict outright blindness or auditory impairment upon foes, or to bestow enhanced visual acuity and agility upon comrades. These initial levels, while not without utility, are primarily adjunctive in nature. However, the third tier marks a profound divergence. Psychic energy of the third order grants the capacity to subjugate adversaries through hypnotic influence, compelling them to accede to one's directives, to incinerate their cerebral faculties, or to erect an impenetrable barrier against their sensory perception. At the fourth level of psychic energy, one can wield telekinesis to manipulate objects and ascend into the skies, directly influencing the physical realm with sheer mental prowess. At the fifth level, the abilities expand to encompass teleportation, invisibility, and the control of flames and lightning, with such formidable mental strength that one could hypnotize an entire city. The fifth level of psychic energy represents the zenith for practitioners within the Milky Way galaxy. And beyond that, Han Su remains uncertain of the extraordinary powers that might exist. Now, possessing third-level psychic energy and first-level physical strength, Han Su has earned considerable respect across various civilizations. Upon reaching the third level, his soul stabilized immediately, bolstered by an immense influx of psychic energy from the void, aiding him through his most arduous trials. Presently, Han Su need only gradually resist and recuperate, and within 4 days at most, he anticipates a full recovery. However, at this juncture, disheartening news arrived from the executors. Chapter 56, The Return of Han Su. As Han Su began to heal and had acquired antibodies against the aberrant factors, the executors felt compelled to inform him, which serves to illustrate that they are not mere emotionless artificial intelligences, but rather sentient beings imbued with empathy. They too expressed gratitude for the precious second Han Su had secured for them. Upon receiving this news, Han Su swiftly boarded the vessel known as the Lone Falcon. Although the aberrant factors still exerted their influence, they could no longer pose a lethal threat to him. Han Su inquired of Aoki, "Will you stay?" Aoki nodded in affirmation. "My civilization is in peril. I cannot abandon it." Instantly, Han Su piloted the Lone Falcon away from that location and promptly utilized his contribution points to procure a cargo vessel of even grander proportions than the Friendship. This endeavor consumed a staggering 1 million contribution points. Subsequently, he expended an additional 3 million contribution points to acquire a substantial quantity of psionic defensive materials. The expenditure of these 3 million points caused him considerable consternation, as such materials were typically far less exorbitant. The Vajrabeast was also loaded into the cargo hold of the vessel, and then, Han Su prepared to depart from that place. After expressing his gratitude, Han Su immediately piloted the cargo ship toward the Great River Civilization. Upon arriving at the Great River Civilization, he was indeed intercepted by a formidable fleet. However, with his heart set on returning home, he offered no explanations, merely displaying the passcode to the opposing party. Upon beholding it, the opposing party was immediately taken aback. A level 6 executor, a white dwarf star pass. "Quick, clear the way." Han Su was astonished. That planetary warship was actually a warship constructed from a white dwarf star? A white dwarf star is a celestial body formed after the death and collapse of a star comparable to the Sun. The high gravity caused by its high quality can destroy any planet as long as it is close to it, which can be described as unimaginably powerful. After the fleet cleared the way, Han Su immediately embarked on interstellar navigation. During this process, he discovered that the Great River civilization had also suffered from the attack of the aberrant factor. In this civilization, where the majority were the elderly and children, the outbreak of the aberrant factor brought about devastating consequences. Because children's wills are immature, because their souls have not yet been successfully shaped, and the souls of the elderly are weakened due to the aging of their bodies, they are therefore unable to resist the aberrant factor. With a sigh, Hansu embarked on his course and accelerated. As he traversed the route, he passed by the cultivator star once more, yet the celestial body remained concealed in darkness, beyond any stellar system's reach, and invisible to Hansu. Leaving behind another sigh, Hansu hastened towards the solar system with utmost speed and the shortest path. Time was of the essence, and he could only hope the changes would unfold at a more gradual pace. During his journey, he stumbled upon an announcement issued by the protectors. The Great River civilization had met its demise. All individuals of the Great River civilization would henceforth become wanderers. With no designated successor, all possessions of the civilization would be transferred to the Galactic Alliance. Hansu was utterly astounded. Could a civilization simply vanish like that? Even in the orderly and war-free Milky Way galaxy, civilizations could still meet their end. For a civilization as vulnerable as the Great River civilization, such a fate was, regrettably, not unusual. At that very moment, civilization on Earth remained secure, with nations peacefully progressing. The United States announced the successful development of its space elevator, boasting before numerous media outlets that it would be officially launched in 3 days. When the third day arrived, the United States formally showcased its technological achievement before the world's media. A space elevator capable of connecting the ground and orbit was activated. The elevator resembled a square metal box, propelled by 4 straight metal cables. As the space elevator ignited, the metal box ascended rapidly, soaring into the sky like a rocket. A multitude of onlookers began to marvel, as the media's cameras focused intently on the metallic container. However, as the space elevator ascended to its midpoint, the 4 metallic cables abruptly began to convulse rapidly. Within moments, this disturbance began to impede the elevator's ascent, culminating in a catastrophic explosion before the disbelieving eyes of the crowd. Countless fragments rained down from the sky, eliciting sighs of lament and imprecations of outrage. Another squandering of taxpayer funds, voices exclaimed. While the entirety of civilization implored unity, the United States alone persisted in its pursuit of dominance. Certain factions entreated the U.S. to share its technological advancements, thereby pooling the collective strength of civilization for scientific research. However, the U.S. demurred, asserting that it alone possessed the requisite capabilities for space elevator development, dismissing the involvement of other nations as an encumbrance. This pronouncement incensed numerous countries, though they remained reticent due to the U.S.'s formidable power. It was at this juncture that a colossal freighter materialized in Earth's orbit. Chapter 57, Declaration of Dissolution. Upon its emergence into orbit, the immense freighter unhesitatingly directed its course toward China. Nations observing this maneuver were perplexed, unable to fathom the vessel's destination. Hansu piloted the freighter directly above, and with a sweeping gesture, the cargo bay doors automatically swung open. A multitude of drones then conveyed countless units of psionic defense materials to the surface. Upon their arrival, individuals in proximity experienced an immediate alleviation of their mutations, with some even witnessing the complete disappearance of their appendages. It appears that due to the considerable distance, the severity of the mutation has diminished, and it can now be repelled with merely psychic energy defense materials. Hansu directly departed from the spacecraft and stood outside, vociferously proclaiming to everyone, "These materials can resist the mutations. Distribute them swiftly." Hansu's appearance instantly ignited a global reaction, leaving countless individuals in a state of astonishment and disbelief. Was he not supposed to be mining on our behalf? With a sentence of 1 billion days, we should not have expected to see him again. Yet, Hansu has returned, not merely in body, but commanding a warship, bearing materials to save humanity. Countless psychic energy defense materials were promptly distributed to all affected by the mutations, significantly alleviating their conditions, as these materials proved effective against the anomalies. While Hansu pondered, the United States suddenly made grandiose claims on the international stage, demanding that countries share its special materials, forbidding any private appropriation. This audacious demand incensed Hansu. "Do not presume that I am powerless against you." Hansu immediately transmitted an interstellar broadcast to all nations belonging to Earth's civilization, inviting the judgers to witness the event. I am from the solitary walker civilization. From my perspective, Earth's civilization is gravely ill. May I offer my assistance to your civilization to help you excise this malignancy? Given that you have 223 nations, I require the authorization of 4/5 of you. Upon hearing the interstellar broadcast, the dignitaries representing 223 nations exchanged apprehensive glances, momentarily silenced. The United States, however, vociferously dissented, proclaiming, "We shall not consent. The internal affairs of our civilization are ours to resolve." Evidently, the U.S. apprehended that without authorization, it would be implausible for Han Su to take action against them. Nevertheless, they overestimated their rapport with the other 222 nations, save for a mere handful of dissenting voices. The overwhelming majority, exceeding 4/5 and nearing 9/10, acceded to the proposition. Han Su promptly relayed the outcome to the adjudicator, designating the U.S. regime as a malignant growth upon the Earth's civilization. Moments later, the adjudicator ratified Han Su's assessment, officially branding the U.S. regime as a pernicious element and endowing Han Su with the authority to excise it. In accordance with Article 4, 571 of the Galactic Codex, when a civilization is critically imperiled, other civilizations, upon securing authorization, may undertake remedial actions. Successful intervention would be rewarded with the Civilization Savior accolade from the Galactic Alliance. Assured that he was acting in full compliance with the Galactic Codex, Han Su immediately boarded the lonesome Falcon spacecraft, setting a direct course for the U.S. capital. The U.S. had, of course, been privy to the adjudicator's verdict, yet they remained obstinate even in the face of impending doom, retorting, "We remain unconvinced that you, acting alone, possess the capacity to eradicate us." The nation immediately prepared to mobilize its formidable military resources from various regions to the capital. However, before their troop deployment orders were even drafted, the Lonely Falcon appeared ominously above the White House. The senior officials of the nation were immediately struck with terror, prompting them to activate emergency defense protocols, plunging the entire country into the highest state of alert. Suddenly, the lawns surrounding the White House unfolded, and a multitude of anti-aircraft guns ascended, unleashing a barrage of anti-aircraft shells towards the Lonely Falcon. Countless surface-to-air missiles were launched from nearby military bases, and a throng of soldiers raised their firearms, aiming at the vessel. With a thunderous roar, a series of explosions erupted against the Lonely Falcon. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the craft remained unscathed, suspended in midair, having not shifted even a fraction. Although the Lonely Falcon was a civilian luxury spacecraft, its defenses were on par with those of a Level 5 civilization warship, rendering the mere assaults from this nation utterly ineffective, unable to breach even its energy shield. However, it bore no weapons, being a civilian craft akin to a Porsche or Lamborghini on Earth. In the next moment, Han Su, clad in powered armor, leaped directly from the Lonely Falcon, descending from the skies without the aid of a parachute, his physique capable of withstanding the impact from such a height. He plunged through the air, unfazed by the 100-meter drop, akin to a meteor crashing to Earth, and directly shattered the roof of the White House. Landing on the floor within, dust scattered widely as he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the president's office. Subsequently, a cadre of operatives from the United States materialized, brandishing firearms and encircling Han Su. Instantly, Han Su unleashed his mental acuity, rendering the agents' visages vacant and devoid of awareness. Promptly, they pivoted their weapons towards one another, discharging their arms in a cacophony of gunfire. The reverberations of the shots echoed as the agents succumbed to the earth. In short order, a legion of fully armed soldiers breached the confines of the White House, only to be subjugated into servitude upon approaching Han Su. Should their numbers surpass his capacity for control, he would mandate their mutual annihilation. Such was the formidable potency of Level 3 mental acuity, sufficient to contend with a nascent Level 3 civilization. By the time Han Su reached the presidential office, the president had already absconded to an underground escape route. Yet, such measures proved futile. With a mere decree from Han Su, the Peregrine spacecraft descended from the heavens like a celestial blade, cleaving through the White House and the earth beneath as if they were mere tofu. The subterranean passageway was thus exposed, revealing the upper echelons of the American government cowering before Han Su, rendered speechless by trepidation. The United States government declared its dissolution. The disestablishment of a nation is not an endeavor that can be consummated overnight. Nevertheless, the declaration of dissolution was irrevocable. News of Han Su's solitary feat in liberating the United States reverberated across the globe. Under his sway, the once imperious United States was gradually disintegrating, inciting various nations, particularly the more formidable ones, to descend like ravenous wolves, eager to devour the remnants of the fallen superpower. Among these nations, some were once allies of the M nation. Yet at this moment, they have become its most vehement adversaries, harboring a fervent desire for its swift demise. These nations have come to M nation, lured by its generous welfare programs, to attract its highly intelligent talents and to entice its formidable enterprises. However, these offers come with conditions. Compared to the slow demise within M nation, they prefer to seek fortunes elsewhere. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens remain in M nation, living in a perpetual state of anxiety and trepidation. Subsequently, several major powers established their presence in M nation, initiating the takeover of its governance and commencing the division of its resources. The speed of a nation's downfall is staggering. From the moment the judges were authorized to the announcement of M nation's dissolution, merely 5 minutes elapsed, and within 3 days, the major powers had assumed control. Although this period was marked by unavoidable incidents such as zero-cost purchases, protests, and riots, these disturbances were swiftly quelled. The Army and Air Force of M nation were rapidly taken over, as there was nowhere for them to flee. While a portion of the Navy managed to escape, the majority succumbed to the takeover, rendered powerless to resist. The leaders of M nation awakened to the reality of their nation's utter destruction, gazing in disbelief at the ruins of what once was, unable to fathom that their own hands had brought about this demise, and in such a manner. In that moment, they seemed to age a decade, while leaders from other nations felt a profound shock, for without the protection of the galactic law, extinguishing a civilization is, indeed, alarmingly effortless. As this group of high-ranking officials exited the White House, they were besieged by a multitude of ordinary citizens, almost torn to shreds by their fervor. This, evidently, is the fate of the vanquished. The common populace directs their frustrations towards those who have failed, attributing their grievances to the erroneous decisions made by these leaders. A sentiment that is, in fact, justified. The arrogance of the M nation, having long been perched atop its pedestal, led to a grave misjudgment of the prevailing circumstances. Indeed, it was their hubris that sealed their doom. However, the psychic defense materials generously bestowed by Han Su had already been entirely delivered to the Z nation. Any other countries wishing to procure such materials must turn to Z nation for assistance. Observing this situation, Han Su boldly addressed the senior officials of Z nation, suggesting that they seize this opportunity to unify the globe. Global unification, a glory that would echo through the annals of history. Who among them would not desire it? Seizing the moment, Z nation swiftly endeavored to cultivate relationships with other nations, who, eager to obtain the materials, willingly aligned themselves with Z nation. In light of this opportunity, Z nation proposed the establishment of a global federation. After thorough deliberation, the leaders of the nations unanimously consented to this proposition. After all, they were soon to confront the vastness of the galaxy, and it seemed unwise to squabble over such a small sphere as Earth. They should aspire to broader horizons. Thus, the Global Federation was swiftly established, with the leaders of 222 nations serving as the inaugural members of the First Federal Assembly. Subsequently, they elected the inaugural members of the Earth Federal Council, which in turn elected the first President, Secretary General, Vice President, and Deputy Secretary General of the Earth Federal Assembly. Thus, the civilization of Earth finally achieved unity. Subsequently, the President and Secretary General of the Earth Federation Parliament, along with the Vice Presidents and Deputy Secretaries General, convened to appoint the inaugural Earth Governor and the Supreme Commander of the Earth Fleet. Han Su observed with great satisfaction the autonomous evolution of Earth's civilization and the formation of the Earth Federation. The parliament comprised over 500 members, all of whom were high-ranking officials from various nations. However, this constituted merely the first assembly. Future developments would depend on the strength of various factions, as the parliament members themselves wielded limited power. Only the members of the inaugural council, elected by these representatives, held significant authority. This council consisted of merely 52 individuals, who elected one president and one secretary general of the Federation, the foremost figures of power within Earth's civilization. Subsequently, they appointed 3 vice presidents and 2 deputy secretaries general, who held secondary authority. Following this, The President of the Federation appointed the Earth Governor and the Supreme Commander of the Earth Fleet. The Governor served as the highest administrative officer responsible for managing the myriad affairs of Earth, while the Supreme Commander was tasked with overseeing the future interstellar fleet. It is foreseeable that there will also be governors for the Moon, Mars, and Europa, among others, and the fleet will encompass more than one command. However, all these governors and commanders will be managed by the Federation Council. The entire structure and mechanisms of the Federation are remarkably advanced, sufficiently capable of governing a solar system. On the 30th day following the establishment of the Federation, after thorough deliberation, they reached their first significant decision to forge an alliance with the Wayfarer civilization. In the vast expanse of the Milky Way, alliances are permissible, allowing two civilizations to engage in economic trade, technological collaboration, material assistance, and even the leasing of fleets. Hansu willingly embraced this alliance. A remarkable feat considering he was now joining forces with a civilization boasting a staggering population of 8 billion, something he would have never dared to imagine in the past. However, having broadened his horizons significantly, Hansu no longer found such occurrences astonishing. Presently, he stood at the pinnacle of a level 3 civilization, commanding respect from other civilizations of the same tier upon their encounters. As the alliance concluded, Hansu gazed fondly at Earth's civilization, feeling a deep emotional connection to this brotherly civilization. Having accomplished this, he contemplated a journey to the center of the galaxy. With Earth's civilization flourishing, his heart bore little concern. Yet, at that very moment, a mysterious signal reached him, a distress call from the collective civilization. Startled, Hansu realized that Earth's civilization was indeed an extension of the collective civilization. His suspicions were confirmed. The inhabitants of Earth possessed the bloodline of the collective civilization. By locating the collective, he could unveil the truth behind humanity's origins on Earth. Furthermore, if there existed a blood relation between the collective and Earth, it was likely that they too had suffered transformations. If they were engaged in battle with pirates, they would undoubtedly be in a precarious situation, besieged by both the mutations and the assailants. I am about to head to the designated coordinates. Please, hold on. Chapter 59. The Azure Civilization. It had not occurred to Hansu that his feat of rescuing the Earth civilization would become known to other civilizations so rapidly. It seemed the rewards were yet to be conferred. Upon investigation, Hansu discovered that the accolade for civilizational salvation was bestowed by the protectors, though their procedures were more protracted compared to the immediacy of the arbitrators and enforcers. According to the information Hansu gleaned, saving a civilization was akin to an act of valor on Earth, a meritorious distinction that would be inscribed into the Galactic Alliance's registry. This act would yield a one-time reward of 100,000 contribution points, along with a recurring reward of 500 contribution points per century. A century in this context denoted a span of 100 years. This particular reward structure was due to the fact that Hansu had merely rescued a single civilization. Had he participated in the eradication of pirates, he would have been entitled to a one-time bounty of 1,000 contribution points and a recurring reward of 2,000 contribution points per century. Furthermore, Hansu's illustrious deeds would be chronicled and disseminated throughout the galactic quantum network. Numerous civilizations would witness and commend Hansu's actions, thereby enhancing his reputation immeasurably. Previously, Hansu possessed 9 million contribution points. However, the acquisition of the new friendship freighter had cost him 1 million. And the purchase of psionic defense materials from unscrupulous merchants, who had inflated their prices exorbitantly, had depleted another 3 million. Consequently, he was left with a mere 5 million contribution points. This sum was earmarked for the purchase of habitable planets for the armored clan, and thus was untouchable. Therefore, Hansu had no choice but to pilot the new friendship, now an empty freighter, towards the coordinates provided by the symbiotic collective civilization. The newly acquired friendship vessel, a remarkable investment of 1 million contribution points, boasts a size threefold that of its predecessor and a velocity 1.5 times greater. Moreover, it is finally equipped with a spatial rift defense system, instilling Hansu with greater confidence as he embarks towards the designated coordinates, situated at the periphery of the galaxy, devoid of any stellar systems, save for an innumerable array of asteroids. This lawless expanse is seldom traversed by the judicators, rendering it a haven for pirates year-round. Hansu first arrived at the Greaser stellar system before venturing onto the galactic trade route, lamenting, when will the route be extended to the solar system? Such a prospect seems nearly unattainable. as the solar system resides at the galaxy's edge, akin to remote regions on Earth where the economic benefits of high-speed travel are minimal, rendering it a sheer waste. This illustrates the disadvantages of being situated in peripheral areas, where development lags significantly compared to the rapid advancements in central regions. As Hansu continued his journey, he pondered the situation, and before long, the rewards for saving civilizations were dispersed, augmenting his account with an additional 100,000 contribution points. After some contemplation, he resolved to pause at a nearby stellar system to procure essential supplies. The star system at the trade route's exit is known as the Azure system, home to the Azure civilization, a relatively modest civilization of late third-tier status, akin to the Great River civilization. With the trade route established, the majority of the younger generation has embarked on merchant vessels toward the galaxy's core, leaving behind those who are aged, infirm, or otherwise unable to venture forth. Fortunately, unlike the civilization of the Great River, this one has achieved unification and is not embroiled in internal strife. Its internal harmony is relatively well maintained. Furthermore, the planet's picturesque scenery attracts tourists from other civilizations, thereby stimulating its economy. Thus, the Azure civilization is unlikely to follow the path of destruction like the Great River civilization. Hansu mused. Establishing trade routes is not necessarily a boon. It seems that unity is essential for any civilization. Azure Star is an exceptionally beautiful planet, with 80% of its surface covered by oceans, giving it an azure hue. Due to the absence of a satellite, there are no significant tides, and the sea remains calm and tranquil, shrouded in a perpetual mist, making it an ideal tourist destination. Azure Star also boasts numerous floating mountain ranges, upon which the cities of the Azure civilization are built. This allows visiting civilizations to witness a plethora of sky cities. Therefore, it is indeed fortunate that the Azure civilization possesses an entry point. However, Hansu had no time for sightseeing on Azure Star, as he needed to hasten to the edge of the Milky Way. After assisting the symbiotic civilization in defeating the pirates, I shall return here for a respite, he thought. With that, Hansu proceeded to the market on Azure Star and purchased a plethora of supplies, which completely filled the new friendship cargo ship. This expenditure amounted to nearly 300,000 contribution points. Given the new friendship's immense size and cargo capacity, these supplies could potentially yield a profit of 200,000 contribution points if sold elsewhere. However, Hansu intended to gift it to the collective civilization's fleet, as aiding them would yield greater advantages. As a fleet dedicated to suppressing piracy, they would invariably require constant replenishment of energy and supplies. Moreover, they would undoubtedly possess a civilization command ship. Having witnessed the White Dwarf Star battleship, Hansu had diligently studied the classification of warships within the Galactic Alliance. Currently, the warship hierarchy in the galaxy is as follows: Space Carrier, a warship constructible by late-stage Tier 3 civilizations, capable of carrying substantial fuel and spacecraft, enabling long-range assaults. Civilization Command Ship, a warship achievable by Tier 4 civilizations, designed to ensure survival even in the face of civilizational collapse. It possesses the capacity for colonization and sustaining individual members of the species, with a size equivalent to a quarter of a planet. Titan Battleship, a warship attainable by Tier 5 civilizations, nearly the size of a planet. Equipped with spatial compression facilities, it possesses the spacecraft and fuel-carrying capabilities of a space carrier, along with the colonization and species-sustaining abilities of a civilization command ship. Furthermore, it boasts formidable combat prowess, with its Titan main cannon capable of obliterating any warship with ease. White Dwarf Star Battleship, a warship manufacturable by Tier 6 civilizations, harnessing the power of time to accelerate stellar aging. Once the star collapses and compresses into a white dwarf, it is then transformed into a White Dwarf Star Battleship, possessing terrifying strength and encompassing all the capabilities of the aforementioned warships, capable of effortlessly destroying a planet. Neutron Star Battleship, a warship achievable by Tier 7 civilizations, employing matter reconstitution to compress a supergiant star into a neutron star. Subsequently, it is converted into a neutron star battleship, possessing all the capabilities of the preceding warships, capable of effortlessly annihilating a star. In the realm of the cosmos, the Taishu-class battleship, a marvel of an 8th-level civilization, possesses the extraordinary ability to extract the essence of the void, thereby harnessing boundless spiritual energy. Its existence approaches that of a sentient being, endowed with its own intelligence. The pinnacle of its arsenal, the Taishu Divine Light, holds the power to obliterate an entire stellar system. Consequently, civilizations that attain a level of 4 or higher can persist even in the face of their own annihilation, as long as they are anchored by a flagship of superior caliber. As Han Su continued his journey, he resolved not to linger any longer and pressed onward to the very edge of the galaxy. After charting his course, he made a beeline for the designated coordinates. Days passed, and eventually he arrived at his destination, only to be greeted by a diminutive asteroid, comparable in size to the Moon. Unlike our lunar companion, this asteroid boasted a tenuous atmosphere, yet it was surrounded by a multitude of derelict warships, their remnants floating aimlessly in the void. Have I arrived too late? Han Su sighed, reflecting on the protracted journey through the galaxy that had consumed much of his time. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of flashes erupted from the asteroid, reminiscent of a chain of explosions. Chapter 60. The collective kin. Han Su witnessed the fiery explosions ignited by the ongoing battle, a clear indication that hostilities were still very much alive. Without hesitation, he steered the new friendship toward the tumult, observing countless remnants of warships along the way. These wrecks drifted silently through the void, akin to tombstones in a desolate graveyard, exuding a palpable sense of dread. Navigating through this graveyard of ships, Han Su's cargo vessel, the new friendship, seemed to traverse a sea of corpses. Before long, he drew near to the asteroid and began his descent toward its surface. This asteroid bore a striking resemblance to the Moon, its surface riddled with countless craters. However, upon closer inspection, Han Su discerned that many were, in fact, impact craters, blackened by explosive ordnance. Piloting the friendship freighter, Han Su pressed onward, maintaining contact via the comms with the collective civilization that had previously dispatched a distress signal. Han Su was certain that the collective fleet was currently at a disadvantage, the prior outbreak of aberrant factors having undoubtedly affected the collective's individuals. As the new friendship advanced, Han Su suddenly spotted a flash of fire on the asteroid. Immediately altering course, Han Su steered directly toward the source. After traversing merely a few hundred meters, Han Su abruptly encountered a towering humanoid creature, standing 7 or 8 meters in height. Bearing a resemblance to terrestrial humans, the figure was masked, yet distinguished by a cluster of 7 or 8 lengthy tentacles sprouting from its back. It raised a fist, poised to strike a young girl. The girl, appearing to be 15 or 16 years of age, was clad in a blue top and skirt, though the garment was sullied by a melange of bloodstains and grime. Her frame was petite, yet she wielded a technological firearm nearly half her size in a single hand. The weapon featured a vibrant green energy conduit along its chassis, a targeting scope at the rear, and an orb of verdant energy at the muzzle. Upon beholding the humanoid monster and the girl, Han Su realized he had encountered the collective civilization, for the girl's appearance was virtually indistinguishable from that of a human being, save for a few subtle disparities. Her strength manifestly surpassed that of Earthlings, and she had undoubtedly undergone modification, as evidenced by her ability to subsist on this asteroid without extensive protective gear. Notably, her hair lacked the suppleness of earthly hair. Given the asteroid's rarefied atmosphere, meager atmospheric pressure, and diminished gravity, an Earthling's hair would undoubtedly become disheveled in such conditions. Yet, her coiffure remained intact. Upon closer inspection, her hair possessed a texture akin to steel. The advent of the new amity evidently piqued the interest of both the monster and the girl. The girl, while retreating, discharged a volley of energy beams from her firearm towards the monster, yet these proved ineffectual. This underscored the monster's physical resilience. Alas, Han Su had arrived. As the new amity alighted, Han Su emerged. The monster, still audacious, was swiftly subdued by Han Su's mental powers, which diffused like ripples across a lake, instantly seizing control of its cerebrum. The monster's cerebral architecture bore resemblance to that of humans, facilitating Han Su's dominion. Evidently, this was a variant of the symbiote race, as the aberrant factors unleashed by the ancient old gods could propagate through bloodlines. Han Su, being the initial vector of infection, meant that all those related to him by blood were susceptible to infection. Han Su turned his gaze to the other side, discerning the girl regarding him with circumspection. After a few moments, she approached him voluntarily. "Are you the assassin dispatched to rescue us?" The girl's voice was delicate, yet the language she spoke was entirely foreign to Han Su. Fortunately, he could comprehend her intentions through the resonance of her mental waves. Without hesitation, Han Su inquired, "Indeed, where is your main force?" He conveyed this through his own mental vibrations, for in this thin atmosphere, his words had become utterly distorted, even incomprehensible to Earthlings. Upon sensing Hansu's mental frequency, the girl exclaimed with delight, "Psionics, you truly are an assassin. With your restraint, we shall surely turn the tide." Hansu responded, "Let us board the ship first." He extended an invitation to the girl to join him aboard, as the outside world was perilously treacherous. Just as they prepared to embark, two ships, each the size of a basketball court, surged towards them. Hansu hesitated, uncertain if these vessels belonged to the collective civilization, when the girl urgently shouted, "Hurry! Those are pirate galleons." No sooner had she spoken than the two small ships unleashed missiles upon the new friendship, showing no mercy, as the cargo bay was wide open, awaiting their entry, and the energy shield was consequently deactivated. The assailants, evidently seasoned in battle, seized this opportunity. Furrowing his brow, Hansu commanded the humanoid beast to leap forth, absorbing the impact of two missiles with its corporeal form. With a resounding explosion, the monstrosity was reduced to a mist of blood, affording Hansu and the girl the chance to board the new friendship. Before the next volley of missiles could strike, Hansu had ushered the girl aboard and activated the protective shield. Two missiles struck the energy shield, and the explosive shockwave caused ripples to cascade across its surface. Inside the command room, the shield's status plummeted from 100 to 95, but it swiftly regained its integrity. Clearly, the million-dollar cargo ship was impervious to the assault of two mere pirate vessels. The girl remarked, "It's of no concern. The base's location has long been compromised. It is solely due to our ample anti-aircraft artillery that they cannot breach our defenses." Upon hearing this, Hansu promptly steered the ship, New Friendship, towards the base. Though the two small vessels pursued relentlessly, they posed no significant threat to the New Friendship. Hansu inquired, "If the base's defenses are so robust, why venture outside?" The girl's expression turned bitter as she replied, "Our supplies are nearly depleted. We have no choice but to seek resources, whether it be minerals, gas, or food. Our stock is dwindling. We set out with 3, yet now I stand alone." Hansu thought to himself, "Then my arrival is fortuitous. The New Friendship is laden with ample supplies." Just as this thought crossed his mind, 3 colossal interstellar tanks materialized directly ahead of the New Friendship. Each tank was at least the size of half a football field, with imposing cannons that appeared fearsome. The girl gasped, "It's the Rippers." Chapter 61. The Great Exodus. Upon witnessing the 3 enormous interstellar tanks, Hansu could only surmise the immense firepower they possessed. Subsequently, Hansu observed 3 interstellar tanks suddenly lowering their bases, while 8 mechanical legs emerged around them and forcefully burrowed into the ground. In that instant, Hansu comprehended that the immense recoil of these interstellar tanks necessitated the use of mechanical legs to anchor themselves to the Earth. Aware of the formidable firepower of the tanks, he certainly could not remain passive. Did they truly believe he was merely a deliverman? With a disdainful snort, the cargo bay of the New Friendship vessel opened instantaneously, and the towering figure of the 200-meter-tall King Kong beast leaped forth, landing with a thunderous impact that obliterated 2 of the interstellar tanks. Thereafter, the King Kong beast extended its massive, furry hands and effortlessly seized the 3rd interstellar tank from the ground, rendering the grip of the 8 mechanical legs utterly futile. Once it had grasped the tank, the beast forcefully pressed its hands together, and in an instant, the interstellar tank succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, erupting in a violent explosion. Observing this, the 2 small spacecraft attempted to flee, but the King Kong beast nonchalantly hurled the now compressed interstellar tank, which struck the vessels with a resounding crash, obliterating them entirely. Both the small spacecraft and the interstellar tanks were ground units, lacking energy shields, and thus stood no chance against the might of the King Kong beast. The girl, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. "You actually possess such a powerful companion?" "Companion?" Hansu, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose, acknowledging the sentiment to some extent. However, this was no mere pet. The girl inquired, "What is that?" Startled, Hansu realized this was likely a cultural chasm between civilizations. The concept of food was evidently foreign to her, as she had never encountered it. Even with mental communication, she couldn't comprehend it. Hansu elucidated, "Food is a sustenance." Upon hearing this, the girl leaped with joy, her face radiant with delight. She eagerly clasped Hansu's hand, exclaiming, "Really? Have you come to provide us with sustenance?" Observing her exuberance, Hansu promptly deduced her youth. Having never truly encountered a symbiote, he initially hesitated to judge her age. In a galaxy teeming with advanced civilizations, He couldn't dismiss the possibility of an aged individual maintaining a youthful facade through technology. However, at this moment, he was certain she was a young, naive girl. The thought of such a tender soul facing the horrors of war filled Han Su with a profound sense of the battlefield's cruelty. Han Su immediately led the girl to the cargo hold, presenting her with a variety of provisions acquired from the Azure civilization. The girl ravenously devoured the food, tears streaming down her face as she ate. "Why are you crying?" Han Su inquired. With her mouth full, she gazed at Han Su through tear-filled eyes, uttering, "Because it's so delectable." This expression left Han Su momentarily speechless. Undoubtedly, as a being more advanced than the inhabitants of Earth, her appearance far surpasses that of humans. By earthly standards of beauty, this girl possesses a visage that could easily be deemed star-worthy, even without makeup. She outshines many renowned actresses who heavily rely on elaborate cosmetics and extensive photo enhancements. More importantly, her eyes are exceptionally clear, occasionally reflecting a glimmer of determination and bravery, qualities that are nearly impossible to find on Earth. Han Su even speculates that this girl was born on the battlefield and has never known a life apart from it. "What is your name?" Han Su inquired. While indulging in her meal, the girl replied, "I am called Silver Knight. For my mother told me I was born at the edge of the Milky Way during the night. However, I have never seen daylight. I've heard that only in star-filled galaxies can one experience the sun. I wonder if that is true." Han Su sighed, pondering how it could be possible to witness daylight at the edge of a galaxy devoid of stars. "It is true," he assured Silver Knight. "Once we triumph over the pirates, I promise to take you to witness the sunrise, so you may behold the true essence of daytime." Upon hearing these words, a spark seemed to ignite in Silver Knight's eyes, and she gazed at Han Su with unwavering anticipation. "We will surely overcome the pirates. Our collective will achieve victory." Her confidence in their shared kinship radiated with youthful exuberance. Han Su marveled at Enya's remarkably positive attitude. Soon, within the command center, Han Su beheld a circular ground fortress, encompassed by an imposing city wall. Upon the wall were arrayed countless anti-aircraft cannons, while numerous embrasures riddled the wall's facade, each housing automated machine guns, autocannons, and automated sniper turrets. From afar, the city appeared impregnable, seemingly impervious to both aerial and terrestrial assaults. As the new friendship materialized, the myriad anti-aircraft guns on the city wall immediately targeted it. Han Su promptly ordered the new friendship to halt its advance. Enya swiftly retrieved a communicator and frantically contacted the city's garrison. After several minutes, once Enya had elucidated the situation, the anti-aircraft cannons shifted their aim. Observing the new friendship entering the city, the inhabitants gazed upward in astonishment. Under Enya's guidance, the new friendship gently descended onto the city's landing pad. As soon as it touched down, Han Su noticed that he was surrounded by automated machine guns, autocannon turrets, and automated sniper cannons, all trained on him. Han Su found it peculiar that this civilization, with its technological prowess seemingly capped at a mid-tier 3 level, possessed the ability to traverse interstellar distances. Han Su surmised that this state of affairs was likely the result of prolonged engagements with pirates. Presently, the spacecraft's hatch opened, and Han Su, accompanied by Enya, disembarked, followed by automated robots carrying an abundance of supplies. Han Su was confident that this initial offering would adequately convey his sincerity. The welcoming party consisted of the base's director and her 3 subordinates, all of whom were women. Han Su surmised immediately that this was undoubtedly due to the majority of the symbiotic clan's males having perished on the battlefield. The base's supervisor approached and stated, "I am the acting supervisor of this base. We are grateful for your assistance. Your arrival is of immense help to us. Prior to this, we were assailed by unforeseen anomalies, coupled with the intrusion of pirates taking advantage of our vulnerability, which led to our current predicament. Otherwise, we would never have reached such dire straits." Han Su nodded, then inquired, "Where has the symbiotic clan's fleet gone? I would imagine you possess at least one civilization-class dreadnought." The supervisor responded promptly, "The pirates must have detected your freighter. Their resources were also depleted. In an attempt to seize supplies, they have launched an all-out assault." Chapter 62. A desperate gamble. Upon hearing of the impending pirate attack, the base's inhabitants were visibly shaken. However, the base supervisor ascended a high platform and exhorted to all, "Sisters, do not be afraid. Our allies have delivered supplies to us. As long as we prevail in this battle, we need not worry about going hungry again. However, the pirates have also discovered the supplies, and thus they have made a final, desperate gamble, intending to engage us in a decisive battle. But how can we cower in fear? How can we be gripped by terror? How can we allow our resolve to waver? We possess formidable fortifications. We have unwavering confidence in our victory. We have the support of our allies, and we harbor irreconcilable animosity towards the pirates. I ask you, how could we possibly lose? How can we afford to lose? The logistics support team promptly distributed the portable rations, and we indulged in a hearty meal before engaging the enemy. Countless female soldiers were galvanized into a frenzy of excitement, brandishing their energy rifles and chanting, "Slay the enemy! Slay the enemy! Slay the enemy!" Witnessing this fervor, Hansu once again gestured emphatically, and the robots conveyed the crystalline blue solid energy cubes from the new friendship's storage hold. Hansu proclaimed, "I bring more than sustenance. I bring energy. In this battle, the advantage lies with you." The legion of female soldiers erupted in even greater elation, their confidence soaring, and their morale reaching new heights. Hundreds of soldiers received their portable rations, ascended the city walls, and savored the delectable fare. The base commander, accompanied by his subordinates, ascended to the ramparts, with Hansu in tow. Subsequently, they discerned two contingents amassing in the distance. One contingent comprised solely interstellar tanks, numbering at least 300, many of which emitted plumes of black smoke, indicative of damage sustained in previous engagements that had yet to be fully repaired. The other contingent consisted of winged, ebony-hued insects, estimated to be at least 500 in number. Hansu was perplexed by the incongruous alliance of mechanized and insectoid forces. As if divining Hansu's bewilderment, the base commander elucidated, "The pirates are composed of the most depraved individuals from various races, wreaking havoc on the fringes of the galaxy." Hansu inquired, "Have you not sought assistance from the enforcers?" Hansu paused momentarily, contemplating a question he had also pondered. In the age of planetary civilization, truth resided within the range of artillery. Thus, nations fervently endeavored to enhance the striking distance of their missiles. However, in the era of the galaxy, the speed of warships became the ultimate truth. If a fleet required 20 to 30 days to reach the battlefield, then no matter how formidable its firepower, it would be incapable of fending off adversaries. The sole solution lay in deploying forces across numerous critical strongholds. At this moment, Hansu began to comprehend why the 8th-level civilizations within the galaxy hesitated to venture beyond their own realm. It was due to insufficient speed. By the time they arrived in an external galaxy, the Milky Way might have already developed swifter warships, potentially reducing millions of years to mere hundreds of thousands. It was even conceivable that the second fleet would arrive at the outer galaxy before the first fleet had reached its destination. Given such circumstances, it would be more prudent to focus on advancing technological prowess first. At this juncture, the pirates had assembled, and the base commander sighed in relief. A piece of good news: they have not dispatched a team of psychics, indicating that their psychics might also be afflicted by the strange illness. The mutation not only spread through bloodlines, but also via mental channels. Merely a glance from an infected individual could result in contagion, and even communication through a device would lead to infection. Hansu was taken aback. "There are actually psychics among the pirates?" The commander replied, "In the world of pirates, one encounters all sorts of individuals." Bing Yi clenched her delicate fist. "It was the psychic among the pirates who killed my mother. I shall seek vengeance." The commander added, Yi is a mental assassin. She fears no psychological assault. The mind killer, known as the spiritually deaf, harbors no fear of psychological harm and remains impervious to the hypnotic influences of psychics. In the midst of conversation, the pirates suddenly launched their assault. They assembled rapidly and advanced in a triangular formation, once within the firing range of the automated cannons. Countless turreted artillery on the walls sprang to life, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. The energy crystals brought by Hansu continuously powered these turrets. Yet the enemy's interstellar tanks simultaneously activated their energy shields. A multitude of shells struck, merely depleting the energy shields of the front line of tanks, while the tanks behind them pressed forward, allowing the foremost tanks to absorb the fire. This formation undeniably enhanced the survival rate of the interstellar tanks. Upon entering the firing range of the tanks, they extended their mechanical legs to anchor themselves to the ground, and their colossal cannons immediately targeted the city walls. The base commander promptly ordered the activation of the energy shields, but the might of the cannons was overwhelming. The shields barely held for a mere few seconds. As soon as the shields fell, swarms of flying insects surged forth, their tails unleashing corrosive liquid upon the walls, creating numerous gaping holes in an instant. The tanks targeted the shields while the insects dismantled the structure, a seamless collaboration from the enemy. However, on the side of the base stood Hansu. At his command, the cargo doors of the new friendship opened wide, and a towering beast, 200 meters tall, leapt forth, plunging into the midst of the interstellar tank battalion. While it could not directly annihilate the massive tanks, it effectively disrupted their formation. The stellar tanks were only capable of engaging distant adversaries when confronted with close-range targets. Their cannons would whirl erratically, posing a risk of inadvertently obliterating allied stellar tanks. With the Metal Titans engaging the enemy's stellar tank forces, the Sky Raiders swiftly launched an assault on the soldiers garrisoned on the ramparts. As aerial units, their exceptional agility rendered them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Observing this, Hansu promptly issued a command, and from within the new friendship, the lone falcon was instantaneously ejected, hurtling into the swarm of insects with unparalleled speed. Like a swordfish navigating the depths, it tore through the ranks of the Sky Raiders. Lacking dedicated weaponry, the lone falcon nevertheless possessed the formidable armor of a fifth-level civilization, coupled with razor-sharp edges, enabling it to effortlessly cleave through the insectoid formation. Simultaneously, the automated sniper towers and symbiotic female soldiers stationed on the ramparts unleashed a barrage of fire, decimating countless Sky Raiders, which plummeted from the sky. Concurrently, the new friendship launched a colossal short sword, spanning 70 to 80 meters in length. The gargantuan blade landed near the Metal Titans, which seized it and proceeded to hew at the surrounding stellar tanks. The fearsome short sword, wielded with immense force, proved irresistible, and the stellar tank's armor crumbled under its might. The pirates' assault began to falter. However, the pirates were now a spent force. Failure to seize the base would condemn them to resource scarcity, precluding any further large-scale offensives. Internal strife would erupt as they vied for the dwindling supplies. Thus, they resolved to stake everything on one final, desperate gambit. In the ensuing moment, a colossal saucer-shaped spacecraft emerged from the horizon. The base commander was aghast. They had concealed a cruiser. Chapter 63. The main cannon fires confronted by a circular warship the size of a small county. The personnel at the base were engulfed in panic. The commander of the base, in disbelief, exclaimed, "They have concealed a cruiser." As the cruiser drew nearer, the terrifying magnitude of the colossal vessel became increasingly palpable. The guards stationed atop the city walls began to succumb to anxiety, resulting in lapses in their defense, which allowed several flying insects to penetrate their ranks, piercing the chests of numerous soldiers. More troubling was the sight of the cruiser's main cannon commencing its charge, as blue energy coalesced upon the immense weapon. Once the energy reached its zenith, the main cannon discharged. A formidable beam of blue lasers sliced through the air, and the guards atop the walls felt its searing heat. But they had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying blue laser engulfed them. With a resounding boom, the walls of the base crumbled. A gaping hole torn open by the laser's might, and countless interstellar tanks retracted their mechanical legs to launch an assault. Simultaneously, the massive cruiser advanced, its gargantuan main cannon gathering energy once more, poised to unleash its wrath upon the base. In this moment of despair, Hansu sprang into action. He commanded the Falcon to halt before him, boarded the vessel, and steered it directly toward the cruiser. The Falcon's speed surged to its utmost limit, and in an instant, it collided with the cruiser's shields, which barely endured for half a second before being utterly shattered. Subsequently, the Falcon pierced through the armor of the cruiser, penetrating deep into the enemy's interior. The disparity between a level 5 civilization and a level 4 civilization became evident at this moment. The armor, merely crafted to withstand weak interactions, combined with the terrifying propulsion system that unleashed a sudden burst of speed, rendered the level 4 warship utterly defenseless against such an impact. The Falcon infiltrated the cruiser's inner sanctum, making its way directly to the command center. In comparison to the command center, the Falcon appeared diminutive. However, when juxtaposed with the armor of the cruiser, the latter's defenses were alarmingly fragile. Hansu piloted the Falcon into the command center, and in the next instant, his mental prowess radiated outward, transforming the expressions of all personnel within from disbelief to a vacant, soulless stare. "Thank you for delivering your cruiser." Upon his words, the cruiser abruptly redirected its main cannon, unleashing a powerful shot amidst the swarm of interstellar tanks. With a thunderous roar, the tanks erupted into chaos, their components scattering in all directions. Though the cruiser was equipped with thousands of turrets, none were utilized, as the vessel was bereft of sufficient energy and ammunition. Had the cruiser arrived in full capacity, the base would have succumbed to a relentless barrage of attacks, such as the terror of a cosmic warship. Against a civilization of equal standing, ground forces are utterly incapable of withstanding the might of a space fleet. The sudden betrayal of the cruiser dramatically altered the course of the battlefield. Countless flying creatures were thrown into disarray, as Han Su, having hypnotized the commander, gleaned the location of the swarm's queen. Consequently, the oncoming pirates began to crumble, for the resources they so desperately sought had now slipped from their grasp, leaving them with only the grim fate of annihilation awaiting them. Han Su currently possesses a nascent level of physical strength, an initial level 3 prowess in psychic energy, an intermediate level 3 prowess in the Diamond Beast, and a late level 5 capability in the Solitary Falcon. The amalgamation of these strengths does not yield an average value. Rather, it results in a cumulative power. Thus, Han Su's current strength is tantamount to that of a level 5 civilization. Naturally, as an individual, he cannot confront a level 5 civilization directly, yet executing a decapitation strike would be an effortless endeavor. Different civilizations exhibit varying strengths and weaknesses. Technological civilizations excel in their capacity for continuous advancement, allowing their warships to grow increasingly formidable. Psychic civilizations thrive on the ability of their psychics to carry out assassinations and manipulate the minds of their adversaries. Beast civilizations are characterized by their immense size and resilience. Artificial intelligence civilizations boast remarkable productivity and overwhelming numbers, while insectoid civilizations are renowned for their terrifying adaptability to harsh environments and their seemingly endless armies. While a level 5 psychic is indeed powerful, facing an entire army solo could prove overwhelming, even against a level 3 civilization's fleet. However, if tasked with infiltrating enemy territory to eliminate their leader, even a level 6 civilization might struggle to defend against such an assault. Moreover, there exists a complex web of counterbalancing relationships among different civilizations. Although psychics excel in assassination and mind control, they find themselves at a disadvantage against artificial intelligence civilizations. Conversely, while artificial intelligence boasts superior numbers and productivity, it falters when confronted by insectoid forces. Although insectoid civilizations are formidable, a confrontation with a psychic could lead to their annihilation. Han Su profoundly understands this dynamic, which instills in him a sense of humility. With the complete defeat of the pirates, the cruiser captured by Han Su, and the matriarch crushed under the foot of the Diamond Beast, this signifies the unequivocal victory of the united races, prompting the defending forces to erupt in jubilant cheers. However, the base did not relax its vigilance. They waited another 10 days, and only after confirming that the pirates no longer possessed the capacity to attack did they hold a celebratory banquet, followed by the immediate commencement of repairing the city walls and mending the communication devices. During this period, Han Su inquired about the situation of the symbiotic civilization's mothership. The base supervisor stated, "We have lost contact with our civilization's mothership, the Temple. Originally, we were merely a rear echelon unit, responsible for procuring supplies in neighboring star systems and delivering them to the front lines. Unexpectedly, the pirates directly attacked us, severing our supply line." Upon hearing this, Han Su could only sigh, then raise his glass and say, "Come, let us drink." Arriving at the base, Han Su once again savored the fine wine, demonstrating that the love of alcohol is etched in his genes. As an offshoot race of the symbiotic clan, Earthlings and symbiotics share many similarities. After finishing his drink, Inyi immediately refilled Han Su's glass. Han Su inquired, "Are you familiar with a place called the Solar System? Do you know of the Earth civilization?" Long ago, the symbiotic clan should have visited there. After asking, Han Su also provided the coordinates of the Solar System. The base supervisor shook his head after examining them, saying, "Matters of the past are not within the purview of someone of my rank. If you wish to know, you can visit the National Library on the civilization's mothership for inquiry." Han Su smiled and said, "There's no need for such trouble. I can simply entrust it to a robot." Inyi said with great sincerity, "You have helped us so much, and I don't know how to repay you. I am quite useless, only capable of doing these small things." Han Su remarked, "No, you are quite useful. It is merely that you lack a platform to showcase your abilities." Upon receiving such praise from Han Su, Inya's spirits lifted, a smile illuminating her face. Just a few days later, the communicator at the base was repaired, and the moment it was restored, they received a transmission from the flagship of the civilization, the sacred vessel. We kindly request the rescuer to come to the sacred vessel immediately. His Majesty wishes to meet him in person. Additionally, we ask that the base's leader accompany him for commendation." Upon hearing this news, Han Su was overjoyed, as he would finally have the opportunity to clarify the relationship between the collective civilization and Earth civilization. Chapter 64. The flagship of civilization In Yi displayed a look of delight, having lost her father at a young age and her mother not long ago. She now found herself utterly alone. Life in the base was grim for those without support, often relegated to perilous tasks. Thus she yearned for a figure to follow. The base leader remarked, "This is most fortuitous. It will allow her to learn much from you." Subsequently, the base leader began to gather her belongings and, accompanied by her secretary, approached Han Su. "It seems we may need to hitch a ride with you. We lack the means to traverse star systems. Upon reaching the sacred vessel, we shall repay your kindness." Han Su observed that the base leader had donned an exquisite garment, adorned with a unique emblem on its upper left corner. Curious, Han Su inquired, "What does this emblem signify?" To his astonishment, he realized a noble title. It dawned on him that the collective civilization operated under a hereditary system akin to that of an imperial dynasty. Having embarked on the new friendship, the quartet, Han Su, Silver Knight, the base director, and her secretary, set course for the coordinates of the sanctum. The new friendship ventured beyond the Milky Way into an abyss of darkness, punctuated by sparse asteroids. This was truly a lawless frontier, beyond the reach of the galactic enforcers, teeming with audacious pirates. Fortunately, the new friendship encountered none. Otherwise, the pirates would have been the ones to be plundered. After more than 100 days of navigation, Han Su espied an asteroid belt. Upon their arrival, 3 swift, small warships rapidly approached, issuing a stern warning. "This territory belongs to the Commonwealth civilization. Do not approach. Further encroachment will be met with lethal force." The base director swiftly responded, "We are the Commonwealth from the support base. I am Dustfall, here to pay homage by order of His Majesty. We request passage." A small warship promptly took the lead, guiding the new friendship. As they traversed the asteroid belt, Han Su observed numerous mining vessels extracting resources from the asteroids. Soon, an immense vessel came into view, its size comparable to a province. The new friendship appeared as an ant, nay, a multicellular microorganism, in its presence. This colossal sanctum, though flat in design, boasted a streamlined structure reminiscent of a Lamborghini. Under the guidance of a small spacecraft, the new friendship approached the massive flagship of the Temple civilization. Soon, an enormous circular docking portal emerged before Han Su and his companions. This docking entrance was at least as large as a provincial capital city, and the new friendship, akin to a mere pebble cast into a pond, seemed minuscule as it entered the portal, which could easily accommodate 2 football fields. The new friendship continued its flight inward until it arrived at the designated landing pad, where a beam of light gently guided the vessel down to a docking area marked as 48. The 4 of them disembarked from the new friendship, only to be greeted by a vividly crimson-hued spacecraft descending before them. Upon boarding this new vessel, they were astonished to find its interior lavishly adorned, complete with robotic attendants catering to their every need. Before long, the ship took off, soaring toward the core region of the spacecraft. Through the transparent walls, Han Su beheld towering structures established within the vessel. The head of the base remarked wistfully, "I truly envy them. They are born into such an advantageous environment." In Yi pointed towards a distant, continually rising miniature artificial sun, exclaiming, "Is that the sun? How blinding!" "That is an artificial sun, not the true sun," Han Su replied, as he observed countless layers of farmland, which resembled stacked floors, employing soil-less hydroponic technology. Here, Han Su genuinely witnessed the technological marvels of a level 4 civilization. Shortly thereafter, he encountered intricate water and atmospheric recycling systems, among other advanced technologies. To his astonishment, the interior of the sacred vessel had been transformed into a fully livable ecosystem for its inhabitants. The luxurious spacecraft continued its voyage, and soon, Han Su beheld a resplendent golden palace suspended in midair, radiating a brilliant golden light. A crimson carpet unfurled from its entrance. The ship came to a halt at the landing pad, and as the 4 disembarked, they were greeted by 2 elegantly attired guides. One of the guides addressed Han Su, saying, "Esteemed guest, please accompany me to the VIP lounge for a brief respite." Han Su nodded in agreement and, accompanied by Silver Knight, followed the guide to the lounge. Although the lounge was modest in size and technologically simple, It was adorned with opulence, featuring countless treasures of gold and jewels. Silver Knight gazed curiously at the decorations. Having emerged from the battlefield, she had never encountered such riches. Han Su marveled at the scene, reflecting on how the imperial system had been inherited through the ages. The emperors of the Yao, Shun, and Yu eras practiced abdication, but starting from the Xia dynasty, the imperial system transitioned to hereditary succession, thereby establishing class divisions. After a moment's pause, Han Su considered the Crow, a small warship whose combat capabilities were undoubtedly limited, yet it was better than nothing. 4 repelling pirates would yield rewards from the Galactic Alliance. He inquired, as an ally, am I eligible to access the National Library for research? Disappointment washed over him. But the base commander promptly responded, however, with my current status as a Viscount, I can certainly escort you to access the information. Han Su's spirits lifted at this revelation. Then let us not tarry. We shall go forth. Chapter 65. Fragment of the Ancestral Star. Instantly, Han Su directed the base supervisor to escort him to the collective's National Library. En route, Han Su took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the Raven-class corvette. This type of corvette was slightly larger than the Peregrine, accommodating a crew of 5. The vessel was equipped with an energy shield, a top-mounted energy cannon, a forward-facing laser emitter, and a pair of autocannons on its wings. The corvette's combat capabilities were commendable, possessing technology roughly equivalent to a late-stage Tier 3 civilization. However, its lack of a warp drive prevented its classification as a Tier 4 civilization warship. Naturally, the Raven paled in comparison to the Peregrine, a genuine late-stage Tier 5 warship. Albeit unarmed, its internal space compression facilities were sufficient to carry ample supplies and fuel for warp drive utilization. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. Acquiring an additional corvette was hardly a disadvantage. Han Su and the base supervisor arrived at the National Library, an immense and magnificently constructed edifice, remarkable for its symmetry. Han Su followed the supervisor inside, unhindered by the guards due to the supervisor's baronial title. Upon entering, Han Su observed that the library's contents consisted not of conventional books, but of data chips. A staff member motioned for Han Su to don a VR-like device. Once equipped, Han Su selected the option to explore the collective's history. Swiftly, a data chip materialized and was inserted into the device. The next instant, a breathtaking historical panorama unfolded before Han Su's eyes. Originally, the collective civilization did not originate within the confines of the Milky Way. Rather, they hailed from beyond its boundaries, arriving via a peculiar space-time wormhole. The entity that traversed into the Milky Way was merely a diminutive vessel, yet upon settling on a habitable planet, they swiftly flourished and expanded. This remarkable growth can be attributed to the collective's formidable survival capabilities and indomitable spirit. The collective excels in adapting their evolutionary trajectory to diverse environments, even merging with local fauna. In their quest for expansion, the collective has become accustomed to leaving traces of their genetic material across various habitable planets within the galaxy, with the solar system being one such example. This band of marauders is known as the 100 Branches and Leaves Pirate Group, a name derived from the amalgamation of the words 100, branches, and leaves, symbolizing a coalition of numerous distinct races. Similar to how Silver Knight is a fusion of silver and night, or Fallen Gray combines fallen and gray. The nomenclature of the Milky Way often carries deeper meanings, starkly contrasting with the more straightforward names found on Earth, where names such as Han Su can only be phonetically transliterated. The collective civilization thus drew the ire of interstellar pirates. During a tumultuous encounter over fragments of their ancestral star, the collective fleet emerged victorious against their adversaries, only to later face retaliation, culminating in the annihilation of their homeworld by the Star Destroyer fleet, thereby transforming them into a nomadic armada. Upon reading this, Han Su became intrigued by the term ancestral star fragments. Through his inquiries, he acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding these fragments. Legend has it that in the nascent days of the Milky Way, a colossal planet emerged at its center, giving rise to an extraordinarily powerful civilization. This civilization transformed the planet into a weapon of astonishing capabilities. The primeval star possessed 5 terrifying abilities: spatial transposition, temporal reversion, material reconstruction, void energy absorption, and stellar consumption, nearly rivaling the strength of an 8th-level civilization. Alas, it was shattered by an unknown entity, its fragments scattered across the cosmos. Any civilization that obtained these fragments, regardless of its level, could wield one of the 5 abilities. Larger fragments even granted access to 2 or 3. Furthermore, countless ancient relics were dispersed from the primeval star, each possessing a fraction of these extraordinary abilities. Acquiring these relics allowed civilizations to decipher their technology and augment their power. A surge of realization coursed through Han Su as he recalled the ancient relic he possessed. It originated from the primeval star, explaining its remarkable potency. Yet, why was it shaped like a bottle? And why could it expand and contract? In an instant, the answer dawned on him. Perhaps this bottle served as a mere refrigerator on the primeval star, its vast interior capable of preserving immense quantities of food. Such an object might have been commonplace on the primeval star, but in the hands of other civilizations, it was nothing short of a divine artifact. If only it had void energy absorption, Han Su lamented, then there would be no need to replenish its energy. He marveled at the revelation. The shard of their ancestral planet, possessed by the collective civilization, endows them with the formidable ability to harness energy from the void. It is by virtue of this power that their flagship, the temple, has been able to endure for such an extended period in the resource-scarce fringes of the galaxy, locked in a prolonged struggle with pirates. However, a recent and sudden mutation has swept through the collective, leading to a significant defeat in their engagements with the interstellar pirates. And they are currently recuperating. Immersed himself in the extensive history of the collective civilization for 3 days and nights. During this time, had already reported to his assigned city, and were granted temporary citizenship, allowing them to explore the unrestricted areas of the temple. As esteemed guests, they were even exempt from payment for any indulgences or entertainment they sought. Yet, S. focus remained solely on the acquisition of knowledge. He delved into numerous documents, gaining comprehensive insights into both the collective civilization and their adversaries, the 100-branched Leaf Interstellar Pirate Group. At present, both factions are engaged in a period of convalescence, as the pirates also have psionic individuals within their ranks who were infected by the mutation during their battles with the collective fleet. The 100-branched Leaf Pirate Group occupies a massive asteroid, around which they have strategically deployed a multitude of concealed space mines. Only they possess the knowledge of the safe routes for ingress and egress. Any other fleet that ventures into this area without authorization risks being obliterated by the space mines. These mines incorporate spatial technology, enabling them to bypass shields and armor, materializing directly within the interior of warships. Detection is impossible without spatial scanning devices. However, the collective civilization, only at the early stages of the 4th level, lacks the technological prowess to manufacture such devices. Upon discovering this, was immediately elated. Could it be that my lone falcon will once again prove invaluable? Chapter 66. A triple triumph. Han Su was certainly not foolish enough to disclose his possession of a 5th-level spaceship to the United Civilization. A man of no guilt may bear the burden of treasure. Han Su possessed a profound understanding of himself, as well as an insight into the United race. The moment he revealed that he owned a vessel capable of deciphering spatial thunder, the United would undoubtedly devise means to seize it. This was, after all, a lawless territory. Therefore, Han Su's objective was to infiltrate the pirate stronghold alone and create an opportunity for the United fleet to capture the pirates in one fell swoop. Upon accomplishing this, he would receive a portion of the inheritance rights of the United fleet, as promised by the United race, in recognition of his contributions to defeating the pirates. Furthermore, he would be eligible for the rewards from the Galactic Alliance for vanquishing the pirates. And he could also vindicate himself regarding the earlier incident involving the theft of the United's mining vessel and obtain compensation. This truly was a case of achieving 3 objectives with a single action. Thus, Han Su promptly bid farewell to the United civilization and departed from the sanctum. He was aware that the United had established surveillance near the pirate base, so as long as he could successfully infiltrate the stronghold and create chaos, the United fleet would surely seize the opportunity. It was impossible for Han Su to single-handedly eliminate the pirates. Otherwise, he could have entirely inherited the fleet of the United civilization. Given his current capabilities, he could only create openings. Ultimately, the fleet would have to deliver the decisive blow. In interstellar warfare, psionics serve primarily in a supportive role. The main assault must be carried out by the fleet. If psionics were to surpass the fleet in prowess, then civilizations across the galaxy would shift their focus to studying psionics rather than developing fleets. Han Su departed aboard the newly christened Friendship, taking with him the Crow-class warship generously bestowed by the United civilization. While this vessel remains largely untradeable within the galactic market, it commands a handsome price on the black market, given its classification as a weapon. A similarly sized Level 4 cargo ship typically fetches a maximum of 300,000 contribution points, akin to the value of an all-terrain vehicle. However, a Level 4 warship is valued at 3 million contribution points, presenting a staggering tenfold disparity, comparable to that of a tank. In a well-ordered galaxy, the scarcity of weapons elevates their prices significantly, as they are unattainable through legitimate channels. Level 4 cargo ships hover around the 80,000 contribution point mark, equivalent to a large truck, while Level 4 mining vessels approximate 2 million contribution points, akin to a colossal mining excavator. On Earth, even a second-hand Caterpillar mining excavator commands a price of 2.5 million. Thus, the theft of the mining ship on the moon has led to Han Su earning an astonishing 21 billion days worth of mining, as one can acquire a single contribution point for every 10,000 days spent on the mining star, culminating in 2.01 million contribution points over the span of 21 billion days. Currently, having enjoyed a mere 1,000 days of freedom, Han Su has amassed nearly 10 million contribution points, rendering his prolonged stay on the mining star unnecessary. Presently, he retains 6 million contribution points, of which 5 million are designated for the armored clan, positioned at the galaxy's edge, where courier services are virtually non-existent. Han Su has no intention of shopping. He has concealed the friendship in an exceedingly secretive location, entrusting its management and defense to Silver Knight, who is equipped with ample supplies to sustain for an extended period. With her character, Han Su firmly believed that Yin Yi would not whimsically pilot the new friendship to distant realms. She would remain obediently in place. In the total darkness, with all external lights extinguished and electromagnetic silence maintained, it was nearly impossible for anyone to discern the presence of a spacecraft, as the surroundings were enveloped in profound blackness. Subsequently, Han Su set course for the pirate base aboard the solitary Falcon. The speed of the Falcon exceeded that of the new friendship by at least 100-fold. And within just a few days, Han Su beheld a mechanical asteroid that had been partially transformed by pirates. Without delay, she activated the device aboard the Falcon designed to scan for spatial rifts and stealthily approached. The Falcon's thrusters were not external, thus lacking any tail flame, only generating spatial fluctuations. Therefore, unless the enemy possessed a spatial fluctuation detector, the Falcon would remain undetected. Han Su navigated the Falcon onward, and soon the spatial rift scanner detected a multitude of empty mines concealed within the spatial fissures. These mines appeared and vanished unpredictably, making them difficult to evade. However, once discovered, they became mere relics. Han Su meticulously maneuvered around these mines, making steady progress. During this time, she even spotted 1 or 2 pirate vessels venturing out, which adhered to fixed flight paths that, while circuitous, circumvented triggering the mines. After 10 hours of relentless navigation, she finally traversed the minefield, contemplating the chaos that would ensue if the coalition fleet descended upon the scene en masse. As Han Su approached the pirate asteroid base, he beheld a completely frozen asteroid. It was evident that this celestial body contained water, yet the absence of a star and any heat source had left it enshrouded in extreme cold. Half of the asteroid had undergone mechanized transformation. One side was bustling with construction, while the other remained eerily silent, encased in ice. The solitary vessel, the Lone Falcon, descended onto the frozen side, and Han Su emerged, his robust physique now adept at enduring the frigid temperatures. He instructed the Lone Falcon to carve through the glacier and conceal itself within, while he ventured alone toward the pirate base. Not long after, Han Su spotted a rugged snowplow, a colossal yet crude machine, assembled from an assortment of peculiar components. Its appearance was utterly asymmetrical and discordant. The massive vehicle was equipped with several snow-collecting devices, which began to gather the snow and ice from the ground into its storage compartment. Clearly, this was a vehicle designed for water resource collection. Han Su extended his mental prowess and swiftly detected the consciousness emanating from the snowplow. It appeared that there were indeed individuals operating the contraption. Concealing himself behind a large boulder, Han Su waited for the moment when the snow-collecting apparatus descended, then seized the opportunity to leap onto it, climbing aboard and entering the snowplow. Once inside, he made a beeline for the driver's cabin, having sensed the driver's mental presence. Approaching the door, he arrived swiftly, and moments later, the driver, with vacant eyes, opened the cabin door. The driver had already been subdued by Han Su from behind a wall. Upon entering the cockpit, Han Su immediately felt a wave of warmth. This was the only place in the vehicle that offered heating. although Han Su believed he would not arouse any suspicion after all. Civilizations below level 5 could not traverse that field of silent lightning unnoticed. He soon extracted information regarding the pirate base from the driver. Meanwhile, an immense warship appeared above the asteroid that housed the pirate base. Chapter 67. The era has changed. This warship was colossal, distinct from others in its form. Resembling a flattened manta ray, it was vertically oriented and remarkably slender. However, slenderness was relative, for the vessel's size was at least half that of the asteroid itself. With a massive red cannon at its center, it appeared to be the star-destroying ship of the pirates. Han Su paid little heed to it. He instructed the driver to navigate the snowplow into the walls of the pirate base. In the next moment, devices approached to collect the water resources from the snowplow. Indeed, Han Su's prudence served him well. At this point, he had vacated the snowplow without leaving any trace, and the driver remained convinced he had just finished an arduous shift. The overseer, despite meticulous planning, had failed to anticipate the intrusion of a psychic. Armed with the intelligence obtained from the driver, Han Su exited the resource collection vehicle and made his way directly to the slums of the pirate base. Within this enclave, there existed a harsh stratification of classes, devoid of any avenues for advancement. Within the pirate stronghold, there exist 4 distinct social strata: the nobles, the middle class, the impoverished, and the captives. Those who venture out to toil are the impoverished, while the middle class commandeers the warships to engage in combat, and the nobles are the ultimate commanders of all. At this moment, Han Su finds himself compelled to first navigate the slums, as gaining access to the towns inhabited by the middle class proves to be a formidable challenge due to the stringent hierarchical system in place, which renders it exceedingly difficult for the impoverished to ascend to the quarters of the middle class. The impoverished are largely oblivious to the fact that they reside within a pirate base. They lack educational institutions, warships, and any means to connect with the outside world. Confronted with such circumstances, Han Su swiftly devises a strategy to infiltrate the pirate base from within. The population of nobles within the base constitutes merely 1/10 of the total, with the middle class representing 1/3, while the remainder comprises the impoverished, most of whom are away, leaving only a handful within the base. Thus, Han Su conceives a plan. Upon observing the colossal star destroyer departing the base with a fleet, he promptly sets his scheme into motion. He first seeks out an eloquent pirate from the impoverished class, hypnotizes him, and begins to instill certain thoughts and ideologies. These impoverished individuals lack names, bearing only identification numbers. They are required to labor daily in exchange for sustenance, and failure to complete their tasks results in hunger. Compared to slaves, their only advantages lie in their ability to freely manage their off-duty hours and their reproductive rights. In such circumstances, it is only natural that numerous individuals prone to idle chatter would emerge. Han Su sought out one such person who relished gossiping. Prior to encountering Han Su, this individual could only engage in small talk during work, grumbling occasionally, while others, disinclined to converse, merely listened for distraction. And thus the day would pass. However, after meeting Han Su, he suddenly perceived the world in a different light. This man was named Quan Shan. Han Su hypnotized him, instilling advanced thoughts and concepts, and imparted the notion: do nobility and high rank possess inherent qualities? Of course, Quan Shan could not comprehend this. So Han Su elucidated a straightforward principle. During the nascent stages of constructing a pirate base, who were the individuals involved in the endeavor? And why did some ascend to nobility while others remained impoverished? After hearing the tale, the following day Quan Shan conveyed to the other impoverished souls: in the initial phase of base construction, there existed equality. It was merely that some were cunning and deceitful, knowing only to command with their voices without ever lifting a finger, thereby becoming nobles, while we, honest and diligent, labored without indulging in idleness, thus relegating ourselves to the status of the impoverished. This statement instantly stirred a tempest of thoughts. Evidently, the uneducated impoverished had never contemplated such distant matters. Following Quan Shan's narration, everyone felt a profound sense of clarity. Someone inquired, "Did you arrive at this insight on your own?" Quan Shan nodded affirmatively. Of course. He had already fallen under Han Su's hypnotic influence, completely oblivious to the fact that Han Su was residing in his home. The next day, Han Su again addressed him. "When shall the days wane? I shall accompany you to the end." Certainly, Quan Shan remained perplexed, prompting Han Su to elucidate further. "Nobles are human. The middle class is human, and you are also human. Why then must you be deemed the impoverished while they are the aristocrats?" Upon hearing this, Quan Shan, while laboring, remarked to his fellow workers, "If they can be nobles, why can't we? If we can pull them down from their high horses, we too can ascend to nobility and escape this relentless toil." This declaration struck a profound chord within the hearts of the impoverished, each contemplating. Indeed, on the third day, Hansu addressed Quan Shan again, reciting, "The rich man's dog is fat while the bones of the frozen lie in the streets. I am ailing from the inequity of wealth. And now I shall strive for your equality." Quan Shan began to comprehend. And that very day he voiced to his comrades, "It is unjust that the pets of the nobility dine better than us, while the children of the civilized frequently perish from hunger. This is utterly unfair. We toil while they revel, and we must not allow this to persist, nor let it afflict our descendants." His words resonated deeply among the impoverished, even prompting the more reticent individuals to share. 3 years prior, my child perished from hunger, merely because I fell gravely ill and could not fulfill my work obligations to receive sustenance. Not long ago, I was interrogated for my slight negligence in gathering water resources, which resulted in my rations being withheld. Quan Shan proclaimed, "Do you understand power? They wield power, allowing them to act with impunity, disregarding our very existence. Thus, we must seize power. But how shall we accomplish this?" Someone inquired. Upon returning, Quan Shan was consumed by perplexity, unable to conceive a course of action. He realized that mere words were futile, tangible action was imperative, yet he remained uncertain of how to proceed. Hansu then imparted the fourth adage: "Upheaval in the realm is invariably preceded by omens. Cosmic reversals are invariably heralded by portents." Without elaborate explanation, Quan Shan comprehended. On the fourth day, he surreptitiously concealed a waterproof recording device, preloaded with audio, at the bottom of the slop they were to consume. Subsequently, he proclaimed to the surrounding laborers, "One station in life is predestined. If our days of suffering are to conclude, then Providence shall undoubtedly furnish us with a sign." The laborers, perplexed, disseminated Quan Shan's words. As fate would have it, during the distribution of sustenance that day, upon dispensing the pot of putrid vegetable soup, the assembled multitude beheld the recording device. From it emanated the pronouncement, "The epoch of transition has arrived. Henceforth, you shall assume the mantle of masters." As the recording reverberated, Quan Shan ascended the platform, raising his arm in a resounding cry. "The times have changed. The moment for us to ascend to nobility has arrived. Let us advance." Chapter 68. The inception of vindication. Innumerable impoverished individuals responded in unison, seizing steel-cutting apparatuses, mineral-extracting drills, driving excavators, and water-harvesting vehicles, making a beeline for the base's nucleus. The pirate stronghold could scarcely fathom that an invading psychic would opt for such a modus operandi to launch an assault on the base's interior. Conventionally, it would be anticipated that the psychic would initiate a decapitation strike. Consequently, they exercised stringent control, resolutely prohibiting anyone from non-core zones from accessing the core. However, today, they are not merely facing a handful of psychics, but rather the onslaught of the impoverished masses who constitute 2/3 of the base's population. Countless destitute individuals surge towards the core area, with resource collection vehicles crashing through the walls. The defenders, numbering only in the hundreds, were tasked solely with screening and verifying those entering and exiting. Who could have anticipated such a massive assault from within the base itself? They remained oblivious to the fact that the most effective means of breaching a fortress is to incite conflict from within. As throngs of impoverished souls infiltrated the core zone, the frontline attackers seized the weapons of the defenders, displaying an unexpected ferocity. Firearms, weapons even children could wield, were readily utilized by the impoverished. Hansu mingled among them, charging into the core area, where he hypnotized the leader of the defenders and followed him to the control zone of the aerial mines. Without hesitation, Hansu disabled the aerial mine control system. In the next instant, all the aerial mines buried near the pirate base tumbled out from spatial rifts, laid bare for all to see. In that moment, both internal and external crises erupted simultaneously, leaving the pirates overwhelmed. Such a fortuitous opportunity would not be missed by the collective civilization. With their forces advancing, the flagship, the Holy Temple, began to gather energy, while numerous warships targeted the exposed aerial mines for an assault. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated through the silence of space, resembling a silent fireworks display. The Star Destroyer charged forth with great intensity, only to be rendered incapacitated by a single electromagnetic strike from the Holy Temple. In terms of direct combat prowess, the pirates were no match for the collective civilization. Deep within the pirate haven, Han Su wreaked havoc, and after dismantling the mind controller, he advanced directly towards the core of the base. With his level 3 psionic ability, none within the base could withstand him, especially considering the recent devastating attacks that had crippled most of the resident psychics. These individuals, bolstered by artificial enhancements, possessed inferior soul fortitude compared to true cultivators, rendering them vulnerable. At present, they struggled merely to maintain their psychic integrity. However, should they persevere, they might achieve further psychic advancement. Alas, such an opportunity would elude them. A cataclysmic explosion erupted as the pirate Star Destroyer was obliterated in a spectacular burst of incandescent light. Witnessing this, the remaining pirate vessels scattered in disarray, while the collective fleet advanced upon the pirate stronghold. Consumed by ages of pent-up animosity and relentless struggle, they were poised to exact their vengeance. Laser fire bombarded the surface of the pirate base, indiscriminate of the presence of civilians or captives. Those aboard the warships were the elite of the pirate ranks, now the primary targets of the onslaught. A lavish vessel, propelled by twin engines, attempted to ascend, but was swiftly disabled by a laser strike that shattered its shields. Followed by a direct missile hit, the warship plunged earthward in a fiery cascade, disintegrating into a series of infernal spheres. Numerous turrets on the base retaliated, but ground forces against interstellar warships were akin to caterpillars assailing wild dogs, a disparity of dimensions. With a sigh, Han Su located his lone Falcon spacecraft and swiftly departed the scene. The denizens of the pirate haven, having just stormed into the core district and vanquished the aristocracy, were met with an assault from the consortium fleet. Amidst their bewilderment, the flagship of the Templar civilization unleashed a divine electromagnetic ray, obliterating the entire asteroid base. Thus, the 100 Branch Leaves pirate band was expunged from existence. Moments later, both Han Su and the consortium race received Communique S from the Galactic Alliance. The consortium race received, to the esteemed consortium civilization, the 100 Branch Leaves pirate band has been rampant in the galaxy for an extended duration. Due to the executor's preoccupation with myriad affairs across the galaxy, a distant expedition was unfeasible. Your civilization's relentless attacks on the 100 Branch Leaves pirate band culminated in their annihilation, a feat of considerable sacrifice and notable contribution. Therefore, in acknowledgement of your civilization's role in eradicating the 100 Branch Leaves pirate band, the Galactic Alliance will bestow 3 habitable planets upon your civilization, alongside a reward of 10 million contribution points. Furthermore, your civilization's deeds shall be eternally enshrined in galactic history for emulation by other civilizations. Han Su received, to the Solitary Wanderer civilization, in consequence of your assistance to the consortium civilization in their conflict with the 100 Branch Leaves pirate band, thereby aligning with the righteous cause and making an exceptional contribution that directly led to the pirates' demise. Your contribution is deemed both prominent and profoundly significant. In recognition of your exceptional contributions, the Galactic Alliance has resolved to bestow upon you a Tier 4 bounty hunter vessel, accompanied by a commendation of 1 million merit points, and an elevation to the 11th tier of bounty hunters. You are hereby requested to present yourself at the Bounty Hunter Administration Headquarters for formal classification at your earliest convenience. Following a brief interlude, Han Su received correspondence from the collective civilization, esteemed bounty hunter. We extend our gratitude for your invaluable assistance to our collective civilization during the recent conflict. In accordance with our prior accord, we hereby remit to you a frigate and 10 Raven-class warships. Kindly acknowledge receipt. Han Su was taken aback by the receipt of a small fleet. Subsequently, he promptly dispatched a message to the collective civilization. To the collective civilization, I am an extension of your civilization, though as yet unacknowledged by the Galactic Alliance. Would you be amenable to providing your genetic sequence, that I may furnish proof to the Galactic Alliance? Upon receipt of this request, the collective civilization perceived a propitious opportunity. The acknowledgement of such a formidable extension civilization would undoubtedly enhance their own renown and prestige, thereby fostering greater respect from other civilizations and catalyzing substantial economic and trade development. Consequently, they readily acceded to the request. Subsequently, the genetic sequence of the collective race was transmitted to Han Su, who promptly presented it as evidence to the arbiters in order to overturn the prior judgment against him. Chapter 69, Declaration of Secession to the Esteemed Ascendant Civilization. We extend our sincere apologies for the erroneous judgment rendered in the preceding case. The evidence you have furnished provides irrefutable proof of your status as an extension civilization of the collective civilization. Consequently, you shall be granted the right to inherit the collective civilization. As recompense for the losses incurred during the period of misjudgment, we shall award you compensation in the amount of 4 million merit points. Hansu was filled with joy, for he had amassed a staggering 10 million contribution points in his account, along with a modest fleet. Without delay, he expended 1 million contribution points to acquire an artificial intelligence robot manufacturing facility and a multitude of intelligent robots, as these machines were indispensable for navigating his fleet. This venture proved to be remarkably fruitful. Hansu piloted the newly christened Friendship cargo ship to a star system at the edge of the galaxy, a realm devoid of civilization due to the absence of habitable planets. Nonetheless, numerous civilizations had established starports in this desolate expanse. There, a capital-sized vessel of a collective civilization lay in quiet anticipation, flanked by 10 Corvette-class warships the size of basketball courts, while not far away. A bounty hunter ship of similar dimensions awaited. This bounty hunter vessel was of the same model as that previously piloted by the armored clan. Soon after, the robot manufacturing facility and intelligent robots were delivered, empowering Hansu to command his fleet into action. However, he chose to remain aboard the Friendship cargo ship rather than board the capital ship, as the latter could not accommodate both the Diamond Beast and the Solitary Falcon. Currently, Hansu's greatest asset was the Friendship cargo ship, followed by 1 capital ship, 11 Corvette-sized Crow-class warships, 1 bounty hunter ship, 1 Solitary Falcon, and 1 Diamond Beast. While this force may not rank among the strongest in a civilized fleet, it was undeniably formidable when considered in terms of individual capability. Hansu commanded his fleet to the logistics base of the collective civilization. Upon arrival, he observed that dismantling operations were underway, indicating that the collective civilization, having triumphed over the pirates, was preparing to vacate the premises. They had acquired 3 new habitable planets, suggesting a relocation was imminent. Hansu piloted a small warship and descended, returning Silver Knight to them, for according to the Galactic Codex, he could not take Silver Knight away without the consent of her civilization. Naturally, he could employ Silver Knight to work for him, which was permissible. However, Hansu, embodying compassion, wished to allow Silver Knight the autonomy to choose for herself. Upon landing, the new head of the base promptly welcomed him. Hansu stated, "This child is now orphaned. You must take good care of her." Hearing this, Silver Knight was on the verge of tears. Despite their brief time together, she truly wished to remain by Hansu's side. The base commander replied, "Esteemed bounty hunter, rest assured, Silver Knight has rendered significant service. Her future is undoubtedly bright. Perhaps she will become the next Baron." Nodding in agreement, Hansu felt reassured. Attaining the rank of Baron certainly indicated a promising future. Silver Knight pressed her lips together, torn between her desire to accompany Hansu and her reluctance to part with her civilization and her people. Moreover, as the new base commander had asserted, her future indeed appeared to be very promising. Tears streamed down Silver Knight's face. Prior to meeting Hansu, she had been an inconsequential individual, but her fate had transformed since their encounter. Yet, regardless of circumstances, no one could shelter her forever, and ultimately, Hansu departed. However, scarcely had Hansu departed when the new base supervisor's demeanor towards her underwent a transformation. The new supervisor remarked, "A bounty hunter may possess formidable prowess, yet he remains external to our civilization. Do not presume that his patronage guarantees your invulnerability. While you may be acquainted with the newly elevated Viscount, within this base, my authority reigns supreme. Even should you harbor aspirations of ascending to the baronial rank, that prospect remains years hence. Therefore, I implore you, refrain from adopting an ostentatious posture in my presence." The new supervisor, in an attempt to assert dominance over Silver Knight, confined himself to verbal admonishments, evidently hesitant to resort to physical measures. Silver Knight, a progeny of the battlefield, possessed a resilience that belied any notion of fragility. With a promising future ahead, she merely needed to exercise patience and forbearance. Yet, no sooner had the new supervisor withdrawn than several of his subordinates assailed Silver Knight with veiled insults, insinuating, "Do not presume that acquaintance with individuals aboard the temple ship grants you impunity." Ultimately, the Baron's writ prevails within this base. Given the base's remote location, many incidents may transpire without the temple ship's cognizance. Thus, discretion would serve you well. Silver Knight furrowed her brow ever so slightly, as she had never intended to conduct herself ostentatiously. Nevertheless, she perceived a palpable shift in the gazes directed towards her within the base. The managerial echelons subjected her to a barrage of vitriol, veiled barbs, and malevolent glares, while the rank and file regarded her with trepidation, refraining from conversation lest they incur the wrath of the managerial class for perceived disloyalty. Silver Knight was relegated to performing mundane tasks in solitude. While she had experienced solitude in the past, her present isolation felt more profound. Days elapsed without her exchanging a single word with another soul. The opportunity had slipped away. Alas, it is indeed regrettable that you find my performance unsatisfactory. Were it not for the fortuitous acquaintance with the bounty hunter, your prospects for advancement would have remained perpetually limited. It is hoped that you will fully appreciate the opportunity afforded to you. Upon hearing these words, Silver Knight was truly incensed. She could discern that the new base supervisor was targeting her, unjustly leveling accusations against her to make her position untenable. As punishment, you shall be stationed at the border watchtower for a year, during which time I trust you will reflect upon your conduct. The new base supervisor declared before the assembled personnel, her gaze intermittently sweeping over several of the veterans. It was evident that her intent extended beyond merely suppressing Silver Knight. It was also to make an example of her to deter others. The new official was eager to assert her authority. However, her calculated scheme backfired. Silver Knight, now enraged, clenched her fists and spoke in a subdued tone. I was born on the battlefield. At the age of 10, I began learning to wield weapons. By 12, I had left the fortress in search of supplies and sustenance. At 14, I fought against the enemy, and at 16, I faced the mutated entities alone. I am a product of the battlefield and unfamiliar with your bureaucratic machinations. Therefore, I implore you not to fabricate issues to harass me. I am fully prepared to declare my secession from the collective civilization. I am confident, Silver Knight paused, then continued, that if I could survive on the battlefield, I can certainly survive in the galaxy, even if I am alone. Silver Knight's words stunned everyone, particularly those born into the lower echelons of society. The new base supervisor, disconcerted by the counterproductive effect of her harassment, exclaimed, Silver Knight, you shall not leave this place without my consent. Her subordinate also menaced, do not forget, throughout history, there has always been the saying, the Baron of the base, His Majesty the Emperor of the Temple. In this base, the Baron is the de facto sovereign. If you wish to depart, it is the Baron's decree that matters. Silver Knight pursed her lips and clenched her fists, cognizant of the implicit rules of the collective civilization, immutable by any individual. However, at that moment, a voice descended from the heavens, querying, is that so? If she desires to leave, can you truly impede her? Chapter 70. The gleaming civilization. This voice, resounding from the sky, left everyone in a state of stunned silence. Immediately following, an immense, furry white beast descended from above, landing squarely within the base. Hansu, perched upon the behemoth's shoulders, gazed down upon the collective populace. The Baron's countenance soured, but swiftly. She received a message from the Yuletide, permit her departure. Confronted with this directive, the Baron reluctantly conceded Silver Knight's leave. Hansu directed the Conga beast to extend a claw, onto which Silver Knight leaped without hesitation. Subsequently, 2 thrusters emerged from the Conga beast's back, and within moments, it began its ascent. Silver Knight beheld the receding base, the place she had called home for 16 years. Thereupon, she resolutely lifted her gaze towards the boundless firmament, ultimately fixing her eyes upon Hansu. You are now a wanderer, unaffiliated with any civilization, free to journey to any destination. Yet, I must inquire once more, would you be willing to join the Maverick civilization? Hansu inquired upon their return to the new friendship. Inyi nodded, expressing her willingness to join his civilization. Hansu, with a smile, responded, very well, from this day forth, you shall serve as the supreme commander of the fleet. A mind that is deaf to the whispers of others is indeed the quintessential leader of a fleet. Fleet commanders are often susceptible to the mental manipulations of psychics, whereas those who are mentally deaf can disregard such control. Now, the Wanderer civilization boasts 2 members, Hansu, the founder and leader, and Inyi, the supreme commander of the fleet. Hansu entrusted the command of the warship fleet to Inyi and subsequently directed the fleet to embark on a course toward the core regions of the galaxy. Hansu remarked, when I heard that Baron speak of your boundless future, I anticipated what would transpire. I am all too familiar with the latent traits embedded within the collective civilization's genetics. He sighed, fully aware of both the collective civilization and his own. The reason the Tao Te Ching advocates for the doctrine of moderation is to counteract these inherent traits ingrained within our very DNA. Those with promise are often suppressed. While dissenters face oppression, through cunning schemes, they seek to belittle and harm others, thereby elevating themselves. Such inclinations are deeply rooted in our genes, irreversibly entrenched, and can only be mitigated through humility. However, humanity born on Earth possesses distinct differences from the collective race. Throughout history, many sages have penned profound philosophical works, which have, to some extent, alleviated these inherent tendencies. Han Su casually bestowed upon Yin Yi 10,000 contribution points, encouraging her to diligently pursue knowledge. Yin Yi expressed profound gratitude towards Han Su for his benevolent hospitality, fully aware that such an opportunity was a rarity. Consequently, he devoted himself to diligent study without delay. The fleet glided through the Azure Star System, unwavering in its trajectory towards the heart of the Milky Way galaxy. It was evident that Han Su had not yet opted to pause for respite. In the vast expanse of this immense galaxy, numerous life forms had attained immortality, rendering urgency unnecessary. However, Han Su remained unaccustomed to this reality, eagerly yearning to reach the galaxy's core for the purpose of bounty hunter classification. The lowest tier of bounty hunters is classified as level 13, often referred to as the apprentice level, while those beginning from level 12 are designated as junior hunters, possessing certain privileges. A level 13 bounty hunter, as an apprentice, is entitled to an annual allocation of 35,000 contribution points for hunting expenses. A level 12 bounty hunter, classified as junior, receives 36,000 contribution points annually and may access lower-tier paid knowledge free of charge. A level 11 bounty hunter, also junior, is granted 38,000 contribution points each year, along with complimentary access to lower-tier paid knowledge, and is eligible to receive a basic bounty hunter vessel, level 4, at no cost. A level 10 bounty hunter, classified as intermediate, receives an annual sum of 48,000 contribution points, along with free access to intermediate-level paid knowledge, and is provided with a level 4 bounty hunter warship, accommodating up to 15 individuals. There remain 9 additional levels, culminating in level 1. Attaining this rank would place one among the elite within the Galactic Alliance, earning respect and deference from any civilization encountered. After hundreds of days, Han Su's fleet finally arrived at the nearest Bounty Hunter Management Bureau, nestled within a super-developed and prosperous star system at the core of the galaxy. This star system, known as the Dim Light System, is part of a level 5 civilization, the Dim Light Civilization. Upon entering this system, Han Su observed a dim star, not due to its age, but because it was enveloped by an enormous structure, a colossal construction that nearly surrounded the star, continuously absorbing the energy radiated by it. Han Su promptly consulted relevant data, only to discover that this was a massive facility known as a Dyson sphere. The fundamental principle of a Dyson sphere is to encircle a star with a vast sphere to capture its entire radiative energy. This sphere must possess sufficient mass to maintain a stable orbit around the star while keeping an appropriate distance. Thus, this civilization effectively harnessed 99% of the energy emitted by the star, granting them an almost inexhaustible energy supply. Even more astonishingly, Han Su found no planets within this star system. The only discovery was an immensely large ring structure. This ring structure was Han Su's destination. As his fleet approached, he beheld the interior of this gigantic ring, filled with cities, mountains, vegetation, and rivers. Han Su was utterly astonished, for it was evident that all the buildings and populations of the Dim Light Civilization were situated within this colossal ring structure. Having consulted the data, Han Su discovered that this was a colossal ring world structure, constructed by exhausting all planetary matter within a star system. It could be said that a level 5 civilization had maximized the utilization of energy and matter within its star system. Han Su directed the fleet to enter the immense starport, and subsequently landed on this incomparably opulent and thriving world. Upon arrival, Han Su's foremost action was to procure a habitable planet as a gift for the Overclad clan. A planet salesperson from the Gleaming Civilization stated, "We will employ spatial folding technology to package and deliver the habitable planet to the primary gathering place of the Overclad clan. Please do not hesitate to contact us with any after-sales concerns." Han Su paused upon hearing this statement, marveling at the notion that entire planets could be packaged and transported. With 4 million contribution points remaining after purchasing the habitable planet, Hansu opted to proceed directly to the Bounty Hunter Management Branch instead of acquiring any additional items. However, at that moment, he was hailed by an individual. Upon turning around, Hansu noticed a white, floating halo above the person's head. The sight of the halo did not evoke thoughts of angels, but rather the knowledge he had acquired in the study hall. Indeed, without a doubt, within this galaxy, only one type of being possessed a halo, a guardian. Chapter 71. Refrain from inquiry within the Galactic Alliance. There existed 3 paramount factions: the arbitrators, the enforcers, and the guardians. Among these formidable entities, the guardians were unique in that they were accessible to any civilization or race, yet entry was contingent upon rigorous selection and evaluation. This ensured the utmost fairness and impartiality in the selection of guardians. The characteristics of the guardians are strikingly evident, particularly the halos that crown their heads. These halos are formidable artifacts crafted by the Zero Realm civilization, serving not only to connect the Guardian cluster network for information retrieval, but also to facilitate the issuance of tasks, arrangements, deployments, coordination, and commands from the upper echelons of Guardians to their subordinates. Moreover, the halos can generate powerful psychic shields to protect the Guardians from harm, while continuously supplying them with energy, safeguarding them from hunger and cold. This is merely one of the myriad functions of the halo. In addition, Guardians are entitled to complementary warships, level 5, free asteroid dwellings, and more. Thus, it can be said that once one becomes a Guardian, concerns regarding sustenance and mortality become a thing of the past. When a Guardian approached Hansu, despite his elevated status, he exhibited no trace of arrogance. With a warm demeanor, he addressed Hansu, saying, "Greetings, I am Starlight. You are a bounty hunter, are you not? Are you planning to visit the Bounty Hunter Administration Bureau? Coincidentally, I intend to go there as well. May I accompany you?" The name Starlight is derived not from the combination of 2 words, but rather from a single term meaning a small flame, hence the appellation. This Guardian was exceedingly courteous. Yet Hansu sensed an underlying unfamiliarity. Despite his humble demeanor, there was an unmistakable air of pride about him. Indeed, those who ascend to the status of Guardians possess a certain pride, for even bounty hunters are held in high esteem, let alone the Guardians themselves. Hansu replied, "Of course, you may. With the presence of a Guardian, even troubles can be significantly diminished, making errands far more convenient." Hansu entrusted the fleet to Yi while he and Xinghua proceeded to the Bounty Hunter Administration Bureau. Along the way, passers-by frequently cast curious glances at them. Bounty hunters were not uncommon in this area, yet Guardians were a rare sight, their aura undeniably captivating. With a wry smile, Xinghua remarked, "I intended to maintain a low profile, but I find it impossible to conceal this aura." Hansu inwardly scoffed at such a lamentable statement, pondering to himself, "One day, I too shall become a Guardian." "What brings you to the Bounty Hunter Administration Bureau?" Hansu inquired. Upon hearing this question, he abruptly halted, asking, "Is it truly necessary? Aren't you already a Guardian?" Guardians already held the highest status within the Galactic Alliance. What need was there to pursue a bounty hunter's title? Xinghua let out a rueful chuckle, explaining, "It's a matter of necessity. Only by obtaining the title of a bounty hunter can I switch identities and conceal my aura. Additionally, I require the company of a bounty hunter. Might you be willing to assist me with this minor favor?" Hansu fell into contemplation, pondering what task could possibly warrant such measures, necessitating the concealment of identity and the accompaniment of a bounty hunter. It was difficult to fathom, in Hansu's perception. Guardians were typically exalted figures, seated in interstellar offices, while tasks were delegated to bounty hunters, unless it was a mission that bounty hunters were deemed unqualified to handle. Suddenly, Hansu felt he had unraveled the truth. In the ensuing moment, a bespoke bounty assignment materialized on Hansu's interface. Exclusive bounty assignment. Assist the Guardian Spark in the fulfillment of a mission. Stipulation. Refrain from superfluous inquiries. Reward, 1. 5 million contribution points. Hansu paused, taken aback. Was it within the purview of the Guardians to dispatch assignments to bounty hunters at their discretion? And did they truly wield such a considerable allocation of public contribution points? Prudence dictated his query. "Why have I been chosen?" Spark responded, "Initially, I perceived you as inconspicuous, which suited my need to conceal my identity. However, I have come to observe a certain equanimity in your demeanor towards me, a departure from the obsequiousness of others. I am therefore inclined to cultivate a friendship with you." Hansu furrowed his brow. He could afford to be unpresumptuous, given his superior capabilities compared to ordinary bounty hunters. Befriending a guardian would be an exceptional honor, he affirmed, betraying his eagerness to seize the opportunity. Spark added, for a guardian, cultivating connections among bounty hunters is imperative. Regrettably, many self-important guardians fail to grasp this principle. With that, Spark offered an enigmatic smile. Hansu discerned that this guardian was indeed extraordinary. To ascend to the rank of guardian required exceptional talent, and a degree of arrogance was understandable. However, to achieve such a position while maintaining humility was remarkable. Hansu and Spark proceeded into the Bounty Hunter Management Sub-Bureau. Upon sighting the halo above Spark's head, the gatekeeper hastily deactivated the recreational facilities and activated the laser-sensitive doors. Hansu cast a glance at the guardhouse, where a notice in the universal language stated, "Entry prohibited for those without an appointment." He couldn't help but ponder. If I am without a guardian, am I to be denied even entry through this grand gate? They proceeded into the hall, which was devoid of any presence. An intelligent robot approached them, announcing, "Smart Xiaoding at your service. May I inquire if you possess an appointment? What matter do you wish to address?" Xinghua displayed no signs of disappointment, merely articulating softly, "I am a guardian." Subsequently, as if triggered by a specific keyword, the intelligent robot promptly powered down, and several staff members rushed down from within the building in a state of urgency. These personnel were neither guardians nor bounty hunters, they were public affairs workers. As their designation implies, they are individuals engaged in the service of public affairs, holding a status comparable to that of bounty hunters. Their prolonged presence in the office may even afford them a slightly elevated standing, as they are required to undergo examinations for selection and are employed by guardians to partake in public service duties. In essence, bounty hunters are employed by judges, whereas public affairs workers are hired by guardians. Thus, upon the arrival of a guardian, all personnel in this precinct were stirred, for even the highest-ranking official in their bureau was merely a seventh-tier public affairs worker. Countless staff members surrounded Xinghua, and one eighth-tier public affairs worker inquired, "Esteemed guardian, what brings you to our humble establishment?" Xinghua replied, "I seek to obtain a bounty hunter certification, and my friend here wishes to attend to certain matters." Without a hitch, the Grade 8 public affairs officer promptly affirmed, immediately issuing directives to several Grade 9 public affairs officers, all of whom outranked Hansu. One of the Grade 9 officers inquired of Hansu, "What matter do you wish to address?" Hansu replied, "As per the notice, I am here to undergo the regularization and grade determination process." The term regularization indicated that Hansu was currently at the lowest rung, the Grade 13 internship level. Ordinarily, a Grade 12 public affairs officer would suffice for such tasks, yet these officers exhibited no negligence, responding with utmost deference, "Indeed, we shall attend to it forthwith." At that moment, Hansu keenly perceived the profound transformations wrought by authority. Chapter 72. Quite the contrary within the Bounty Hunter Management Sub-Bureau. Those below Grade 10 were the functionaries, while Grade 10 and above constituted the managerial echelon. A Grade 7 officer was the highest-ranking commander. Upon Hansu's pronouncement, the Grade 9 managers promptly commenced the process, while the Grade 8 officer, accompanied by 3 Grade 9 officers, provided escort. Xinghua, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired, "Where is the Grade 7 manager of your sub-bureau?" Xinghua immediately waved his hand. "No need, it's unnecessary. Let him continue with his meeting." Hansu once again comprehended the considerable authority wielded by the protectors. The Grade 8 officer hastily interjected, "It is of no consequence. Our Bounty Hunter Management Sub-Bureau falls under the direct jurisdiction of the protectors and arbiters. Although the gleaming civilization is a Grade 5 civilization, it cannot compel us to act against our will. This meeting is more of an invitation than a mere notification." Spark continued to wave dismissively, asserting that there was no need for such formalities. His purpose for this journey was to remain inconspicuous, and his identity as a bounty hunter was merely a means to fulfill a specific task. The Level 8 administrator, upon hearing this, gaped in astonishment, inquiring what sort of mission would necessitate the personal involvement of a protector. It was common knowledge that within the galaxy, public affairs officers managed internal matters, drafting various documents and issuing commands from protectors, while bounty hunters undertook external assignments, conducting investigations and executing tasks delegated by protectors and judges. Typically, protectors remained in their lofty positions, directing operations from afar. When, one might wonder, had a protector ever needed to take the field personally? As the Level 8 administrator marveled, Spark cryptically advised, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." The administrator promptly fell silent, and Han-Su silently pondered the gravity of the situation. This matter was undoubtedly of a high level of confidentiality, so much so that it was impermissible for anyone outside of the protectors to be privy to it, with even some protectors remaining uninformed. This alone indicated that Spark's status was far from ordinary, as even among protectors, there existed a hierarchy and varied responsibilities. 20 minutes later, several Level 9 administrators hastily approached, first presenting Spark with a certificate of the Level 13 Bounty Hunter, a process that required no examination on Spark's part. Instantly, he transitioned his identity, causing the halo above his head to vanish. Nevertheless, those from the Management Bureau remained vigilant and respectful. Subsequently, one Level 9 administrator addressed Han-Su with deference, stating, "So you are the recently recognized savior of civilization. Here is your certification." Han-Su saved the civilization of Earth, assisting in the defeat of pirates, thus gaining a modest reputation, which led to an elevation of 2 ranks to Level 11. Xingho remarked, "We have delayed you for quite some time. We must take our leave." As he was about to depart, an 8th-level administrator hastily approached, asking, "Do you truly not need to inform our commander?" Xingho replied, "It is wholly unnecessary." Despite his words, the 8th-level administrator promptly reported the situation to his superiors. Upon exiting the Bounty Hunter Management Bureau, Xingho explained, "The 7th-level public affairs officer is of equal standing with me. It is best not to disturb him." Han-Su questioned, "How can this be? The protectors should hold the highest authority within the Galactic Alliance." Xingho sighed. "The true supremacy lies with the Zero-Realm civilization, not the protectors. A 7th-level public affairs officer can transition to become the lowest tier of protector. They simply cling to their power." Han-Su pondered this revelation, realizing that should he advance to a 7th-level bounty hunter, he too could become a protector. Xingho then noticed a female bounty hunter, his demeanor shifting to one of cordiality. "Lingwei, my apologies for keeping you waiting," he said. The name Lingwei, derived from the words for zero and crescent moon, indeed possesses a more melodious quality. Han-Su turned to observe her, recognizing that she belonged to the same race as Xingho, yet she was merely a 13th-level intern bounty hunter. Thus, it seemed unnecessary for Xingho to treat her with such regard. Could it be that this individual is a guardian disguised as a bounty hunter? Yet, in the next moment, Xingho subtly conveyed to Han-Su that his father was an elite guardian of the 8th level, possessing a unique status. Although she did not qualify as a guardian herself, she had become a bounty hunter, a role not to be underestimated. Han-Su immediately comprehended the implications, having just recently immersed himself in the knowledge of guardians. Bounty hunters and public administrators are classified into 13 distinct levels, while guardians are categorized into 11. The 11th level signifies an internship period, yet it holds a significant standing compared to 7th-level public administrators and bounty hunters. A 10th-level guardian wields considerable power, while a 9th-level guardian commands the respect of even the interstellar sovereigns of the star systems. The authority of an 8th-level guardian reaches unimaginable heights. Han-Su sighed, reflecting on how, within this orderly galaxy, power has become exceptionally daunting. For no matter how formidable one may be, they cannot surpass the dominion of the Zero-Realm civilization. Thus, under the rule of the Zero-Realm civilization, all entities must adhere to this regulation. However, the fact that the daughter of an 8th-level guardian could not qualify as a guardian herself speaks volumes about the stringent nature of the selection process, devoid of any manipulation. This fairness may indeed be what the galaxy requires at present. Zero Yu held great respect for Xingho and inquired, "What precisely is the task that allows me to bypass the internship and ascend directly to the 11th level?" Xingho shook her head. "I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose this information. The confidentiality surrounding this matter is exceedingly high. Upon the completion of the task, I will report directly to your father. Your ignorance is for your own benefit, and I hope you can understand the depth of your father's concerns." With a bitter smile, Lingwei remarked, "What can I do? I cannot pass the arduous assessment of the guardian, so I must tread the path of ascending to a level 7 bounty hunter." The moment Han-Su heard this, he understood. Indeed, there exists no realm where absolute fairness and justice prevail. Although his daughter failed to qualify as a guardian, as long as she entered the bounty hunter system, he could assign her missions, aiding her swift advancement to a level 7 bounty hunter, thus paving her way to becoming a guardian. It was evident that this path was also Han-Su's choice. Upon hearing this, Han-Su promptly inquired, Where shall we go next? Let us embark on my vessel. Xingho nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall travel on your ship, but let us maintain a low profile. Xingho's ship was a level 5 vessel. With Ling Yue's father being an esteemed level 8 guardian, he surely possessed opulent ships. They initially assumed Han Su's spacecraft to be unremarkable. Yet upon witnessing the small fleet, their eyes widened in astonishment. This fleet, Xingho chuckled wryly, having intended to remain inconspicuous. It seems strength does not permit such modesty. Han Su was well aware that such a fleet was valued at over 15 million contribution points. While an ordinary bounty hunter earned a mere 40,000 per year, it was inconceivable for them to own such a fleet, not even for an average guardian. After all, Xingho's treatment was akin to that of a level 7 bounty hunter. Their strength lay not in prowess, but in authority. Conversely, Han Su was entirely different. Where are we headed? Han Su inquired. To the Azure Star System. Chapter 73, The City in the Sky at the outset. When it was announced that they were to journey to the Azure Star System, Han Su nearly presumed that Xinghua intended to embark on a leisurely excursion. For the Azure Star System is renowned as a tourist haven. However, upon further reflection, the impossibility of such a notion became evident. Given that a bounty mission had already been issued, and moreover, Zero U's father relied on this task to elevate Zero U by 2 ranks. This could only signify that the mission was exceptionally formidable. Once aboard the new friendship, the quartet had become somewhat acquainted with one another. Xinghua expressed his astonishment. I never imagined you were the savior of civilizations. Initially, I thought you were merely a novice bounty hunter at level 12. Poised to embark on a classification journey. I am quite taken aback to learn that you have ascended 2 levels directly. Han Su inquired, did I truly not anticipate this? Does this have any bearing on the mission? Xinghua shook his head, not particularly. A level 11 bounty hunter venturing to remote star systems is akin to serving as a station master. Possessing such an identity facilitates the completion of the task. Han Su then asked, how are the positions of public affairs assigned? I have always found this perplexing. Before Xinghua could respond, Zero U interjected. Typically, in remote star systems, especially those situated along trade routes, maintenance stations, alliance management hubs, and network service centers are established, all directly overseen by the protectors. To serve as a station master, one must be at least level 11, while the deputy station master must be at least level 12, with a minimum of 5 personnel stationed. Han Su queried further, what about level 4 civilizations? Ling Yu appeared to possess an extensive understanding of these positions. Articulating with the familiarity of one recounting cherished memories, a level 4 civilization would establish maintenance stations, alliance management offices, and network service centers, with the director typically requiring a level 9 designation and the deputy director a level 10. Each institution would necessitate a minimum of 50 personnel. Upon hearing the mention of the galactic network, Han Su nodded in recognition, aware of its paramount significance, for instance, when he wished to acquire items using contribution points. Access to this network was indispensable. With a dawning comprehension, Han Su inquired, thus, a level 5 civilization corresponds to a branch office, requiring a level 7 administrator for the principal position and in level 8 for the deputy role, while a level 6 civilization equates to the main office, which necessitates a level 5 public affairs officer, correct? However, Xinghua interjected, no, the administrators from level 6 to level 7 civilizations are appointed from the protectors. As the responsibilities at this echelon are of utmost importance, often entangled with the secrets of the Galactic Alliance, knowledge not afforded to the general populace. Other public affairs officers do hold positions, yet they occupy secondary roles, as the distinctions in status require equal treatment, or else the vast governance of the galaxy would falter. Han Su nodded in understanding, I see. The fleet commenced its journey towards the Azure Star System. It was a rare occasion for 4 individuals to travel together, alleviating Han Su's sense of solitude. He posed numerous questions to his companions, garnering a wealth of knowledge unattainable from textbooks. After 70 to 80 days, the fleet finally arrived at the Azure Star System. Gazing upon the enchanting Azure planet, the spirits of the group lifted considerably. Let's go, Spark declared my treat. I'm compensating you for the fuel you expended. Nonsense, Zero Moon responded magnanimously. The ensuing expenses are on me. My contribution points are simply languishing. Han Su mused. It seems I've encountered benefactors today. A protector and the protector's daughter would naturally be affluent. Silver Knight, uninitiated, trailed behind Han Su, assiduously absorbing knowledge and broadening her horizons. Upon disembarking from the Star Lane, Han Su brandished his 11th level bounty hunter credentials. The garrison troops guarding the starport promptly dispersed, granting them immediate access. Such were the advantages conferred by status, albeit confined to the orderly confines of this galaxy. Should chaos engulf the galaxy, strength would be the ultimate determinant. The quartet entered the starport, stowing their fleet, and proceeded to Azure Star, subsequently making their way to Sky City. It was a city suspended in the heavens, replete with technological marvels, its levitation undoubtedly enabled by anti-gravity devices. This was actually constructed through investments from other advanced civilizations, Spark explained. The locals lack such technological prowess. They can only find employment here. Han Su sighed. It seems that regardless of location or era, the phenomenon of the strong encroaching upon the living space of the weak is inescapable. The foursome chartered a sightseeing aircraft and ascended above Sky City, where they beheld an immense aerial lake, with the city nestled at its epicenter. The sightseeing spacecraft is an amphibious vessel that seamlessly traverses land, sea, and air. They piloted the craft beneath the surface of the lake, where they were greeted by a myriad of exquisite fish, as well as a few colossal aquatic creatures that evoked a sense of wonder. Gazing downward, they glimpsed the endless mountain ranges beneath the lakebed. Soon after, the spacecraft broke through the water's surface, ascending towards the aerial city. The aerial city was a bustling metropolis, teeming with life. The four of them indulged in various snacks and beverages, prompting Han Su to inquire, could it be that our mission is merely to eat, drink, and revel here? Ling Yu shared a similar curiosity. Xinghua replied, certainly not. No sooner had Xinghua uttered those words than the city's constable approached them with utmost respect. Addressing Han Su and his companions, you must be the newly arrived bounty hunters. Our governor wishes to extend an invitation for you to visit the governor's mansion. Xinghua declined with a smile, saying, there is no need. Please convey to the governor that we are merely here for leisure, with no official business, and there is no need to disturb him. Han Su interjected. The constable appeared momentarily taken aback before continuing. It is true that our governor has a task he wishes to present to you. Xinghua raised an eyebrow and replied, surely the governor does not possess the authority to issue bounty missions? The constable hesitated for a moment before hastily clarifying, you misunderstand. This is not a bounty mission, but rather a private task from the governor himself, with rewards that far exceed those of ordinary bounty assignments. Intrigued, Xinghua responded, oh, rewards that surpass those of typical bounty missions? I am quite eager to learn more. Han Su and Ling Yu both displayed expressions of perplexity, clearly. They were beginning to harbor doubts regarding the mission assigned to Spark. Could it be that they were about to engage officially with the task at hand? The group followed the constable to the governor's mansion, which was situated at a lofty height, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the entire Sky City. Upon reaching the governor's office, they encountered a portly official along with a man in black, arms crossed. As they entered, the governor sprang to his feet with palpable excitement. You have finally arrived. Our Azure Star has longed for your presence. What has transpired? Han Su inquired. The governor elaborated. We have recently experienced a series of incidents, all occurring within our civilization, thus falling beyond the jurisdiction of the adjudicators. However, these occurrences have far surpassed our capabilities, compelling us to seek your assistance. In response to the governor's plea, Spark refrained from providing an answer, instead probing into another matter. Governor, I have heard that there is a protector who often retreats to your domain for leisure. Might you possess any information regarding this protector? Upon hearing Spark's inquiry, Han Su and Ling Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. A mission that could entice a protector to take action must undoubtedly be closely tied to them. Chapter 74. The martyr confronted with Spark's probing questions, the governor wore a wry smile. Esteemed bounty hunters, that is a protector we speak of. How could I possibly have the standing to inquire? Spark then posed the question, what if we were to assist you in resolving that case? The man in black spoke, Governor, if we continue to tolerate the crimes of these offenders, our tourism industry, which is the cornerstone of our Azure civilization, is likely to suffer a devastating blow. Let us not forget that our civilization is primarily driven by tourism. At that moment, Han Su noticed the powerful psychic energy emanating from the man in black. He too was a psychic. The governor furrowed his brow and replied, Water hero, this situation is more complex than you perceive. While a single criminal may tarnish our civilization's reputation, a protector has the potential to bring about its annihilation. Han Su was taken aback. Had the power of the protectors grown so formidable? Xinghua scratched his head and reassured, Governor, You need not worry overly much. I assure you this matter will not affect you or our Azure civilization. However, the governor shook his head, saying, you are merely a bounty hunter. Your adversary is a protector. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Xinghua chuckled wryly, surprised that his identity as a bounty hunter had proven to be a hindrance. The governor was reluctant to discuss the matter further, leaving Han Su and the others with no choice but to exit the office in resignation. Xinghua lamented. Without the status of a protector, it is difficult to intervene in protector affairs. Yet, to act as a protector would only alert the enemy and thwart the mission. Now I understand why the mission of the martyr is so arduous and why no protector is willing to undertake the role of a martyr. Han Su and Ling Yu were startled. Martyr? They had never even heard of such a term. Xinghua ceased discussing the martyrs and began to ponder. Judging by the governor's reaction, it is evident that this protector indeed harbors some issues. Zero Moon was filled with confusion. What exactly is a martyr? Is your mission directed towards the Guardians? Are you still concealing the truth from us at this point? With a sigh, Starfire responded. A martyr is a vocation that you will only understand once you become a Guardian. It serves to ensure the transparency of the Guardian's power. After all, the Guardians wield immense authority, and it is essential to have a counterbalancing profession. In an instant, Han Su comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Guardians' overwhelming power could potentially disrupt the entire Galactic Alliance if left unchecked, which is precisely why the role of the martyr was established. However, the existence of martyrs must remain a closely guarded secret. Should the general populace learn that there exists a counterbalance to the Guardians in the form of martyrs, the Guardians' authority would be undermined, leading to countless individuals reporting them for various reasons, thereby jeopardizing their operations. Zero Moon gasped in realization. No wonder I once heard my father mention that the Guardians are not absolutely supreme. So, it appears that their visit is to investigate the Guardians? Starfire nodded. Indeed, and the process must remain confidential. Only after we obtain irrefutable evidence can we report to the martyr headquarters, which will handle the matter accordingly. Han Su placed a hand on his forehead. Conducting a covert investigation into the Guardians under the guise of bounty hunters is exceedingly difficult, nearly impossible. As Starfire spoke, a figure in black approached from behind. Wait, you seek knowledge about the Guardians, and I wish to apprehend criminals. We can collaborate, each fulfilling our own needs. Spark inquiry. Do you not fear inciting the wrath of the protectors? The man in black replied, I am unacquainted with these protectors. I am merely a law enforcement officer, duty-bound to safeguard the citizenry and bring malefactors to justice. Han Su, carefully discerning the man's spiritual energy fluctuations, inquired, with your capabilities, it would seem that you could readily join the ranks of the bounty hunters. The man in black chuckled. Many have suggested as much. Yet I am content to remain here, fulfilling my duties as a law enforcement officer. Spark expressed his profound agreement. Excellent. I hold you in high regard. Were the protectors all of your caliber, my presence here would be rendered unnecessary. The man in black seemed to surmise something, yet he remained silent, keenly aware that certain matters are best left undiscussed. He addressed the group. They have bestowed upon me the sobriquet Aqua Knight. You may refer to me as such as well. Aqua Knight, a portmanteau of Aqua and Knight, lends itself to that very translation. You are a level 3 late-stage spirit user? Han Su discerned at once. For upon reaching the late stages of level 3, one begins to possess the power of telekinetic manipulation, albeit typically limited to 1 or 2 elements. Level 4 initiates the capacity to manipulate a greater array. Indeed, Aqua Knight affirmed, producing a bottle of water. Through his mental command, the water promptly solidified into ice. Spark was greatly heartened. With the assistance of a level 3 late-stage spirit user, our endeavor may prove considerably more attainable. Aqua Knight stated, I am privy to the preferred abode of the Protector who habitually vacations and recuperates on our Azure Star. I can escort you there, but I, in turn, require you to leverage your bounty hunter authority to aid me in investigating and apprehending a certain criminal. Excellent, Spark remarked. Let us there forthwith. Aquaman promptly commenced navigation, whereupon Han Su addressed him, transmit the pertinent data regarding the transgressor to me, that I may upload it to the Arbiter system for scrutiny. Indeed, a reciprocal accord thus established, they shortly boarded a sightseeing airship. Aquaman inquired, we could avail ourselves of my constabulary airship. It offers swifter transit. Spark demurred. Nay. We must maintain a low profile. For the nonce, we must masquerade as tourists. Ere long, the sightseeing airship alighted in a sprawling metropolis. Spark declared, let us feign being 2 pairs of lovers. It is plausible that the Guardian's informants are present here. Conceal all identification badges. Spark and Luna stood adjacent, their attire instantaneously morphing into matching ensembles. Hansu likewise paired with Silver Knight. Aquaman remained solitary. Aquaman, Hansu suggested, you might impersonate a tour guide. Aquaman, eyeing his sable attire, queried, do you deem it plausible? Hansu retorted, then impersonate a chauffeur. Aquaman, though discomfited, acquiesced. Spark interjected, fear not. 2 pairs of lovers accompanied by a solitary individual is plausible, given that this is Azure Civilization's city of rendezvous. You might impersonate a heartbroken gentleman. Aquaman, between laughter and tears, lamented, I am already of advanced years. A divorced gentleman, perhaps? Silver Knight timidly proposed. Aquaman, lest my spouse discover this. The quintet proceeded, following a waterway that led to the entrance of a resplendent ancient city perched atop a watery mountain. The favored destination of the Guardian you mentioned is indeed here. Chapter 75, Ether Mechanics. The water mountain is crafted using anti-gravity devices, devoid of any water-spraying apparatus, thus forming a majestic hill. Within this water mountain, a city stands tall. Numerous waterways have been constructed atop the water mountain, and one can only navigate these canals by boat. Hansu and his companions rented a small vessel and embarked upon their journey. The refreshing breeze while sailing here is delightful and leisurely. Without a mission, it would indeed serve as an exquisite summer retreat. Xinghua remarked that the tourism fee is approximately 20 contribution points per person, a considerable sum for a third-level civilization. With a wave of her hand, Ling Yu covered the expenses for the group, stating that it is a testament to ingenuity, and the price is reasonably justified. Water Hero chuckled ruefully. For the 5 of them, 100 contribution points is no trifling matter, as most third-level civilizations could acquire technological blueprints for such an amount. However, this aquatic city has been constructed through investments from other civilizations, and thus, these 100 contribution points would naturally fill the coffers of foreign entities. We, the natives, rarely venture here, Water Hero sighed, as the ticket prices are exorbitant and the expenses within are equally steep. Shortly after they entered the underwater city, a panel popped up inquiring if they required an intelligent AI tour guide. Xinghua declined immediately, for their objective was clear, Underwater Hero's guidance. They proceeded directly to an extraordinarily opulent cathedral. The architectural style of this city bears a striking resemblance to that of the medieval era, yet it is suspended above the water, featuring a grand cathedral. Water Hero led them directly to the entrance of the cathedral, where several individuals clad in black stood guard. Adorned with tactical goggles and wielding weapons, they forbade anyone from entering the cathedral. Water Hero was taken aback, pondering whether a notable figure was arriving. Spark, with a subtle smile, replied, indeed, otherwise we would not find ourselves here at this moment. No sooner had Spark spoken than the group of black-clad figures advanced to disperse the crowd, ushering Hansu and the other tourists to the roadside. Shortly thereafter, a black spacecraft descended from the sky, landing at the cathedral's entrance. A line of soldiers in black emerged and took their positions on either side, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Subsequently, an individual crowned with a halo descended from the spacecraft and strode imperiously into the cathedral. Hansu and the others exchanged glances, and Spark remarked, as expected, the intelligence was accurate. Water Hero, astonished, exclaimed, how could you possibly track the whereabouts of the Guardian? How could bounty hunters possess such authority? Spark responded, the Guardian's movements were not disclosed by the judges. Rather, they were provided by a friend of mine. The group marveled internally, speculating on the extraordinary capabilities of Spark's friend. While Spark refrained from divulging the source of his intelligence, the group observed the ostentatious Guardian entering the cathedral. Spark then promptly inquired of Water Hero, are there any alternative entrances to this cathedral? The Water Hero shook his head with a bitter smile, stating, this is not a place for someone like me to frequent. How could I possibly know of any other passage? Starfire replied, aren't you able to manipulate water? The Water Hero paused momentarily, and after a brief silence, he confessed, indeed, there exists such a passage. Hansu immediately felt an ominous premonition. As expected, the passage the Water Hero referred to was the sewer. Naturally, the cathedral required waste disposal, and in this city of water, sewage was directed to designated waterways. No one dared to venture here due to the filth and foul odor. However, endowed with the ability to control water, the Water Hero parted the sewage, revealing a passage through which they boarded a small boat. Despite avoiding direct contact with the waste, they were nearly overwhelmed by the stench. Beneath the facade of cleanliness lies the most concealed filth, Hansu remarked. Starfire nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Hansu understood that a martyr like Starfire would never personally come to such a place without substantial reports and evidence. Perhaps soon, they would witness the sordid reality beneath the noble profession of the protector. As Hansu and his companions entered the cathedral through the sewer, Starfire commented, "Protectors typically possess a halo of protection, thus security need not be excessively stringent." Hansu added, "No one would be foolish enough to attempt harm against a protector, yet some would indeed seek to gather evidence against them." Upon hearing this, Starfire suddenly let out a cold laugh. If a protector walks the path of righteousness, why should they fear scrutiny from others? The group detected a hint of resentment in Starfire's tone, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor, displaying a gentle expression. Lingwei remarked, "The Guardians are among the most powerful factions in the galaxy. Who would dare to risk their safety to investigate their secrets unless provoked?" As they spoke, they had already entered the Grand Cathedral and ascended to the second level of the central hall. Looking down, they beheld an expansive chamber, within which stood a solitary figure, the Guardian adorned with a halo. A few individuals observed as this Guardian approached and paid homage before the statue. They deemed the scene rather ordinary. Does one of the galaxy's most influential figures truly need to worship a deity? It is said that whatever dreams the Guardian has at night can be manifested the following day, Water Hero remarked, perplexed. Lingwei, dissatisfied with Water Hero's prejudice, explained, "Guardians, too, seek spiritual solace. Is that so peculiar?" Just then, they witnessed the haloed Guardian retrieving a gilded box, which he then placed at the foot of the statue. In the next moment, a small hidden door at the statue's base swung open, and the Guardian bent down to enter. Through the narrow opening, they caught a glimpse of an interior aglow with an eerie crimson light, accompanied by faint, alluring sounds. But soon, the hidden door closed, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. "What shall we do?" All eyes turned to Starfire. It would be infeasible for them to forcibly intrude. Were they common criminals? A direct breach would be permissible. However, as the targets are Guardians, they lack the authority to apprehend them, and must instead covertly gather evidence. Unperturbed, Spark produced a four-dimensional surveillance device, stating, "Let's try this first." "What is it?" asked Water Knight. Hansu elucidated. "This is a four-dimensional surveillance device capable of exploring any past events within this area, although it consumes contribution points per second." Water Knight was instantly astonished. With such a device, wouldn't investigations be as simple as eating and drinking? However, upon Spark activating the device, no images related to the Guardian appeared, nor did the hidden chamber manifest within the four-dimensional surveillance. Spark gritted his teeth. As expected, they employed a four-dimensional shielding device. Something must be concealed within that hidden chamber. Hansu inquired, "If even the four-dimensional surveillance device is ineffective, what other recourse do we have?" Spark opened his palm, stating, "We'll have to resort to this." The others looked, only to find Spark's palm empty. Invisible to the naked eye, this is an ether mechanical insect. Chapter 76. Sacred Domain Clan. This ether is distinct from the ether familiar to Hansu, representing instead a minute particle discovered by an advanced civilization within the galaxy, estimated to be several thousand times smaller than a quark. Currently, the smallest particle discovered within the galaxy is the emptiness particle, and the most formidable warship is the Zero Boundary Civilization's emptiness warship, surpassing even the 7th-level civilization's neutron star. The Spark deployed an ether robot, a diminutive automaton imperceptible to the naked eye. It leaped forth from the palm of Spark's hand, racing towards the concealed dark door with remarkable speed. Despite the door's elusive nature, it posed no obstacle to the ether robot. After all, the opposing structure was merely a construct of a level 3 civilization, incapable of creating an impenetrable barrier against the feeble forces of interaction. The ether robot penetrated the dark door, and in an instant, everything within was laid bare before Hansu and his companions. It was an unfathomable realm, suffused with an intense crimson light and paint. The ground, walls, and ceiling were adorned with bizarre patterns that, upon closer inspection, induced dizziness and confusion, conjuring hallucinations before their eyes. Within this peculiar chamber stood several strangely attired sorcerers, wielding staffs and continuously chanting. At the center of this assembly was the Guardian, crowned with a halo, facing two unconscious women. Spark gasped in astonishment. Were these not the two members of the Sacred Domain civilization who had recently gone missing? Sacred domain civilization? Han Su inquired, bewildered. Shui Xia's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. After all these years, it is astonishing that members of the ancient forest sect still exist in this world. The group turned their attention to Shui Xia. What is the ancient forest sect? Shui Xia explained. The ancient forest sect was a cult that vanished centuries ago. They revered the old gods and sacrificed psychic women to these deities to satiate their malevolent desires. Han Su was taken aback. The old gods. He reminisced about the formidable ancient deity he encountered on Cultivator's Star, an entity surpassing even Tier 6 civilizations in power. Unleashing its ultimate attack would yield a destructive force comparable to that of a Tier 7 warship. Han Su promptly produced a small pouch. Entrusting it to Silver Knight with the instruction, should we exhibit any aberrant behavior, promptly disperse this over our heads. Zero Moon found it incredulous. Is this guardian attempting to sacrifice the psychic women of the Holy Domain race to an ancient deity, thereby fulfilling his own desires? Han Su, too, was perplexed. Having already attained the status of guardian, what more could he possibly aspire to? The yearning for advancement and enrichment is an insatiable pursuit. Starfire sighed, commencing the meticulous documentation of the guardian's transgressions. Xinlong, a Tier 9 guardian, in his ambition for greater authority, abducted psychic daughters of the Tier 6 Holy Domain civilization, colluding with an ancient deity already in violation of the Galactic Codex. This offense alone warrants his apprehension by the Martyrdom Alliance. Starfire paused, adding, I am confident that his capture will unveil further misdeeds and accomplices, leading to a more transparent environment for guardians. Upon hearing Starfire's pronouncement, Han Su's brow furrowed. Should this initiate a chain reaction, the matter may not conclude so readily. However, Han Su refrained from further comment, lacking familiarity with the Galactic Alliance. Were this situation to unfold within the solar system, such actions would prove wholly inadequate. Aquaman rejoiced. Excellent. An item like a four-dimensional monitoring device is beyond my financial means. A few individuals intended to hastily depart. However, just as they prepared to leave, the surrounding scene abruptly began to tremble. Mere seconds later, they found themselves within a wooden loft, accompanied by a disturbing chorus of whispers. Upon witnessing this unsettling situation, Han Su recalled the previous encounter with the old gods. Oh no, we have been discovered. Even with the protective coating of the 5th-level solitary falcon and the psychic defense helmets, they had been unable to withstand the mental storm unleashed by the old gods. Now, he felt even less equipped to resist. As soon as Han Su's words fell, the others were momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, a chilling sight unfolded before them. Black vines intertwined with flames adorned the walls, incessantly creeping towards them. They immediately fled to the living room at the end of the corridor, the decaying floorboards creaking beneath their weight, and a faint, nauseating odor wafted through the air. Yet, upon reaching the living room, a wave of rancid stench assaulted their senses. Mingled with viscous, dark blood and the grotesque forms of humanoid figures, firmly suspended from the ceiling by iron hooks, their bodies cloaked in a layer of tattered fabric. Linghua had never encountered such a horrifying sight, and was on the verge of collapse. Han Su shouted, "These are mere illusions, manifestations of the old god psychic assault. Do not trust what you see." At that moment, Han Su noticed that Yin Yi was absent from their midst. Not that she had gotten lost, but rather, she was a psychic deaf-mute. Water Hero bellowed, commanding a torrent of water to strike the wall, but it was futile. This is all an illusion. No form of attack will be effective, Han Su cautioned. Xingho exclaimed, "It seems you possess experience in evading the attacks of the ancient gods. From now on, we shall heed your guidance. Lead us to safety." Han Su shouted, "Do not succumb to despair, nor trust everything blindly. The young lady I brought is a mind-deaf individual. She shall assist us in securing an opportunity for escape." No sooner had Han Su finished speaking than a cellar appeared before them, its doors swinging open to reveal a vast space, a cavern replete with tunnels, emanating an icy chill. The frigid air assailed them, sending shivers down their spines, as if it could penetrate their very bones and gnaw at their spirits. "Let us move," Han Su bellowed, dashing into the cellar. Though the others were baffled, they followed suit. The moment they plunged into the icy vault, they beheld a terrifyingly colossal creature. It possessed 6 golden eyes and an immense body, its limbs ensnared by chains ablaze with fierce flames. Upon spotting the group, its 6 eyes blazed with a golden luminescence. In an instant of eye contact, Lingwei drew forth a particle annihilation gun, aiming it at Shui Xia. If this is an illusion, then I need not evade, she began. But before she could finish, Hansu shouted, "This is no illusion. Quickly, take cover." How could an attack from a comrade be mere phantasm? Startled, Shui Xia swiftly dodged as a particle annihilation beam shot forth, striking into the void. They were ensnared in an illusion, rendering them unable to perceive the impact of the shot. There was no time for further contemplation, for Lingwei had now aimed her weapon at Hansu. Damn it! Hansu could no longer contain himself and promptly summoned the colossal beast using the transmitter. In the next instant, the massive creature descended from the heavens, revealing a crack in the illusion. Chapter 77. Retribution approaches. At the moment the illusion faltered, Hansu shouted, "Yinyi, use the dust I gave you." Unaffected by the illusion, Yinyi immediately recalled the small pouch Hansu had handed her earlier. She quickly opened the pouch and scattered its contents above the heads of those present. In an instant, countless particles floated into the air, composed of materials designed to effectively counter spiritual energy impacts. Indeed, as the dust was released, everyone emerged from the illusion, although Ling Yu fainted on the spot. The cathedral's roof was utterly destroyed beneath the weight of the descending beast, while nearby walls were obliterated by the particle annihilation gun. Hansu commanded, "We must leave." The colossal beast swiftly grasped them and leapt beyond the range of the psychic assault. It was then that Hansu noticed a black spaceship hastily departing at an alarming speed. The old god's area of attack was confined to the cathedral, and its spiritual energy assault ceased immediately upon the cathedral's destruction. Clearly, this old god was wary of drawing too much attention, for such a commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the White Dwarf War Star and the Neutron War Star. Water Hero, filled with trepidation, remarked, "What manner of monster is that? Even my level 3 spiritual energy proved insufficient to withstand its might. It truly defies imagination." Hansu let out a sigh of relief, acknowledging that fortunately, the opponent had not exerted their full strength. Otherwise, not only they but every individual on this planet would have succumbed to madness in an instant. Xingho, after a brief moment of recovery, rose from the ground. Thankfully, the adversary fears the executors, hence refrained from employing their ultimate attack. In this endeavor, we have not only uncovered evidence regarding the Guardian, but also traced one of the 8 old gods, which is indeed a significant accomplishment. Hansu remarked, "This old god must have fled. Their nature is enigmatic, and their abilities are extraordinary, making them elusive." Shui Xia interjected, "Let us not forget. You still need to assist me in tracking down the criminals." "That is a trivial matter," Xingho responded, promptly handing over the 4-dimensional surveillance device to Shui Xia. "You may utilize it freely. I will cover the contribution points." After saying this, Xingho collapsed into a chair, still grappling with the recent experiences that lingered in his mind. Hansu and Shui Xia, however, swiftly regained their composure, having endured far more perilous trials than the Guardian. Hansu even felt a subtle sense of impending breakthrough in his mental fortitude. Shui Xia expressed gratitude to Xingho. "Thank you for removing a significant threat to our Azure civilization." Xingho waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It is my duty, not solely for the Azure civilization, but for the entire Milky Way galaxy, to eliminate this great menace." The great menace to which Xingho referred was the Guardian. He continued, "Do not worry. The closer we get to the core, the less likely anyone will dare to act recklessly." During this time, Ling Yu gradually awakened. Upon hearing the entirety of the events, she immediately gestured grandly. "I shall take full responsibility for the damages incurred to the cathedral. This time, we have achieved a resounding victory, and it is certainly worth celebrating." Luna was eager to celebrate, but Spark dissuaded her, suggesting they wait until everything had settled. Hansu stroked Silver Knight's head, acknowledging the significant contribution of the mind-deaf Silver Knight. Currently, Hansu has addressed all matters, including exonerating himself, procuring a planet for the Armored Clan, assisting the Symbiotic Clan in repelling pirates, and completely unifying Earth civilization. The submitted evidence vanished without a trace, indicating the Guardian had intervened to suppress the matter. Hansu sighed, having anticipated this outcome. However, Spark remained resolute, stating, "I cannot squander such an opportunity. I have a friend who possesses fragments of the ancestral star, capable of perceiving past events, impervious even to 4-dimensional shielding devices. With his aid, I can eradicate many malignancies." Upon hearing this, Hansu was relieved, reasoning that with a friend who could perceive all past events, there was little cause for concern, as everything was likely prearranged. However, realizing he was no different, he felt no particular admiration. Hansu inquired, "What is it?" Han Su was taken aback. The bloodline of the ancestral star people? Nangonyu declared, we possess immense potential and must devise a means to depart the solar system, infiltrate the various systems of the Milky Way Alliance, and subsequently rise to prominence. Han Su nodded in agreement, and the two began to earnestly encourage Earth civilization to accelerate its integration into the Guardian, Bounty Hunter, and public affairs systems, deeming it unnecessary to seek employment in other civilizations. As the Earth civilization diligently altered its strategies, heeding the counsel provided, an official communique regarding Han Su's appointment materialized. Esteemed lone wanderer civilizations Han Su, ESQ, in cognizance of your exceptional accomplishments, the Protectorate Headquarters has resolved to elevate you to the rank of 9th level Bounty Hunter and reassign you as a 9th level Public Affairs Officer. You are hereby directed to proceed forthwith to the Azure River Civilization, a 4th level entity, to assume the principal position at the League administration. Han Su furrowed his brow in consternation. Why, he mused, would they reassign me, a bounty hunter in good standing, to the role of a public affairs officer? In rapid succession, Ling Yu dispatched an urgent private missive. Disaster has struck. Starfire has vanished. My father, in an effort to safeguard me, has placed me under house arrest. As for you, you are being dispatched to the Azure River League administration, where 3 principal officers have met their demise in quick succession. Exercise caution. Their reprisal has commenced. Chapter 78. Omniscient Retrospection. Han Su's heart sank within him. He immediately inquired, Starfire has disappeared? Has he been subjected to retribution? Ling Yu initiated a direct communication with Han Su. Employing quantum communication technology, distance was rendered irrelevant. In a voice tinged with bitterness, Ling Yu lamented, I fear so. Subsequent to his direct submission of evidence under his own name, the Martyrdom Headquarters promptly initiated operations and apprehended the protector implicated, subjecting him to interrogation. However, before long, that protector took his own life. Subsequently, the protectors, ostensibly seeking to commend the 3 of us, bestowed upon us all accolades. I completed my probationary period forthwith and ascended to the rank of 11th level bounty hunter. Yet, this marks the commencement of a veritable nightmare. Han Su offered a wry smile. I foresaw this eventuality, yet I was powerless to dissuade him. In this scenario, the situation within Earth's civilization is trivial in comparison. Han Su had long since comprehended and grasped the implications. Zero Yu continued. Who could have anticipated that just after Starfire was lauded as an exemplary martyr, they would vanish? It must surely be foul play. Han Su replied with a wry smile, and my promotion and transfer Zero Yu, also wearing a bitter smile, remarked. I was genuinely pleased for you, but my father said, this is a detriment to you. The Qinghe civilization, situated on the fringes of the galaxy, though classified as a level 4 civilization, harbors a fierce populace. They were subdued by the Zero Realm civilization to join the Galactic Alliance, and they hold little regard for the dispatched level 9 public affairs officers. 3 such officers have perished there already, hence no one dares to go. Your assignment there is essentially placing you in jeopardy. Han Su sighed. Such petty grievances were hardly worthy of consideration in Earth's civilization. He stated, I am not particularly concerned. With the amassed knowledge from millennia of Earth's history, I can easily navigate their challenges. In comparison to the numerous dynastic changes over the centuries on Earth, these intrigues seem rather juvenile. Yet, this predicament confined Han Su, for bounty hunters enjoyed far greater freedom. Although the public affairs officer wielded substantial power, it was still circumscribed by superiors. Before long, the Pathkeeper dispatched an order for Han Su to report to his post and commence his duties. More absurdly, while it was customary for a Pathkeeper to accompany and conduct a handover ceremony, this time Han Su was sent alone, evidently a deliberate attempt to complicate matters for him. Han Su felt a sense of resignation, yet he could only proceed. These were trifling matters. Since I am to go, I shall first assess the situation. After all, as the chief officer of the Alliance administration, one wields immense power, effectively dictating affairs within a star system. Yet, the mysterious deaths of 3 successive officials raises unsettling questions. Is it a curse or a calculated assassination? Han Su commands the fleet, accompanied by Silver Knight, and they set their course for the Qinghe star system. The journey took a total of 120 days. Upon descending from the galactic highway, Han Su pressed on for several more days before finally arriving at Qinghe. This star system, relatively remote, has nevertheless achieved a level 4 civilization status, boasting 6 colonized planets, 6 governors, and a fleet. The headquarters of the Alliance administration is situated on the main planet of the Qinghe civilization, Qinghe Star. As Han Su's fleet approached, a spaceship emerged from the starport to greet them, much to his surprise, as he had anticipated no reception. The visitor introduced himself. I am the Chief Administrator of the Alliance Administration and also your secretary. Please follow me. We have prepared a banquet in your honor. Taken aback, Han Su noted that the Qinghe civilization's Alliance Administration was not as dismal as he had envisioned. As his fleet drew near, he instructed, "Come aboard my ship. Let us discuss the internal affairs of the Alliance Administration and the overall state of the Qinghe civilization." The individual promptly acquiesced. Once aboard the friendship of the Han dynasty, Han Su realized that his interlocutor was indeed a member of the Qinghe civilization, characterized by 2 pairs of ears, 4 eyes, and 2 mouths. Before Han Su's arrival, he had done his homework. It is said that the people of Qinghe possess an extraordinary command of the art of language. They have 2 mouths, one for consuming nourishment and the other dedicated solely to discourse. They are endowed with multiple pairs of eyes, adept at discerning the subtleties of expression. Han Su inquired, "What is your name? How many individuals are within the establishment? How many are locals, and how many hail from foreign civilizations?" The man responded, "Sir, my name is Tong. There are 55 individuals in the establishment. I counted, and among them, 40 are from foreign civilizations." Han Su felt a surge of astonishment. 15 locals were indeed a rarity, for public servants are required to undergo rigorous examinations. Han Su further asked, "What is your rank? And how many are at the rank of deputy officer?" The man replied, "Sir, my rank is 11, and I serve as the chief administrator, responsible for liaising with and serving all deputy officers and staff. There are 8 deputy officers in total, all at rank 10, along with 20 division heads. Like myself at rank 11, and 36 regular staff members, all at rank 12. Tong awkwardly added, "Sir, among our 8 deputy officers, one has been assigned to a branch office, another is on leave, and one has sustained injuries and is presently receiving treatment at the central hospital. So we can only gather 5 of us." Han Su paused, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed that the work of a public affairs officer was rather comfortable. Prior to his arrival, Han Su had explored various channels to understand the functions of the Alliance Management Office. In simpler terms, the purpose and significance of this institution lie in transmitting orders from above to below and consolidating data from below to relay back up. Occasionally, tasks are assigned from above, which are then executed below without further concern. Beyond those obligations, your time is yours to command, allowing for leaves of absence, respites, and moments of repose. This is, in essence, the expected norm. Why, then, has this League Administrative Office seen 3 successive chiefs meet their demise? Han Su pondered this intently before addressing Tong. In light of these circumstances, let us postpone the assembly. Escort me to my quarters first. The fleet was berthed at the starport, where a sumptuous 7-seater spacecraft awaited Han Su and his party. Tong introduced the pilot, stating, "He is your personal spacecraft operator." Han Su, accompanied by Yi, boarded the craft, which promptly ascended towards the surface of Qingmu West Star, with Tong's vessel in close pursuit. Soon, they touched down within an opulent estate, sprawling across 100 acres, replete with a multitude of robotic attendants. At its heart stood a grand villa, flanked by a petite garden to the left, recreational grounds to the rear, an academic precinct to the right, and a reception hall at the fore. Han Su betrayed no astonishment, well acquainted as he was with the perquisites of a level 9 public affairs officer. The accommodations, if anything, fell short of expectations, though he acknowledged the remote locale. Just as Han Su and Yi were about to explore the master chamber, a holographic projector flickered to life, revealing a figure of the Temple clan. Han Su was taken aback, realizing this individual had infiltrated the network, an improbable feat, given the security one would expect at a public affairs officer's residence. Access to the holographic projector implied access to the robotic servant's chips. Maintaining his composure, Han Su inquired, "Who are you? Could this be the reason for the untimely deaths of the League Administrative Office's chiefs, perished due to the assault of robots with hacked chips?" Yet, the man then proclaimed, "Greetings, I am a confidant of Spark, the possessor of the ancestral star fragment. I possess the ability to perceive all that has transpired." Chapter 79. The Qinghe Civilization. So this is Spark's acquaintance, the one with the ability to perceive all that has transpired. Han Su mused with considerable surprise. He inquired, "Do you know of Spark's current whereabouts?" As a subordinate, One must always acknowledge that accolades are attributed to superiors, not to oneself. Firstly, one must not usurp credit from those above. Secondly, one's humble position and limited authority render one incapable of bearing such responsibility. The man assented. I possess an intimate understanding of Spark. Emerging from an ordinary civilization, he encountered numerous injustices and endured considerable grievances upon his arrival at his post. Despite this, he did not succumb to corruption alongside those individuals. Therefore, I held him in high regard and facilitated his entry into the martyr's ranks, even divulging to him an opportunity to achieve significant merit. However, he acted with undue haste, exposing himself and incurring retaliation from those concealed in deeper echelons. Before long, the guardian who was ostensibly reported and dealt with due to his formal complaint will resurface, continuing as a guardian, with no substantive change. Upon hearing this, Hansu could only nod with resignation. Yet, in the subsequent moment, he experienced a sudden sense of unease. Furthermore, the man's eyes were as cold as frost when discussing Spark, hardly indicative of a friend. Hansu even suspected that this individual harbored grand designs and an extensive scheme, with Spark merely serving as a pawn. It was even possible that Spark's demise was orchestrated under his guidance, and he himself might have been ensnared in this gambit long ago. In the face of the situation, Hansu refrained from saying much, for when it comes to cunning, it is the talents of Earth that represent the pinnacle. If one wishes to engage him, he shall indulge in the game. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his visage as he remarked, the predicament of the Guardians cannot be altered without the efforts of several generations. However, the other individual retorted, that is not necessarily the case. Hansu settled onto the sofa and replied, you see, they only need to utter a few words to deal with me. The figure within the holographic projection chuckled softly, with my assistance. Your entry into the inner circle is but a matter of time. What is there for you to worry about? Hansu paused momentarily, seizing the opportunity to pose the question that lingered in his mind. Why do you assist me? Long ago, there were no public affairs officials. They established the public affairs system to extricate themselves from tedious tasks, allowing them to indulge in leisure from their lofty perch. This, however, was only the beginning. Once they seized power, they began to act with impunity, exploiting those of their kin who were naturally gifted with spiritual abilities, forcibly conscripting them to become their spiritual servants, subjecting them to relentless exploitation and even execution. Upon hearing this, Hansu felt a surge of confusion and inquired, with the presence of judges, how could such atrocities be permitted? He further remarked, it is understandable that the Guardians are indeed capable of acting as they please. Even fellow Guardians like the Spark have been murdered and declared missing. What else are they incapable of? The individual responded with indignation. Our temple civilization was once one of the 4 ancient civilizations of the galaxy, possessing terrifying strength. How have we descended to such a plight? Despite possessing formidable psychic abilities, one finds oneself governed by a multitude of lesser beings, a situation that defies reason. Hansu, as a representative of a weaker civilization, refrained from voicing his thoughts at that moment and remarked, let us discuss the matters at hand. How did my 3 predecessors meet their demise? The individual responded, those 3 were undoubtedly driven to their ends by the very inhabitants of this place. They underestimated the Qinghe civilization, whose denizens excel in feigned compliance, reckless speculation, factionalism, undermining unity, sowing discord, inciting conflict, and fostering antagonism. The first commander arrived to exuberant receptions from the locals, beguiled by the public affairs officers who extolled him with extravagant praises, declaring him unparalleled. After indulging excessively in a euphoric beverage, he audaciously insulted a visiting female protector. Upon regaining his senses, he succumbed to guilt and took his own life. The second commander, lacking eloquence and averse to the joyous liquid, led a life of discretion, believing this would ensure his safety. However, his female administrator, driven by ambition, deliberately ensnared him in a web of ambiguity. When their indiscretions were uncovered, evidence was swiftly submitted, and a mere 9th-level public affairs officer was unceremoniously expelled from the system. Shunned by this civilization after his unemployment, he ultimately succumbed to despair and shame, ending his own life. The third commander, having learned from previous lessons, appointed only male stewards. However, that steward was duplicitous, often using the commander's authority to oppress a newly appointed public affairs officer, while simultaneously reporting against him, resulting in the latter's failure to secure his position after the probationary period. In the shadows of night, the failed officer stealthily attacked and killed the commander, subsequently taking his own life. Han Su sighed upon hearing this. These commanders were indeed too careless. Had they been part of Earth's civilization, they would have exercised caution against such traps, as the 36 stratagems are a timeless classic. Han Su inquired, "What is the joyous liquid?" His eyes narrowed momentarily, and soon after, he received a message from the communication device. "Commander, we are hosting a celebration banquet for the joyous liquid and wish to extend a warm welcome to you." The individual remarked, "Be careful. The first wave of attacks is upon us. Do they dare engage in drinking culture with someone from Earth? It is akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangdong. Do they wish to play their schemes with me? That would be like dancing with a great axe before Luban." The person chuckled. "Indeed, in terms of technology, your Earth civilization is at a disadvantage. However, in this realm, it is your forte. After all, had you dedicated time and energy to studying such cultures, you would have long since ventured beyond the solar system." Han Su could not disagree. He asked, "What do you go by?" As the holographic projection ceased, Han Su departed the villa and encountered the communication device. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Have the fine wines from my spaceship brought down for all to savor." The communication device was taken aback. Wine? A group of Qinghe people remained oblivious to the impending challenges they were about to face. Chapter 80. Assuming office, the banquet was attended by a mere 15 individuals, all native to the Qinghe civilization, accompanied by only 3 local adjutants. Han Su, being an outsider, further surprised everyone by bringing fine wine, though they were unfamiliar with such a beverage. With a generous gesture, Han Su instructed the robots to present each attendee with 10 bottles of Red Star Erguo 2. Upon uncorking the bottles, the Qinghe people were met with a pungent aroma akin to high-octane fuel, immediately suggesting that this wine might not be particularly palatable. When Tong approached, bearing 2 glasses of pale reddish liquid, "My lord, might I suggest you first sample our elixir of delight? It is our finest local specialty." The Guardian once remarked, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and partake in a cup." Han Su recognized when Tong's subtle persuasion, designed to leave him with no grounds for refusal. To reject the words of the esteemed Guardian of the Milky Way Alliance would be seen as a slight, potentially jeopardizing his career. However, Han Su, emboldened by his level 1 mutated physique and level 3 mental fortitude, wasted no words. "I shall try a cup." When Tong eagerly presented a thimble-sized glass, indicative of the Qingmu people's modest alcohol tolerance, Han Su drained it in one gulp, finding the beverage sweet, palatable, and mildly intoxicating, not unlike wine. When Tong promptly offered a second glass, but Han Su demurred, stating, "This is suitable only as an after-dinner refreshment. Now, allow me to share the fine wine I have brought." With that, Han Su poured himself a generous portion into a 3-centimeter tall glass he had brought himself. Others displayed reluctance, pouring themselves a glass, yet hesitating to take a sip. Han Su immediately downed his drink in one swift motion. "Cheers." However, as Han Su finished his drink, the others remained motionless. Han Su raised an eyebrow slightly. "What is the matter? Can't drink? Can a public affairs officer handle this? If you can't even manage to drink, then perhaps there's no need to eat." At this utterance, the expressions of all the Aoki people changed dramatically, and when Tong was momentarily taken aback, clearly, this rhetoric surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. To demonstrate his loyalty, he too had no choice but to drink it all in one go. The next moment, he erupted into a violent cough, feeling as though he had swallowed a ball of fire, his stomach ablaze, accompanied by waves of nausea and dizziness. Yet, he was compelled to drink, for he was on the verge of becoming a level 10 public affairs officer. Being labeled as someone incapable of handling the duties of a public affairs officer would prove exceedingly detrimental to him. Han Su, seizing the moment, pretended to commend, "Excellent. This is the demeanor expected of a public affairs officer. How could one refuse what is provided from above?" Upon hearing Han Su's words, the others had no choice but to gulp down their drinks as well, only to be immediately seized by the harsh sensation brought on by the liquor, prompting a fit of coughs as if their very insides were ignited. This was no mere beverage. It was evidently fuel intended for machines. Yet, Han Su poured himself another glass and drank it down. Another round cheers. Witnessing this, the others trembled at the knees, bewildered by how such an unpleasant concoction could be so easily swallowed. Their stomachs still felt as if they were ablaze. Han Su frowned once more. "What is the matter? I am capable. Can you not? If you cannot, then it is better to admit it sooner rather than later." The automated translation machine accurately captured the essence of Han Su's statement, leaving a group of individuals utterly astonished. What is this doing refer to? Is it about consuming alcohol? Or is it about failing to fulfill the responsibilities of a public affairs officer? If it is the latter, who would dare admit to their incompetence? The moment one declares their inability, Han Su would undoubtedly retort, "If you cannot, then leave." When Tong was taken aback. This latter phrase encapsulated the essence of persuasion far more effectively than his own. Feeling inferior, when Tong could only raise his glass. "Of course, I can." He downed his drink in one go, only to feel dizzy and disoriented, collapsing to the ground. Han Su glanced at the other members of the Qinghe community, pondering how the millennia-old drinking culture of Earth could possibly intimidate them. Beyond the mountains, there are greater mountains. Beyond the heavens, there are loftier skies. In terms of technological prowess, Earth's civilization may fall short, yet when it comes to the art of persuasion through drink, it excels. Observing that when Tong had readily partaken, the Qinghe people felt compelled to follow suit, for to abstain would mean facing expulsion. Han Su's words were ambiguous, granting him the ultimate authority to interpret them as he pleased, leaving anyone who dared question him with ample grounds for rebuttal. However, for those present, if the rumor spread that they could not partake in this endeavor, their futures would be jeopardized. They exchanged wry smiles. Previously, they had persuaded outsiders. Yet now they found themselves being persuaded. Thus, they resolved to say nothing further and simply drink. In unison, they raised their glasses and downed their contents, feeling as though they were spinning into the heavens. The singular thought lingering in their minds before succumbing to inebriation was, one must never mention the joy-inducing liquid in front of the commanding officer. The League Directorate was a technological edifice suspended in midair, fortified by 6 sentry towers to deter any potential incursions. Upon arrival, Han Su was greeted by Wentong himself, who escorted him to the uppermost echelons of the building. From behind the panoramic windows, Han Su beheld the resplendent metropolis sprawled before him. The architectural design of this thriving city diverged starkly from that of Earth's urban landscapes. The structures were uniformly pristine white and ellipsoidal, with each building comprising an amalgamation of residential floors and verdant vegetation. Approximately half of the city was adorned with diverse flora, bestowing an aura of vitality upon the entire urban expanse. Han Su settled into the opulent and commodious executive chair, reveling in the vista. Shortly thereafter, a Qinghe woman presented him with a handheld slate computer, announcing, "Director, these are the documents awaiting your endorsement today." These were all digital files. Official communiques transmitted via a secure internal network, impervious to external interception. With a casual gesture, Han Su delegated the various documents to his subordinate officers according to their respective portfolios. Consequently, Han Su found himself with no further obligations for the day. Indeed, the role of the director was typically characterized by such ease. However, Han Su was acutely aware that, as a newcomer, it was imperative to refrain from any superfluous actions. Upon assuming leadership in a new domain, it was inadvisable to enforce stringent discipline or assert authority through a display of power. Such tactics were invariably futile. The prudent approach for a new leader was to observe with equanimity, heed no malicious gossip, and, in due course, formulate strategies based on a comprehensive understanding of the personalities, temperaments, and backgrounds of all individuals involved. In the event of encountering a clique, the astute maneuver would be to elevate one of its members, thereby precipitating internal strife that would swiftly dismantle the faction. The key was to transmute vertical conflicts into internecine disputes. Thus, Han Su chose not to take any immediate action, opting instead to wait for 3 months before deciding on his next steps. Chapter 81. The Underdog's Comeback. Han Su inquired what schemes they intended to employ this time. After a brief pause, he quipped, "Are they planning to use a beauty trap? A beauty with 4 eyes and 2 mouths?" He found himself at a loss for words. From the perspective of human aesthetics, a visage with such features could only be deemed horrific, rather than beautiful. Zetian continued, "In addition to the beauty trap, they plan to use your name to deal with a few foreign public officials and report to you, thereby sowing discord between you. Creating rifts?" Han Su couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed rather juvenile. Zetian asked, "How do you plan to respond?" With a mysterious smile, Han Su replied, "Zetian, could you kindly inform me of those in the team who are particularly honest and diligent?" Zetian paused for a moment before providing Han Su with a list, unaware of his true intentions. The following day, Han Su arrived at the office of the League's management supervisor, and summoned 5 aides along with the chief, Wentong, to the office. He then announced an appointment. Based on my observations, I have found our chief, Wentong, to be exceedingly diligent and responsible, often burdened with numerous tasks. Hearing Han Su's praise, Wentong was elated, but Han Su abruptly shifted his tone. Therefore, I have decided to create 2 positions for deputy chiefs, appointing Jiang Hai and Ming Yu to fill these roles. As soon as Han Su finished speaking, everyone present was left astounded, particularly the members from Qinghe, whose 4 eyes widened in disbelief and their 2 mouths agape in shock. However, Wentong found himself utterly unable to refuse. As Han Su had appointed 2 deputy directors out of genuine concern for him, he could only express gratitude. This was a transparent maneuver, and Wentong had no choice but to acquiesce. One of the aides remarked, "Supervisor, such positions as deputy directors have no precedent. The Alliance Management Office does not require deputy directors, only the branches do." Han Su replied, "This is to alleviate some of Wentong's burdens and to ensure continuity in work, especially since those who accompany me cannot avoid indulging in drink." In light of Han Su's rationale, the others found themselves unable to counter his reasoning. The news of his promotion of 2 deputy directors swiftly circulated among others, prompting the public affairs officers to engage in conversation. It seems the supervisor has a penchant for diligent and earnest individuals. Indeed, the 2 chosen were those who had toiled quietly in the office for 5 or 6 years. Moreover, neither of them hailed from the local area, both were outsiders. Although the responsibilities of the newly appointed deputy directors did not undergo any substantive changes, Wentong became markedly more reserved, plagued by the fear of being replaced. The following day, Han Su summoned the 2 deputy directors to the office for a work report. Though it consisted merely of routine tasks, skepticism arose among others. "We must tread carefully, for the 2 deputy directors could easily undermine us during their reporting. If such deception persists, it will inevitably come to the supervisor's attention. Does the supervisor's reliance on outsiders signify a lack of trust in us, the residents of Qinghe?" In an instant, the discord between superiors and subordinates swiftly transformed into internal conflicts among various ranks within the organization. The local power dynamic was decisively disrupted by Han Su, leading to a formation of checks and balances between the locals and the outsiders, resulting in mutual antagonism, which, in turn, rendered Han Su somewhat detached from the fray. After the documents were approved, Han Su astonishingly found time to enhance his physique through psychic energy, a luxury he had previously been denied. The methodology of strengthening one's body through psychic energy stands in stark contrast to the prevailing mainstream techniques. The contemporary approach involves gigantism, increasing cellular quantity and enhancing genetic strength, with the most formidable individuals capable of evolving into level 5 extraordinary beasts. In contrast, the cultivation method advocated here entails reducing cell size, while simultaneously increasing their number. The smaller the cells, the higher the density and strength of the body. With more cells present, greater energy is generated, thereby augmenting physical resilience, ultimately allowing for evolution into level 7 extraordinary beasts. Level 1 extraordinary beasts possess tenfold the physical capabilities of an average human, reigning at the apex of the food chain. Level 2 extraordinary beasts exhibit a 100-fold increase in physical strength, becoming the sovereigns of a planet. Level 3 extraordinary beasts are capable of traversing the solar system, at least wielding nuclear power. Level 4 extraordinary beasts can venture beyond their stellar systems, having at least mastered warp travel. Level 5 extraordinary beasts command the forces of space, automatically generating internal cycles that allow for size manipulation and self-sufficiency, with the capacity to obliterate life on a planet, earning the title of pseudo-deity. Level 6 extraordinary beasts can effortlessly annihilate or consume an entire planet to replenish their energy, referred to as ancient deities. Level 7 extraordinary beasts can devour a star to sustain themselves, known as true deities. Level 8 extraordinary beasts currently remain non-existent. After the work at the Alliance Management Office gradually stabilized, Han Su continually honed his abilities, compressing his cells and increasing his total cellular mass without altering his genetic structure. 2 years later, under the influence of psychic energy, his physical strength successfully reached level 2. However, further enhancement proved challenging, as advancing to level 3 required a degree of psychic energy that made it difficult to compress the level 2 physique, necessitating an increase in psychic energy levels instead. During this period, the Alliance Management Office operated steadily, and with the assistance of Zetian, Hansu was able to perceive the subtle maneuvers of everyone within the office, effortlessly resolving the troubles they presented. One day, 5 aides approached Hansu to report, "Commander, in 20 years, the centennial competition will occur. If our Alliance Management Office continues to rank at the bottom in all aspects, we may face repercussions from above, possibly even demotion." Hansu nodded in understanding. "I see. Tomorrow, I will convene all personnel in the conference room so that we can collectively discuss solutions to this matter." He paused briefly before continuing. "So, this is why they assigned me here, is it? What do you plan to do?" Zetian inquired. "It is akin to examinations in school. A struggling student must first excel in one subject before attempting to improve overall. If one attempts to study everything, they may ultimately fail to master any." Zetian remarked. "I have an announcement to make. The Protectors are planning a sweeping operation across the entire star system. This sweep is not merely about tidying up refuse. Rather, it targets the rampant criminals and the public officials who shelter them. If you approach this task from this perspective, you will undoubtedly surpass your peers." Hansu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Eliminating criminals? Is that not my forte?" As a previously underperforming student, Hansu was poised to embark on a remarkable turnaround. Chapter 82. The Ancient Deities. The following day, Hansu arrived punctually at the conference room, only to discover it brimming with attendees. Taking his place at the podium, he observed the public officials divided into 2 factions, one seated on the left and the other on the right. This division indicated that Hansu's strategy was beginning to bear fruit. The Qingmu civilization had already attained a level 4 status, possessing virtual projection technology for remote meetings. Yet, convening all members in person remained the norm, as it demonstrated the authority of the commanding officer. This practice, albeit burdensome and wasteful, was deemed inconsequential in light of the necessity to showcase the officer's prestige. As the meeting commenced, Hansu stated, "In 20 years, the higher-ups will begin evaluating us. Given our current circumstances, it is certain that our performance metrics will languish at the bottom." The assembly of officials displayed indifference, clearly unconcerned about the impending assessment. As it bore no direct consequence for them, Hansu refrained from uttering grandiloquent platitudes about shared glory. Instead, he asserted, "Rather than dispersing our efforts, it is far more prudent to specialize in a single endeavor. I have resolved to concentrate our resources on apprehending criminals, striving to achieve the foremost position in this task. Other responsibilities can be addressed as necessary." His declaration elicited astonishment among his peers. Hansu then specifically addressed the Bounty Hunter Management Office, instructing, "Gather all bounty hunters currently within this stellar system. I intend to introduce incentive measures, aiming to elevate our criminal apprehension efforts to the pinnacle of the entire galaxy within 2 decades. He possessed this confidence due to the assistance of Zetian, who held omniscient knowledge of past events, ensuring that no criminal could elude his gaze. In the morning, Hansu organized the tasks, and by afternoon, all bounty hunters of level 10 or below from the Qingmu civilization were summoned to the Alliance Management Office. He addressed them, stating, "To enhance the security of the Qingmu River system, I have decided that for each bounty task you complete, I shall bestow an additional 10 contribution points on top of the existing rewards to encourage your efforts." This announcement brought immense joy to all bounty hunters. Upon returning to his villa, Hansu intended to inquire about traces of criminals from Zetian, but Zetian preemptively remarked, "The latest intelligence reveals that this cleansing operation is merely a FAAD. The true objective is to purge internal elements. Exercise caution." Hansu nodded in understanding, saying, "I surmised as much." He then inquired, "Yet I must first complete my tasks, elevating the security standards of the Qingmu stellar system to a leading position within the galaxy." Zetian fell into deep contemplation and remarked, "In any case, I shall provide you with the latest information at any moment. You should endeavor to advance as far as possible. Only by reaching the upper echelons can you effect change." Hansu wholeheartedly concurred, yet he realized that he could not accomplish this alone. Fortunately, with his and Nangong Yu's assistance, Earth's civilization was beginning its venture beyond the solar system. Before long, Zetian furnished Hansu with all the concealed information regarding criminals within the Qingmu star system. Zetian possessed an unparalleled awareness of past events, rendering these hidden offenders utterly exposed. Hansu meticulously scrutinized the data and selected several criminals the following day, personally leading a team to investigate. Now that he no longer held the title of bounty hunter, capturing these criminals would not yield contribution points. However, this was inconsequential. At his current standing, The acquisition of contribution points paled in importance to the acquisition of power. Days later, multiple criminals were apprehended, and the news of the Alliance Management Office's chief personally leading the operation quickly spread. The public relations personnel of the Network Management Office seized this opportunity to promote the incident vigorously, as it was a rarity for the chief to take direct action, even if it was merely a publicity stunt. Coincidentally, just as the Network Management Office had begun its promotional efforts, the upper echelons of the Guardians released a new announcement. A sweeping campaign to capture criminals within the galaxy was to commence, with immediate and severe repercussions for any public affairs officials found to be complicit. Upon the dissemination of the communique, administrative echelons within the Galactic Alliance promptly mobilized. Their attention was immediately drawn to Han Su, as they discovered that a principal officer of an Alliance administrative office had already personally led an expedition. Undeterred, Han Su pressed on, leveraging intelligence gleaned from Ztion regarding the clandestine locations of all malefactors within the Qinghe stellar system. He swiftly apprehended them one by one, resulting in a precipitous improvement in the overall public order of the Qinghe civilization. This success elevated Han Su to the status of a paragon, earning him direct commendation from the protectors. In any hierarchy, those in positions of authority require individuals who are responsive, proactive, and exemplary. Han Su's alacrity and efficacy naturally warranted praise from the protectors, albeit in the form of verbal accolades. The subsequent day witnessed the deployment of the martyrs, who unearthed and prosecuted numerous public servants complicit in harboring criminals. This precipitated a sweeping purge throughout the galaxy, with a greater number of public officials being investigated than actual criminals. Indisputably, this undertaking yielded positive outcomes, as the ethos of the galaxy was rectified and crime rates plummeted. Han Su comprehended that these events were merely manifestations of internecine factional strife. His elevation to the status of a paradigm, coupled with the commendation from the protectors, had furnished him with a safeguard. He now awaited the abatement of this tempest. A triple promotion to the rank of Level 6 Public Affairs Officer would render him eligible to transition into the Protector system as an 11th level Protector, thereby formally integrating him into their ranks. Han Su understood the gravity of the situation. It was indeed crucial to seize the moment. In the past, he had only managed to rise a couple of ranks at most, but now, standing at the precipice of opportunity, if he could uncover the whereabouts of the greatest criminal in the galaxy, the ancient old god, it was entirely possible for him to ascend 3 ranks. Han Su inquired, "Do you have any leads?" Ztion responded, "Certainly. Currently, there are 7 ancient old gods within the galaxy. There were originally 8. But one was recently eradicated by the White Dwarf Warstar system." Han Su pressed on, "Where is the nearest ancient old god located?" Ztion provided him with a coordinate, saying, "It is right here. Prepare thoroughly before you proceed. With your current strength, you are ill-equipped to confront an ancient old god. Therefore, once you gather sufficient intelligence, report it immediately to the Judicator, and you will have accomplished a significant feat worthy of a 3-rank elevation." Han Su scrutinized the coordinate and marked it on the map, discovering that it was situated within the Tudu star system. At least 30 days' journey from his current location in the Qinghe star system, a relatively short distance within the vast expanse of the galaxy, where journeys often spanned centuries. Without hesitation, Han Su gathered several bounty hunters, preparing for an expedition to the Tudu star system. Chapter 83. 3 Civilizations. Han Su took the initiative, accompanied by an aide, the administrator Wentong, and 10 bounty hunters, aboard a luxurious spacecraft. They joined the fleet commanded by Yin Yi, setting their course directly for the Tudu star system. This system was located in a remote area of the galaxy, devoid of habitable planets, and consequently, there were no civilizations present unless one were to relocate a habitable planet to this region or find a planet here suitable for terraforming. Having meticulously prepared for this proactive endeavor, Han Su ensured that the ship's hull was entirely coated with materials impervious to psionic energy. Furthermore, the power armor and helmets of all personnel were similarly fortified against psionic influence. Crucially, he had thoroughly absorbed comprehensive intelligence regarding this ancient, primeval deity from Ztion, thereby significantly enhancing the prospects of a successful mission. Aboard the vessel, Han Su assiduously reviewed the information provided by Ztion. The ancient deity was of colossal proportions, capable of effortlessly devouring an entire planet, and commanded numerous minions, bearing a striking resemblance to a Zerg brood mother, a Tier 6 alien beast. In bygone eras, A Tier 6 alien beast would indeed have been revered as a god. After 30 days, Hansu's fleet arrived at the 2-ton star system. The system comprised 3 planets, none of which were habitable. However, upon their arrival, they were astonished to discover that all 3 planets were teeming with vibrant life. This starkly contrasted with the intelligence they had received. Hansu was perplexed as to why Zetian had not forewarned him of this discrepancy. As he attempted to establish communication with Zetian, he realized that they had lost contact with the outside world upon entering the system. This immediately put him on high alert, as it deviated significantly from his anticipated scenario. Hansu directed the fleet to establish a temporary base on a detached asteroid. Subsequently, with utmost caution, Hansu boarded the lone Falcon warship and ordered 2 of his subordinates to embark on the Raven small warship. The 3 vessels, arranged in a triangular formation, commenced their journey towards the 3 verdant planets. The main force remained stationed at the asteroid, serving as a rear guard. Hansu declared, "I shall scout the situation. The rest of you, safeguard our temporary base." Hansu is not an executor, yet he finds himself performing the tasks of one, feeling that he is destined to become an executor in due time. 3 warships steadily approach 3 enigmatic planets, which have evidently been transported by an unparalleled and formidable presence. At this moment, they bask in the light of their star without succumbing to excessive heat. And the planets are not distanced too far from one another. A subordinate reports to Hansu, "Sir, our observations reveal that the rotational and orbital speeds of these 3 planets are identical, with a discrepancy of less than 0.001 seconds. This is truly remarkable." Hansu perceives an unsettling peculiarity. As they draw nearer, they suddenly witness a fleet rising from one of the planets, numbering at least 150 vessels, which astonishes Hansu. He promptly exclaims, "Immediately conceal our presence." In the next moment, Hansu observes a squadron of space dragons emerging from another planet, approximately 300 in number. He is struck with disbelief. This amounts to 2 distinct armies. Should they approach, they could easily become embroiled in the ensuing conflict. Indeed, mere minutes later, the 2 factions encounter one another, and they swiftly engage in a fierce battle amidst the cosmos. Warships unleash lasers, yet lack protective shields. From Hansu's observations, these vessels appear to represent a civilization at level 3. The space dragons launch their attacks, firing plasma orbs that obliterate warships. But their own defenses are weak, making them susceptible to laser fire. Hansu discerns that they too are of the 3rd-tier beast classification. It seems both factions are evenly matched. Should this conflict persist, it would only result in mutual devastation, each side suffering 800 losses. Hansu observed intently, committing all the gathered intelligence to memory. His connection with the temporary base remained unbroken. On the contrary, communication flowed seamlessly, though contact with the outside world had been severed. This perplexed Hansu greatly. Before long, the outcome of the conflict between the warships and the space dragons became apparent. The warship faction emerged victorious, albeit at a heavy cost. Over 100 vessels dwindled to merely 7 or 8, while the opposing 300 space dragons were entirely annihilated. The battlefield was strewn with the wreckage of warships and the carcasses of dragons. Once the warships retreated, Hansu and his team ventured into the battlefield. He discovered a relatively intact wreck of a warship, which had been penetrated by a plasma cannon, resulting in the complete dispersal of the air within and the instantaneous demise of all soldiers aboard. Upon inspecting the bodies of these soldiers, Hansu noted that they were all members of a standard 3rd-tier civilization, their physical strength merely 0.1 times that of a 1st-tier alien beast. Consequently, the moment the warship sustained damage, all personnel perished. He further examined a relatively intact corpse of a space dragon, which was approximately the size of a basketball court. This creature possessed a physical strength equivalent to that of a 3rd-tier alien beast, equipped with nuclear propulsion and organs enabling it to navigate through space beyond planetary confines. The dragon's chest had been pierced by a warship's laser, directly obliterating its vital internal organs, leading to its demise. The space dragon's capabilities were roughly at the early 3rd tier. 100 of these creatures could equate to a single diamond beast, which, being a late 3rd-tier alien beast, vastly surpassed the space dragon in both size and physical strength. However, even faced with several hundred 3rd-tier civilization warships, it would ultimately meet with destruction. Hansu discerned that the technological prowess of the warships evidently surpassed that of the space insects. However, the sheer number of the latter created a stalemate, rendering both sides incapable of achieving a decisive victory. Through careful observation of the skirmish, Hansu surmised the affiliations of the two civilizations. The warships belonged to a civilization of a scientific level, while the flying dragons hailed from an insectoid civilization. But what of the other planet? Hansu gazed towards the silent orb, which remained eerily tranquil even amidst the fierce conflict between the two civilizations, refraining from deploying troops or seizing the opportunity to attack either side. Wentong, what is your perspective? Hansu inquired. Yet, Wentong merely flattered, Commander, I hold no opinion. I defer entirely to your judgment. Hansu noted that Wentong had retreated to the rear, positioning himself closest to the escape pod, appearing poised to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Indeed, Hansu sighed. They were not warriors forged for battle, but rather public affairs officials, content to vie for prestige from a safe distance. Once thrust into the fray, they became ineffective, which was hardly surprising given their differing roles. Thus, their expedition was solely for reconnaissance, devoid of any prospect for combat. But since they had come, why the urgency to depart? Suddenly, a realization struck: psionic attack. In the next moment, two small warships of the Raven class abruptly turned traitor, hurtling towards the third planet. Hansu's willpower was sufficiently resolute to withstand the mind-altering psionic assault, yet the same could not be said for those aboard the ship. Although the Lone Falcon was a level 5 warship, it faced inevitable doom should it plunge into the sun. Hansu immediately maxed out the thrusters. Yet he remained unable to escape the sun's gravitational pull. This was exceedingly peculiar. It was merely a star, not a black hole. And how could such a formidable gravitational force be exerted from such a distance? Moreover, this force seemed uniquely directed at the Lone Falcon. For Hansu noticed that while the ship was ensnared, he himself was not being drawn towards the sun. In other words, had he chosen to abandon the vessel, he could have evaded this terrifying gravitational force and avoided his descent into the sun. However, the Lone Falcon was Hansu's most formidable weapon, and parting with it proved to be a daunting challenge. Was there truly no other recourse? Hansu pondered endlessly. Yet solutions eluded him in the face of such an unprecedented situation. This overwhelming gravitational force was evidently not a natural phenomenon, but rather a targeted manifestation against the level 5 ship. If Hansu chose not to abandon the vessel, he would meet his demise alongside the Lone Falcon in the sun's embrace. After much internal conflict, he ultimately resolved to abandon ship. A warrior must sometimes make sacrifices. The priority was to ensure his own survival. Hansu swiftly entered the escape pod, which was quite compact, accommodating only one occupant. Yet its construction was robust enough to withstand any attacks from level 4 and below. Once ensconced within the escape pod, he disengaged from the Lone Falcon, and indeed, that overwhelming gravitational force was exclusively directed at the ship, showing no regard for his escape. Though he had narrowly escaped peril, Hansu felt an immense pang of sorrow as he watched the solitary Falcon plummet towards the star. It was a Class 5 vessel. After the initial wave of grief, Hansu began to analyze the underlying causes of this calamity. The ancient old gods must have overlooked him, otherwise they would not have permitted his departure. It was likely that the arrival of the Class 5 ship, the Falcon, had triggered an emergency defense mechanism. This defense system was presumably designed to protect the 3 civilizations in the vicinity. Any presence exceeding a Class 3 civilization within the area would be annihilated. This elucidated why the Falcon was ensnared by gravitational forces while he himself remained unscathed. Yet, why did the ancient old gods choose such a course of action? And why allow the 3 civilizations to engage in mutual slaughter? At that moment, a communication came through from the temporary base. It was Silver Knight. Leader, do you require assistance? The connection remained intact, allowing Silver Knight to ascertain Hansu's vital signs, while the fates of the others, including Wentong, were of no concern to them. In fact, they harbored hopes for Hansu's demise, as such an outcome would enable their escape from this treacherous locale. This was the nature of public affairs officers. They were far less trustworthy than the executors. Hansu was well aware of this, and thus he replied, "No need for rescue, Silver Knight. Command the fleet, if necessary. You may return for me, but for now, it is not required." Understanding that he could rely on no one else, Hansu resolved to venture into danger alone. Once the escape pod was ejected, it hurtled in a singular direction, though he had no control over its course. He noticed it was headed straight for the planet inhabited by the insectoid species, and he could only surrender to the descent of the escape pod. The lifeboat plummeted relentlessly, engaging in a fierce friction with the atmosphere, ultimately crashing violently into the earth, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Within the lifeboat, Han Su remained unscathed, blissfully unaware of the slightest tremor. Several minutes later, a group of scythe bugs arrived on the scene, meticulously surveying the area before hastily departing when they found nothing of significance. Once the scythe bug squad had vacated, Han Su promptly followed suit, pursuing them with remarkable speed, effortlessly closing the gap. After all, Han Su, possessing the physique of a level 2 aberration, was akin to a sovereign creature upon a planet. Concerning the site of his descent, Han Su felt he had no alternatives, yet he was resolute about his forthcoming course of action. Firstly, since the ancient deities sought to maintain a balanced conflict among the three civilizations, Han Su would counter this intent by aiding one civilization to disrupt such equilibrium. Secondly, given that the ancient deities had established defensive measures to prevent the emergence of entities beyond level 3, Han Su resolved to create an entity surpassing that threshold. In essence, regardless of the ancient deity schemes or intentions, the key was to act in opposition to them. Therefore, the singular objective that lay before Han Su was to assist the insectoid matriarch in securing victory in the war among the three races. With that determination, Han Su closely trailed the scythe bug team, aiming to reach the core, locate the insectoid matriarch, and engage in negotiations with her. Following closely behind the scythe fiend squad, Han Su soon beheld the ground ahead blanketed in a viscous fungal carpet. The scythe fiend squad traversed this carpet with twice their normal velocity. While Han Su found his progress impeded, each step laborious due to the adhesive nature of the substance. To his astonishment, several verdant ocular protrusions emerged from the carpet, seemingly scouting for potential intruders. Fortunately, Han Su had preemptively cloaked himself with psionic energy, thereby evading detection by these overseers. As a level 3 psionicist, infiltrating a level 3 Zerg civilization presented no insurmountable challenge. Han Su was not so imprudent as to brazenly stride into the Zerg base. He understood that only by locating the overmind and demonstrating his power could he establish the grounds for negotiation. Han Su pressed onward. Though he could not keep pace with the Scythe Fiend squad, he surmised that a direct course forward would suffice. He advanced relentlessly, soon encountering a series of hatcheries, each ceaselessly birthing a variety of Zerg creatures, which promptly commenced their duties. Here, there were no metropolises, no marketplaces, and no inhabitants, only the implements of war. The Zerg creatures remained oblivious to Han Su's presence as he scoured the base, yet he discovered no trace of the Zerg overmind's whereabouts. After a thorough search, Han Su discerned that this was merely a subsidiary Zerg base. He investigated further, eventually spotting several overlords laden with resources. Han Su deduced that these resource carriers were en route to the overmind. Han Su suddenly leaped up and jumped into the cargo hold of the resource transport worm, which promptly began its journey towards the distance. However, as they exited the subbase, a squad of inspection worms unexpectedly approached them. Chapter 85, Collusion with the Worms. The inspection team consisted of 2 eye worms and 3 scythe worms, yet none of them detected Han Su. Even if they had, Han Su could effortlessly hypnotize them with his psychic abilities. Thus, he easily blended in as the resource transport worm, laden with heavy cargo, commenced its trek toward the core area. Han Su continued to hitch a ride, advancing steadily until he encountered a towering worm mountain after passing through 7 subbases. Each of these bases was grander than the last, leading Han Su to realize he was drawing closer to the main base. Upon entering the worm mountain aboard the resource transport worm, Han Su found himself before a colossal mountain, entirely hollowed out within and replete with repugnant fungal mats and slime. Although he felt helpless, with no spaceship at his disposal, he had no choice but to collaborate with the Queen Mother. Progressing forward, he relied on his invisibility to deceive layer upon layer of guards, ultimately arriving at an immense underground cavern. In the center of the cavern stood a gigantic platform, upon which lay an enormous golden worm. This creature, with its corpulent body, was being fed resources by countless smaller worms, while behind it, an incessant stream of eggs was being expelled. Han Su sensed the intelligence of this worm and, thus, voluntarily dispelled his invisibility, revealing himself before the multitude of colossal worms. In an instant, the entire cavern was filled with startled gasps from the worms at Han Su's sudden appearance. Even the Zerg overlord shuddered. Who is it? How could someone infiltrate this place so stealthily? If they were here to assassinate the overlord, it would be effortless. In the next instant, countless royal guard insects swarmed around, encircling Han Su, poised to eliminate him. Hansu simply stated, "Overlord, I come not with malice, but with an accord in mind." The encircling royal guard insects immediately halted. Hansu noted that these royal guard insects were the size of basketball courts, at least level 2 exotic beasts. Currently, within the exotic beast civilization, rank is almost synonymous with size. The larger the physique, the higher the rank. Thus, they could never fathom that Hansu, too, possessed the physical fortitude of a level 2 exotic beast. Soon, from the apex of the vast cavern, a peculiar insect, adorned with intricate silk threads, descended. Though it possessed 8 legs, its upper torso was humanoid. It landed before Hansu, exuding an immense sense of intimidation, causing the surrounding insects to prostrate themselves. Hansu then realized that the corpulent insect was not the overlord. This imposing insect was the true overlord. The overlord inquired, "An accord? You come alone, without fleet or resources. What do you offer for this alliance?" The overlord did not rashly dispatch troops to attack Hansu, for she understood that if Hansu could infiltrate so silently and dare to reveal himself so brazenly, he must possess the means to escape the encirclement unscathed. Faced with the overlord's interrogation, Hansu responded, "I bring no fleet, nor any resources. I bring only a stratagem, one that can aid you in securing victory in the war between the 3 races." The Mother Queen restlessly oscillated her 8 limbs, displaying her profound agitation. Yet she disdainfully inquired, "Oh, then enlighten me. How may victory be attained?" Hansu commenced his elaborate discourse. "Mother Queen, your Zerg race boasts a formidable advantage in breeding and expansion velocity. Thus, engaging in space warfare against foes is disadvantageous. Instead, it would be more prudent to infiltrate the enemy's planets, propagating and expanding from within, thereby undermining their defenses." Upon absorbing his words, the Mother Queen fell into contemplation. Seizing the moment, Hansu continued, "Mother Queen, if you could provide me with a single base larva capable of evolving into a hatchery and dispatch a space dragon to transport me to the enemy's planet, I would be able to seize it on your behalf." The Mother Queen felt a stir of intrigue, as her losses would merely amount to a single space dragon and a base larva. "What benefits do you seek from me?" she queried. After listening to Hansu's proposition, she found it quite reasonable, and she discerned that he must hail from a civilization of superior stature. This was precisely Hansu's intention, to present a rational argument while subtly showcasing his background, instilling a sense of caution in the Mother Queen. After a brief period of deliberation, she proclaimed, "Very well, I shall grant you a space dragon and a base larva." Upon finishing her statement, the royal guard insects parted to clear a path, as a dragon descended from the distance, and a base larva emerged from the hive. Time is of the essence in warfare. The Mother Queen was never one to dawdle. Upon achieving his objective, Hansu did not hesitate to depart immediately. He took with him a base insect, comparable in size to a small dog, and boarded the enormous space dragon. This formidable vessel possessed significant offensive capabilities, excelling in both close and ranged combat. However, it was ill-suited to face a fleet due to its predictable attack patterns. The space dragon ascended swiftly, carrying Hansu and the base insect directly towards the technologically advanced civilization planet. Yet, the sheer size of the space dragon made it an easy target, and it was detected by reconnaissance satellites almost instantly after takeoff. Before the space dragon could approach its destination, a barrage of orbital cannons unleashed a devastating assault, obliterating the vessel. It was evident that even if the space dragon could achieve victory in cosmic battles, it would still be powerless to breach the defenses of the technologically advanced planet. As the space dragon was reduced to debris, a small escape pod concealed itself among the fragments, plummeting towards the technological planet. Inside the pod were Hansu and the base insect, a scenario that the technologically advanced civilization could scarcely anticipate. Following the destruction of the space dragon, they promptly initiated the construction of warships in preparation for the next conflict. In their perception, the insect race did not appear to be one that employed cunning strategies. Thus they were unprepared for the arrival of a modest escape pod that had landed in the heart of their primordial forest. Upon landing in the ancient woodland, Hansu immediately commanded the base insect to consume the surrounding resources and transform into a hatching factory. The base operated with remarkable speed, devouring the vegetation within hours and subsequently evolving into a small hatching facility. Soon, the factory began to produce an array of scythe insects, which, upon emergence, dispersed throughout the forest in search of prey. Upon the completion of the hatching process, the scythe bugs commenced the incubation of resource bugs, fungal blanket bugs, and a myriad of other varieties. This led to the continuous expansion of the base. Before long, new base bugs emerged, and incubation factories were birthed one after another. In a mere 3 days, a battalion of 300 scythe bugs had been fully hatched. However, Hansu refrained from taking impulsive action. He chose to leave the scythe bugs stationed while further enlarging the base. He speculated that, at most, within 10 days, someone would notice the peculiarities of their presence and come to investigate. Yet, 10 days elapsed without any disturbance to their development. Hansu found this perplexing. Yet he persisted in their advancement. As 20 days passed, the technological civilization exhibited no response whatsoever, which left Hansu in a state of astonishment. Consequently, he instructed the base to continue its growth while he ventured away to explore the technological civilization city. Sticking to his usual protocol, Hansu rendered himself invisible and swiftly departed from the primeval forest. After a day's journey, he finally exited the dense wilderness, only to be greeted by a city of remarkable technological advancement. Yet, this metropolis diverged significantly from his expectations. Chapter 86. Seizing the planet. As Hansu emerged from the primeval forest, he beheld a colossal city, overshadowed by an even more gigantic ring-shaped spacecraft hovering above. The center of the ringed vessel emitted a continuous cascade of white, mist-like lightning, which descended upon the tallest edifice within the city. Maintaining his cloaked state, Hansu entered the city, but upon arrival, he was taken aback. The city was devoid of streets, replaced instead by countless towering buildings. What astonished Hansu even more was the fact that these buildings had no entrances or exits, only small windows measuring about 1 square meter. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several drones approaching, each carrying cargo beneath them. A few minutes later, the drones departed, leaving the cargo vanished. Hansu quickly deduced that these were delivery drones. He crouched down, then sprang up with great force, leaping over 20 meters into one of the vacant windows on the lowest floor. Upon entering, Hansu found himself in a modest room that housed a sleep pod. Through the pod's window, he could see an inhabitant of this technological civilization, wearing something akin to virtual reality goggles. It was evident that this individual was engrossed in a virtual realm. The room also contained a robot, seemingly responsible for maintaining various devices within. From this small glimpse, Hansu could surmise the condition of the entire city. It appeared that this technological civilization had constructed a virtual world, immersing all its people within it to prevent the wastage of resources and space in the real world. No wonder this civilization could contend with the fearsome reproductive capacity of the insect race. It seemed that even the warships were operated by robots, and the leaders of this civilization commanded from within virtual pods. In a bid to gather more intelligence, Hansu opened the sleep pod and extracted the individual inside, who appeared utterly bewildered and unaware of what had transpired. Before he could react, Hansu swiftly rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, Hansu removed the VR goggles and placed them upon his own eyes, whereupon, within moments, he was immersed in the virtual realm. Upon his entry, however, Hansu was not met with a comfortable environment or expansive space, but rather with the task of directing several robots in ceaseless labor within a factory. Hansu observed that in this virtual world, habitation incurred charges, conveyance demanded payment, and the savoring of delicacies required fees. Every moment was subject to cost. To maintain one's standing in this virtual existence necessitated relentless toil. While one could procure robots to augment work efficiency, this, too, came at a price. Such was the culture and society of this technological civilization, seemingly advanced, yet fundamentally not dissimilar to a system of servitude. Indeed, it seemed that all epochs were but variations of a slave society. Hansu withdrew from the virtual world, cognizant that such a societal structure was nearing its end. Given that the technological civilization was engrossed in the virtual world and thus inattentive to external affairs, Hansu resolved to proceed cautiously, advancing steadily, consolidating power incrementally, and awaiting the opportune moment with patience. When the technological civilization abruptly launched 300 warships into the sky, Hansu recognized that his chance had arrived. The 300 warships ascended and soon engaged the Zerg forces in combat. Hansu, of course, could not squander this opportunity and immediately commanded the vast Zerg army to launch an assault. Hansu noted that the human species of this technological civilization bore a striking resemblance to the Zerg matriarch, save that the matriarch possessed only a humanoid upper torso, whereas the technological civilization's beings were entirely humanoid. Thus, Han Su speculated that both the technological civilization and the Zerg were manifestations of the same civilization, one that remained unaware of its true nature, perhaps even intentionally steered towards mutual annihilation. The sole instigator of this calamity was the ancient old god. This ancient deity transformed the civilization into its own vassals, subsequently fracturing them and modifying 3 planets for their habitation and autonomous development, ultimately guiding them into conflict while it spectated with sinister amusement. With a single command, countless scythe bugs, burrowing worms, plasma worms, and sky dragons surged forth, swiftly seizing the first city. Following this conquest, he immediately ordered the base bugs to establish auxiliary bases and directed the swarm to continue its offensive. The rate of expansion of the swarm was terrifying. After just over an hour, another city fell. Despite the swarm having spent half an hour en route and merely half an hour besieging the city, Han Su meticulously documented every event. For slaying the vassals of the ancient old god bore significant merit. With each city captured, Han Su commanded the base bugs to erect a new auxiliary base, which would continuously hatch new Zerg, thereby exponentially increasing the swarm's numbers. In a matter of hours, they had overtaken numerous cities of the technological civilization. However, the retreat of 300 warships immediately caused their front lines to collapse. Let us not forget, they were engaged in a decisive battle against the space dragons. Seizing the opportunity, the space dragons launched an assault, leading to a resounding defeat for the fleet of the technological civilization. The fleet retreated in disarray, while the space dragons relentlessly pursued, systematically annihilating the warships of the technological civilization. As they neared the planet, the orbital cannons unleashed a barrage, instantly decimating numerous space wyverns. The Zerg Overmind, recognizing this as an unparalleled opportunity, immediately commanded the remaining space wyverns to descend to the surface at all costs. Simultaneously, the Zerg swarm, under Han Su's command, breached the orbital cannon base, rendering the cannons inoperative. Thus, the space wyverns effortlessly penetrated the orbital defenses, landed on the planet's surface, and released numerous base crawlers. The base crawlers swiftly metamorphosed into hatcheries, ceaselessly spawning Zerg. With this exponential rate of expansion, the Zerg population burgeoned, and technological civilization cities fell one after another. Under such a relentless onslaught, the technological civilizations collapse snowballed. The Zerg offensive surged like relentless ocean waves. This was the Zerg's advantage. Once they identified a weakness and gained the upper hand, their momentum became unstoppable. 3 days later, the Zerg had annihilated all of the technological civilization cities. The remaining survivors sought refuge in underground caverns, but to no avail. Even the psionic civilization was taken aback by this development. Now, with the resources of 2 planets at her disposal, the Overmind's power and confidence swelled to unprecedented levels. This emboldened her to set her sights on the 3rd planet. She promptly summoned Han Su to her palace, where Guardian Zerg served a lavish spread of delicacies and beverages. Then she inquired, "Esteemed outsider, the psionics are formidable adversaries. How shall I seize the psionic planet?" Chapter 87. The Awakening of the Old Gods. In response to the inquiry from the Mother Monarch, Han Su simply smiled faintly. In the face of absolute power, the prowess of psychic energy becomes inconsequential. One merely needs to depend on the resources of 2 planets to manufacture an endless array of space dragons and launch a full-scale assault. Even if the adversary's psychic abilities can control hundreds of space dragons, what can they possibly do against an overwhelming horde of thousands? Following the recent battle, Han Su had accumulated a significant amount of energy within his time vial, an ancient relic lost from the ancestral star, possessing the formidable ability to manipulate time, capable of altering the tide of battle. Thus, he sought to gather even more energy, suggesting that the Mother Monarch produce a multitude of space dragons for a massive offensive, so he could harvest additional life energy. Clearly, the Mother Monarch regarded the loss of space dragons with indifference. She was the intellect behind the entire swarm, and as long as her safety was assured, the losses of the dragons were trivial. Consequently, the insectoid race began an explosive incubation process. Within a mere month, 3,000 space dragons had hatched, yet this was insufficient. The Mother Monarch continued to breed and incubate, and 6 months later, 30,000 space dragons emerged, marching forth towards the star of psychic energy. More alarmingly, the incubation facilities were incessantly producing space dragons, ensuring a continuous reinforcement of this terrifying dragon army. As this formidable force advanced towards the star of psychic energy, the psychic practitioners immediately initiated a counterattack. However, only 300 space dragons fell under the mental control of the psychics, a mere drop in the ocean, insufficient to stem the tide. As 30,000 void dragons descended, they swiftly overwhelmed the psionicists, slaughtering them without mercy. Subsequently, these void dragons deployed their creep colonies, which unfurled into countless spawning pools in an instant, initiating an inescapable avalanche. The psionic civilization faced only one inevitable destiny: annihilation. Their optimal course of action would have been to forge an alliance with the technological civilization from the outset and eradicate the Zerg, as their complacency only allowed the Zerg to proliferate and expand without limit, ultimately leading to their demise. Han Su's arrival irrevocably shattered the equilibrium between the three civilizations, resulting in the Zerg's obliteration of the other two. It was then that Han Su noticed a subtle dimming in the luminance of the 2-ton stellar system star. Immediately following this, an immensely potent psychic surge cascaded across the entire stellar system, instantly subjugating and controlling every living organism within its confines. Han Su realized with chilling certainty an ancient god had awakened. In the ensuing moment, a gaze fixated upon Han Su, seemingly freezing the passage of time for the rest of civilization, leaving only the ancient god and Han Su unbound. The ancient god, with a mere glance, rendered Han Su immobile. Hearken to the tripartite assessment of your actions, the ancient god intoned, leaving Han Su utterly bewildered. Then, Han Su perceived the technological civilization's final resentful outcry: how insidious, how treacherous. And, in its dying breath, the psionic civilization lamented, "We rue our past decisions. Had we only joined forces with the technological civilization to eliminate the Zerg first." After the Zerg queen achieved her ultimate victory, she declared, "This outsider is too formidable to be left alive. He must be eradicated." Upon hearing her words, Han Su felt no surprise and remained undaunted, for he possessed the time jade bottle. "Allow me to share my assessment of you," spoke the ancient old god, causing Han Su to tense immediately. The ancient old god continued, "Initially, I believed you to be merely an accidental trespasser, but to my astonishment, you command a level 5 battleship. Thus, I destroyed your vessel, as I could not permit you to interfere with my understanding of the art of war." Han Su was taken aback. He realized that the existence of these 3 planets and the conflict among the 3 races stemmed from the ancient old god's desire to comprehend the nature of warfare. The ancient old god elaborated, "I had intended to intervene when you began to disrupt the balance of war with your intellect. But as you single-handedly invaded the realm of technological civilization, I suddenly experienced a profound insight." This revelation left Han Su incredulous. His original intention had been to thwart the ancient old god's plans, yet it inadvertently facilitated the old god's understanding of warfare. At that moment, the ancient old god declared, "After eons of observation and contemplation, I have finally grasped the essence of war and transcended the 7th level threshold. In gratitude for your unintended assistance, I shall grant you mercy today. However, be forewarned, I am on the verge of initiating interstellar warfare. Once I seize control of the entire galaxy, it will mark my ascension to the 8th level." Han Su was taken aback by the prospect of war. In an instant, he entertained a troubling possibility that Zetian had orchestrated this against him. Zetian must certainly be aware that this ancient deity is comprehending the art of war, which is why he has chosen to aid this primordial god and incite an interstellar conflict to exact vengeance upon the Guardians. Damn it. It seems that the demise of Xingho is inexorably tied to Zetian as well. Yet, in the next moment, the ancient god suddenly proclaimed, "How could my hiding place be revealed? It appears there is a curious little insect with a penchant for spying." The ancient deity seemed to have sensed Zetian's presence and abruptly acted, "At level 6, I indeed could not detect you, but I am no longer the same." In that instant, the information blockade of the Teuton star system was lifted. Once the seal was broken, Han Su attempted to contact Zetian, but was met with silence. Evidently, Zetian had already perished. Arrogant with the omniscience of the past, he failed to realize that such knowledge extends only to what has transpired, not to what is yet to come, hence his downfall. Han Su dared not linger and promptly reported the situation to the Arbiter. The ancient god did not intervene. After Han Su relayed the information, he witnessed the light of the Teuton star growing increasingly dim. Han Su was even oblivious to the full visage of the ancient deity, observing only as 3 planets vanished one by one, clearly devoured by the ancient god, though the primordial deity spared him. The swift disappearance of the planet left him exposed to the vacuum of space. In an instant, Han Su felt as though his body were on the verge of exploding. He had not anticipated such a rapid shift. Shortly thereafter, he beheld that colossal star vanish in an instant, a terrifying spectacle that rendered him momentarily paralyzed. As the star disappeared, a battered spacecraft materialized before Hansu. It was the Falcon of Solitude. Hansu promptly retrieved the time jade bottle, unleashing a surge of temporal energy that surged towards the damaged lone Falcon. Following this, he emitted another beam of energy that enveloped himself, suspending his body in time to prevent his physical form from being torn apart by the vacuum of space. The temporal energy struck the battered lone Falcon, and in the blink of an eye, the ship began to visibly restore itself to its former state. Once the lone Falcon was fully repaired, Hansu immediately commanded it to come to his rescue. He had not anticipated that the ship would be restored and become his lifeline. However, the energy from the time jade bottle was swiftly depleted, leaving Hansu exposed in the vacuum. With only his third-level mental strength and second-level physique, he could not endure for long. Before the lone Falcon could reach him, he succumbed to the cold and internal implosion, losing consciousness on the spot. Chapter 88. Level 4 Warship Hansu found himself in a dream. In this dream, he stood upon a floating island bathed in a deep azure hue, where two blue trees grew amidst a verdant lawn. Behind the island loomed a colossal void, an immense rift from which boundless ethereal energy surged forth. He stood at the edge of the island, holding a fishing rod, the line extending infinitely downward into an unknown parallel world. Beyond the floating isle lay the infinite void. And there he was, confronting the emptiness, fishing for souls. Upon awakening, Hansu discovered that he was now inside the lone Falcon, surrounded by his fleet. Clearly, Silver Knight could not enter the lone Falcon and was thus relegated to guarding its exterior. Awakening gradually, Hansu's consciousness stirred, and with a mere thought, he found himself levitating. This was the very manifestation of his spiritual energy ascending to the fourth tier, a revelation that filled Hansu with elation. Upon reaching the fourth tier, he would wield the power to influence matter with his mind, capable of telekinesis and manipulating the elements of water and fire. This expedition had indeed proven to be remarkably fruitful. After all, within the realm of public affairs, labor performed but unreported is tantamount to labor undone, while labor unperformed but reported is akin to labor accomplished. Thus, the report held paramount importance. The extent of his merit and the number of ranks he would ascend hinged entirely upon this report. Although he could not fabricate outright, he could embellish with slight exaggeration, a practice with which Hansu was quite familiar. He meticulously composed the situation report, incorporating video and photographic evidence. He penned, "During this sojourn to the Teuton system, I initially received an anonymous tip regarding Qinghai civilization ethnic criminals concealing themselves within the Teuton system." As the tip was anonymous, Hansu found it exceedingly easy to fabricate, casually drafting an anonymous letter to serve as corroborating evidence for this statement. Subsequently, I led a team to the Teuton system, but the signal was unexpectedly severed, rendering us unable to communicate with the outside world. I immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, and thus, I did not choose to flee, but rather, I bravely ventured to investigate the circumstances. As the report reached this juncture, the subsequent content was largely left to Hansu's improvisation. Upon leading my team in an investigation of this stellar system, I uncovered a multitude of conspiratorial forces intent on rebellion. Consequently, I infiltrated their ranks to conduct a thorough examination. After sacrificing 3 esteemed subordinates and losing 2 Raven-class vessels, I discovered that these forces were, in fact, the loyal servants of the ancient old gods. Upon realizing this, I promptly employed my third-tier psionic abilities to incite internal strife among them, leading to a brutal mutual slaughter that resulted in the annihilation of a significant number of their followers. In this report, I have attached photographic evidence of the wreckage of those warships, the bodies of the Zerg, and the data pertaining to the psionics, substantiating this portion of my account. In conclusion, I noted that the ancient old gods awakened as a result, enraged by my disruption of their plans. In their fury, they consumed a planet and devastated a star, which inadvertently exposed vulnerabilities in the information lockdown of the entire stellar system. Seizing this opportunity, I reported the circumstances, and the ancient old gods, fearing the judgment bearers, fled in haste. The report is a blend of truth and embellishment. It is likely that the higher-ups will not scrutinize it too meticulously, as their primary concern lies in whether they can derive benefits from it. Consequently, once the report was submitted, the commanding officer of the region immediately presented it as a commendable achievement. Although it bore my name, it fell under his jurisdiction, thus granting him credit as well. Esteemed Commander of the Qinghe Stellar Alliance Administration, I express my gratitude for your invaluable contributions to the Alliance. Your valorous actions, exceptional intellect, and extraordinary prowess during this operation have earned our profound admiration. Therefore, we have resolved to assign you to the ranks of the executors and elevate your status to that of a level 4 executor. Simultaneously, we have resolved to bestow upon you a 4th-level destroyer and 10 4th-level frigates as a reward. Han Su was taken aback. Have I become an executor? Soon. Ling Wei sent a message. I have heard about your situation. Initially, I intended to promote you to a 7th-level public affairs officer. But certain individuals expressed concerns that your rapid ascent might jeopardize their positions, thus utilizing their influence to place you within the executor ranks. Han Su felt utterly speechless. Why does the Protector's inner circle consistently engage in trivial pursuits, vying for fame and fortune, ensnaring one another, suppressing rivals, and eliminating threats? Of course, he refrained from voicing these sentiments, for any spoken word carries the risk of being recorded. As the ancients taught, calamity arises from the tongue. Ling Yue sighed. You lack any significant background. Perhaps this is indeed a blessing in disguise, especially considering the current tranquility of the Galactic Alliance, which is devoid of war. Han Su was momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. Who claims there will be no war? He chose not to elaborate further, for he had little choice in the matter. Nevertheless, joining the executor ranks, one of the 3 largest organizations within the Galactic Alliance, to consolidate his influence seemed a prudent option. Before long, a 4th-level destroyer and 10 frigates arrived in the Qinghe system. The 4th-level destroyer was equipped with warp travel capabilities and defensive shield technology. Its firepower was formidable, boasting kinetic weapons, laser armaments, missiles, and various conventional weaponry, along with a helipad and a main cannon. The 4th-level frigates possess formidable strength, exhibiting remarkable maneuverability and agility. Should they encounter previous criminals again, these 10 frigates alone could eradicate them, as the adversaries lack the capability to breach the defenses of a 4th-level warship. Moreover, upon becoming an executor, numerous advantages await. Firstly, Han Su is permitted to privately recruit soldiers to augment his own strength. Secondly, he can directly purchase or manufacture warships. Thirdly, the Alliance allocates substantial annual funds for the maintenance of the fleet. It is noteworthy that within the Galactic Alliance, the most powerful executor is merely a 7th-level executor, while Han Su, as a 4th-level executor, already occupies a mid-tier position among executors, allowing him to assert dominance over those below the 4th level. However, among the 4th-level executors, Han Su's power is somewhat lacking. He possesses only the gifted 4th-level warship. Theoretically, a well-established 4th-level executor should possess at least one civilization's flagship, akin to the collective civilization. Thus, Han Su remains relatively weak, likely only capable of preying upon 3rd-level civilizations. Nevertheless, upon attaining 4th-level executor status, Han Su must undertake a crucial task: to study how the Zero-Realm civilization unified the entire history of the galaxy, while also understanding the current paramount mission of the executors. Contrary to the assumption of absolute peace within the galaxy, Han Su began to delve into the transmitted information, gradually uncovering the entirety of the Zero-Realm civilization. Chapter 89: The Cold Silence Civilization. The Zero-Realm civilization is an illustrious and legendary civilization. Through Han Su's studies, he learned that the Zero-Realm civilization originated from the ancestral star. However, they do not possess the bloodline of its inhabitants, as they were merely pets of the ancestral beings at that time, devoid of awakened intelligence. However, through their interactions with the ancients, they became remarkably more intelligent than typical ancient creatures. Yet, this advantageous state was fleeting. Mere thousands of years later, their home world was annihilated, casting them into exile. Many years hence, their scattered tribes fortuitously stumbled upon a new planet, where they awakened their consciousness and established an indigenous civilization. Subsequently, the Zero-Realm civilization flourished, expanding continuously to become one of the oldest civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. During this period, they experienced numerous internal conflicts, yet amidst the chaos, they unified the planet, evolving into a formidable civilization. However, following their global unification, the Zero-Realm civilization succumbed to complacency, believing themselves to be sufficiently powerful, thus losing their ambition and embracing a life of ease and indulgence. Consequently, countless years elapsed without their ascension to a level 4 civilization. They remained tethered to their solar system, meticulously managing their home planet while colonizing several others within the system, leading a life of happiness, health, and prosperity. Yet, the once feeble civilizations surrounding them seized this opportunity to rise, even developing faster than light travel technology. This led to these civilizations, armed with warp-capable ships, embarking on expansionist incursions, with the affluent Zero-Realm civilization being the prime target. Thus commenced the ignominious chapter of the Zero-Realm civilization, as they found themselves besieged in their core territory, facing assaults from multiple civilizations. Numerous planets were invaded and occupied, countless lives were lost, and vast resources were plundered. However, the Zero-Realm civilization, originating from their ancestral star, boasts a rich history, profound cultural heritage, and extraordinary wisdom. Upon realizing that their backwardness could render them vulnerable to invasion, a fundamental law of survival in this civilization, they resolutely embarked on a relentless pursuit of advancement, achieving groundbreaking technological breakthroughs. Ultimately, they repelled the invaders, rapidly bolstered their forces, and commenced an era of boundless expansion and development, ultimately establishing themselves as a dominant power within the galaxy, competing with other formidable civilizations for supremacy. In the concluding chapters of this tale, the Zero-Realm civilization unified the spirit of its entire populace, forming a collective consciousness and ascending to the level of 8th-tier psychic beings, thereby overwhelming other civilizations and unifying the galaxy. In the aftermath, numerous defeated civilizations fled to the micro-river system. This system, a diminutive collection of stars situated in close proximity to the Milky Way, comprises merely 4 stellar systems. While this proximity is relative to the vast supergalaxies, it still presented an insurmountable distance for the civilizations of the Milky Way at that time. Fortunately, a series of wormhole entrances facilitated access to this new refuge. To prevent the resurgence of civilizations from the micro-river system, the Zero-Realm civilization decisively obliterated all known wormholes leading to it. Thus, the galaxy ushered in a prolonged period of peace. In a bid to maintain this tranquility and stability, the Zero-Realm civilization established 3 factions: the Judges, the Executors, and the Guardians. However, following this, the Zero-Realm civilization gradually entered a state of slumber. The Zero-Realm civilization adopts a philosophy of non-interference, for it possesses immense power. Should it continue to govern the galaxy, the trajectory of the entire cosmos would shift in accordance with its whims. For instance, if it were to express a desire to vacation somewhere today, an immediate surge in the tourism economy would ensue, leading to a frenzy of holiday resort creation across the galaxy. Such indulgence proves detrimental to the advancement of the galaxy, as the fruits of pleasure remain secondary. The primary focus must be on the evolution of technology. Hence, the Zero-Realm civilization has entered a state of slumber. However, whether this state of repose is merely a deep sleep or a journey through the galaxy remains a mystery to all. In the wake of this, 3 formidable factions began to assert control over the galaxy. Yet, as an increasing number of civilizations joined the Galactic Alliance, these 3 powers found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Consequently, the Judgmenters introduced bounty hunters, while the Guardians expanded their ranks to include public officials. To maintain integrity within the 3 major factions, martyrs were also born. Unbeknownst to the Zero-Realm civilization, during the unification of the galaxy, the Executors discovered 8 ancient deities, who established cults to bolster their spiritual power through faith and to enhance their corporeal forms by devouring planets. Wherever they roamed, life was extinguished, planets obliterated, and stars dimmed. Thus, they were classified by the Judgmenters as detrimental entities to the development of the Galactic Alliance, leading to their being hunted. Therefore, the primary objective of the Executors now is to eradicate these ancient deities, resulting in a diminished emphasis on the pursuit of pirates. In comparison to the pirates, the ancient deities indeed pose the greatest threat. Han Su has just completed his studies on the history of the Zero-Boundary civilization, and has now commenced his duties as a Level 9 public affairs officer in the Chingha star system. This transition signifies that Han Su must depart from this place. The Executor headquarters has already issued his transfer orders, directing him to a certain stellar system in the western part of the Milky Way galaxy for assignment. Given the current state of peace within the galaxy, the need for Executors is rather scarce. Their presence in such a location may merely serve the purpose of retirement. However, Han Su holds a differing perspective. He is acutely aware that the ancient deity, recently elevated to level 7, is on the verge of instigating war. If he does not amass formidable power before this conflict erupts, he risks annihilation in the ensuing turmoil. Therefore, being designated an executor is not entirely disadvantageous. It grants Han Su the authority to recruit soldiers and construct warships. He promptly set sail from the Qinghe star system with his fleet, which comprises a Level 4 destroyer, 10 Level 4 frigates, a Level 3 frigate, 8 Raven-class small warships, and a cargo vessel. This collection of forces could be considered the weakest among Level 4 civilizations. Fortunately, Han Su possesses an impressive 5 to 6 million contribution points, along with a Level 5 solitary Falcon-class ship, and he has attained the rank of a Level 4 psionic. This leads Han Su to believe that he has acquired sufficient strength to hunt pirates, with all resources gained from such endeavors belonging solely to him. Simultaneously, he can procure mining vessels, engage in mining operations, and even establish bases and shipyards to produce his own fleet. Han Su set sail on the galactic route, embarking towards the desolate star system known as the Cold Solitude. This system houses a diminutive star, resulting in frigid temperatures. Most planets within it exist below the freezing point. Consequently, the civilizations that have emerged in this star system have long resided on icy planets. Upon the arrival of Han Su's fleet, they beheld a white planet adorned with numerous cities from which steam continually billowed. This phenomenon was due to the inhabitants harnessing geothermal energy from beneath the surface for power and warmth. Given the harsh conditions, the civilization's rate of development was rather sluggish, currently at a late-stage Level 3. Reaching the periphery of this star system, Han Su established a base on a sizable asteroid, previously selected as a stronghold by the executors, where vestiges of ancient structures still stood. Upon settling in, he promptly received intelligence regarding 237 cases of piracy. It seemed that the local pirates were exceedingly rampant. Chapter 90. Using a blade to kill. Over 200 pirates? Even Han Su was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. How much torment must the inhabitants of this region endure? Han Su meticulously examined the profiles of these over 200 pirates, discovering that the majority were Level 3, with only a few at Level 4, and none exceeding that rank. Pirates at Level 5 had little need for plunder, as they could easily transform a planet and establish their own dominion. Han Su systematically formulated a strategy, opting to confront the weaker pirates first before tackling the more formidable foes. Given Han Su's current capabilities, he is indeed only able to deal with the weaker pirates. Upon his arrival on this small asteroid, he immediately received a funding allocation of 10 million contribution points from the executor headquarters, with a similar sum to be granted every century thereafter, should he attain the status of a Level 5 executor. This amount would escalate to a staggering 100 million contribution points. Han Su promptly expended 2 million contribution points to procure a vast array of robots, blueprints, and construction materials. Within mere days, 100,000 construction robots, 100,000 mining robots, and 100,000 soldier robots were dispatched to the base, accompanied by a substantial quantity of building materials. Without delay, Han Su commanded the construction robots to commence the establishment of a nuclear fusion power plant, a mineral smelting facility, and a robot manufacturing plant. The mining robots immediately initiated their operations, ceaselessly transporting minerals to the smelting facility, which in turn produced a significant volume of building materials. These materials were then channeled to the robot manufacturing plant, resulting in the production of a multitude of robots. This sequence of events fostered a virtuous cycle, all of which was merely based on Level 3 pinnacle technological blueprints. As for the absence of Level 4 technological blueprints in his acquisitions, it is due to the Galactic Alliance's regulations, which stipulate that the highest purchasable technological blueprints cannot exceed Level 3. While the maximum level for purchasable technological creations is capped at Level 5, and those available for rent at Level 7. Consequently, constructions, warships, and robots above Level 3 must be directly purchased, while those exceeding Level 5 can only be rented, and anything above Level 7 remains entirely inaccessible. Thus, for a civilization to advance technologically, it must engage in its own research and development, thereby ensuring the esteemed position of scientists within society. Han Su now finds himself in a position where he must procure a 4th-level fleet through purchase rather than construction, as he lacks the requisite technology. However, by persistently vanquishing pirates, he can still earn contribution points as rewards. With a heavy sigh, Han Su realizes that the absence of research personnel is indeed a significant hindrance. He expends a substantial number of contribution points to acquire a destroyer, which depletes his finances entirely. Faced with the exorbitant prices at which the fourth-level civilization sells warships, he feels utterly helpless, for he lacks the ability to construct them himself. Hansu entrusts the fleet to Yi, who has recently been self-studying fleet command and has made some progress. Subsequently, Hansu instructs robots to construct numerous automated turrets to safeguard the base. With preparations complete, he resolves to first eliminate a few weaker pirates. Before embarking on this mission, Hansu visits the home planet of the Cold Silent civilization, Cold Silent Star. This planet is perpetually ensconced in ice, and even before landing, Hansu observes several individuals gliding across the distant ice fields on ice skates. Upon landing and disembarking from his vessel, he sees the inhabitants either skating swiftly or trudging slowly in spiked shoes. Hansu finds no need for such equipment, as he possesses the ability to fly. As a fourth-level psychic, he can manipulate objects with his mind and soar through the air freely. Hansu ascends from his ship, soaring towards a tavern, and the bystanders around him immediately display expressions of astonishment. A fourth-level psychic. How could such a remarkable figure arrive in our remote little star system? An executor. Finally, we have an executor in our system. At that moment, clad in the uniform of an executor, Hansu is readily recognized by the onlookers. Enforcers are distinguished by specialized uniforms, and their warships bear unique emblems. Enforcer personnel are also required to wear corresponding insignia, with Hansu's fourth-level status reflected in his own emblem. As Hansu entered the tavern, he immediately became the center of attention. A tavern employee promptly approached him, inquiring, "Esteemed enforcer, what can I get for you?" Hansu replied, "A glass of your specialty." His ostentatious display was deliberate, making no attempt to conceal his identity as an enforcer. This served a threefold purpose. First, to notify the pirates in the star system of the enforcer's presence, urging them to exercise restraint. Second, to reassure law-abiding residents that the enforcers were there to protect them. And third, to deter those contemplating a life of piracy. Having become an enforcer and arrived in this star system, Hansu had no intention of ignoring the rampant piracy. Moreover, he suspected that the 200-plus pirates were not a unified force. His conspicuous arrival would likely prompt some to exploit him to eliminate rivals, partly to test his capabilities and partly to use him as a cat's paw. Indeed, when the server brought his drink, Hansu discovered an information storage chip affixed to the base of the glass. He smiled in satisfaction, pocketing the chip. He was more than willing to be manipulated, as he was new to the area and unaware of the pirates' hideouts. Since there are pirates who wish to employ others as instruments of their schemes, Hansu can seize the opportunity to make an example of them. After savoring exquisite wine, Hansu departed, soaring through the air, attracting considerable attention. His ability to fly evoked envy in many. Upon returning to the spacecraft, he immediately examined the information contained within the chip, and soon, the hiding places of over a dozen Level 3 pirates materialized before him. Notably, Hansu had procured nano-enhanced robots for Silver Knight, identical to those he had utilized during his lunar expedition, which had previously been affixed to his talisman, thus transforming his own physique. At this moment, the nano-enhanced robots were likewise augmenting Silver Knight's body. Once the fleet had assembled, Hansu issued commands, and Silver Knight promptly instructed the robots aboard the warship to initiate its operations and set sail. Lacking other capable commanders, Silver Knight had to oversee everything single-handedly. Fortunately, the fleet was not extensive, or she would have found it utterly overwhelming. After all, within the galaxy, intelligent robots of level 3 and above possess rights and must be recruited and compensated regularly, rather than being constructed directly and exploited for labor. In light of this, Hansu might as well recruit a sentient species. As the fleet departed the port, it immediately entered warp speed, and mere seconds later, they reached the outskirts of the Cold Silent system, where numerous asteroids had coalesced into a dense belt. Many pirates choose to hide in such locales due to their strong concealment. However, Hansu was fully aware of the pirates' precise hiding spots, so he commanded the fleet to advance directly. Just then, 2 patrol ships suddenly came into view. Chapter 91. The space carrier confronted by the sudden appearance of 2 patrol vessels. Hansu promptly issued the command to attack. Silver Knight immediately transmitted the offensive orders, and the robots activated their laser weaponry. In the blink of an eye, 10 frigates unleashed lethal beams of energy, obliterating the 2 patrol ships in an instant. Following this swift victory, the fleet advanced deeper into the asteroid belt, discovering a pirate stronghold along with more than a dozen Tier 3 warships. Without any preamble or unnecessary words, Hansu simply declared, "Annihilate them." Moments later, a relentless barrage of attacks ensued, decimating the pirate base within seconds, reducing even the asteroid that harbored the pirates to mere fragments. The pirate warships, regaining their composure, attempted a counteroffensive. However, their efforts proved futile as they could not even breach the fleet's shields. Half an hour later, the fleeing pirate vessels were thoroughly eradicated by Hansu, who then resumed his warp travel to the next destination. After all, Tier 3 pirates lacked warp capabilities, rendering them stationary and unable to relocate swiftly. Days later, Hansu had successfully exterminated all the Tier 3 pirates, simultaneously capturing numerous pirates for interrogation. Ultimately, he uncovered that the pirates within this star system were divided into 3 factions, and the recently annihilated group belonged to a single faction. It was indeed a strategy to weaken opposing forces by employing indirect means. For each Tier 3 pirate vanquished, Hansu earned a reward of 1 million contribution points. He promptly utilized this reward to acquire 2 Tier 4 destroyers, while continuing to manufacture robotic crew members. During this period, Hansu also received numerous letters of report, all revealing the hiding places of pirates. Undaunted by whether the pirates were employing subterfuge or the locals were driven to report out of desperation, Hansu was indifferent. The paramount concern was the acquisition of contribution points. The fleet resumed its course, relentlessly extirpating Tier 3 pirates. This endeavor consumed a full month for Hansu, culminating in the obliteration of over 50 such pirates and the immediate accrual of 50 million contribution points. Overjoyed, Hansu promptly procured a Tier 4 cruiser, expending over 40 million contribution points, a tenfold increase in cost compared to a Tier 4 destroyer. However, as Hansu contemplated pressing on, he encountered disquieting intelligence. Vestiges of ancient abyssal entities had surfaced in the western expanse of the galaxy, their adherents swiftly seizing control of a fringe star system. Hansu swiftly surmised that this was the same ancient deity that had ascended to Tier 7. The deity's expeditious initiation of hostilities surpassed Hansu's expectations, compelling him to expedite the construction of his fleet. With a wry smile, Hansu acknowledged the inevitability of the ancient deity's resurgence. As an inconsequential figure, his primary objective was self-preservation. Moreover, the solar system's location on the eastern periphery afforded a relative degree of security. Possessing a Tier 4 cruiser significantly augmented Hansu's capabilities. Yet he refrained from further pirate hunting. The remaining pirates presented a formidable challenge, with some Tier 3 pirates even possessing space carriers. As for Tier 4 pirates, Hansu avoided them altogether. After the extermination of over 60 feeble pirates, the pirate ecosystem of the solitary star system has been irrevocably disrupted. In their quest for vengeance, they have begun to wage war upon one another. The reason they do not seek retribution against Hansu is that they are acutely aware that eliminating this executor would only result in the dispatch of an even more formidable executor from headquarters to deal with them. Furthermore, in a bid to curry favor with Hansu, they have even sent envoys bearing numerous gifts. However, Hansu is keenly aware that accepting bribes from pirates contravenes the galactic code. Though such actions may remain undetected, he resolutely chooses to uphold his principles. Consequently, he donates all the benefits received to the beleaguered civilization of Solitary, which has suffered greatly from pirate harassment. According to Hansu's inquiries, this course of action is permissible. His decision earns him widespread acclaim from the Solitary civilization, significantly enhancing his prestige. Upon receiving these benefits, Hansu ceases his campaign against the pirates. Nonetheless, the pirates themselves are unwilling to halt their hostilities, swiftly engaging in mutual skirmishes. Although these conflicts are minor, they still result in casualties among the pirates. Throughout this tumultuous period, Hansu continuously searches for the precise locations of the leaders among the 3 factions. He understands that these Tier 3 pirates are but small fry. It is the 7 or 8 Tier 4 pirates who wield true power. Eradicating them would leave the pirate conglomerate of the Solitary Star system leaderless, leading to its inevitable self-destruction. Moreover, eliminating Tier 4 pirates yields substantially greater contribution points and military merits. Hansu plans to dismantle all captured pirate vessels, repurposing them into raw materials for sale on the Alliance network. While the returns may be modest, they are preferable to nothing. During this period, Hansu remained vigilant regarding the circumstances on the western side of the galaxy. Several months later, News spread within the Executor's internal platform that a fifth-level Executor had failed in an attempt to suppress a rebellious star system, resulting in utter annihilation. This revelation astonished many Executors, though Hansu was not surprised. The fifth-level Executor was merely a pawn, destined to be defeated by the ancient old gods who had ascended to seventh level. Aware that a great battle loomed on the horizon, Hansu understood the urgency of enhancing his own strength. However, at that moment, he was unaware of the hiding places of other pirates and could only bide his time. Fortunately, 3 months later, a spy he had dispatched into the pirate ranks discovered the concealed location of a pirate faction leader. Upon learning of this location, Hansu refrained from deploying his fleet, for it was no match for the fourth-level pirates. The faction leader commanded a formidable mothership, rendering his fleet's chances of survival bleak. Upon boarding the Falcon, Hansu activated its warp engine and swiftly set course for the faction leader's hideout. The Falcon, renowned for its speed, reached the small asteroid housing the faction in an instant. Without hesitation, Hansu piloted the Falcon directly into the pirates' base. The base had been extensively modified, surrounded by countless warships, the largest of which was a terrifying mothership. As the Falcon made its appearance, it was detected by the pirates, who immediately broadcasted an inquiry. Who goes there? Lacking any insignia, the Falcon's identity remained a mystery to them. In an instant, numerous warships took to the skies, their weapons trained on Hansu. The pirate leader sneered, "Is this all you have, a single ship?" In the next moment, a barrage of artillery descended upon them. Chapter 92, Preparing for War. The pirate captain was initially seated in his office, embracing 2 exquisite beauties from a long-lost civilization, contemplating a procurement of warships from the black market. He was engaged in a cerebral dialogue with a high-ranking official, presumably from the Guardians, responsible for logistics. Their conversation was lively, with the captain even remarking, "I have prepared fine wine and the 2 lovely ladies you favored during your last visit, eagerly awaiting your return." Before their discussion could reach its conclusion, Hansu piloted the Falcon into view, instantly irking the captain, akin to the annoyance of a fly. He promptly commanded, "Eliminate this pest." His subordinates, having not engaged in battle for quite some time, sprang into action at the order, activating their cannons and even placing bets. "Let us see who can strike first." One boasted. How juvenile, they thought. Merely a bug, easily dispatched with a single beam of laser. Yet, within those fleeting seconds of exchange, the Falcon piloted by Hansu abruptly surged forward, without firing a single laser or deploying any weaponry. It simply collided with the enemy vessel. The impact was akin to a dagger piercing the hull of the colossal spacecraft, creating merely a breach in its structure rather than inflicting significant damage. In the subsequent instant, however, Hansu unleashed his formidable Tier 4 psionic ability. Hypnotic psychic waves emanated outward, immediately placing the command center of the space carrier under Hansu's control. Subsequently, the myriad cannons of the space carrier turned to target all surrounding warships, initiating indiscriminate firing. Rumble. Countless lasers and projectiles erupted, piercing through some warships before they could even raise their shields. They could never have conceived that their own space carrier would assault their fleet. His heart was hemorrhaging. The space carrier attacked with unrestrained ferocity, prompting surrounding warships to evade and defend, hesitant to retaliate. Tier 4 psionic power was Hansu's true trump card, but it couldn't expedite his infiltration of enemy ships. Hence, the Tier 5 Peregrine was an indispensable vessel for him. The synergy of these 2 elements instantly yielded an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Witnessing the heavy losses inflicted upon his fleet, the pirate leader gritted his teeth. Attack. Sink the space carrier. There was no alternative. Inaction would only exacerbate his losses. Countless warships, upon receiving the order, immediately launched an assault on the space carrier. The space carrier retaliated fiercely, and the 2 sides clashed intensely. After a full half-hour of combat, the space carrier's engines were finally destroyed, resulting in a violent explosion. But just as the pirates began to breathe a sigh of relief, the Peregrine suddenly emerged from within the space carrier and pierced into the interior of a battleship like a rapier. In the next moment, this battleship also turned traitor, activating its terrifying main cannon and directly bombarding the pirates' asteroid base. The space carrier was not equipped with a main cannon, as its purpose was to carry a sufficient number of smaller warships. The existence of battleships is solely to bear the main artillery, representing the heavy firepower on the battlefield. This particular battleship relentlessly bombarded the asteroid base, sending the pirate leader into a frenzy. Destroy it, quickly. Countless warships concentrated their firepower, Yet before they could obliterate the battleship, the Hawk, a nimble craft, darted forth, piercing another battleship like a venomous dart, leading to its treachery. Witnessing this, the pirate leader was on the verge of collapse, exclaiming, "Eliminate that small warship. What are you all doing?" An array of warships launched a frenzied assault on the Hawk, but it was too diminutive and swift. Their laser cannons failed to land a hit. Even if, by chance, they struck, the powerful shields would repel the blows, and even if they breached the shields, they could not inflict the slightest wound upon the formidable level 5 armor. The technological disparity was insurmountable. In the next moment, Han Su piloted the Hawk to alter its course, heading straight for the pirate leader's bunker. Having gleaned sufficient intelligence from the pirate's mind, Han Su was aware of the leader's current hiding place. In an instant, the Hawk surged into the bunker like a bolt of lightning, its terrifying force cleaving the structure apart, revealing an opulent subterranean castle. The underground castle was lavish, adorned with a bevy of beauties, an abundance of delectable dishes, and an inexhaustible supply of fine wines. Yet all of this was abruptly ended in the moment the Hawk struck. The subtle psychic waves of hypnosis emanated like ripples from a pebble dropped into a lake. Instantly, scores of beauties, seized by the pirate chieftain, surged toward him in a frenzy. Bereft of weapons, they assailed him with teeth and nails, like wild beasts. The pirate chieftain roared, "Guards, protect me at once." Several guardsmen rushed to his defense, wielding laser blades that cleaved through the attacking women with ruthless efficiency. Yet, they were unable to withstand the sheer number of assailants. Under Han Su's hypnotic influence, the women had transformed into mindless, fearless beasts, impervious even to laser blades. This was the power of the masses. Countless women swarmed upon the pirate chieftain, tearing at his flesh, gnawing at his muscles, and ripping out his hair. By this time, Han Su had rescinded the hypnosis. But the women continued their frenzied assault, heedless of their own torn nails, bloodied mouths, and flesh-covered bodies, until they had torn the pirate chieftain into pieces. Han Su had merely ignited the spark, but the conflagration consumed the entire mountain. With the pirate chieftain dead, the entire pirate band crumbled into disarray. Han Su also located the whereabouts of all the pirate band members in this faction. He sneered, and then resumed the slaughter, deeming a fleet unnecessary. Han Su once more propelled the lone falcon into warp speed, arriving in short order at the next pirate hideout, where he commenced the purge. The speed of the falcon was astonishing, swiftly arriving at a pirate hideout. The eradication of this pirate faction consumed little of his time, concluding in a mere 10 minutes. Subsequently, Han Su utilized the time jade bottle to restore his spiritual energy and once again set off towards his next destination, which was a level 4 pirate. Yet, it took him only 30 minutes to eliminate this foe. After vanquishing the pirate, he employed the time jade bottle once more to recuperate his energy, and continued his relentless pursuit of the next target. Through this cycle of combat, Han Su effectively dispatched 5 level 4 pirates and over 40 level 3 pirates in an incredibly short span of time. The remaining pirates either fled or were eliminated by other pirate factions. Thus, one pirate faction was completely annihilated, leaving only 2 remaining. By directly dismantling one faction, Han Su garnered nearly 100 million in contribution rewards, alongside capturing 10 cruisers. With this foundation, he invested 100 million to acquire a formidable level 4 battleship. Consequently, Han Su established a considerably powerful level 4 fleet. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, he resolved to continue his campaign, aiming to conquer the remaining 2 factions in one fell swoop. However, at that moment, a significant announcement echoed through the internal network. 10 star systems in the Western Galaxy had been seized by the ancient deity's followers. An urgent call summoned all executors. Prepare for war. Chapter 93, Level 3 Beasts. The news of 10 star systems being conquered struck Han Su with a sense of dread at such terrifying speed. Immediately, an irrevocable command was issued within the ranks of the executors. All executors below level 5 who received the order were to assemble at the Obsidian star system. Preparing for battle. All level 5 executors were to proceed to the Tushan star system to coordinate with the White Dwarf battle star and prepare for combat. Han Su was taken aback. It seemed the Galactic Alliance was taking this matter seriously, even dispatching the White Dwarf battle star. Han Su also received his orders and could no longer attend to the pirates in the Cold Silent star system. He had to hasten to the Obsidian star system. A battleship, 10 cruisers, 3 destroyers, 10 frigates, along with several smaller warships, formed this medium-sized level 4 fleet. which promptly entered the galactic shipping lanes en route to the Obsidian star system. Hansu pulled up the map of the galaxy and observed that both the Obsidian and Tsushan star systems were located on the western side of the galaxy, with Tsushan being the closest to the 10 fallen star systems, thus positioned on the front lines, while Obsidian was second, classified as a secondary line of defense. On the journey to the Obsidian star system, Hansu specifically addressed Silver Knight. The fleet is now under your command. I am going to break through to the realm of level 3. Silver Knight had begun to embody the qualities expected of a commander, having accompanied Hansu for a considerable period. She responded, "Yes, leader. The body of a level 2 would certainly not suffer damage merely from consuming some minerals. On the contrary, if it wished to continue reducing its cell size, increasing its cell count, and enhancing its body mass, it must devour a substantial amount of minerals." It was nearly analogous to the ancient terrestrial practice of ingesting golden elixirs. Upon arriving here, Hansu realized the profound significance of numerous archaic Earth legends, affirming the terrestrial populace's heritage as descendants of ancestral star travelers. Hansu ceased his distractions, dedicating himself to assimilating minerals to augment his physical mass, resilience, and cellular proliferation. His cells underwent continuous miniaturization while their density intensified. This process persisted for 40 days, culminating on the 41st day with a resounding crack. The bed beneath Hansu abruptly collapsed. Furthermore, the steel flooring beneath his feet began to buckle under his immense weight. Hansu's eyes snapped open, immediately disrupting the surrounding gravitational forces, causing minute spatial undulations. This signified Hansu's ascension to the third tier of his intrinsic mass now rivaling that of a sizable asteroid. His weight was nearly identical to that of a Vajra beast, and his physical fortitude was comparable, enabling him to withstand the vacuum of space and construct a nuclear fusion engine within his corporeal form. Observing the imminent deformation of the ship's interior under his immense pressure, Hansu promptly affixed anti-gravity devices to his person, thereby counteracting the substantial gravitational pull emanating from his body. Of course, Hansu could have deactivated the ship's artificial gravity system, but the resultant damage would have been far more extensive. Moreover, Hansu anticipated future utilization of the anti-gravity device, particularly for planetary excursions. Given his current mass, standing on a planet without any anti-gravity assistance would cause the ground to sink several dozen meters. More crucially, Hansu must now be mindful of the force he exerts, lest he inadvertently breaches the ship's interior walls, an outcome that would be disastrous. Although the fourth-tier warship's hull is sufficiently robust to withstand assaults from third-tier alien beasts, its internal architecture lacks such resilience. Hansu departed from his quarters and proceeded to the command center, where he discovered Yi meticulously orchestrating the fleet's movements. At present, they were stationed aboard the foremost battleship, where the command center alone housed over 500 robots in operation. The remaining sectors contained an even greater number of automatons. To fully harness the capabilities of a fourth-tier battleship, a minimum of 10,000 robots is required. This figure excludes the robots aboard other warships. Given the unavailability of third-tier or higher-grade intelligent robots for purchase, the entire fleet's intelligent robots are of the second tier. This necessitates that Yi's commands be precise for each sector, placing immense demands on her command proficiency. Were each warship to be equipped with a captain, Yi's command burden would be significantly alleviated. As it stands, the absence of conflict is a boon. Should hostilities commence, Yi's command capabilities will face a formidable trial. Hansu arrived at the command center and inquired, "How long until we reach the interstellar system?" Within the Milky Way galaxy, various civilizations employ disparate measures of time. However, translators automatically convert these, obviating the need to reconcile differing temporal scales. Hansu nodded in acknowledgement. 5 days would pass in what felt like a brief respite for him. Before long, Hansu and his company arrived at the interstellar system, where they immediately sensed an atmosphere of grim anticipation. Surveying the expanse, a diverse array of warships filled the vista, the most colossal being civilization flagships, the paramount vessels of Tier 4 civilizations. A mere 4 such flagships were present, each rivaling a landmass in size, generating their own gravitational pull, necessitating the installation of anti-gravity systems to prevent the entrainment of surrounding vessels. Upon his arrival in the Star system, Hansu promptly apprised the Executor headquarters, affirming the completion of fleet deployment and his presence in the system. The Executor headquarters immediately issued the directive, maintain position and await further instructions. constrained to await orders. Han Su dispatched smaller craft to Umber Star to procure resources. Upon the approach of the smaller vessels, Han Su ascertained that the civilization within the Umber Star system had relocated. The executors had not extended any recompense, merely notifying them of the exigency of war. Should they be vanquished, the entire Milky Way galaxy would be irrevocably transformed. Consequently, the civilization could not invoke this as a pretext for demanding compensation, and were compelled to accept their misfortune. Currently, Umber Star is under the provisional administration of the executors, with some members of the Umber civilization who were unwilling to depart still residing there. The executors cannot guarantee their fate. Han Su, through the executors' internal network, gleaned insights into the conditions at the front lines. To date, 10-star systems had been lost, and the scions of the ancient eldritch gods were amassing strength within these systems, preparing for their next incursion. The ancient eldritch god scions comprise 3 distinct forces: fleets, swarms, and psionicists. The fleets exhibit an accelerated rate of technological advancement, having already attained the technological prowess of Tier 5 civilizations. The swarms possess an unparalleled rate of propagation, with an astonishing capacity for resource acquisition. The psionicist corps are insidious and formidably fierce. Thus, the executor dispatched the White Dwarf Battlestar, a formidable 6th-level warship. Although there exists but a single vessel, it possesses the capacity to rival any fleet beneath the 6th level, effortlessly capable of obliterating a planet, and can easily triumph over the ancient deities of the 6th level. The executor harbors unwavering confidence in this endeavor. Currently, both forces have assembled, and war is on the verge of eruption. Chapter 94. Launching the counteroffensive. Why has the supply from above not yet arrived? In the dark-hued star system, a fleet commander bellowed at the quartermaster. Are you not aware that our fleet comprises 75,000 mouths to feed? The quartermaster, equally exasperated, replied, What can I do if the supplies are not sent from above? He raised his hands in resignation. Who could have anticipated that this war would drag on for an entire year without any engagement? Han Su has been in the dark-hued star system for a year, initially believing that a grand battle was imminent. However, after waiting for a year, there has been no sign of the enemy's assault. Due to the multitude of fleets stationed in these 2-star systems, a shortage of supplies has emerged, particularly among those fleets lacking a civilization's flagship. Han Su inquired with Lingyue, who resides in the core of the galaxy. Lingyue informed him, The higher-ups of the Guardians are currently embroiled in intense discussions regarding the necessity of maintaining such a large number of fleets stationed on the Western Front. One faction, the Hawks, advocates for suppressing this rebellion at any cost, while the Doves argue for prioritizing the well-being of the populace and stabilizing the economy. Han Su furrowed his brow. Yet, these are not their true intentions. A sardonic smile crept across Han Su's face. This is not a matter of Hawks or Doves. Their motivations are not for the sake of the Galactic Alliance, but rather for their own self-interest. The internal strife among the Protectors revolves around the mutual encroachment on one another's resources, all in a bid to amplify their own power. The more resources one commands, the greater the leverage over various civilizations, thereby reaping benefits from them. Given their immortality, the Protectors are undoubtedly inclined to seize more resources and ascend to higher positions, for they can relish in these gains for eternity. Han Su inquired about the Zero Realm civilization. With a sigh, he reflected on how utterly aloof they were. Fortunately, his fleet was composed entirely of robots, which consumed minimal resources. They merely required recharging, and the proximity to a star provided an inexhaustible supply of energy. However, the other fleets faced a different predicament, as they needed to cater to the diverse needs of their kin, necessitating a variety of supplies while also maintaining the morale of their soldiers. Interstellar warfare entails a multitude of considerations, Han Su mused with another sigh. 3 months later, the executor headquarters finally issued a decisive new order to launch a counteroffensive. Since the enemy refrained from attacking, we shall take the initiative. After 3 months of deliberation, the Protectors reached a consensus. The Dovish faction agreed to transport supplies to the front lines, but insisted that the fleet must immediately commence an assault, as further delays would squander resources. The Hawkish faction, noting that they themselves would not be on the battlefield, acquiesced to this proposal. Though the executors, Protectors, and judicators within the Galactic Alliance operate independently, their interconnections are intricate. Should the Protectors fail to provide supplies, the executors would find themselves unable to wage war. Thus, after deliberating with the Protectors, The executors had no choice but to adhere to the outcome, as the control of resources lay firmly in the hands of the protectors. These three entities, while autonomous, are also mutually constrained, and their close collaboration is imperative for the prosperity of the Galactic Alliance. Fortunately, the Executor retains ultimate authority in strategic decisions. The Executor headquarters has issued an order. All fleets below the 5th tier are to immediately initiate an offensive, feigning an attack on the enemy at the forefront. With the latest directives disseminated, the fleets of the Umber Galaxy have commenced their warp traversal to the Chu Mountain star system, with Han Su in close pursuit. Yi appeared somewhat apprehensive, prompting Han Su to remark, "It seems the Executor has been far from idle this past year. They have dispatched scouts to reconnoiter the enemy's positions, even ascertaining the location of their central stronghold. The Guardian's influence does not extend to dictating battle tactics, which fall under the Executor's purview, granting them considerable latitude. However, in the event of defeat, the Guardians reserve the right to withhold resources. Conversely, a successful campaign necessitates their equitable share of the spoils." Han Su is becoming increasingly cognizant of the inherent shortcomings in the Galactic Alliance's tripartite structure. Yet, the overarching trajectory of the galaxy is not something he alone can influence. Han Su's fleet, in concert with numerous others, arrived at the Chu Mountain star system, where they witnessed firsthand the 5th-tier fleets engaging warp drive. Subsequently, the White Dwarf battle star, emitting cerulean pulses and electrical discharges, commenced its deliberate entry into warp. The surrounding space emanated a series of ripples, culminating in the abrupt disappearance of the White Dwarf battle star, leaving in its wake a chorus of exclamations from within the fleet. That was the White Dwarf battle star. It's truly awe-inspiring. When will our civilization possess such a vessel? Han Su was also taken aback. He had no desire to possess a White Dwarf star, as it was not something he could manage alone. However, he could temper his physical form to be as formidable as a White Dwarf star, enabling him to traverse the galaxy unhindered. Expediency was paramount, and the Executor headquarters issued further directives. All fleets below the 5th tier were to immediately launch an offensive to divert attention for the White Dwarf star and the 5th tier fleets. All participants in this engagement would receive 5 million contribution points and 100 merit points. Each captured enemy planet would yield 20 million contribution points and 500 merit points, and each enemy eliminated would grant 500,000 contribution points and 10 merit points. Fleets below the 5th tier immediately hastened to the battlefield, heading towards the enemy's location in the Sea of Stars system. Han Su also directed Silver Knight to advance the fleet, albeit from a more rearward position. Other fleet commanders exclaimed, "Charge! Let's seize military achievements." They evidently did not believe that the invincible Executors could be defeated. They were, after all, the most powerful military organization in the galaxy. How could the mere adherents of ancient old gods possibly be a match for them? Han Su, positioned in the rear, was utterly disinterested in contribution points and military achievements. He said to Silver Knight, "The Peregrine is in the battleship's hangar. If anything unexpected occurs, you're to accompany me to the Peregrine." Silver Knight nodded and then began to focus on commanding the fleet. Upon their arrival in the Sea of Stars system, a dense swarm of insectoids assailed them. Countless warships immediately opened fire, and then the enemy fleet cut in from the flank, seemingly prepared for their arrival. The headquarters of the Executors swiftly issued a command: for every hour steadfastly held on the battlefield, each Executor would be rewarded with 1 million contribution points and 5 military merits. Clearly, in response to the varying circumstances of the battlefield, the commanders of the Executors promptly altered their orders. Moreover, they understood that issuing rigid commands to a fleet comprised of diverse civilizations would be futile. Only through incentivizing could they galvanize the Executors to fight with fervor. Han Su, positioned at the rear of the formation and experiencing fewer attacks, observed as the enemy's flagship entered the fray, accompanied by colossal beasts that charged into the fleet. The adversary was not solely composed of insectoid races and their fleets, but also included psychics and gigantic creatures. In the next moment, all Executors on the battlefield were suddenly enveloped by a whispering sound. Han Su, startled, immediately shouted, "Yi, follow me into the Falcon. The ancient old gods have arrived." Chapter 95. The White Dwarf battle star. Upon hearing the whisper, Han Su realized that the ancient old gods had indeed come. A 7th-level ancient old god possessed the terrifying capability to annihilate all life within this stellar system in an instant. However, as Han Su pulled Yi into the Falcon, he He sensed that this sudden wave of mental energy did not reach the 7th level. It seemed to be merely at the 6th level. This revelation astonished Hansu. Why was it not a 7th-level ancient old god? Could it be that this ancient old god had previously failed to break through to the 7th level? This seemed implausible. Hansu promptly discarded his conjecture, as he distinctly recalled that within the former Teuton star system, an ancient eldritch god had indeed ascended to the 7th tier. It had enveloped the entire star system with formidable psychic prowess, freezing its space-time continuum and even devouring the star whole, a feat of power far beyond that of a mere 6th-tier entity. Could it be, then, that the instigator of the conflict was not the same 7th-tier ancient god? Hansu immediately refuted this notion as well. He could clearly discern that the three races, particularly the insectoids, bore no significant morphological alterations. He was therefore certain that the war was being waged by the same 7th-tier ancient entity. Thus, only one possibility remained. There were two ancient eldritch gods. Sure enough, in the ensuing moment, certain vessels within the executor ranks abruptly turned their armaments upon their own comrades. Coupled with the relentless assaults of the affiliated creatures, the executor fleet's formation began to disintegrate. Retreat! Retreat! Orders were barked. As certain contingents prioritized self-preservation over commendations and military accolades. However, at that juncture, a multitude of colossal beasts and insectoid legions converged, seemingly intent on severing their escape route. Hansu's fleet, positioned at the rearguard, was well placed to evacuate the star system in the wake of the sudden upheaval. Yet, Executor Command issued a peremptory directive: delay the ancient eldritch god for 10 minutes, pending the arrival of the white dwarf battle star. This was a compulsory assignment. Failure to comply would result in expulsion from the executor ranks and prosecution under the Executor Code. Hansu promptly reported the conjecture regarding the possible presence of two ancient deities, yet this report vanished into obscurity, failing to elicit any response. In light of this silence, and to avoid the repercussions of the Executor's law, Hansu was compelled to engage his fleet in combat. However, losses soon ensued. The small warships were entirely annihilated. Half of the frigates were destroyed, one destroyer was lost, and the cruisers suffered severe damage, leaving only a single battleship well protected. The situation became untenable. At that moment, an executor shouted in the internal communication channel, warning that in less than 10 minutes, if not 5, the civilization would face total annihilation. Although the ancient deity remained unseen, its whispers were sufficient to alter the tide of battle, for it was a being of 6th-level existence. A flagship could no longer endure the onslaught. Having become the focal target of the enemy, it broke through the encirclement and promptly entered warp speed, fleeing the scene. With a leader to follow, others began to escape. After all, one's life was of paramount importance. Being subjected to the Executor's law was a risk that at least spared one's life. As Hansu fought and retreated, he too planned to flee when new orders arrived from the Executor headquarters: retreat to the Tsushan star system and regroup at the interstellar fortress for a counterattack. This command was issued in a timely manner, prompting the crew to break through and escape. Hansu acted swiftly, directing the fleet into warp speed towards the Tsushan star system. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the colossal interstellar fortress gradually approaching their location. Ordinarily, the stellar fortress perpetually orbits its star, absorbing its radiant energy. Devoid of a warp drive of its own, it relies on temporary construction upon arrival at each new stellar system. Nevertheless, its combat prowess rivals that of a Tier 5 warship. Subsequently, the stellar fortress, in concert with a myriad of pre-constructed defensive turrets, unleashed a fierce barrage. The stellar fortress's combat capability is almost comparable to a Tier 5 battleship the moment the spawn arrived. A terrifying main cannon directly cleared a straight-line airspace in the spawn crowd, and then it fully fired and instantly killed countless spawn. The other executors also immediately assisted in firing. Thus, this wave of offensive was finally defended. But the next second, the murmur reappeared, and a behemoth comparable to a planet suddenly appeared. Its skeleton extended in all directions, presenting a rice shape, which looked very terrifying, and was completely different from the tentacle ancient god that Hansu encountered on the cultivator star. The instant it materialized, a potent psychic wave swept forth, seizing control of 100 frontline warships, compelling them to turn traitorously upon their comrades. Even Hansu heard bursts of Sanskrit sounds, and almost converted. Fortunately, he had taken refuge within the Peregrine, and his own Tier for psionic abilities mitigated the severity of the psychic assault. However, the Executor's line had completely collapsed, and a beam of golden light shot out from the center of the ancient god. The light was so dazzling and warm, but its lethality was so terrifying that it penetrated the stellar fortress in an instant. The Executor fleet was utterly defeated, and Hansu's fleet was also severely damaged. In that critical moment, the space around them suddenly rippled, and a planet radiating blue pulses and electric clouds materialized. It was the white dwarf battlestar. Defeating this ancient deity would secure our victory. The morale of the Executors surged, and they eagerly prepared to launch a counterattack. The Executor Alliance refrained from issuing any commands, seemingly convinced that the outcome was already determined and victory was inevitable. Only Hansu, accompanied by a battleship, 2 cruisers, and a destroyer, retreated. All 4 vessels were severely damaged. Hansu entered warp speed, hastily making his escape. Before departing, he witnessed the white dwarf battlestar engage in battle with the ancient deity. Yet the confrontation was not as evenly matched as anticipated. Many Executors felt assured, waiting for the white dwarf battlestar to vanquish the ancient god, believing the battle would soon conclude. However, Hansu understood that this was far from over, for another ancient deity remained, a level 7 ancient god. He continued to distance himself, countering the approach of other fleets eager for glory. Suddenly, an entity of unprecedented mental power brushed past him. Moments later, a formidable surge of psychic energy enveloped the entire Tsushan star system, freezing its space-time. Fortunately, Hansu had already escaped through warp speed. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have been ensnared. Prior to his departure, Hansu witnessed the star, emanating azure pulsations in voltaic clouds, abruptly impacted by an enigmatic force, resulting in its utter disintegration. Chapter 96, Neutron Star. Hansu arrived at the Umber star system, where he encountered the Executor deserters who had already fled there. Unlike Hansu, whose fleet had retreated due to damage, they had absconded at the first sign of adversity. While Hansu faced no immediate repercussions, they risked facing the Executor Tribunal and being subjected to the Executor Code. Aware that his words might be recorded by the commander, Hansu stated, "I am uncertain, as my fleet sustained severe damage, necessitating my withdrawal to prevent detonation within the Tsushan star system. However, I did observe the white dwarf star before my departure." Upon hearing this, the fugitive fleet commanders were filled with remorse and immediately prepared to return to the Tsushan star system, seeking to redeem themselves. Hansu cautioned, "I am unaware of the current battle situation and advise against proceeding without a clear understanding. I must depart swiftly, as my warship is on the verge of destruction. However, it is futile to dissuade those who are determined to meet their doom." These individuals were opportunistic and fickle, quick to flee from danger and eager to seize any advantage. Hansu disregarded them and promptly entered the galactic route, heading towards the distance. A fleet accompanied him, prompting Hansu to inquire, "Are you also evacuating?" Hansu paused, realizing he had not thoroughly studied the Executor Code and was unaware of such stipulations. The fleet commander, traveling alongside Hansu, was generous with his words. He remarked, "In each recruitment, I enlist only 30 organic soldiers, supplementing the ranks with robots. This ensures the command prowess of my fleet, while also allowing us to jettison the 70 robotic contingent in dire moments, facilitating a swift escape." Hansu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that permissible?" The fleet commander, with a touch of pride, responded, "It's a matter of circumventing regulations." Hansu inquired, "But what if faced with an obligatory defensive mission? A mission demanding a steadfast defense, forbidding retreat? How would you navigate such a scenario?" Hansu, astounded, held the commander in high regard. "May I inquire as to the origins of your civilization?" This revelation did not particularly surprise Hansu, as civilizations could indeed emerge on terrestrial planets. Hansu was deeply impressed, marveling at the ingenuity of this civilization in circumventing the galactic law. He expressed, "I have learned a great deal from you today." The commander of the sentient civilization stated, "It is not unusual, as our people are adept at ideological maneuvering. While the higher-ups may enforce bureaucracy and issue mandatory directives, we can counter with formalism and ideological resistance." Upon hearing this, Hansu felt he had gained more knowledge than a decade of study could provide. However, it also filled him with deep concern. Within the Galactic Alliance, the Protectors were embroiled in infighting and mutual sabotage. The Executors were merely going through the motions, lacking genuine commitment. Only the Arbitrators continued to function as intended. "It's best to focus on one's own affairs," he mused. With a sigh, Han Su set course for the solar system, located to the south of the galactic core, a relatively secure location. After a month, the Executor headquarters finally disseminated the calamitous news across its network. In the recent conflict, the Executor faction suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in the obliteration of a white dwarf battlestar, the annihilation of 5 Tier 5 fleets, and the complete loss of hundreds of Tier 4 fleets. However, this debacle was not attributable to the Executor's failings, but rather to flawed intelligence. The enemy possessed not one, but 2 primeval old gods operating in concert, one of whom was a formidable Tier 7 entity. Consequently, our defeat was virtually inevitable. We are now petitioning for the deployment of a neutron star battle station. Upon reading this, Han Su emitted a sigh of resignation. His premonition had been accurate. The white dwarf battlestar had indeed been obliterated. However, the deployment of a neutron star battle station was not a matter to be taken lightly. The Dark Star civilization, possessors of the neutron star battle station, not only held a paramount position within the Executor ranks, but their kin also occupied preeminent roles among the Guardians. Thus, the neutron star battle station operated autonomously, responding only to direct requests, rather than being subject to the Executor Alliance's mandates. In the present state of the galaxy, with the zero-boundary civilization dormant, the neutron star battle station reigned supreme. The zero-boundary civilization was the only Tier 8 civilization in the Milky Way. In its dormancy, control of the galaxy rested with several Tier 7 civilizations. While they maintained a system of checks and balances, they were also relentlessly pursuing their own civilization's interests, striving to elevate their standing and engaging in unscrupulous activities. Now, with the transmission of this dire news, the destruction of the white dwarf battlestar, the sole recourse was to deploy the neutron star battle station. Yet, the Dark Star civilization remained impassive, having been unsuccessful in their appeal to the Dark Star civilization. The Executor Alliance promptly issued new directives to all executors throughout the galaxy. All executors are to immediately cease their current operations and report to the designated coordinates of XXX. XXX. It is imperative that we assemble all fleets to safeguard the galaxy. Han Su promptly declined this summons under the pretext of recruiting soldiers and repairing warships, recognizing that compliance would be a suicidal endeavor. He questioned the logic of deploying other fleets as cannon fodder when even the most formidable neutron star warship remained stationed. He mused on the hypocrisy of commanders who remained safely behind the lines during battle, expecting their soldiers to charge fearlessly ahead. The executors, ostensibly the galaxy's most potent military organization, were, in reality, a farce. Civilizations situated within these stellar systems were left to resign themselves to their fate. Though they possessed their own defenses and fleets, they were woefully inadequate against the onslaught of the dependents. These unfortunate civilizations had naively believed that joining the Galactic Alliance would ensure their safety, only to discover that their superiors were indifferent to their survival. Han Su, however, did not succumb to despair in the face of this grim reality. After all, he had begun as a mere interstellar prisoner, and his ascent to his current position was unprecedented. His immediate priority was self-preservation. I wonder, is it not time my blade was returned to me? Chapter 97. Infinitesimal matter. Upon hearing these words, Han Su immediately recognized the speaker as none other than the genetic marauder, Wang Jinxiu. Han Su inquired, "You have been released from confinement?" Han Su immediately ordered the ship's radar system to scan the entirety of the solar system. Yet no trace of any third-level behemoths was detected. Logically, Jinxiu's physical form should have been immense. However, a short while later, a modest spacecraft approached Han Su's fleet, and a voice transmitted, "I have arrived. Please return my short sword." Han Su was perplexed. Could this vessel possibly be a fifth-level ship equipped with spatial capabilities? As the spacecraft opened, Jinxiu emerged, clad in green power armor, resembling an ordinary human rather than a colossal beast. Han Su's confusion deepened, prompting him to inquire, "Did you employ a spatial compression system?" To his astonishment, she had utilized the same method as he did, yet Jinxiu appeared to possess little formidable spiritual energy. Without substantial spiritual force, how could one compress cells? Han Su handed over the short sword, and soon observed Jinxiu retrieving it with her spatial system. Just as she was about to depart, he urgently asked, without significant mental power, "How did you manage to compress your cells?" Jinxiu hesitated and retorted, "You are a colossal beast. Why pose such a question?" She mistakenly assumed Han Su was the white giant, the diamond beast. After a moment's contemplation, Han Su decided to reveal his true identity and stated, "I am a spiritual energy user, compressing cells through spiritual energy, yet to ascend to a 4th-level beast. One requires 5th-level spiritual energy. Thus, I wish to inquire how you compress your cells." Jin Xiu was taken aback upon seeing Han Su, for he could endure the vacuum of space without any protective gear, a feat that only a 4th-level spiritual energy user could accomplish. Upon witnessing Han Su's formidable prowess, Jin Xiu's demeanor transformed into one of reverence. She remarked, "During my prolonged endeavors in gene appropriation, I discovered a substance capable of augmenting the corporeal form, compressing cells without altering our physical appearance. In recent years, I have dedicated my research to this substance." Han Su, taken aback, expressed his astonishment at the existence of such material in the cosmos and inquired, "What is it?" He was equally surprised, for he possessed an ancient relic lost from the ancestral star, yet he refrained from disclosing this and instead said, "Jin Xiu, I have returned the dagger to you. What are your plans moving forward?" Jin Xiu offered a rueful smile, saying, "Since your forces apprehended me, all my possessions were confiscated to compensate the victims, leaving me uncertain of my next destination." Han Su proposed, "Why not join my fleet? Abandon any illicit pursuits. I will support your research on the ultramicro substance." Jin Xiu's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she asked, "You would shelter an interstellar prisoner?" Han Su replied, "What of it? Talent ought to flourish in the right environment. You and I both tread the path of cellular diminishment. Aiding you is tantamount to aiding myself." Jin Xiu fell silent for a moment, grappling with her thoughts before finally saying, "Initially, I was merely an ordinary individual from a diminutive civilization. I resorted to thievery out of necessity, for there is no avenue for advancement in a weak civilization. Having been incorporated into Han Su's maverick civilization, Jin Xiu was appointed as the chief researcher by Han Su. Now, he possessed Yin Yi as the supreme commander and also a chief scientist." Han Su inquired, "Given your profound knowledge in the field of genetics, if I were to provide you with the necessary instruments, materials, and energy, would you be capable of mass-producing expendable, highly intelligent cloned organisms?" Jin Xiu nodded, affirming, "Absolutely. Since these beings are my creations, they possess no independent human rights and can be utilized at will." Overjoyed by this prospect, Han Su realized that his fleet would have an ample supply of highly intelligent personnel, which would alleviate Yin Ye's command burden and augment the fleet's combat capabilities. Without delay, Han Su expended contribution points to procure a plethora of instruments and materials for Jin Xiu, instructing her to commence the creation of intelligent biological entities to supplant robots as crew members of the fleet. Subsequently, he journeyed to Earth to enlist talented individuals. Earth had now entered an era of rapid advancement, having initiated colonization efforts on the Moon and Mars, and even possessing its own 3rd-level fleet, including the construction of a 3rd-level space carrier. Indeed, the collective endeavor of an entire civilization of 8 billion people had expedited the progress of the civilization considerably. Having located Nangong Yu, who had recently been elected as the Secretary-General of the Earth Federation, Han Su informed him, "The ancient old gods have initiated an assault from the west, their objective undoubtedly being the galactic core. Ultimately, the neutron star will inevitably emerge. The reason the Dark Star civilization refrains from deploying the neutron star is that they intend to exploit the old gods to eliminate dissenters. In terms of internecine strife and machinations, humans have indeed conducted thorough research." Han Su inquired, "Could these ancient old gods potentially overturn the dominion of the Galactic Alliance?" Nangong Yu responded with uncertainty, "If this war truly elevates him to an 8th-level being, it is conceivable, otherwise. Provoking the awakening of the zero-boundary civilization would assuredly lead to his demise." Nangong Yu nodded, "Indeed, but it is inconsequential to us. We simply need to remain concealed within this solar system and await the resolution of events." Han Su furrowed his brow. Should the ancient old gods prevail, they would certainly transform the civilizations of the entire galaxy into their thralls. Nangong Yu sighed, gazing into the distance, "For a feeble civilization like ours, what alternative do we possess?" Han Su, too, was overwhelmed with emotion, acknowledging that the underclass never has the opportunity to choose. Han Su opted to establish a base on a minor planetoid and repair his warship, awaiting Jin Xiu's creation of new crew members, a practice akin to the old gods' generation of minions. However, before long, Jin Xiu broached a matter unrelated to the creation of crew members. "Leader, do you not find Earth's satellite to be peculiar?" Jin Xiu referred to the moon. Hansu inquired, "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" In Chapter 98, Journey to the Moon's Heart, Jean Shou elucidated, "Recently, I took some time to study this satellite and discovered it to be quite extraordinary." Hansu asked, "What's wrong?" The moon marked the inception of Hansu's rise. His first imprisonment was due to the theft of a spaceship, which also formally ushered him onto the grand stage of the galaxy. His second significant event was the slaying of the Star Destroyer, which led him to acquire the Time Jade Bottle and reveal truths concerning the ancestral star. Reflecting on this, Hansu realized the moon's existence, along with its position and rotation cycle, indeed bore remarkable coincidences. Jean Shou continued, "In nature, whenever patterns and coincidences arise, it invariably suggests a human-made cause. Just as there are no straight lines in the universe, the moment one perceives a straight line, it indicates the likelihood of intelligent life having once been active." Hansu wholeheartedly understood and agreed. The existence of the moon undeniably harbored numerous enigmas. He felt it was imperative to investigate the moon further, and thus invited the Earth Federation to join in the inquiry. The rationale behind this invitation lay in the fact that the Earth Federation had already established starports on both Earth and the moon, and Hansu lacked the authority to conduct an independent investigation of the moon. Although they shared a direct kinship, they had evolved into two distinct civilizations. Akin to brothers who had parted ways, the elder brother could not simply invade the younger brother's abode uninvited. In the galaxy, this phenomenon is termed symbiotic civilization. Brotherly civilization, close in relation yet still bound by the laws of the galaxy. Currently, the Earth Federation is under the stewardship of Nangongyu as the singular individual. Aside from Hansu, who has journeyed to and returned from another star system, there is ample justification to believe that he can guide the Earth Federation towards a more prosperous future. Furthermore, Nangongyu possesses profound sagacity, which is not intended as a disparagement. In his position, such perspicacity is of paramount importance. Following deliberations between Hansu and Nangongyu, they promptly initiated an investigation of the moon. With the lunar surface having been exhaustively examined, the focus shifted to the moon's interior. Consequently, Hansu expended contribution points to acquire a Tier 4 excavator and commenced the excavation of the moon. Given the paucity of personnel within the Voyager civilization, Hansu was compelled to undertake the task himself. As for Nangongyu, his stature precluded him from personally participating in the operation. Thus, Hansu was deeply moved to see Chu Fei leading the team. The last occasion they explored the moon together was indeed in the past. However, this time, Hansu held absolute command. The excavator did not require a substantial expenditure of Hansu's contribution points, but for the Earth Federation, it represented an astronomical sum. Upon witnessing the excavator, which Chu Fei's team led, their astonishment was palpable. The excavator was approximately the size of a football field. Its forefront was equipped with a laser cutter, rather than a conventional physical drill, thereby increasing efficiency tenfold. Upon entering the excavator, they discovered an exceedingly spacious interior, replete with comprehensive amenities, including rest areas, recreational facilities, storage areas, and engine rooms. The lavishness of the excavator's interior left them astounded. This was not merely a mission. It was, ostensibly, a sojourn to the lunar core. A Tier 4 civilization's excavator must, of course, harmonize functionality with comfort. Given Hansu's status as a Level 4 executor, acquiring such an excavation vehicle is indeed a trivial matter. A Level 4 executor is equivalent to a Level 7 public affairs officer, and civilizations below Level 5 must show utmost deference. As the excavation vehicle begins its work, the efficiency of the laser cutter is remarkably high. Unlike traditional physical drilling, laser cutting directly vaporizes the soil layers. Although this process generates significant heat, it effectively prevents soil accumulation and minimizes vibrations, ensuring a high level of comfort for those inside the vehicle. They can observe the external soil layers through the window, witnessing the distinct stratification of the Earth. The geological expert brought by Chu Fei excitedly records these changes with a camera. "Look," he says, "the layering lines of the soil are not horizontal, but inclined at a 37-degree angle, indicating that seismic activity and tectonic movements have occurred on the moon." Hansu, not being a scientist, inquires, "How can you tell?" The geological expert then sketches a cake on a piece of draft paper, showcasing his artistic skill in creating a recognizable representation. He explains, "This is a cake. In its initial creation, the layers of chocolate, cheese, and cream are horizontal. However, if we slice it at an angle and remove one half, the other half will slide down due to gravity, causing the layers to become slanted. The crowd immediately comprehends the illustration, yet they remain perplexed about its implications. The geologist elucidated. We have all learned from textbooks that earthquakes on Earth are induced by tectonic movements, which are, in turn, caused by the magma from the high-temperature and high-pressure mantle. However, this pertains to Earth, while the Moon, being merely a satellite, lacks magma within its interior. So, what accounts for its seismic activity? Xu Fei interjected. I recall that the Moon experiences multiple moonquakes annually, and their timing is remarkably consistent, suggesting a certain pattern. Upon hearing this, the audience displayed expressions of astonishment. It is well known that if there exists a phenomenon in nature that exhibits regularity, it implies that such an occurrence may not be purely natural. The existence of the Moon appears to be riddled with coincidences. The geologist continued. Currently, scientists propose 3 hypotheses to explain these patterned moonquakes. The first suggests that they are caused by Earth's gravitational pull, occurring each time the Moon reaches perigee. However, measurements indicate that the timings do not coincide. The second hypothesis attributes them to solar storms, as the Moon lacks an atmosphere. Yet, again, the timings do not align. The third posits that there is some activity occurring within the Moon itself, a claim we cannot substantiate. Hansu remarked, various signs indicate that there is indeed something within the Moon. At this moment, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Numerous indicators suggest that the Moon's existence is not mere coincidence. Firstly, the occurrences of solar and lunar eclipses, along with the precise distances between the Earth, Moon, and Sun, are strikingly fortuitous. The Moon perfectly obscures the Sun, and Earth likewise obscures the Sun, rendering them seemingly equal in size from our vantage point. This is why ancient scholars compared the Sun and Moon, ultimately giving rise to the philosophy of yin and yang. Secondly, the cyclical nature of human females spans 27 days, a period mirrored by the Moon's rotation and revolution, both of which also encompass 27 days. Remarkably, it is solely among human females that this monthly shedding of blood occurs. Even our closest relatives, the chimpanzees, do not share this phenomenon. This raises profound questions regarding the enigmatic connection between humanity and the Moon. Thirdly, the far side of the Moon perpetually remains hidden from Earth's view, rendering any understanding of its features elusive to mankind. Fourthly, even in the absence of a core, the Moon experiences seismic activity, characterized by its periodic and systematic nature. At this juncture, they have commenced their exploration of the Moon's core, embarking on the journey to unravel its mysteries. Days later, the excavation vehicle unexpectedly collided with a solid object. A resounding clang echoed through the facility. While many were engaged in leisure activities within the recreation area, a sudden alarm pierced the air. A group of individuals swiftly made their way to the command center, where they were met with an unforgettable sight.